This is crazy. A man traded a piece of barbecue for a piece of gold worth 100,000. He even took out a bag of flour, and 10 beautiful women offered themselves to him and competed to be his wives. What is even more incredible is that as long as they are guaranteed to have food to eat every day, there will be a group of people willing to risk their lives for them, charging to the front, even if it means they will be torn to pieces. The starting point of all this was when Hao Ren woke up. He traveled back to an ancient dynasty more than 2,000 years ago. At this time, the dynasty was experiencing years of drought and war, and food had long been exhausted. The people were living in dire straits, and the lower classes even began to rely on gnawing on tree bark to make a living. Fortunately, Hao Ren awakened a shopping mall system that has everything, from fruits and vegetables to all kinds of meat, and even guns and ammunition. However, the system detected the special situation of Hao Ren being a virgin for the first 30 years of his life, and the relevant functions have not yet been unlocked. The system prompts: the function can only be unlocked after the condition is met, leaving the virgin state. Hao Ren cursed in his heart. What kind of weird setting is this? If you want to make things difficult for me, just say it. But he was powerless. The system ignored him. Helplessly, he looked down at his left hand, smiled bitterly, and said to himself, "Brother, for my stomach, I'm sorry to have to put you in this situation. Please cooperate." After a long moment, Hao Ren let out a soft "ah," and instantly collapsed. "System? Can I turn it on now?" he asked anxiously. The system responded coldly. "Idiot! If you could use your hands, you would have opened them all long ago." Hao Ren was stunned. Hands don't work? Then he'd have to find another way. He walked along the forest for a while when he heard movement up ahead. He quietly approached to investigate, his eyes widening. A wild boar. And a female. Hao Ren turned around and ran without saying a word. "Are you kidding me? That's a wild boar. Do you want to die?" Fortunately, the wild boar seemed to be full and ignored him at all. Hao Ren ran breathlessly, unable to help but curse. "System, did I provoke you?" He felt that he had finally been chosen by the system and became a member of the time-traveling army. Shouldn't this be a flying start? But reality gave him a slap in the face. After cursing for a long time, Hao Ren was tired. He could only accept the reality. He had traveled through time. The good news was that there was a system, but the bad news was that the system disliked him because he was a virgin and could not use it. Tragic as he was, he could only embark on a journey to find humans. His only obsession was, "A woman, alive, please let me unlock the system." Early in the morning, just as the sky was getting light, Lin Tse got up early to cook. After the family had eaten, they went to work in the fields. Although the crops had been almost completely destroyed by natural disasters over the past 2 years, it was the lean season, and there was not much else to do in the village except tending to the few crops in the fields. Lin Tse followed her mother to pick wild vegetables. The so-called breakfast was just a large bowl of watery vegetable noodle soup per person, with half a hard, blackened bean flour bun. Before they had finished their meal, they could hear a clamor of conversation outside. Let's go and take a look. There's a person lying in the ditch to the west. He's a beggar fleeing famine from nowhere. How foolish of him to run to our place. Our village is almost starving. Who can give him food? He deserves to die of hunger. I guess he won't survive." Mrs. Lindu from the village loved gossiping about other people's private affairs, but when she heard about the excitement, her eyes suddenly lit up. She put down her bowl and chopsticks and pulled her husband, Lin Laosen, who was about to go to the fields, out. "Come on, go on, let's take a look. How long has it been since anyone came to our village to beg for food? Beggars should go to the town. It's really rare for them to come to our poor mountain valley. Come on, go on, let's take a look." Lin Laosen shook his head helplessly as he followed her out. "What's so good about it? You might as well go down to the fields and weed. If that doesn't work, you can take your daughter with you to dig wild vegetables." "What the hell are you doing? Look at the sky, it hasn't rained in how long? It's even a question whether we can harvest the crops. Besides, I'm just taking a look, it won't interfere with my work. Are you going? If not, I'll go by myself, it's on my way." "What a sin! This must be a disaster for our family. Life is so hard these days." Lin Laosan sighed. By the time the couple arrived at Zibiangu, they were already surrounded by villagers. With so few entertainment activities these days, the arrival of outsiders in the village was considered news, and everyone gathered to watch. "He's dead, right? I saw him for a long time, and he didn't move. What kind of clothes is he wearing? Why doesn't he have sleeves? It looks like he's wearing a face cloth bag. Is he a child from a poor family? He must have dug a hole in a flour bag to make those clothes and put them on. Nonsense! Who else would be begging in such a poor place like this if he wasn't from a poor family?" At this time, Hao Ren, who weighed more than 200 pounds before he traveled through time, and was wearing a large-sized t-shirt and pants, had been wandering in the woods for 2 days. He finally walked out of the woods and saw a village. In his excitement, he was so weak that he could not stand and fell directly into the ditch. His clothes had been tattered and worn out by the forest for the past 2 days, and now they were regarded as strange and disdained by the ancients. It was a pity that after traveling through time, not only did he not possess the air of a king, but he ended up being pointed at and criticized by a group of ancient peasants. Du Chunyang mustered up her courage and turned the man over, allowing everyone to see his face clearly. "Hey! His hair is so short, could he be a young monk who ran away from the temple? Monks don't have hair." Hao Ren was turned over and opened his eyes with great effort to look at Lin Dusher. His body, which had been hungry for 2 days, could no longer bear it. His vision went dark and he fainted again. Du Chunyang was so frightened that she jumped back suddenly. "Oh! She's still breathing, she's not dead!" At this time, an aunt said with a veiled smile, "Lao San's family, look at this young man, he's only 17 or 18 years old. Although he's a little thin, he'll be a fine young man if he survives his stutter. Don't you have only one boy, who's he? Take him home and raise him. He can help with the work in the fields. It's great to have picked up a son for free." The person who said this was Aunt Li from the village. She was over 50 years old. Relying on the fact that she gave birth to 5 sons in one breath and all of them survived, she always acted like a big rooster in the village. However, Du Chunyang was no pushover. With a small family and honest men, she was able to avoid being bullied in the village thanks to her fierceness. If she hadn't been so ruthless, she would have been bullied long ago. She put her hands on her hips and yelled back at Aunt Li at the top of her lungs. "You old bastard! It's not like I can't have a son, why are you meddling in my business? I can barely afford to feed him, and I'm not supposed to care about his food. Why don't you take him home and treat him as your own son?" Was in the middle of a scolding when she suddenly felt someone tug at her clothes from behind. Turning around, she saw it was her husband. "What are you doing, Lin Lao San? You re not letting me scold you just because you re not saying anything? I'm not someone you can easily bully," she insisted. Lin Lao San stared at Hao Ren lying on the ground again and again, and said hesitantly to his wife, How about we carry him back home?" Du Chunyang was furious when she heard this. She pointed at Lin Lao San's forehead and cursed. "Are you stupid or did your head get hit by a door? If you want a son, why don't you give birth to one yourself? And you really take one home just because someone says so?" Lin Lao San's face flushed with shame, and he wished he could find a hole to crawl into. He ignored the strange looks from everyone, gritted his teeth, stamped his feet, and whispered in his wife's ear. Say. This young man is not ugly, and he looks the right age. How about?" Du Chunyang's eyes lit up immediately after hearing this. She bent down and looked at Hao Ren carefully. "Well, he looks okay. I can't say he's handsome, but he's not ugly either. But with our family's situation, if we have another mouth to feed, I'm afraid. If we save a little, we can always have more food. Add some water to the wild vegetable soup, and you two can go dig more wild vegetables. We won't starve to death. If all else fails, I'll go to the village chief's house to borrow some food. Once we get through this famine, everything will be fine," Lin Lao San said firmly. "In short, this matter cannot be delayed. Our daughter is already 18 years old. If we delay any longer, she will really become an old maid." Thinking of her daughter's situation, Du Chunyang couldn't help but sigh. "Alas! Well, this is the only way. Let's save a little more, at least we can't let him starve to death. So you carry him home, and I'll go borrow 2 pounds of millet. He's weak now, so wild vegetable soup can't be given to him. Make some millet porridge for him to nourish him." When the villagers saw Lin Lao San carrying the unconscious young man away, they lost interest in watching the fun and dispersed. Some carried hoes to work in the fields, while others went out to dig wild vegetables together. The wild vegetables around the village had long been dug up, so everyone had no choice but to go to the mountainside to search. However, unless they were experienced hunters, most people did not dare to go deep into the mountains and forests, and only dared to wander around the periphery. After most people had left, Aunt Li, who was the last one left, suddenly spat on the ground and cursed angrily. "Bah! What a piece of shit! I told her to be his son, but she didn't want him, and in the end she carried him back home." She continued with gritted teeth. Don't think I couldn't hear them whispering. They just wanted to leave that young man to their daughter as a husband. They didn't dare to harm the people in the nearby villages, so they used outsiders as scapegoats. That's also a human life. Aren't they afraid of retribution? I feel so sorry for that young man. He finally managed to save his life, but you'll see, he won't live long. Hao Ren slowly opened his eyes, and a strange smell hit him. He saw a thatched roof and walls so simple that they looked like they would collapse at any moment. Looking around, I finally understood what it felt like to live in a bare house. Inside the low thatched hut, only 2 rusty sickles hung on the wall, a dilapidated water jar stood by the door, and a small, crooked wooden table sat beside the bed. Everything betrayed poverty and financial hardship. Hey, are you awake? Sister, he's awake! A little boy, his clothes covered in patches, suddenly rushed in. He looked about 7 or 8 years old, his face covered in dust, but his eyes were bright and lively. He shouted and then quickly ran out, probably to call the adults at home. Not long after, a young girl walked in. She was wearing patched gray clothes and had a sallow complexion, clearly suffering from chronic malnutrition. However, her eyebrows and eyes were delicate, and her features were exquisite. Even without makeup, she still exuded a natural beauty. Hao Ren was stunned. Perhaps because he was so used to seeing modern beauties with retouched photos, this untouched face was a refreshing sight. The girl was clearly even more nervous than he was, not knowing where to put her hands. These days, when the adults aren't home, an unmarried girl is bound to blush and feel her heart racing when she's alone with a strange man. Are you awake? Want some water? Her voice was soft, with a hint of Hao Ren's hometown accent, but it was still understandable. Thank you. Where is this? Did you save me? Hao Ren's voice was hoarse, but he still asked politely. It wasn't me, it was my father who saved you. He carried you back, and since you hadn't woken up, he asked me and my brother to look after you. As she spoke, she turned and fetched a bowl of water, her movements cautious. It was clearly her first time caring for a stranger. Neither of them was good at interacting with the opposite sex, so they stared at each other awkwardly for a few seconds. Hao Ren leaned against the edge of the bed, trying to sit up to drink some water, but as soon as he exerted force, he felt completely exhausted and lay back down. How about you feed me? I'm really out of energy. He couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed the moment he said that. The girl was stunned for a moment, seemingly still thinking about what her mother had told her before she left. She gritted her teeth, gently supported Hao Ren's back, leaning him back to make him more comfortable, and then carefully brought the bowl to his mouth. His movements were clumsy and his hands were still shaking, but he still fed the water mouthful by mouthful. Just this one bowl of water made both of them blush, and their hearts beat fast. Hao Ren couldn't help but laugh. This scene was a bit like a costume drama. A girl was offering water, and a man was leaning against the bed, half drinking a mouthful of water and spilling the other half. It was like a movie set. He was even a little grateful for the opportunity to travel through time, grateful for this lucky opportunity. As soon as she finished feeding him the water, the girl ran out with a red face. I'll go make some porridge. Hao Ren was still half lying on the bed, with an unconcealable smile on his face and his eyes starting to stare straight ahead. At night, the family finally returned. At the dinner table, the 4 of them gathered around a pot of wild vegetable soup, each with a bowl, drinking it with relish. Hao Ren was lying on the bed, also holding a bowl, but his was filled with fragrant millet porridge. The others, on the other hand, didn't even have a staple food, only a few vegetable leaves floating in their bowls. Lin Laosan sighed. Just drinking porridge is not enough. Go to Lao Wang's house tomorrow and borrow 2 eggs. When the little boy Huzi heard the word eggs, his eyes suddenly lit up and his mouth almost watered. Mom, I want to eat eggs too. The result was his mother saying, Eat shit. Do I look like an egg to you? Hao Ren said a little embarrassedly. Auntie, don't bother me. I'm actually much better now. You can eat whatever I eat tomorrow. He really felt bad. He was drinking porridge while the whole family was drinking wild vegetable soup. How could he continue to refuse? Du Chunyang curled her lips and said nothing. But Lin Dashan spoke up. You can't do this now. Take care of yourself for a few more days. Don't let anything get you sick. Uncle, I'm really fine. Hao Ren knew in his heart that he had only been hungry for 3 days, so how could he be so weak? Alright, stop arguing. Let's finish eating these 2 pounds of millet I borrowed first. Du Chunyang interrupted the argument with a word. Then she asked about Hao Ren's background. What's your name, young man? How old are you? Where are you from? Why did you come to our little mountain valley alone? Hao Ren was completely at a loss for words when the barrage of questions rained down on him. He said he was 30? That meant he was only a few years older than his aunt. He said he was from the future? He'd probably be thrown into the bullpen like a lunatic. Just as he was struggling with his thoughts, Hu Zi suddenly interrupted. Is he called Good Man? Is there anyone else who names him that? Why not call him Bad Man? Hao Ren didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's Hao Ren, the Ren in benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom and trustworthiness. Oh. Lin Tsuitsui looked up at him, and Du Chunyang also laughed. Are you a scholar? Hao Ren quickly waved his hands and said, No, I just eavesdropped on a few classes outside the private school when I was a child, and the name was given to me by the scholar. He didn't dare to call himself a scholar. In this ancient time when traditional Chinese characters were used, it was difficult for him to recognize a few characters. Lin Lao-san cleared his throat and asked, Do you have any relatives at home? Hao Ren lowered his head, his heart suddenly sore. How should he answer? After traveling through thousands of years, is it still possible to go back? His eyes slowly moistened. I don't have a home anymore. I'm all alone now. Upon hearing this, the room fell silent for a moment. Du Chunyang quickly consoled him. It's okay, child. This will be your home from now on. We met because of fate. Hao Ren felt warm at the sight of the simple family, and nodded earnestly. Yes. Early in the morning, Hao Ren drowsily opened his eyes to the sound of movement outside the house. He glanced sideways at Hu Zi, who was still sleeping beside him, and recalled the conversation last night. It turned out that this little guy who looked 7 or 8 years old was actually 10 years old. In this era of continuous famine, children were generally malnourished, so Hu Zi naturally grew up to be thin and small. The clothes were brought to him by Mrs. Lin Du last night. They were patched and washed pale, and it was obvious that they were a rare replacement for Lin Lao-san. As Hao Ren put on the ill-fitting coarse cloth clothes, he missed his old t-shirt and shorts. After putting on his clothes, he tried not to disturb the sleeping Hu Zi and tiptoed out of the room. In the yard, Lin Seitsu was sweeping the floor. Seeing Hao Ren dressed like this, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. Hao Ren also looked down at his funny loose clothes and scratched his head embarrassedly. The clothes are a bit big, hee. Seitsu smiled and joked, asking if she could help him alter them, but he waved his hands to refuse. I want to wash my face. Do you have water? He asked tentatively. Lin Seitsu smiled and pointed in the direction of the kitchen, saying that there was water in the water tank in a wooden basin, and asked if he wanted help to fetch water. Hao Ren quickly waved his hands, saying that he was stinking and couldn't bother her anymore. Seitsu understood that he wanted to wipe himself off before anyone else got up, and her face immediately turned red to her ears. She lowered her head and continued sweeping. Entering the kitchen, Hao Ren didn't rush to fetch water. Instead, he tiptoed to the water tank. He lifted the lid and put his face close to the water, staring at his reflection in a daze. That face was familiar yet strange, like himself at 17 or 18 before he gained weight, but with clearer contours and more three-dimensional features. Is this a benefit of time travel? Not only am I younger, I'm also more handsome. He was astonished. He looked up and touched his face, sighing with emotion. My God, this is amazing. After a long time, he finished washing up and came out. At this time, his family members had woken up one after another. In the courtyard, everyone's eyes were fixed on Hao Ren. Du Chunyang even circled around him, saying in amazement, I didn't see you clearly yesterday. I thought you looked shabby, but you're actually quite handsome. Breakfast was still simple, just a bowl of millet porridge for each person. Hu Zi kept peeking into his bowl, and Hao Ren couldn't drink any more, so he simply poured the remaining half into Hu Zi's bowl. Thank you, brother Hao Ren. Hu Zi ran over happily and drank the porridge in just a few mouthfuls, his face full of satisfaction. It smells so good. Millet porridge is definitely better than wild vegetable soup. Du Chunyang wanted to stop him, but it was too late. She frowned and scolded Hu Zi for a few words, then turned around and scolded Hao Ren. I made this specially for you and you refused to eat it. You haven't recovered yet, so why are you showing off? Hao Ren could only smile awkwardly, saying that he had just woken up and had no appetite. Du Chunyang refused to listen and continued to grumble. How can a grown-up like that be full? At this time, Lin Seitsu silently handed him half a bean flour steamed bun in her hand, lowered her head and said, Here you go, I'm full. After that, she walked into the house without looking back, leaving Hao Ren speechless. He looked at the steamed bread in his hand, feeling neither amused nor helpless. He opened his mouth and took a bite. Ugh! He almost couldn't swallow it. It was dry and astringent, almost catching in his throat, and he almost spit out a mouthful of water. Du Chunyang smiled and explained that there was a shortage of crops at the moment, and after last year's disaster, the family had no choice but to eat this. Then she changed the subject and asked about his future plans. Hao Ren smiled bitterly. What plans did he have? The most urgent thing was to get married so that he could activate the system functions and find a way out. But when he thought of the steamed bread he had just bitten into, he shuddered. He really couldn't eat it. He cleared his throat and said quickly, And I'm not young anymore, so I plan to get married, buy a few acres of land, and build a few houses. You saved me, and I will definitely not forget it. I will definitely repay you in the future. Unexpectedly, before he could finish his words, Du Chunyang's eyes suddenly lit up and she excitedly slapped her thigh. No need to wait. You can repay me now. Hao Ren was stunned, his face full of confusion. Huh? Du Chunyang moved closer and asked with a smile. What do you think of Art Say? What do you mean? Hao Ren was so surprised that he almost jumped up. And are you saying, let me marry Miss Say? Oh, what's the point of talking about marrying or not? You are alone and have no worries, so just live here. Today I will ask your uncle to clean up Seitsui's room and you can move in directly. No. Auntie, this isn't marrying into the family? Hao Ren was torn between his own conscience and his own desires. Why did the plot suddenly turn to a son-in-law? This family isn't wealthy, yet they're still looking for a son-in-law? Do you think yours is the wealthy Su family? Besides, I'm a man who traveled through time with a system. How can I be a son-in-law? But here's the problem. To activate the system, you have to marry a wife first. But marrying a wife means you have to be a son-in-law. Isn't this a vicious cycle? Thinking of Lin Seitsui's pretty face, Hao Ren's heart suddenly warmed. If he could marry her, it would be worth it. If not, marry her first and talk later. He gritted his teeth and made a decision. He looked at his aunt, whose eyes were full of expectation, and Uncle Lin, who was silent, and slowly said, Uncle, Aunt, I have no way to repay your kindness. I am willing to marry Tseitse, but I don't know if she is willing. As soon as she finished speaking, a voice rushed out from the room. I don't want to. Lin Tseitsui's face flushed red, and she ran out angrily. I don't agree. Lin Tseitse stood there, shaking her head with a determined look on her face, her tone as firm as a rock. When her mother Du Chunyang heard this, her anger jumped up, and she pointed at her daughter's forehead and started scolding her. You silly girl, why are you saying no again? You still don't like that kid Hao Ren? How is he not worthy of you? Look at him, the boy is not bad looking, just a little thin. That's because he's hungry. He'll be stronger after some nourishment. Let me tell you, Tseitse, you're already 18. What girl in our countryside wouldn't get married at 18? If you keep being so stubborn, you'll really become an old maid. Lin Laosan also interrupted. My daughter, I think Hao Ren is a good guy. Listen to your mother. The family was arguing. Hao Ren stood aside, confused and unable to get a word in. He could only stare blankly at the three of them. Tseitse bit her lip and stood there motionless, showing no sign of giving in. Du Chunyang was furious. She looked around, grabbed the broom from the corner, and swung it at her daughter. Are you going to piss us off to death? Are you dissatisfied with Hao Ren? Do you think he's not worthy of you? Lin Tseitse had no choice but to speak. No, Hao Ren is a good man, but I can't hurt him. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and ran out of the house crying, running so resolutely. Hao Ren stood there, bewildered, wondering what was going on. How had he become the victim? Du Chunyang sighed and said to Hao Ren, Hao Ren, it's not that Tseitse looks down on you, she just has a problem with you. Still confused, Hao Ren shook his head. What's she worried about? It's just some random gossip. Those things were all made up by the Liang family. They're just nonsense from some ranting women. Lin Laosan quickly advised his wife. All right, stop talking. But Du Chunyang was furious and refused to listen. You are too honest. If you weren't such a coward, how dare the Liang family bully us like this? My daughter is already 18 and still has no husband. Who wouldn't feel bad? And your mother is so cruel. No matter how good her nephew is, he can't compare to her own son, right? How could such an old lady kick us out of the house for this? Hearing this, Hao Ren finally pieced together the general situation, so he turned around and looked at Lin Laosan. Lin Laosan sighed helplessly. Well, this is what happened. After a few conversations, Hao Ren finally understood the whole story. 2 years ago, when Lin Tseitsui was only 16, she had already become very beautiful, and the young men in the nearby villages were attracted to her. During that time, many young people came to Xiaolin village to visit relatives, all hoping to see Tseitsui. One of them was the son of Mrs. Lin's nephew. He was very sweet-talking and kept calling the old lady, Auntie, all the time. The old lady was delighted and decided to marry Tseitsui to him. However, the day before the engagement, the boy, in an act of pretense, insisted on shooting a wild goose as a gift and went to the mountains to show off his prowess. Unexpectedly, something went wrong and he died shortly after returning to the village. The Liang family was not happy with this and came to the door crying and saying that Tseitsui was a jinx and a husband-killing star. They said that if it wasn't for Tseitsui, how could their son go bird hunting and die? What's even more outrageous is that Mrs. Lin actually believed it and took the opportunity to kick the third son and his family out of the house. It was only with the intervention of Mr. Lin that 10 acres of land were allocated to them, and the third son and his family were able to move into the shabby thatched house at the west end of the village. The past 2 years have been plagued by drought and poor harvests, so who would have the heart to plan a marriage? Furthermore, the Liang family spread rumors that Tsuitsui was unlucky, so no one dared to propose marriage. Thus, at the age of 18, Lin Tsuitsui was still unmarried, a source of worry for her parents. Hao Ren was beaming with joy at the moment. Oh my god, this is a piece of cake! A beautiful young wife is already here, why am I still hesitating? A husband killer? What a joke! I'm a modern young man, I don't believe in such rotten feudal superstitions. Lin Tsuitsui, I'm going to marry you! But Hao Ren was no fool, and he remained calm, intending to negotiate terms. Uncle, aunt, I understand. I can marry Tsuitsui, but don't mention the idea of a live-in son-in-law. When Du Chunyang heard that there was a chance, she quickly changed her tune. No problem. If you agree to marry Tsuitsui, everything else will be easy. Lin Laosen also quickly agreed. I'll find fourth uncle and ask the village head to register a separate household for you, and you will be the head of the household. I'll give you a few acres out of the 10 acres. Next spring I'll help you build a mud house so you have a place to stay. Until then, you can live in the west room. I'll clean it out today. Hao Ren nodded. Okay, then I'll listen to you, uncle and aunt. I don't have many relatives anymore, so this is my home. I'll work hard and build 3 big tiled houses for Tsuitsui, so we can live happily together as a family. You are my dear parents, and I will definitely be filial to you and take care of you until the end of your life. Lin Laosen and his wife's lips twitched at this, thinking this kid was going too far. We're not even 40 yet, and you're talking about taking care of us in our old age? Besides, we still have a son, who's he? Why are you so anxious? However, seeing that their son-in-law was a responsible and promising young man, the two of them didn't dwell on it. The marriage was finally settled, and the couple looked at each other, feeling relieved. Du Chunyang quickly made arrangements. Go to the creek west of the village to look for Tsuitsui. She should be there. Hao Ren hadn't gone far when he was surrounded by several village aunties. Several rural women gathered together and chatted excitedly, their eyes constantly drifting towards Hao Ren. One auntie in her 50s even stopped him and said, Young man, I heard you want to marry Tsuitsui? Listen to me, don't marry her. Hao Ren didn't bother to deal with these gossiping country women, so he just walked away with a flick of his sleeves. He even turned around and said, Don't gossip about people behind their backs, or you might give birth to a baby without an anus. The woman was furious. I'm 50 years old, why would I give birth to a baby? This young man looks smart, but he's actually very naive. Hao Ren finally found Lin Tsuitsui by a small river outside the village. The little girl was squatting by the river, secretly wiping away tears, her expression so pitiful that it made people feel distressed at first sight. He was startled, thinking she was going to jump into the river, and he rushed over quickly, his heart pounding. He had finally come here and had just got a wife, so he couldn't just watch her commit suicide. When he stood behind her, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that the creek was dry and had almost no water, only a few shallow puddles. They were only knee-deep at best, so nothing serious would happen. To comfort his heartbroken young wife. Why are you crying here? He asked softly. I'm not crying. Lin Tsuitsui quickly wiped her tears and replied stubbornly. Why are you here? My aunt asked me to come. She said she was afraid you might get upset if you came out alone. Bah! There's no water in the river. Who can drown? She rolled her eyes. Hao Ren walked over and sat down next to her. Seeing the traces of tears still on her face, he felt a surge of pity in his heart. Uncle and aunt have told me, I promised them. After hearing this, Lin Tsuitsui suddenly became anxious. How could you just promise them so easily? They didn't even ask me. Hao Ren smiled gently. They say you are a vixen, and that you have a hard life and will bring bad luck to your husband. I'm not afraid of what they say, she whispered. I'm afraid that something will happen to you too. Hearing this, Hao Ren suddenly felt happy. It turned out that she wasn't unwilling, but was worried about him. So you didn't want to do it before because you were afraid that I would be in danger, not because you didn't like me? Lin Tsuitsui lowered her head in shame and nodded gently. They all say that I am unlucky. I'm afraid of hurting you. I think you are a good person and don't want to hurt you. After hearing this, Hao Ren quickly held her hand, his eyes firm. Don't be afraid, that's all nonsense, who knows who to believe? I want to marry you, no one can stop me. Lin Tsuitsui panicked and tried to pull her hand free, but Hao Ren held it tightly, and she couldn't break free. Her cheeks flushed, but she wasn't really angry. Hao Ren struck while the iron was hot and lowered his voice. I'll tell you a secret. You won't be afraid after hearing it. What secret? Lin Tsuitsui asked curiously. He looked around and waved his hand mysteriously. Come closer. No one else can hear this. Lin Tsaitsui's curiosity was piqued, and she moved closer to him. Hao Ren watched her approach. Her delicate face and slender neck made her look like an elegant little white goose, and he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He whispered in her ear, "I have a divine master who told my fortune." Lin Tsaitsui's eyes widened in shock, her mouth slightly open. Hao Ren smirked, secretly pleased. How could I have dared to trick a girl like this before? But now it was different. After traveling through time, I had become young and confident, and such sweet talk came out of my mouth easily. In ancient times, it was all too easy to believe the stories of these immortal masters and fortune-tellers. Hao Ren continued his story. He said I would come to a remote mountain village, marry a girl named Lin, and live with her forever. Lin Tsaitsui's eyes sparkled. Is everything you said true? Of course it's true. Hao Ren patted his chest seriously. Then, if we were really together, you wouldn't die? No. I've even had my fortune told. How could I joke about it? Seeing that she finally nodded, he immediately asked, Then are you willing to be with me? Lin Tsaitsui blushed and said, softly. Hao Ren jumped up from the ground excitedly. Great, I have a wife. Lin Tsaitsui quickly stood up. Let go quickly, someone will see us. Hao Ren let go of her hand awkwardly, but he was actually very happy. It felt really good. On the way back, Hao Ren walked in front, while Lin Tsaitsui followed carefully behind with her head down. She looked like an obedient young wife. When he reached the door of his house, he did not forget to glance provocatively at the aunties on the street, as arrogant as a rooster that had won a battle. After dinner, Lin Lao-san and his wife called the two of them over. Lin Tsaitsui lowered her head shyly, but Hao Ren was grinning from ear to ear. Du Chunyang spoke first. Tsaitsui, your father and I have agreed to give you 5 of our 10 acres of land. It's time for you to start your own family. Mom, we only have 10 acres of land. Give us half. Lin Tsaitsui said hurriedly. Before she could finish, Lin Lao-san continued. Your mother means that we can register our household registration and still farm the land together. Yes, Hao Ren is an outsider, and now he lives in our house. We have to shut the villagers up. This arrangement is the most suitable. Lin Tsaitsui nodded in obedience. Hao Ren grinned. Dad and Mom are right. He didn't care about land or household registration at all. He only wanted to make a fortune from the system. Our family isn't well off. Du Chunyang sighed. Just count out to us 3 times, and that's considered marriage. Hao Ren was a little stunned. Is that considered marriage? That's too easy. But he nodded seriously. When we build a big house in the future, I will give Tsaitsui a grand wedding. So the courtyard was simply decorated, and Lin Lao-san and his wife sat on a small bench. Hao Ren and Lin Tsaitsui faced them and kowtowed 3 times in a proper manner. While the wedding night is a major event in life, either newlywed had much practical experience. Fortunately, Hao Ren had learned some techniques from watching instructional videos from an island nation, so he was somewhat prepared. A man and a woman, alone together, the atmosphere was heated, and sparks were inevitable. The night passed quietly, without many words, but the warmth lingered. At daybreak, Hao Ren tiptoed out of bed, not disturbing his wife who was soundly asleep. Her breathing was steady, and she was sleeping soundly. She must have been very tired last night. He left the house and sat down on a small stool in the yard. He quietly called the system in his mind. Hey, can I start it now? As soon as he finished speaking, a prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! The host has met the activation conditions. The system mall is officially open. Immediately, a large virtual screen appeared before Hao Ren's eyes, and information about various products flashed up. The prices seemed quite affordable, roughly comparable to those on modern online shopping malls, and there was a dazzling array of goods. For example, rice at 2 cents per pound, flour at 3 cents per pound, pollution-free coarse grains at 6 cents per pound, a stainless steel frying pan at 200 cents, an iron pan at 80 cents. He usually didn't buy these things, but they looked very down-to-earth. The problem is that he has no money. Looking at the food in the mall, his mouth is watering, but his pockets are empty. If he wants to buy food, he needs money first, and he can't be too ostentatious. After all, in an ancient village, he has to keep a low profile. An idea struck him. If he could buy things in the mall, then maybe he could sell them too? Selling something to the system, getting the money, and then exchanging it for food would solve the problem. Wouldn't that be enough? He glanced around, seeing nothing of value in the yard, so he wandered into the kitchen and grabbed a coarse porcelain bowl. He figured after 1,000 years, this thing would be considered an antique, right? He closed his eyes and silently said, I'm selling the bowl. He waited for a long time, but the system didn't respond. Okay, this method isn't working. Hao Ren went out again and wandered around the village, looking for something he could exchange for money. The only thing he saw that looked like it had something to sell was a chicken hanging around the wall, but he didn't dare to buy it. Leaving the village, he looked out, a desolate landscape where even the grass had been pulled bare. He muttered as he walked. Opening the system mall is useless. The land is practically drained dry. Even a hero can't cook without rice. Seeing some green leaves on the ground, he simply pulled them up to see if he could sell them. But in fact, he didn't know which were wild vegetables and which were weeds, so he had to give it a try. He walked and walked until he reached the edge of the forest. Just as he was about to give up, the system suddenly prompted. Ding! A plant of high quality, pollution-free wild shepherd's purse. The purchase price is 21 per caddy. Do you want to sell it? Hao Ren's eyes lit up, and he shouted excitedly. Sell, sell, sell! Quick, give me a meat bun! The system responded coldly. The current balance is less than 1 cent. You can't buy the item. The funds have been deposited into the mall balance. Hao Ren was frantic. Oh. Shit! But at least he had verified one thing. He could indeed sell things to the system. This was hopeful. He carefully memorized the appearance of the shepherd's purse and dove into the woods to continue picking. There was really nothing good to pick outside, so he hoped he could still find something in the woods. He was seen squatting at the edge of the woods, flitting back and forth like a bee. Every time he pulled up a plant, he would carefully examine it and make sure it was there before letting it vanish. System prompts kept ringing. Ding! A plant of premium wild vegetable shepherd's purse. Are you selling it? Ding! Purslane. Are you selling it? Ding! Dandelion. Medicinal and edible. Hao Ren became more and more energetic as he worked, never feeling tired at all, as if picking vegetables was the meaning of his life. He was no longer the ignorant laborer, but a wild vegetable hunter. Suddenly, his eyes flashed, his gaze fixed on a target not far away, and he rushed over. Standing in front of an old crooked tree, he almost jumped up with joy. I've made a fortune! He saw a dense layer of pitch-black growth on the trunk, like the tree was covered in black armor. He recognized it immediately, black fungus. This time, the system was unequivocal. Ding! Fresh wild black fungus, 50 cents per pound. Are you selling it? He estimated it to be 3 or 4 pounds, and his mouth was wide open with excitement. This is worth it! He picked out half and kept it, intending to go to town in a few days to exchange it for some food. He sold the rest and calculated the total income, a total of 158 coins. Without a second thought, he placed an order for 3 meat buns at the mall. They were a penny each, a generous portion and a great value. Hao Ren held the steaming buns in his hands, tears welling up in his eyes. I finally get to eat meat! After finishing the battle in a few bites, he burped contentedly, then wondered if he should get something to take back. He'd been busy all night, so he had to give his wife some nourishment. He had to be careful not to arouse his family's suspicions. If he suddenly brought home a bunch of rice and meat, it would be hard to explain. Then he saw a rabbit for sale in the mall. Its grayish color was just right to pass for a wild rabbit. Perfect. He carried the rabbit and wrapped the remaining wood-ear mushrooms in his clothes, and trotted home. As soon as he reached the outside of the yard, he saw Lin Tsaitsui standing at the door, her eyes red, looking back and forth. As soon as he got closer, Hao Ren realized that she had been crying, and hurriedly asked with concern. What's wrong? Who bullied you? When Lin Tsaitsui saw him, tears welled up in her eyes again. You left this morning without even eating. I thought you didn't want me anymore. After 2 years of gossip and rumors, she finally found someone truly accepting her. She had just spent the previous night enjoying some tenderness, but this morning she found her husband missing, and she couldn't help but feel a sense of turmoil. Hao Ren was so distressed that he quickly coaxed her. Silly girl, how could I possibly abandon you? We agreed that we would never be apart again. His wife finally burst into laughter, and then she noticed the rabbit and the wrapped fungus in his hands. She asked in surprise, Where did you get this rabbit? Hao Ren raised his hands proudly and said, Hey, I'm lucky. I found it in the woods. It's a wild rabbit. As Hao Ren entered the yard, Lin Laosan and his wife heard the noise and hurried out to greet him. Seeing Hao Ren and Tsaitsui coming back together, Du Chunyang couldn't hide the smile on her face and kept saying, I told you, the son-in-law wouldn't really leave. He's back. Hao Ren smiled and nodded, greeting his father-in-law and mother-in-law. Dad, Mom, I just went out for a walk. I didn't go anywhere. This is my home. Du Chunyang nodded happily when she heard it. Yes, I'm glad you're back. I'm glad you're back. This is home. He raised the rabbit in his hand and said with a smile, I just picked this up in the woods. Mother, please make some soup for Tsaitsui to nourish her. She's not feeling well today, so don't let her work. When Lin Tsaitsui heard this, her face flushed red like a ripe apple. She quickly covered her face and ran into the house, her walking posture a little awkward. Du Chunyang was an experienced person and understood it at a glance. She was secretly happy, but pretended to be serious and agreed. Okay, Tsaitsui will rest today. I will do any work. She reacted just after she finished speaking. Wait, where did you get this rabbit? While handing the rabbit over, Hao Ren took out the fungus from his pocket and showed it to his mother-in-law, and vividly described how he picked up the rabbit in the woods. I was wandering around in the mountains when I saw a fallen tree covered in wood-ear mushrooms. Just as I was about to leave, a rabbit bumped into the tree stump. It had landed on its own. Du Chunyang weighed the rabbit, estimating it to be around 3 or 4 pounds. She couldn't help but mutter, "These days, people can't even get enough to eat, yet this rabbit is so fat." Hu Zi, standing by, circled around the rabbit, his eyes lighting up. "The rabbit is so cute, Mom, let's keep it." "Why keep it? People can't even eat, why keep it? Get out of here." Seeing Hu Zi's reluctance to leave, Hao Ren was happy. He turned to his mother-in-law and said, "Mom, let's have some lunch this afternoon. It can be considered a small celebration. Don't we still have millet at home?" Du Chunyang rolled her eyes at him and said, "You're just greedy. But that's okay. There's still some corn left from the one I borrowed last time, and you've almost recovered. Let's steam some dry rice today. We'll all be happy." Then she dragged Lin Laosen to go and process the rabbit. Seeing that he couldn't help, Hao Ren was happy to be free and ran into the house to find his wife. The two of them were flirting with each other, and laughter could be heard from time to time in the room. The atmosphere was extremely sweet. In the kitchen, Du Chunyang was spreading out the fungus that Hao Ren brought back, preparing to dry it in the sun, while Lin Laosen was skillfully peeling the skin of a rabbit. Listening to the laughter of her daughter and son-in-law in the room, Du Chunyang's eyes were a little red. She wiped her tears and said with emotion, "Our daughter has finally made it. This son-in-law really knows how to care for people. From now on, Tsuitsui will not suffer any grievances." Without even looking up, Lin Laosen replied, "I knew this kid was reliable. I was right to carry him back." Du Chunyang complained about his pretentiousness, but in her heart she was genuinely pleased. "Come on, you really think you're a fortune teller? But you did a great job. I'll give you the biggest piece of meat later." Hearing his wife's words, Lin Laosen also smiled cheerfully, a rare moment. "Hey, then let's eat it all. You can also replenish your energy." Although Hao Ren had eaten 3 large buns in the morning, his stomach began to protest again in the afternoon. He secretly glanced at his wife and found that she was not hungry at all, probably because she was used to the rhythm of 2 meals a day. He secretly resolved to ensure his family had 3 hot meals a day, never to go hungry again. As a time traveler, armed with a system, he would be a failure if he couldn't provide a good life for his wife. Just as he was daydreaming about his future, his stomach growled. Lin Tsuitsui was amused by his stomach growling and chuckled. "You didn't eat breakfast? Are you hungry? I'll go see how mommy is cooking." Little did she know that he had already eaten, but just didn't dare to bring it home. Hao Ren quickly held her hand and said, "You're not feeling well. Don't move. I'll go see if the meal is ready." As he entered the kitchen, he was greeted by the rich aroma of meat. He couldn't help but take 2 deep breaths. It was truly delicious. As he got closer, he saw a heavy pot propped up on the stove. It looked more like a thickened helmet, with a 2-finger-wide lip for easy support. While sturdy, it certainly made cooking very slow. Du Chunyang saw him come in and hurriedly greeted him. "Why are you here? Are you hungry? The meat will be ready soon. I'll put it in a pot after I finish stewing it, and then add the corn and rice. Go and rest first, I'll call you when the meal is ready." Hu Zi, for the first time today, didn't need to be called. He moved his small stool to sit in the yard early to wait for the meal, his nose constantly sniffing the aroma from the pot. When the meal was served, Hu Zi couldn't wait to pick up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth, not caring about the heat. As he ate, he praised, "Rabbit meat is so delicious." Hao Ren listened with a chuckle. He also picked up a piece of meat, blew on it gently, and placed it in Tsuitsui's bowl. Tsuitsui blushed, lowered her head, and took a bite. The fragrance exploded in her mouth, and she smiled happily, as adorable as a little animal. Seeing the whole family enjoying their meal, Hao Ren also ate heartily. Although only a little salt was added without any other seasoning, Du Chunyang's cooking skills were excellent. The rabbit meat was stewed to a crisp and tender texture, and the millet rice was sweet and delicious. He couldn't stop eating it. Halfway through the meal, Hao Ren suddenly remembered something and turned to ask, "Dad, Mom, is there a market nearby? I want to exchange the fungus I picked today for some food, and see if there's anything I can do to make a living." Du Chunyang was slightly taken aback by Hao Ren's question, then responded with a serious expression. She explained that it was the 2nd day of the Lunar New Year, and around this time of year, there would be a market in the village east of Wushu River, where villagers would come and go to exchange what they needed, making the place bustling with activity. Unfortunately, the past 2 years have been rough, with bad harvests, and the population is estimated to be sparse. Lin Laosen took over the conversation, saying that if they really wanted to exchange for food, they would have to go to the town. He reminded Hao Ren that the country people value practicality, and would not want the meager things he brought. Hao Ren asked. Then who do you plan to take me there? Setsui is not convenient, and Hu Zi is young, right? Is it far to go to the town? Lin Lao San calculated the distance, and said it was about 10 miles, not far. But Hu Zi was still young and useless, so he planned to go find his second brother's dog, who was quite clever. Du Chunyang was upset when she heard this and blurted out. Third Lin, you've been kicked out of the Lin family. Why are you still talking about that? She sighed with some heartache, saying that she knew her second sister-in-law and nephew had a hard time with the old lady, but she also told them not to bother her anymore. Lin Lao San's eyes reddened as he heard this, and he whispered, We're having a hard time, and it's not easy for them either. If it weren't for my second brother stepping in, maybe you and your mother would be the orphans and widows now. It turned out that the Lin family had originally planned to send the third son of the Lin family to the army, but his second brother loved him so much that he went instead. However, he never returned and later received news that he had died while fighting. Back then, they lived in the same courtyard and could help each other out whenever they needed help. Later, the family split up, and Lin Lao San was kicked out, so the interactions between the relatives faded. Occasionally, when he ran into Go Zi on the street, he'd give him some food, just to show his appreciation. Seeing the atmosphere was a bit gloomy, Hao Ren took the initiative to speak. Okay, then when I'm ready to go, I'll trouble Brother Guzi to lead the way. Otherwise, it will be inconvenient for me to go alone because I'm not familiar with the terrain. The next day, Hao Ren didn't rush to leave. Having just arrived in this unfamiliar world, he planned to first understand the system's functions and familiarize himself with the surroundings. After all, relying solely on picking fruits in the mountains was too slow and unsafe to make money. He had to take the right path. Especially at night, looking at the woman sleeping in his arms, he always felt a sense of responsibility. In his previous life, he was used to staying at home, so how could he experience the love of family? Now that he had a family, he wanted to give it a try. The house was made of straw, the meals were bland, and the living conditions were poor. He secretly vowed to first feed his family, and then build them a large house that could shelter them from the wind and rain. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to do anything peacefully in the house at night because of the poor soundproofing. Since fate had given him a second chance, and had also gifted him with such a gentle woman, he planned to start a new life. But there was no going back. Those 21st century skyscrapers, relatives and friends, anime, and happy water, all became memories. Hao Ren looked up, letting 2 lines of tears slide down his cheeks. He whispered goodbye. Goodbye, my family. Goodbye, my anime world. After a long moment, he composed himself and began to accept reality. He wandered around the village thinking, intending to quickly familiarize himself with the place where he would be staying. Xiaolin village was small, and any news spread quickly. Soon, the whole village knew that the young man brought back by Lin Laosan's family was out and about in the village. Everyone also knew that he and Setsui had been married. This news caused a sensation in the village. Many people cast curious glances, some took a quick look and left, while others couldn't help but step forward to inquire. Oh, this is Setsui's man. He looks very energetic, but it's a pity. You are the boy that the third brother brought back from outside, right? He looks quite smart. I am your 5th aunt, and we are family. Hao Ren greeted everyone with a smile, not being aloof to anyone. He tried hard to remember everyone's name and appearance while greeting them. He knew that he would have to interact with people when he lived in the village, so he was prepared. When he got home at noon, he rushed into the kitchen, scooped up a ladle of cold water, and gulped it down. He'd been talking all morning, and his throat was almost burning. The house was quiet. His parents and Hu Zi were gone. Only Setsui was sitting on a low stool, sewing. He tiptoed over and before she could react, he bent down and kissed her on the cheek. My dear, what are you doing? Setsui was startled and her face flushed. Are you crazy? It would be terrible if our parents saw us doing this in broad daylight. Hao Ren chuckled and said, What's wrong with a kiss from his wife? He looked around and asked, Mom, Dad, and Hu Zi aren't here. What are you doing? Setsui didn't say anything. She tied a knot and bit the thread before standing up. She said softly, I've altered this dress for you. Try it on. You're going into town tomorrow, so you can't be shabby. Hao Ren took the clothes and changed them right in front of her without saying a word, which scared Setsui so much that she turned away. After he put them on, she looked around him twice and nodded with satisfaction. Well, it fits well. It makes you look more energetic this way. Hao Ren smiled and put his arm around her, teasing her. My wife's craftsmanship is really good. I think you can open a clothing store. Oh no, you're so pretty. I have to hide it so that others won't notice you. Setsui was so embarrassed by his words that she trembled all over and blushed even more. Where did you learn this? You keep talking so sweetly. I'm not the daughter of a wealthy family. I'm just a country girl. After dinner, Hao Ren mentioned his plan to go to town tomorrow. Lin Lao San nodded and said, Okay, I'll ask Hu Zi to go to the old house and tell Go Zi to pick you up early tomorrow morning. Then do you want to take anything with you? I can bring it back together. Lin Laosan smiled and said, Just be careful about your own safety. Go early and come back early, and don't cause any trouble. When Hu Zi arrived at the Lin family's old house, the whole family happened to be sitting around the table for dinner. Although the old lady was not very enthusiastic about the third son's family, she looked at this little grandson with a different eye. She greeted him. Hu Zi, you're here. Have you eaten? Ask your aunt to get you a bowl of soup. Hu Zi politely shook his head and casually explained the purpose of his trip, saying that his father had asked him to invite Go Zi and that he would go to town with Hao Ren tomorrow. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen from the Lin family sneered. Isn't he just a beggar? He needs someone to lead the way to town. The old lady immediately frowned and slammed her hand on the table. It's none of your business. If you can't eat, go inside. Old man Lin coughed and said, as if to make the decision. The dog will come with you tomorrow. I have nothing to do at home. Go Zi felt relieved when he heard his grandfather nod. He was actually quite willing to help this man from his third uncle's family. Besides, he just wanted to see what kind of person Hao Ren, who had been making a lot of noise in the village recently, was. The next day, just after dawn, Hao Ren opened the door and saw a dark and thin boy standing at the gate. He looked about 15 or 16 years old, but his eyes showed a sense of cleverness. The boy quickly stepped forward to greet him, saying that his uncle had asked him to come and that his name was Go Zi. Hao Ren's first impression of Go Zi was quite good. He figured the kid, who had lost his father at a young age, was more mature than his peers, and his words and actions seemed quite mature. He nodded and said, My name is Hao Ren, you can call me Brother Ren. Today, you can lead the way and tell me about the situation here. Go Zi quickly responded, saying he was very familiar with the town. The two of them set off for town without having breakfast, and along the way Go Zi would occasionally introduce Hao Ren to things happening in and around the village. This gave Hao Ren a rough idea of the surroundings, and he could tell that Go Zi was actually quite happy, even though he didn't say it. On the way, Go Zi saw Hao Ren holding a small bag and wanted to take it over to help him several times. Hao Ren initially refused, saying the bag wasn't heavy. But after Go Zi's insistence, he finally handed the small bag over to him. By the time we reached the edge of town, around 8 in the morning, the streets were already bustling with activity. Despite the famine, there were still plenty of vendors, but business was slow and the prices were not cheap at all. Hao Ren was about to buy some steamed buns when Go Zi quickly stopped him. 3 cents each? They were only 1 cent last year, Ren. This is too expensive. We can't afford it. Hao Ren was also stunned when he heard this. He calculated that he only had about 100 coins on him. At today's prices, he could only buy about 30 buns. Thinking about the large buns in the system mall that cost only 1 coin each, he couldn't help but sigh. But they had both been hungry all morning, and they couldn't just eat the wind. So Hao Ren insisted on spending 3 cents to buy 3 multigrain steamed buns, eating one himself and stuffing the remaining 2 with Go Zi. Go Zi wolfed down his food, grumbling about the waste and suggesting he could borrow some cold water from a neighbor. Hao Ren smiled and patted him. All right, eat something to fill your stomach. I'll treat you to a good meal at noon. The emperor has plenty of hungry soldiers. Go Zi was so happy when he heard this that he ate the steamed bun in 2 or 3 bites, even picking up the crumbs that fell on the ground and eating them. After eating, Go Zi took Hao Ren to the grain store in town. Hao Ren stood at the door of the grain shop, carefully calculating the prices on the wall. A dough of rice cost 120 won, millet 60, wheat 40, and flour 80. Using a wooden bucket, he estimated that a dough weighed only 12 or 13 jin. He calculated in his mind that rice was about 10 won per jin, millet 5 won, and white flour 6.5 won. Comparing this to the prices sold in his own system's mall, rice at 2 won per jin, and high-quality flour at 3 won, the price difference was quite significant. Hao Ren instantly had a thought. This was a golden opportunity to get rich by speculating. But reason quickly poured cold water on him. Even if he could really get the rice and flour, how could he possibly steal the business these days? Without connections, just touching the grain would be enough to get someone dumped in the wilderness. Moreover, there were only a few wealthy families in town who could afford rice and flour. The grain store couldn't even sell its own goods, so how could it accept other people's goods? Not to mention the grain produced by his system, each one of them was dazzlingly white, and it was obvious at first glance that it was not ordinary food. To save his life, he decided to give up and just go back and eat secretly. Then he went to the blacksmith shop with Go Zi to buy a new pot for the family. The old pot was too rough and could only cook porridge. Hao Ren almost collapsed from eating it every day. He shared his idea with the blacksmith, even sketching a rough sketch on the ground. The blacksmith agreed that it could be made, but not as thin as in the sketch. It would cost 300 won, with a deposit of 100 won to be paid first, and he could pick it up in 10 days. Hao Ren shook his head when he heard that. It was too expensive. He hadn't really intended to buy a pot, but mainly wanted to understand the level of craftsmanship in this era. He had plenty of pots in his system, but it would be difficult to explain if he actually took them out, so he decided not to do anything rash. Estimating that it was almost noon, he turned around and called to Guzi. "Come on, brother will treat you to dinner." Guzi, nervous, led Hao Ren to a shop on the town's main street. He asked Hao Ren hesitantly, "Brother Ren, are we really going to eat here? Where's the money?" Hao Ren looked up at the small, two-story restaurant. The plaque on the door read, "Emoji Restaurant," looking a bit dated. He turned to look at Guzi, frowning and asking, "Is this the best restaurant in town you mentioned?" Guzi nodded immediately and said, "Of course. The town isn't big, and this restaurant is a branch in the county town, so it's quite famous." Guzi continued to explain, "The other restaurants are just small workshops. Although this one has been quiet lately, it's still the biggest and best in town." "I heard there's a Beijing-style stir-fry," Guzi said, swallowing his saliva. When Hao Ren heard the word stir-fry, his eyes lit up and he immediately made a decision. "What are we waiting for? Let's go in and take a look." He pushed the door open and walked in. He saw a few lonely tables and chairs in the main hall. In the corner, a waiter-like man was dozing off. The restaurant was completely empty. There wasn't a single customer at noon, which surprised Hao Ren somewhat. But he didn't think too much and shouted to the waiter directly, "Waiter, order the food!" The waiter was startled when he was woken up. He looked up and saw that there was actually a customer coming. He immediately greeted him excitedly. He wiped the tables and chairs and said, "Please take a seat, gentlemen. Come inside." After Hao Ren sat down, he asked curiously, "Why is there no one in your shop at this time of the day?" The waiter sighed, his face filled with helplessness. "You two are the first customers to come to our restaurant in the past 2 weeks. Business used to be quite brisk. But over the past 2 years, it's been getting worse day by day. If this restaurant wasn't owned by the owner, it would have been sold long ago." What the waiter didn't say was that since the young master took over 3 months ago, there was no one to take care of the restaurant. Now it was only him, the accountant, and a young master who didn't care about anything who were left to support it. Hao Ren didn't take it seriously and said, "I heard you have stir-fried dishes? Bring me some specialties so I can taste your cooking skills." The waiter shook his head repeatedly. "We can't stir-fry now." Hao Ren asked in confusion, "Why can't we cook anymore?" The waiter didn't hide the truth. "When we first arrived, we brought a cook with us, but business was bad, so the cook was transferred back to the county. The pots and pans are still there, but no one knows how to cook." After hearing this, Hao Ren had an idea. As long as there's a pot, that's enough. He smiled and asked, "So what can you guys do now?" The waiter smiled awkwardly and said, "At most, I'll make you 2 bowls of chopped green onion noodles, just enough for 1 meal." Hao Ren smiled bitterly. He had originally planned to have a free meal, show off his culinary skills to scare people, and then discuss business with the owner. But now his plan had to change. He pretended to be unhappy. "I came to your restaurant for no reason, and I can't even have a stir-fry. Send your young master out. I want to see if your restaurant can still operate." The dog next to him was almost crying with fear. "Brother Ren, we can't even afford to buy noodles, let alone cook. Let's go quickly. What will we do if something really happens?" Meanwhile, in the backyard, Mo Yuan lay in a rattan chair, basking in the sun, his face awash with frustration. 3 months ago, his father had banished him to this shabby place, hoping to achieve something, but reality proved tougher than his fists. With the restaurant's business dwindling, even he had given up on himself, living a life of idleness. At this time, the waiter Juzi ran over in a panic. "Master, 2 people came to the front hall and insisted that we cook for them. No matter how I tried to persuade them, they wouldn't leave." And Mo Yuan wanted to get angry, but when he heard someone mention cooking, he became interested. In this poor place, there are actually people who know this? He immediately became alert. "Come on, take me to see it." And Mo Yuan walked into the front hall and saw 2 people who looked like country people in shabby clothes from afar. One of them was calm, while the other looked nervous. He muttered to himself, "These 2 people also want to eat stir-fried dishes. I am afraid they are here to cause trouble." He walked forward and asked, "Are you the ones who want to order stir-fried dishes?" Hao Ren noticed the well-dressed young man across from him, though a bit young, yet he didn't immediately turn him away. He secretly admired his good taste. He bowed and said, "Yes, I'm Hao Ren. I've heard your restaurant can make stir-fries, so I came here to try it." Mo Yuan also bowed slightly. "My name is Mo Yuan. What would you like to order, sir?" Hao Ren smiled inwardly. The young man had indeed taken the bait, so he said, "Do you have yellow river carp, fried shrimp, or 4 happiness meatballs? If not, I'd like some salt-fried chicken and 2 bowls of bamboo shoots and pork noodles." Just stir-fry 2 seasonal vegetables. My brother is almost starving. He said it with a beaming face and a strong tone, which made Guzi drool and Juzi stunned. Mo Yuan was also a little surprised. What you said, not only here, no one in the whole town can make it. Have you eaten all of this? Hao Ren chuckled and said, Of course. Not only have I eaten it, I can also make it. I know a thing or two about cooking. Mo Yuan's eyes widened, his face flushed with excitement. You really can do it? Hao Ren waved his hand and smiled. Brother Mo and I hit it off right away. Why don't you lend me your kitchen today? I'll cook a few dishes for you to try. Just consider it a way to make friends. When Mo Yuan heard this, he immediately became alert, and quickly made way for the kitchen. Brother Hao, please! Drawn to a pot on the stove. He rushed over as if he had discovered a treasure. He excitedly asked Mo Yuan, Where did this pot come from? Seeing Hao Ren so excited, Mo Yuan couldn't help but smile smugly. He said that his father had asked an old chef from Tokyo City to make this pan to order, and that no one else in Kaifeng could make such a thin pan. Hao Ren understood. No wonder the pot looked so familiar. It was almost identical to the iron pot he remembered from the village stove, only slightly smaller. This also proved that the basic cooking utensils were already in place in this era, and he immediately felt more at ease. He walked around the kitchen and found that the basic seasonings were quite complete, including soy sauce, vinegar, sesame oil, and lard. However, the ingredients were a bit shabby. They were probably what they usually ate for themselves. After all, the restaurant was deserted and all the customers were gone. However, when Hao Ren saw the 4 or 5 gene piece of pork in the basin, his eyes suddenly lit up, and an idea immediately came to his mind. He turned to Mo Yuan and said, I know this place pretty well. Let my brother stay and help me. You guys go wait outside first. Mo Yuan originally wanted to stay and see what was going on, but after hearing this, he touched his nose and agreed with a smile, then left the kitchen with the cook and Juzi. Juzi looked back at the kitchen with some confusion. Mo Yuan smiled and said, Don't you understand? They are afraid that we will steal their skills. Come on, wait and taste it. Although he said it lightly, he still had a faint expectation in his heart. In the kitchen, only Hao Ren and a guy named Guzi were left. Hao Ren, while skillfully tending to the stove, took a cucumber from the side and stuffed it into Guzi's mouth, saying, You don't have to do anything, just help me keep an eye on it and don't let anyone outside peek. Guzi nodded blankly, chewing on a cucumber while keeping his eyes fixed on Hao Ren's every move, afraid of missing anything. The star of the meal was the pork, but pork these days was not so easy to prepare. It had a strong fishy smell and was difficult to handle. Hao Ren first grilled the entire piece of meat over a fire, specifically burning the skin to destroy the pig's sweat glands. Once the skin turned black and blistered, he rinsed it in water. This step was crucial, removing the fishy smell and enhancing the flavor. Then he began to cut the pork. He cut the pork belly into square pieces, chopped the lean meat into fine strips, and cut the remaining fat and lean parts into 2-inch strips. Before the water boiled, he placed the shredded pork and strips of meat in separate bowls, added rice wine to remove the fishy smell, and then added some soy sauce and salt. Since he didn't have starch, he made an egg batter with flour and coated it with batter. After the oil heats up, he fries the shredded pork first, removing it when it's 80% done. He then deep fries the strips of pork he'll be making into crispy pork twice, leaving them crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. By the time the water boils, he blanches the pork belly, skimming off the scum before rinsing it with warm water. Then, leaving a little oil in the pan, he added the processed pork belly and frying it over low heat until golden brown. He then added peppercorns, scallions, ginger, and soy sauce and stir-fried them. He also threw in a piece of cane sugar for flavor, then added hot water and simmered the mixture until the broth thickened, adding salt. While the meat was stewing, he cleaned the millet and steamed a pot of hot millet rice in the same pot he used back home. Hao Ren rummaged around and found another piece of tofu. He hesitated for a moment, wondering whether to make minced meat tofu or pan-fry it. Finally, they decided to keep it simple and just make some pan-fried tofu. Fry it until golden brown on both sides, sprinkle it with chopped green onions and salt, and serve. By this time, Guzi was completely stunned, motionless with half a cucumber in his mouth, staring intently at Hao Ren who was busy at the stove. The expert knife skills, the swift movements, and the aroma that slowly drifted through the air convinced him. Almost half an hour later, even the few people in the lobby couldn't help but breathe in deeply. The aroma had already filled the entire restaurant. The accountant, Shi Wenhao, was also attracted by the aroma. He came over to Mo Yuan and asked, Who's in the kitchen? This smells so good. Mo Yuan didn't have the energy to explain and simply waved his hand. Don't ask. Just wait and eat. In the kitchen, Hao Ren tasted a piece of tender pork belly, smacked his lips, and nodded with satisfaction. He then picked up a piece and handed it to Guzi. Try it, how does it taste? Guzi took the meat, took a bite, and felt as if he were floating. The feeling was indescribable. If he could read, he would definitely say, "My internal organs feel like they've been ironed, my whole body feels relaxed, all 36,000 pores feel refreshed as if I've eaten ginseng fruit." Seeing that Guzi was still intoxicated, Hao Ren quickly cleaned up the dishes. He made a simplified version of the fried pork shreds with Beijing sauce, and the crispy pork was divided into two parts, one for dry eating and the other for stewing. The pan-fried tofu was served while still hot, topped with chopped green onions. It was simple yet fragrant. Hao Ren counted the dishes: braised pork, shredded pork with Beijing sauce, 2 types of crispy pork, and pan-fried tofu. 5 in total, not auspicious. He thought for a moment, then turned his attention to the basket of eggs in the corner. He decided to make some scrambled eggs to make an even number. He cracked a large bowl of eggs, sprinkled them with salt and chopped green onions, heated the oil in the pan, and soon had a large plate of golden scrambled eggs. After the last dish was plated, he looked at the dishes on the table with satisfaction and finally smiled. 6 dishes, all delicious and beautiful, perfect. He called out to Guzi. "Guzi, it's done. Serve." When they brought the dishes to the lobby, Mo Yuan, Juzi and Shi Wenhao widened their eyes almost at the same time. There were 6 dishes in total, and the aroma made them salivate as soon as they were placed on the table. Mo Yuan looked at the table, then at Hao Ren, and stammered. "How, brother Hao, did you really cook these dishes?" Hao Ren smiled and clapped his hands. "Of course it wasn't anyone else. Who else could it be but me?" After saying this, he looked at the few people still standing there in a daze and called out, "Don't just look, try something." Mo Yuan's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he rubbed his hands excitedly, as if he couldn't wait to eat. Yes, 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 don't just stand there. Come sit down and try Brother Hao's cooking, it looks so delicious." As they talked, they exchanged a few pleasantries and introduced themselves. The accountant, named Shi Wenhao, was quite polite. Finally, the 4 of them took their seats. The waiter, Juzi, and the old cook did not join the table, and even Guzi refused to sit down. When Hao Ren saw this, he pushed Guzi onto the chair and said, "You are my brother, not a servant. What's wrong with eating with me?" Juzi and the chef did not force him to stay. After all, this place was Mo Yuan's territory, and he couldn't interfere too much. However, Hao Ren still ordered Juzi to go to the kitchen to get 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks, and specially divided some of each dish among them. As he divided them, he explained, "We don't have all the ingredients, so we only made a few home-cooked dishes. I won't brag about the taste. Everyone should try it and give us some feedback." Mo Yuan couldn't help laughing when he heard this, thinking to himself, "You're still going to compromise? If you really compromised, I'm not Mo Yuan anymore." Afraid that Hao Ren would keep nagging, he quickly pulled him back to his seat and said, "Stop talking and sit down quickly. This food will get cold if you don't eat it now." Shi Wenhao also agreed with a smile. "Brother Hao is really a kind person. There is no need to be so particular about a meal like this. We are not outsiders. Please come and enjoy." Hao Ren then handed the bowl to Juzi and sat back at the table with a smile. "Okay, let's start eating. Everyone is invited to dinner." Mo Yuan had been envious for a long time and immediately picked up a piece of tempting red pork belly, not even bothering to cool it down before putting it in his mouth. His eyes widened as he mumbled, "Oh my, is this really pork? Hao Ren, how did you make it? It smells so good." Shi Wenhao couldn't help nodding as he savored the food, a smile on his face, his left hand gently tapping the tabletop, clearly enjoying it immensely. After hearing Mo Yuan's excited exclamation, he put down his chopsticks and bowed to Hao Ren, praising him. "This meat is rosy in color, tender and flavorful, truly delicious and lingering on your lips and teeth. It's indescribable. Pork can be made to this extent. Master Hao is indeed the reincarnation of Iya, who can turn the most ordinary ingredients into delicacies. You should know that pork is not popular these days. Not only will it easily have a fishy smell if it is not marinated well, but rich people will also look down on it." But the poor didn't know how to cook it. Often, because of the strong smell of pork stewed in the pot, they would rather spend money on grain than meat. At most, they would refine lard to add flavor to dishes, but the price was far lower than that of mutton. Because of this, Hao Ren was able to make pork so delicious that it was irresistible. The two were truly shocked and thought to themselves, "If pork is this delicious, then wouldn't mutton or beef be heavenly?" But then he thought, eating beef is illegal. If he really wanted to try it, he'd probably have to secretly get some on the black market. Guzi had clearly eaten his fill, but he still stared at Shi Wenhao with shining eyes, as if listening to a sage's sermon. Juzi nodded as he ate, muttering, "Delicious, really delicious." The cook was honest and simple-minded. He grinned at Hao Ren and said, "Young master, I'm really impressed by your cooking skills. The food I made tasted like pig food." Before he could finish his words, Mo Yuan couldn't help but curse. If you can speak, then speak more. If you can't speak, then shut up. Do you want to say that I usually eat pig food? As Hao Ren ate his bowl of rice, his mind wandered. The millet rice of these days really isn't that tasty. It's even worse than the millet rice of later generations. Whether it's used to make porridge, cook rice, or steam buns, the fragrance is simply unmatched by today's millet. Listening to everyone's praise, he couldn't help but curl up his lips, feeling a little flattered. He thought to himself, how have you country bumpkins ever tasted real delicacies? This is just a taste of my own. Seeing that Guzi was still a little reserved, he picked up some shredded pork with chopsticks and put it in Guzi's bowl, then called Mo Yuan and Shi Wenhao. Come on, brother Mo, Mr. Shi, try this shredded pork, don't just focus on the pork belly. The two of them glanced over and saw strips of meat covered in sauce on the plate, evenly thick and fragrant. Mo Yuan didn't bother to talk, eating until he was sweating profusely. He lowered his head and gave Hao Ren a thumbs up. Shi Wenhao ate more slowly, savoring his food, but his chopsticks picked up the food much faster. Suddenly, he noticed the neatly sliced green onions on the bottom of the plate and asked curiously, Brother Hao, what are these green onions for? Upon hearing this, Hao Ren put down his chopsticks and explained with a smile. This is used to relieve greasiness. Eat it with shredded pork, and you won't feel sick even if you eat too much. Seeing the two nod thoughtfully, he added, Originally, this dish should be served with shredded cucumber and green onion, and then wrapped in thinly sliced bean curd or flatbread. It's just a temporary workaround due to limited ingredients, but it still retains the feeling of being less greasy and can be enjoyed by people with different tastes. This way of eating is not only versatile, but everyone can find their favorite flavor. As soon as the words fell, everyone at the table froze. The entire restaurant fell silent, even their chopsticks stopped in midair. Hao Ren was frightened by the stares, wondering what was going on. Was there something on my face? Mo Yuan grabbed his hand, as excited as if he had seen the god of wealth. Brother, you are amazing! This is not just cooking, this is simply learning. Go Zi, Zhu Zi, and the old chef also nodded rapidly, saying, Young Master Mo is so right! Shi Wenhao looked at Hao Ren with admiration and exclaimed, A single dish can reveal so many truths. You're so young yet so thoughtful. You'll definitely achieve great things in the future. Mo Yuan couldn't stand the sour praise. He grabbed Hao Ren's arm again and asked hurriedly, Brother, can you give this dish a name? Hao Ren pulled his hand back and gently pointed at the brown shredded pork on the plate. He said calmly, It's called Beijing sauce shredded pork. Chapter 14 You are my brother. Beijing-style shredded pork with sauce? Shi Wenhao asked doubtfully. Could it be? Is this a practice that has spread from the capital? I've never heard of it before. Hao Ren didn't want to elaborate, so he said noncommittally, This dish is my own creation, and it's not available on the market. As for why I chose this name, it's for other reasons. Mo Yuan didn't care, telling him that as long as it tasted good, he didn't care. Beijing sauce shredded pork is a great name. It sounds like a dish only gentlemen in Tokyo would eat. What about that dish just now? Braised pork. Then he continued to introduce other dishes. Deep-fried crispy pork, stewed crispy pork, pan-fried tofu, scrambled eggs. Following his introduction, everyone tried several other dishes, each of which had its own unique flavor. For Mo Yuan, apart from scrambled eggs, he had never heard of the other dishes, let alone tasted them. I hardly eat pork, but I didn't expect it to be so delicious. Even tofu is usually eaten stewed with cabbage. I have never seen it eaten like this. How could he know that the scrambled eggs were simply Hao Ren's smuggled goods? Shi Wenhao was also a poor scholar, otherwise he would not have fallen to the point of working as an accountant. Although he ate quite elegantly, he had never seen such delicious food before. Not to mention Go Zi and Zhu Zi. To them, the Jade Emperor and Queen Mother in heaven usually eat nothing more than this, right? Are the Jade Emperor and Queen Mother gods if they don't eat? The Emperor and Empress in Tokyo can't eat like this every meal, right? Go Zi secretly swore in his heart that he must follow Brother Ren in the future, because if he followed Brother Ren, he would have meat to eat. When I get back to the village, I have to tell my mother about what I ate today. It's a pity. It would be better if I could bring her a piece of meat. Follow Brother Hao Ren well from now on. When I make money, I'll buy some meat for Mom. The dog said to himself silently in his heart. The whole table of dishes and a pot of millet rice were devoured by everyone. Even the soup in the plate was drunk by Zhuzi, who was cleaning the table. After eating, everyone touched their stomachs in a daze, they were all too full. After a while, Mo Yuan finally came back to his senses. Brother, your skills are amazing! Who did you learn this from? Hao Ren smiled and said, I'm sorry to have laughed at you, Brother Mo. I just love to eat, so I just thought about it when I had nothing to do. These dishes are all my own ideas. Hearing this, Mo Yuan's eyes lit up, and he thought of his father in the county town. If these dishes appeared in the county town's restaurant. Having made up his mind, he said to Hao Ren, "Brother, you should know that my family runs a restaurant. Even though the business here is not good, it is still one of the best in the county." Then he asked tentatively, "Brother, are you interested in coming back to the county with me? Our restaurant is still short of a chef, and I think you'd be perfect for the job. The monthly salary is negotiable, just ask for whatever you want." Hao Ren was not willing to agree to him. "I have to go back to my wife and children, how can I follow you to be a cook?" "I appreciate your kindness, Brother Mo, but I just got married and I really can't bear to leave my lovely wife at home and travel around. I hope Brother Mo can forgive me." Hearing this, Mo Yuan couldn't help but feel sorry. He didn't expect that this guy was so young and still such a lovesick person. "How about taking my sister-in-law to the county town as well?" Hao Ren waved his hands repeatedly. "Living in the county town is not easy. Don't mention it now, I'm used to living in the countryside." Seeing the two of them deadlocked, Shi Wenhao offered an idea. "I see you've only spent the better part of an hour cooking these dishes. I don't think it's too much trouble. Why don't you buy the recipes?" After hearing this, Mo Yuan was overjoyed. Yes, that's a good idea. With this recipe, the business of their county restaurant will definitely be taken to a higher level. His father would also look up to him. He immediately held Hao Ren's hand and said anxiously, "Brother, oh no, brother! You are my real brother! You must sell the recipe to me!" Seeing that Hao Ren was unmoved, Mo Yuan looked at him with a pleading look. "Brother, to be honest, I got into trouble in the county town. My father drove me here. With your recipes, not only can I return to the county town, but I can also make my restaurant more prosperous." It's no wonder Mo Yuan is anxious. He has been in this town for 3 months and his father has no intention of letting him go back. He had gotten into trouble in the county academy and beaten someone, causing his father to not only apologize and pay compensation, but also drive him to this place in anger. Seeing that the situation was almost heated, Hao Ren said with embarrassment, "Since Brother Mo has said so, I must help you." "But—" Mo Yuan understood immediately. "The price is negotiable. Brother, let's sit down and discuss the price. I will definitely not let you suffer any loss." The three of them sat down again. Hao Ren didn't know what price to ask for, so he didn't speak rashly. Mo Yuan said to Shi Wenhao, "Mr. Shi, how much do you think is a suitable amount for us to pay?" Shi Wenhao did some mental calculations and said, "People have been short of money these past 2 years, so pork has become cheaper. However, at 30 cents a pound in our town, not many people can afford it." After thinking for a moment, he continued, "But dishes like braised pork and shredded pork with Beijing sauce in the county town definitely can't be less than 50 or 60 coins per serving. How about we charge 1 coin per dish?" Mo Yuan didn't care about this and said to Hao Ren, "Brother, what do you think? If it's not enough, let's add more." Hao Ren thought about it, and felt that 1 guan of money was not a small amount. According to Shi Wenhao, it could be exchanged for more than 30 kilograms of pork. It is not possible to take a commission from the cooperation. Firstly, it is troublesome, and secondly, Hao Ren does not value this little money. It would be possible to extort a large sum of money from Mo Yuan, but he didn't know this person. If he was a ruthless person, he and Go Zi might not be able to return to Xiaolin village with such a huge sum of money. The most important thing is that his family is barely making ends meet, and he urgently needs some money as startup capital. As long as he can solve the problem of food and clothing, it will be easy for him to make money by relying on them all. 5 strings of cash, although a little less, but it doesn't matter to Mo Yuan. For him it is life-saving money. After figuring everything out, Hao Ren readily agreed. "All right. Let's do as Mr. Shi says. Just give me 5 strings of cash for these dishes. Although these dishes are probably worth far more than this is our first collaboration, so let's be friends." No matter how shameless he is, that fried egg cannot be counted as money. After hearing this, Mo Yuan quickly waved his hands and said, 6 dishes, 6 strings of money. How can you ask for less?" He didn't care about the money. In his opinion, these dishes were very cheap. He didn't know whether Shi Wenhao, the new nerdy accountant, was not good at business and didn't understand the value of these dishes, or he was deliberately favoring him. However, Hao Ren insisted on only accepting 5 strings of cash. He was really worried that people would be greedy and if he asked for more, he would anger the other party and start killing and robbing. That would be a big deal. After all, it was only 1 string of cash, which was enough for him right now. He didn't have time to waste, as his family was struggling to make ends meet. Hao Ren didn't agree. "Just 5 strings of cash. Consider it making you a friend. If you really feel bad, just give me that pot on the stove." He didn't really need the pot. He mainly wanted Guzzi to see it so that when he bought a pot from the system in the future, it wouldn't arouse suspicion. One of them insisted on giving more while the other refused to take anything. In the end, Hao Ren won. Mo Yuan had no choice but to give up, thinking that he might as well take advantage of this opportunity and visit him with generous gifts in a few days. As long as he can make friends with this person, he will have as many recipes as he wants in the future, right? Mo Yuan thought that he would return to the county town after getting the recipe, and he didn't need the pot, so he immediately agreed. Okay. Let's just consider it as making friends. Next, Hao Ren dictated and Wen Hao recorded, while the chef beside him asked some questions about the details from time to time. Mo Yuan even asked Guzzi to buy another piece of meat. After watching Hao Ren instruct the chef to make the dish again, and seeing that it turned out to be almost the same, Mo Yuan felt relieved. After finding out Hao Ren's address, he reluctantly saw him and Guzzi out. Hao Ren was also in a good mood. See you later. Come visit Xiaolin village when you have time. Mo Yuan also bowed solemnly. I'm grateful for your kindness today, brother. I got a great deal of 5 strings of cash. I will definitely come visit you someday. Don't forget me when you have a new recipe in the future. Hao Ren laughed heartily. Old rules, 1 dish for 1 guan, no cheating. I'll write a few for you next time. Brother! You really are my brother! Chapter 15, Make Money and Buy. Walking on the street with heavy copper coins. Hao Ren was also very happy. It was his first pot of gold. This is the first money I have earned since coming to this world. However, this 1 string of coins was really not light, estimated to be more than 10 pounds. Fortunately, Mo Yuan exchanged the other 4 strings for silver. I arrived at the grain store I visited in the morning. Hao Ren found an excuse to get Guzzi out of the way. Here's 10 cents. I just saw a vendor selling rattan baskets on the west side of the street. Go buy a big one that's big enough to carry, or we won't be able to carry the things we buy back. Watching Guzzi walking away with the blame on his back, Hao Ren turned and walked into the grain store. I spent 60 coins to buy a bushel of millet. A few days ago, my family borrowed 2 pounds of millet from someone and returned it. I gave the shop assistant 2 more coins and asked for 2 sacks to carry the grain. Seeing that Guzzi had not returned yet, Hao Ren sat down on a stone at the entrance of the alley with Xiaomi on his back and waited for him. I summoned the mall in my mind and tried it. The money in my hand really disappeared, and the balance in the mall also decreased from more than 100 won to a little more than 5 taels. Seeing that there was no one around, Hao Ren walked stealthily into the alley. When he came out a short while later, there were 10 kilograms of rice and 10 kilograms of flour in the 2 empty sacks respectively. When Guzzi came back with a wicker basket, he saw Hao Ren sitting there with 3 sacks filled with things at his feet. Guzzi handed Hao Ren 5 coins and said, Brother Ren, the man selling the baskets wanted 6 coins each. I saw he wasn't doing much business, so I bargained with him and bought it for 5 coins. This is the rest of the money. Hao Ren didn't take it. You take it. How can you, a grown man, not have a penny on you? Guzzi got a little anxious when he heard this. Brother Ren, how can I take your money? I didn't do anything with you and even had such a delicious meal with you. Just take it if I tell you to. How are you going to find a wife in the future if you keep scribbling all the time? After hearing this, Guzzi blushed and carefully put the 5 cents in his arms. Thank you, Renji. Seeing him accept it, Hao Ren said with satisfaction. You little brat, you're still polite to me. That's right, follow me and work hard. Good days are yet to come. Come on, take me to the cloth shop and the pork stall. With the help of Guzzi, he put all the things into the wicker basket. Taking a look at the bag of fungus, Hao Ren smiled. When I arrived at the pork stall, it was probably almost closing time. There was hardly anyone in front of the stall. The butcher, Jing, a man covered in fat, saw someone approaching his stall and quickly stepped forward to greet them. What would you like to order? We're closing soon, so I'll give you a discount. Top quality pork, 29 won a pound. It's about the same price as Wen Hao mentioned. Hao Ren thought. He was not interested in the pork on Jing the butcher's stall. No matter how you cook it, it's not quite right. Although Guzzi and the others can't tell the difference, that's because they have never eaten delicious pork. Boss, do you have any pig heads for sale? Xing Tu looked at the young man in front of him in confusion. Pig head? Is the village going to open an ancestral hall for sacrifice? You have to make a reservation in advance. I don't kill pigs every day. Seeing that the other party had misunderstood his meaning, Hao Ren quickly explained. It's not about opening the ancestral hall, it's about taking it home to eat. Although he was a little puzzled, wondering who would buy pig heads specifically to eat, he still answered honestly. Pig heads are cheaper. If you want a whole one, it's 20 coins per pound. I'll reserve it for you in advance whenever you want it. Hao Ren pointed at the dog next to him and said, All right. I or my brother will come over and we'll discuss it. We can't take anything away today because we have too much stuff. After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave, but his eyes inadvertently glanced at a large basin under the chopping board, and his eyes lit up. Boss, how much do you sell this pot of food for? Xingtu was even more puzzled. If he had money, he could buy pig heads instead of pork, but why did he keep buying pig offal? You're talking about pig offal. That stuff is never sold properly. People still buy hearts, livers, lungs, etc. and give a few extra coins to take some home to cook and eat, but no one wants intestines or something like that. Hao Ren wasn't surprised at all. These days, people can't even cook pork well, let alone these things, especially the intestines and stomach. If they weren't handled properly, let alone eat them. Don't even touch these things without spices, but these days, spices are much more valuable than pigs, so no one has time to spare. Boss, if I need this stuff in bulk, can you get it? How much is it per pound? Butcher Jing thought for a moment and said, If you want a large quantity, I'll have to go to the county town to buy it. I know all the butchers anyway. I'll charge you a commission, 5 cents per pound. Let's make it clear in advance that you can't buy less. The minimum order is 100 pounds. Hao Ren thought it was about the same. He had to let others make some money. It was hard-earned money, otherwise it would be difficult for him to get these things, so he agreed. Okay. And you can get me some pig's trotters as well. We can calculate the payment later. I'll come over in advance. After they walked away, Guzzi finally plucked up the courage to ask. Brother, why did you buy those things? They don't taste good. It would be better to buy food with that money. Hao Ren couldn't explain to him that others were reluctant to use spices, but he wasn't afraid. It was cheap in the system. I guess he is the only one in this era who is willing to cook pig heads and offal with spices. Never mind. Come on, take me to buy some cloth. I took the cloth shop into the shop and found out that coarse cloth cost 300 coins per piece, and silk cloth cost 1 coin per piece. Hao Ren touched it carefully and found that it was not cotton. Maybe there was no cotton at that time. I compared the body shapes of my family members with the boss and bought coarse cloth of several colors, each suitable for one outfit, which ended up costing me nearly 300 coins. After coming out, Guzzi saw Hao Ren still wanting to shop more, so he quickly tried to stop him. Brother Ren, if you buy any more, we won't be able to take any more. If I had known this would happen, I should have borrowed the donkey cart from Third Grandpa's house. Only then did Hao Ren realize that Guzzi was carrying the pot, and he was carrying the basket, and each of them was holding a piece of cloth in their arms. I couldn't help but smile. Oh, I didn't expect to buy so many things. I haven't bought salt, soy sauce, vinegar, etc. yet. Okay, let's come back another day. Well, next time you want to come, call me and I'll come with you. Guzzi was relieved to see that Hao Ren listened to his advice. Although he had earned 5 strings of cash, he couldn't spend it like that. It hadn't even been a day, and he had already spent so much. 5 strings of cash. 5 strings of cash. If you give it to me, I won't spend a single penny and will hide it all under my bed. No, it's okay if I spend a little money. I will buy some cloth for my mother to make her a new dress. Buy some more meat, the braised pork is so delicious. Looking at the dog standing there with a silly grin, I wonder what he is thinking. Hao Ren patted him. What are you laughing at? Are you laughing like an idiot? Let's go home. Otherwise, you won't be able to get back before dark. Well, let's go home. The 2 young men chatted and laughed as they walked towards home. The heavy bags on their backs did not slow their cheerful pace. Chapter 16 Shocked Xiaolin Villagers. The small square at the east end of the village in the evening. There is a big locust tree here, and under the tree is a big millstone. The villagers usually grind flour and beans here. This is the village's leisure and entertainment center and information distribution center. Whenever something happens in the village chief will ring an iron bell hanging on the tree trunk to notify the villagers to gather here for a meeting. There was nothing to do back then, and there was no electricity, so there was no entertainment at night. The villagers are used to chatting here. Most people haven't had dinner yet, and many people gathered here to talk to Chen, the wife of the eldest son of the Lin family. Dania's mother, are you saying that the son-in-law of your 3 brothers' wives went to town to do odd jobs? Is that true? Chen lowered her head to sew the sole of her shoe while she said with certainty. Why else would he go to town? Seeing that everyone was skeptical, he continued. If he wasn't going to do some odd jobs to earn money, why would he ask Guzzi to go with him? Didn't Guzzi do some odd jobs in town before? He must have asked Guzzi to guide him, as he's unfamiliar with the place. Some in the crowd were still skeptical. But I heard there are no day laborers in town anymore. Times are tough these days, and even strong laborers in the county town are only paid 20 cents a day for hard labor, with no food provided. And they're doing the hardest work. Yeah, they're 2 youngsters, who would want them? Chen snorted coldly. It's almost dark, and he'll be back in disgrace soon. Everyone wants to make money. Is it so easy to make money these days? You're crazy. Before the Chen family split up, they had always disliked Lin Lao San's family. Whatever benefits the couple had, they always thought about the orphan and widow of the second family, and did not take her into consideration at all. She was the eldest sister-in-law. At this time, someone with sharp eyes pointed at two people walking down the road at the village entrance, and shouted to the crowd. They're back! Look, isn't that Guzi in front of you? As soon as Hao Ren and Guzi entered the village, they saw people gathered under the tree at the entrance of the village. Dog, have you found a job? Where can I find work for you? Why don't you go to the county and be an apprentice? Before he could finish his words, the person who was speaking opened his mouth so wide that he could no longer speak. I saw that the dog was holding a piece of brand new cloth in his arms, probably at least half a piece. Nowadays, when people in the countryside buy cloth, they buy it by the meter. It's only during the Chinese New Year that you can buy a few feet of cloth. If you make a new set of clothes, you won't be able to wear them for many years. As the old saying goes, 3 years new, 3 years old, and 3 years of patching up. Besides, these days, if you have money, why buy cloth instead of food? It's enough for you to eat and drink. Young people don't know how to live and are a spendthrift. Then I looked at Hao Ren behind me. Oh my god, he was also holding so much cloth in his arms. Did these two rob the cloth shop? They were only out for 1 day. How could they have the money to buy cloth? Someone in the crowd asked with envy. Guzi, are you rich? Why did you buy so much cloth? Guzi responded with a smile. Brother Dayo, these were bought by Brother Ren. I'm just helping out. This is a way to get rich. Spendthrift. Chen, who was the focus of the crowd just now, was thrown aside. The crowd all ran over and surrounded Hao Ren and the others. Chen was slapped in the face and felt a little embarrassed. She wanted to walk away, but her eyes were fixed on the cloth in the dog's hand and she couldn't move her legs. As everyone was discussing, a thin, slightly hunched old man walked in. Seeing what Guzi was holding, he frowned and said, Guzi, what's with this cloth? Guzi looked up and said nervously, Weng, this was bought by Ren Gu, the man of Sister Tse. Hao Ren looked at the visitor with some doubt. He looked to be around 60 years old, and his tone didn't sound like that of an outsider. Seeing that he didn't recognize him, Guzi hurried over and whispered to explain. Then he suddenly understood and called out sweetly, Grandpa! Old man Lin was stunned at first, then looked at Hao Ren who was smiling. Good boy, why did you buy so much cloth? If you have money, you should buy food. In this year. How could the onlookers possibly listen to old man Lin giving a lecture? Someone immediately interrupted. Second grandpa, didn't your family split up? Stop criticizing the son-in-law of the third brother's family. Just listen to what they have to say. Old man Lin stared at the man with wide eyes. You little bastard, why are you scolding me? Even if we divide the family property, he is still my child, and he is also my grandson-in-law. Then he turned around and shouted at Hao Ren. Just go home. I don't see who dares to stop you. Then he possessed her and whispered. If you think it's troublesome, just ignore them. It's okay. Hao Ren looked at this lovely old man and thought of his grandfather in the future. Grandpa, it's okay. Can you sit down and listen too? There are some things he doesn't intend to hide. Only when everyone in the village knows that he has made money and gives something away in the future will people not be suspicious. He had to do everything he could to make people think he was rich so that he could whitewash some of the things in the mall. And in rural areas, sometimes you have to show your strength, which will save you a lot of trouble. The saying that good people are often bullied is sometimes true. Then he said to Guzi with a smile, Guzi, tell everyone else, we have nothing to do tonight anyway, and you can't eat the meat you had at noon for nothing. Guzi looked eager to try, and he was shaking with excitement as he saw more and more people gathering around him. From childhood to adulthood, he had never had such a chance to show himself. The dog pretended to be modest and said to everyone, Then let me tell you what happened today. The result was a barrage of scolding. Stop wasting time and tell me. I think you deserve a beating. Brother Guzi, tell me the story, tell me the story. Guzi put the cloth on the millstone, took off the black pot on his back, and jumped onto the millstone. Then let me tell you all about it. We went to town early in the morning without having breakfast. As soon as we got there, Brother Ren bought me 2 big steamed buns, this big. Lin Lao San's family? Lin Saitse sat in the yard and looked out the door from time to time. Hao Ren left early in the morning and hasn't come back yet. She is a little worried. Du Chunyang was also setting the table while muttering. These 2 naughty kids are so unreliable. It's almost dark and they haven't come back yet. Lin Lao San also comforted his wife. It should be here soon. That thing is not selling well in town. I can't even afford to eat. Who would be willing to buy it? Du Chunyang continued to chatter. You're just so stubborn. You can't sell it, but you come back quickly. Look how worried Artsatse is. At this moment, the neighbor Aunt Wang suddenly ran in breathlessly. Third wife, hurry, hurry, your son-in-law is back. He's surrounded by people at the big tree at the east entrance of the village. Go and check it out. After hearing this, Lin Suitsui stood up suddenly and ran quickly to the village entrance. Lin Laosan and his wife, as well as Hu Zi, followed Aunt Wang and walked towards the east entrance of the village. They didn't have time to talk on the way. When they arrived at the village entrance one after another, they found that the scene was different from what they had imagined. Du Chunyang turned around and glared at Aunt Wang. You didn't even speak clearly. I thought you were beaten. Chapter 17, The Arrogant Dog. Aunt Wang was also a little embarrassed. I ran too fast and couldn't catch my breath. I didn't explain it clearly to you. Blame me. How could Du Chunyang really complain about her? The fact that he rushed over to report the news was a sign of friendship, and besides, the two of them had a good relationship. Aunt Wang, don't worry about it. I'm not blaming you. It's my fault for not asking clearly. Lin Suitsu was excited when she saw Hao Ren in the crowd, but she didn't say anything and walked obediently to her man. During their honeymoon, when they were in love, Hao Ren saw his wife coming over and standing beside him. He immediately looked over and rubbed his shoulder against her. Chui, why are you here? It was inconvenient for Hao Ren to hold something in his arms, but he still freed up one hand and gently held Lin Suitsui's hand when no one was paying attention. Lin Suitsui was so frightened that she quickly broke free. There were so many people around, it was so embarrassing. Lin Laosan and his companions who arrived later finally squeezed into the crowd and saw this scene. A big circle was formed under the big locust tree at the entrance of the village. On the big millstone in the middle of the circle, the dog was dancing and drooling. A small group of people on the left side of the millstone were several elderly people led by Old Man Lin. They were studying the pot that Gozi had carried back. On the right was a group of young girls, young wives and a few middle-aged women, all of whom were stroking the cloth placed there with fiery eyes, and all of them had envy in their eyes. The remaining group of naughty kids, big and small, simply sat on the ground and looked up at the lively dog telling stories. Only Hao Ren stood there, doing nothing, like an outsider. When Hao Ren saw that the whole family had arrived, he just opened his mouth to say hello. Then Lin Laosan walked to the left alone and respectfully called Old Man Lin, Dad. Old Man Lin nodded and ignored his third son, lowering his head to continue his research. This pot is really thin and light, it may save a lot of firewood for cooking. Hu Zi joined the pile of dolls on the ground. Du Chunyang, who still didn't understand what was going on, was enthusiastically pulled over by a young wife. Third aunt, look at this cloth. Your brother-in-law bought it for you. The bewildered Lin Laosan and his family just blended into the crowd. Du Chunyang, who had heard a little clue, hadn't said anything yet when she saw a 10-year-old child who lived nearby bringing 2 bowls of water. He gave one bowl to his son-in-law and handed the other bowl to Guzi. Brother Guzi, drink a bowl of water. The dog, who had been thirsty for a long time, took the water from the clever child and drank it all in one gulp. The lunch was a bit salty, and I'd been talking for a long time, but the feeling of being the center of attention in the crowd is really satisfying. After returning the bowl to the young man, Guzi wiped his mouth and continued. We didn't buy anything, and we're not going home. It's so heavy to carry. Brother Ren said he'd take me out for dinner. Did he know we were going to Moji restaurant? The crowd all exclaimed in surprise. Someone who had been out explained. Moji restaurant is the best restaurant in our town. I heard it's just a branch. They have another one in the county town. A bowl of noodles costs more than 10 cents. The crowd was surprised again. Why go there to eat noodles? What a waste. The noodle stall on the edge of town only costs 5 cents. Someone immediately retorted. You can't even afford 5 cents. 2 prodigal sons. Seeing that the atmosphere was almost created, Gozi immediately used his men to suppress the crowd that was discussing. I can tell you've never seen the world. Who would eat noodles in a restaurant? It's embarrassing. Do you know what we eat? I'll tell you and scare you to death. Gozi kept exaggerating how grand Moji restaurant was, without mentioning that it had not been open for half a month. If Mo Yuan were here, he would definitely be ashamed. Is their restaurant really that good? I'm helping out while eating a cucumber. There's everything in the kitchen, so why bother eating? Why would I pay for it? Don't interrupt. You haven't seen that piece of pork. It must be 10 pounds so big. Hao Ren was amused listening to this. This guy must have heard storytelling before, but he didn't realize he had such talent. It's still 10 kilograms. If you talk about it again tomorrow, it might become 20 kilograms. There are only 4 of us at the table. Seeing that Mr. Shi and the young master of the Mo family are here, I didn't want to go to the table, but Brother Ren wouldn't let me. He said I am a brother, not a servant, Gozi said with pretended humility and pride. The crowd nodded. That's right. Gozi has made it big. He can now dine with the city gentlemen and the sons of wealthy families. Gozi had a good grasp of the rhythm. Noticing the discussion had stopped, he continued. You haven't tried the braised pork. I guess you haven't even seen it. I've never eaten anything so delicious in my life. In Mr. Shi's words, it's called, what's his name, Brother Ren? Seeing that the dog had pulled himself in, he stood there and said calmly. The color is rosy, soft, rotten and fragrant. The crowd exclaimed in admiration again. You are indeed a scholar, saying this. Look at how scholars talk, they are different from us peasants. I'm afraid they are the god of literature who has descended to earth. Looking at the chattering Gozi, Hao Ren thought that even just one day's events could be told in such a bizarre and tortuous way by him. If he were given the entire journey to the west and romance of the three kingdoms, he would be overjoyed. He couldn't continue talking because someone wanted to look through his backpack. Look how excited the dog is. If we don't stop him, he will talk until tomorrow morning. Seeing that the time was almost up, Hao Ren urged. Dog, let's make it short. It's getting dark and many people haven't eaten yet. Gozi then hurriedly told the rest of the story, but he was careful not to mention the 5 strings of cash. So everyone knew that Hao Ren exchanged so many things for just a few dishes, but they didn't know that he also had money. After Gozi finished his story, everyone felt a little unsatisfied. What happened to them that day was too bizarre for the people in the small mountain village. It was a bit unreal, so everyone felt a bit lost after listening to it. Just as the crowd was about to turn around and disperse, Hao Ren called out to everyone. He cleared his throat and solemnly addressed the crowd. Dear uncles, aunts, and grandpas, everyone knows that Suitsui and I are married. I also know that many people have spread some unpleasant rumors about us in the past, and many people have believed them. Seeing everyone looking at him, Hao Ren remained calm. Everyone saw it. I've only been out for a day and I've already brought back so many things. Can you do that? This is all the good luck Suitsui brought me. Suitsui brings good fortune to her husband. After a pause, he continued. So no matter what happened in the past, I don't want to hear anyone say bad things about Suitsui anymore. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to him. That's all I want to say. Let's go, Suitsui, go home. Everyone fell into deep thought as they looked at the many things Hao Ren brought back. In the evening, Shui looked at the man hugging her, and thought about the words he had said for her today. She couldn't help but feel emotional and took the initiative for once. The room suddenly became lively. And for the entire Xiaolin village, this was destined to be a restless night. Some people thought about Hao Ren's words and the many things he brought back, and wondered if it was really Lin Suitsui who brought the good luck. Some people also thought that Hao Ren was a capable man and should not be offended easily, so they all told their wives not to say anything bad about Lin Suitsui anymore. At Old Man Lin's request, Gozi went home and told the story again to Old Lady Lin and his family. More often than not, children can't sleep and chase their parents to ask what red braised pork is. They want to eat red braised pork. Eat, 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 all you do is eat. Where can you get meat these days? Why make braised pork? Just braise me. Many parents are furious. Then, the sound of many children being beaten and crying could be heard in Xiaolin village, one after another. Chapter 18 Shocked. Hao Ren woke up early in the morning and saw Lin Suitsui still sleeping soundly. I got out of bed gently and rubbed my waist. I still need to exercise. Last night was so crazy that even this young body couldn't bear it. No wonder my wife hasn't woken up yet. He tiptoed to the kitchen carrying the wicker basket from the corner. I came back too late yesterday, it was already dark. I drank a bowl of wild vegetable soup and went to sleep. His mother-in-law Du Chunyang was so busy admiring the cloths she had bought that she didn't care what was in the basket he was carrying. It was only dawn outside and no one at home was awake yet. Hao Ren, sneakily, tossed the bag of fungus aside and took out the 3 bags of food, ignoring the millet. He bought another 10 kilograms of rice and flour from the mall and put them into the other 2 bags. He came to the stove and put some soy sauce, vinegar and yellow paste into the empty seasoning jars. Looking at the slightly blackened coarse salt grains in the salt jar, he did not dare to buy the 2-cent bag of salt in the mall. Instead, he bought some coarse salt for pickling pickles and put it in the salt jar. After putting a piece of pork weighing more than 5 pounds and a piece of pork fat into the basin, Hao Ren breathed a sigh of relief. It was almost done. He closed them all in his mind and slowly left the kitchen. Seeing that it was still early and no one in the family had gotten up yet, he ran back to his room, hugged his wife and took another nap. It's not easy for me to get up so early in the morning for food for the whole family, he said, and then went to bed. Go to sleep. I need to get up and exercise tomorrow. I can't have back pain at such a young age. I don't know how long I slept, but Hao Ren was awakened by the startled voice of his mother-in-law in the yard. Seeing Lin Tsuitsui, who was as cute as a little deer curled up in her arms, she opened her sleepy eyes. He whispered softly in her ear, "Wake up! Get up, the sun is shining on your butt!" Thinking of the madness of last night, Lin Tsuitsui shyly punched her man's chest and quickly pushed him away. "Hurry up and get up! I heard Mom is awake. I have to go cook." Lin Tsuitsui hurriedly got up and dressed. As soon as she entered the kitchen, she saw her mother rummaging around in the kitchen, muttering like a madman, "Oh my dear mother! Oh my dear mother!" When Lin Tsuitsui came closer and took a look, she was also stunned. "What is all this? Millet? It must weigh over 10 pounds. Is that rice? So white. And a bag of flour? Wow, even whiter." Then Lin Tsuitsui also stood there blankly with stars in her eyes. When they saw pork lard again, both mother and daughter were numb. Tired. Destroy. After washing up and sitting down in the yard to prepare for dinner, Hao Ren saw that the table was still filled with the familiar bowl of wild vegetable soup for each person. His face turned dark. Why is it still vegetable porridge? Where's the rice? Where's the millet? Where's the noodles? Hao Ren asked with a puzzled look on his face. "Mom, why are you still eating this? Didn't you see the rice and flour in the kitchen?" Mrs. Du responded angrily. "You said so many things were quietly thrown in the kitchen. What if a thief broke in and stole them in the middle of the night? Where did all those things come from? Why didn't you tell me last night? I thought you spent all your money on cloth." Hao Ren, still a bit shaken by his mother-in-law's outburst, spoke after a while. "The stuff was in our room last night, and I only put it in the kitchen this morning. And I was so tired I went to bed last night and forgot to tell you, and you didn't ask." His voice got quieter and quieter, feeling more and more guilty. "Nonsense, you're not tired at all. The house is so small, you think I didn't hear anything last night," Du thought. "If you're tired, why don't you go to bed and make such a fuss?" All she could see last night were the newly bought fabrics. She even slept with the fabrics in her arms, never having imagined that there were so many things in the basket she was carrying. He rolled his eyes at his son-in-law, but still refused to give in. "You didn't tell me until I asked? At least say something. I was almost scared to death by all these things this morning. You look so skinny and weak, but you're quite strong. How did you carry so many things back without me?" Hao Ren felt a little guilty and didn't say anything. Lin Laosan also spoke up for his wife. "Your mother is annoyed that you're wasting money, buying so much cloth and so much fine grain. This isn't the way to spend money, even if you have it. How much coarse grain would you have to exchange for those things? You all know the current situation." Huzi didn't care about that. He also went into the kitchen to take a look. "Sister, Brother Ren, I want to eat the braised pork that Brother Gozi mentioned yesterday." Lin Tsuitsui quickly said, Okay, I'll make it for you this afternoon." Seeing that Hao Ren didn't say anything when being scolded by his parents, she was afraid that he would be angry, so she quickly stood on her man's side and spoke for him. "Mom and Dad, let's eat. Hao Ren meant well, but he bought the wrong thing for you. If you don't like it, the three of us, Huzi and I, will eat it, and you two can continue to drink the wild vegetable porridge." After saying that, she winked at Hao Ren playfully, leaned over and whispered, "Hurry up and drink it. I secretly added a handful of noodles without letting Mom see. Do you think the soup is thicker than before?" Looking at his playful wife trying to take credit for something, Hao Ren felt warm in his heart. She had become much more cheerful than before. She used to be always scowling and never smiled, but now she looked much prettier. He wasn't angry either. He used to dislike his parents nagging, but now he realizes that sometimes having family members around to nag you can be a blessing. Hao Ren deliberately smiled and begged his mother-in-law for mercy. "Mom, I know I was wrong. I finally made some money and wanted to show my filial piety to you. Don't worry, I still have money. I told you our family won't starve in the future." After saying this, he deliberately joked. "If you're tired of looking at these things, I'll take away the cloth in your room and send it to the old house so you can turn a blind eye to them." "How dare you! My cloth!" Du Chunyang had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Having said that, she stopped nagging. However, she still pointed at Lin Tsuitsui and said, "You are so rebellious! A married woman is like spilled water, and you still don't let me eat it. How dare you! You are such an ungrateful little bastard! Why didn't I drown you when you were a child?" Although he was still unforgiving in words, he felt happy in his heart. "The more I look at Hao Ren, the more I like him. It is said that the more a mother-in-law looks at her son-in-law, the happier she is. This is really true. What's more, this son-in-law is so amazing. He went around the town and brought back so many good things." My daughter will definitely live a happy life if she follows him. Thinking of the millet her son-in-law had bought, Du Chunyang said to Lin Laosan, who was drinking soup beside her. I see there's some millet in the kitchen. After you finish your meal, take 2 pounds and return it to the village head. And ask her to ask the village head about our son-in-law's household registration. Lin Laosan didn't put down the bowl, but nodded heavily in agreement. Hao Ren thought about it, and realized that he would have to deal with the Murakami people in the future. Mom, I'll go too. I don't have much to do at home. Chapter 19 I Want It All. After breakfast, I filled 2 kilograms of millet in the kitchen. Hao Ren followed his father-in-law Lin Laosan to the village chief's house. Outside is a chest-high earthen wall. When you push open the wooden door and go in, the first thing that catches your eye is a spacious courtyard. Facing the center are 3 adobe houses, 2 western rooms on the left, and the smaller one on the right should be the kitchen. 2 children are squatting on the ground playing, and there are even a few chickens in the yard. Looking at the house in front of him, which was considered a mansion in Xiaolin village, Hao Ren thought secretly, this village is really poor. The village chief only lives in an adobe house. Fortunately, there are many rooms, so it is more convenient to live in. Compared with my thatched hut at home, this place is simply paradise. He had to make money and build a house quickly. He was fed up with the shabby thatched house he lived in. The sound of the grass rustling in the wind was real. The village chief was in his 50s and a distant cousin of Lin Laosan. He looked smart and strong, not a bit old. After welcoming the father and son into the house, Hao Ren respectfully called them, fourth grandpa, according to their generational order. When Hao Ren looked at the village chief Lin Deyuan was also looking at the young man in front of him. He looked to be about 18 or 19 years old, a little thin, sitting there quietly, without the impetuousness of a young man. She is quite good-looking and is a good match for the girl from the third brother's family. After asking Lin Laosan's purpose, he took the bag of millet handed to him by Lin Laosan and gave it to his wife. After sitting down again, he said to Lin Laosan, I understand what you two mean. Then he looked at Hao Ren and said gently, Since you've called me fourth grandpa, I won't treat you as an outsider anymore. Have you decided to settle down in our Xiaolin village? Hao Ren also sat up straight and said respectfully, Fourth grandpa, I don't have much family left. I ended up here, and it was my father-in-law and mother-in-law who took me in and even promised me such a wonderful girl like Sui Tsui. Xiaolin village will be my home from now on. Seeing that Hao Ren was determined to settle down in Xiaolin village, the village chief Lin Deyuan stopped asking other questions. Settling down is easy. I'll go to Shankou town and find the village head, Wan Yukai, someday. I'll ask him to help me with the paperwork. As for the land you mentioned, I have some other ideas. Would you like to hear them? Seeing that Lin Laosan and Hao Ren were looking at him with questioning expressions, the village chief didn't ask them to wait and continued. Hao Ren is new here and may not understand the situation very well. Laosan, when your family split up, we only gave you 10 acres of land. It wasn't enough to eat anyway, so don't divide it up anymore. Seeing Lin Laosan's confusion, he continued to explain. Laosan, do you remember that piece of wasteland on the slope behind our village? Actually, the imperial court issued an order 2 years ago, requiring all places to reclaim wasteland, and also stipulated that the first 3 years would be tax-free. The county also came to visit and asked our village to reclaim that piece of wasteland. Although it's not irrigated land, as long as the year is good and there is enough rain, or at worst, we can still harvest some crops by irrigating it. It's just that the drought in the past 2 years has delayed this matter. Seeing that Lin Laosan still didn't understand, he continued to explain. We'll demarcate some land from that place and put it directly into Hao Ren's name. Your family can spend some effort to level the land this year. When the time comes, growing some crops will be a subsidy. It's more cost-effective than giving your family another 10 acres of land. This child will finally have roots in our village. Lin Laosan finally understood and thought about it carefully. Fourth uncle's idea is still the best. Then let's allocate 5 acres, not 10 acres? Lin Laosan thought about it, and thought that 10 acres of wasteland was probably the limit for his family. Hao Ren was stunned for a moment. Why didn't he ask for more land that was given for free? So he asked, not understanding why. Dad, 10 acres of land is a little too little, right? How about we ask for more? 100 acres? What do you know? 10 acres at most, Lin Laosan said with his eyes wide open. The village chief saw that the child might have never farmed before and didn't understand the intricacies involved. He patiently explained to Hao Ren. Son, you don't understand. More land isn't necessarily better. The land there is barren and needs to be reclaimed before you can grow food. And you still have to depend on the weather for your livelihood. If you have a small amount of land, you can still irrigate it, but if you have too much land, your family won't be able to take care of it. Also, you have to pay taxes on the land after 3 years. After Hao Ren figured out the key points, he still insisted solemnly. Fourth grandpa, How much wasteland is there on the back slope? Measure it someday. I want it all. When Lin Laosan heard this, he got angry. That's wasteland, not irrigated land. Hao Ren didn't care about him. He had a preliminary plan in mind. Fourth grandpa, I want all that wasteland. If it really doesn't work out, I'll buy it. The village chief was a little confused, but he still replied. Buy whatever you want. I can sign the deed for you, but I have to remind you that you will have to pay taxes after 3 years. Seeing Hao Ren still showed no sign of backing down, he added. Don't try to take advantage of this. If you've been given this land, you have to cultivate it. If you leave it fallow after 3 years, you'll go to jail. The court has laws. Hao Ren quickly said confidently. Don't worry, fourth grandpa, dad, don't worry, I know what's going on. As I said before, as long as it's wasteland, I don't have to pay for it. I'll take as much as I can. And I can even help the village get through this famine. After everything was agreed upon, Hao Ren stood up to say goodbye. Lin Laosan followed him out woodenly, already a little dazed. Seeing the adobe bricks piled up in the corner of the yard, his eyes lit up. The pot he had brought was still lying around. Fourth grandpa, can I borrow some of your adobe bricks? I'll go back and build a stove. I'll return them to you in a couple of days after I've made some. Adobe bricks require no technical skills and can be made by every household. However, they need to be aired for 2 days. Hao Ren didn't want to waste time, so since he had some ready-made ones, he might as well use them. The village chief also had a good impression of this young man. How could he refuse such a simple request? Those adobe bricks were made by your Uncle Changxing and his men when they were building a chicken coop. They were careless while working and made a lot of them. In the end, there are so many left. They are worthless. If you want them, take them all. I think they take up too much space. Hao Ren was not willing to take advantage of others for no reason. Fourth grandpa, how about I buy it? Lin Deyuan was delighted when he heard this. It doesn't matter what money a village has. If you want it, just take it away. If you feel bad, just tell your fourth grandmother how to make the braised pork yesterday. My little grandchildren were making a fuss in the middle of the night asking for braised pork, so your Uncle Changxing went to town to buy meat early this morning. Hearing this, Hao Ren stopped refusing and said, Okay, I'll tell my fourth grandmother how to make braised pork later. He immediately went to the kitchen and told the village chief's wife the specific method of making braised pork. Then he dragged Lin Laosan, who was still in shock at Hao Ren's plan to take all the wasteland, away from the village chief's house. Chapter 20. Building a Stove. Lin Laosan was still depressed after returning home. Originally, Hao Ren thought his son-in-law was quite good because he loved his daughter very much, but now he is a little shaken. Why is this kid becoming more and more troublesome? It was fine that he spent money lavishly yesterday, but today he even told the village chief that he wanted all the wasteland on the back slope, which is about 200 or 300 acres. Even if he worked his old bones to death, there was no way he could clear all the land. Even if they didn't eat or sleep, they couldn't finish the work. Even if they could reclaim the land, how would they irrigate it? Would Lin Laosan carry a shoulder pole and irrigate each acre of land? So as soon as he entered the house, Lin Laosan sat down on a small bench in the yard, sighing and scratching his head in worry. Du Chunyang was surprised to see this. What happened? How come Xiaomi came back like this after visiting the village chief's house? Household registration is not that difficult to obtain, right? Seeing that Lin Laosan had no intention of explaining to her, Du Chunyang had no choice but to ask. What's wrong? Why are you so sad? Lin Laosan jumped up and pointed at Hao Ren angrily, saying, What's the matter? Ask him. He wants all the wasteland on the back slope. Lin Seitse, who came out of the house, frowned like Du Chunyang after hearing this, but she didn't say anything. Du Chunyang was about to explode when she heard this, but after thinking about her son-in-law's behavior yesterday, he didn't seem like a reckless person. He decided to listen to what Hao Ren had to say first. Son-in-law, do you have any plans? There are 200 or 300 acres of wasteland on the back slope. If you want to plant crops, we can reclaim a few acres without any problem. What do you want to do with all of it? Hao Ren was indeed planning to develop those wastelands. In his opinion, manpower was not a problem at all. Now it was a famine year, and there was plenty of labor in the village. If he could get some drought-resistant crops from them all, it would definitely be a success. Besides, it has been dry for 2 consecutive years. It is unlikely that there will be no rain today. However, the specific operations still need to be studied in detail, and he can't explain it to his family in detail now. Mom, I only have a rough idea now. Once I've thought it through, we can sit down and discuss it. Don't worry, it's not final yet. When Du Chunyang heard him say this, she knew he wasn't acting rashly and recklessly, so she felt relieved. Okay, you have your own ideas, but don't forget we are a family. If there is anything we can't decide, let's discuss it together. Hao Ren knew that things couldn't be rushed and had to be done step by step. Even if he hired people to open up the wasteland, he would have to pay them. It would be better to make money first. Don't worry, mother. I know what's going on. We're a big family, and I won't leave them alone. I can't bear to see Tsetse suffer with me. Dad, don't be angry. Let's not worry about the wasteland for now. Seeing that Lin Laosen was still unwilling to give in, Du Chunyang said to him coldly, You're such a grown-up, but you're no better than a child. What's there to be angry about? Don't be angry. I'll make you something delicious later. After that, she smiled and said to her son-in-law, Hao Ren, what do you want to eat for lunch? Mom will make you some millet porridge. We are not used to eating rice and white flour. Hao Ren was puzzled after hearing this, and then he understood what it meant. His mother-in-law was at a loss as to what to do with the rice and flour. Not to mention that people in the north have never eaten rice. They have even heard of white flour but have never eaten it. My mother-in-law only knows how to make millet rice and millet porridge. Thinking of this, he smiled at his mother-in-law and said, Mom, I'll cook lunch. But we have to build a stove and put up the pot first. He immediately ordered Huzi to go to the old house to call Guzi, and help him move the adobe bricks to the village chief's house. Huzi was too young to help much. When Huzi came back, he was followed not only by Guzi pushing a wheelbarrow, but also by 2 strong young men. After the 3 of them came in, they all called out to Lin Laosan and his wife. Third uncle, third aunt. The clever Guzi even came over and quietly introduced it to Hao Ren. It turned out that they were the 2 sons of Mr. Lin, Dezhuang, 22 years old, and Nio, 16 years old. It was said that they had a younger sister. Dezhuang was a married man after all, and seeing the awkward atmosphere, he started to explain to Du Chunyang. I heard from Huzi that you guys are short on manpower, so Grandpa asked us to come and help. It turned out that old man Lin heard that they needed to build a stove and transport bricks, so he sent his 2 brothers over to help. It seems this is a goodwill signal from the old house, Hao Ren thought to himself. Du Chunyang's face was not in a good mood, but at least she didn't chase them away. She just asked in a somewhat unfriendly tone, Did the old man ask you to come? Didn't the old lady say anything? No objection. Dezhuang is an adult after all, and he knows what to say and what not to say. Lin Laosan didn't say anything, so Hao Ren spoke up and said hello. Brother Dezhuang, are you right? Please come over and help us. We'll have lunch here. Lin Dezhuang was very polite to his brother-in-law. It's no trouble. It's only natural for family members to help each other. Du Chunyang curled her lips and said, Humph, we are a family now. A brick of adobe is not light, and it is too slow to move it by hand. On the way to the village chief's house, I borrowed carts from several families. Several young men spared no effort and ran back and forth on the road between the village chief and Lin Laosan's house. So Lin Laosan was responsible for building the stove in the yard, and the other 3 were responsible for pushing the bricks. That's right, there are 3 of them, Guzi, Dezhuang and Nio. How could Hao Ren, who traveled through time, do this? This cart has 1 wheel and needs to balance the direction while moving. The useless Hao Ren pushed his empty cart all over the place. After breaking 2 bricks during one push, he was kicked out of the cart-pushing team by the other 3 brothers. So, he stood behind Lin Laosan again to instruct his father-in-law to build the stove. Not long after, Lin Laosan stood up and stared at him impatiently. Hao Ren, feeling baffled by the look on his face, asked his father-in-law, What's going on? As a result, my father-in-law said bluntly, Why don't you come? Being disliked again. Lin Tsetse, who was watching the show from the side, was so happy that she couldn't straighten her back. It turns out that my man is not omnipotent. Hao Ren, who was almost spitted in the face, saw his wife laughing so hard that he wanted to drag her into the house and kill her on the spot. But it's not suitable in broad daylight. So he angrily pulled his wife into the house. Knead the dough. Hao Ren needed to teach them how to eat white flour. Otherwise, I would probably have to eat wild vegetable porridge with white flour at noon. Of course, it should not be difficult to ask them to steam some white flour buns. While kneading the dough, Hao Ren thought angrily in his heart, You still despise me. Don't eat the meal I cooked at noon. You bunch of country bumpkins are so jealous. Chapter 21 The Queen makes meat sauce, and the Emperor rolls noodles. It was already noon when the square stove was built. Put the pot that Guzi brought back from town on it. It was just right. Lin Laosan used the mixed mud to evenly fill the gaps between the stove and the pot, then stood up and admired his masterpiece with satisfaction. Hao Ren came out and took a look. It was no different from the big pot stove in rural areas in later generations. He nodded with satisfaction. He didn't expect that Lin Laosan had this skill. Seeing Lin Laosan instructing Guzi and the others to return the remaining dozen or so adobe bricks, Hao Ren hurriedly stopped him. He was also planning to set up 2 more big pots to braise pork heads in a couple of days, but these were not enough. The progress was faster than he expected. He had originally thought that it would be completed in the afternoon. Lin Tsuitsu poured a bowl of water for each person. Since there were not enough bowls at home, she borrowed 2 from Aunt Wang next door. I saw the dogs next to them take the bowls and drink them all in one gulp, then put the bowls down and stood up to leave. How could Hao Ren just let them go like that? Think about how awkwardly I worked this morning, and then compare it with the efficiency of the 3 people in front of me. What a great beast. No, what a strong laborer. We need to build good relationships with them, as we will need them more often to do work in the countryside in the future. Hao Ren quickly grabbed the leader Dezhuang. Brother Dezhuang, go Z, Neo. It's already noon, how can you leave? You've been tired all morning. Sit down and rest for a while. We'll eat later. After hearing this, Go Z looked eager to try, and went to the town with Hao Ren to have a meal. He had already established himself as Hao Ren's younger brother. Dezhuang on the side still refused. This was the first time he came to his uncle's house in 2 years after the family split. I was busy working in the morning and didn't stop, so I didn't notice anything. But just when I sat down and drank some water, the atmosphere became a little awkward. Uncle San is a taciturn person, and Aunt San is angry, so how could she greet him with a smile after doing some work? Thinking of this, I decided to leave. No, brother-in-law, who would eat at noon? We already ate before we came this morning. It's still early for dinner, so we'll go back. How could Hao Ren let them go? In Hao Ren's mind, the people before him were not 3 people, but 3 strong calves. No, brother Dezhuang, our family only cares about 3 meals a day. According to the custom in our hometown, a new stove and a new pot must be warmed up, and then we have to invite relatives and friends to come and eat. Feeling that the force was not enough, he added, besides, I have prepared the meal. You guys take a rest first. I will go to cook. Let's try out whether this pot works well today. Lin Laosen and Lin Tsuitsui also tried to persuade him to stay. Dezhuang looked back at Ernie, who was also a little expectant, and then saw that Guzi had already sat down. I guess even if his 2 brothers wanted to run away, they wouldn't leave, so I won't refuse. Then I'll have to trouble my 3rd uncle, 3rd aunt, and brother-in-law. After asking Lin Tsuitsui to pour another bowl of water for everyone, Hao Ren turned and left. The stove has just been built and should actually be dried before use, but the main body is made of adobe, so I guess it's just the outer surface that's a little wet. Let's just use it for now. Just as everyone sat down and prepared to drink water, Hao Ren came out with a basin. There was no other way. Hao Ren looked around but couldn't find a suitable place to work. There is only one low table at home. Then Dezhuang, Guzi and a few others helped to clean up the tea on the table. I started sitting next to him and watching Hao Ren's performance. Having made up his mind about what to eat, Hao Ren first chopped the fat and lean pork into small pieces. She also chopped up a wilted onion that Lin Tsuitsui had pulled out from the vegetable patch behind the house, where there were few vegetables, and set it aside. There was no rolling pin, so after listening to Hao Ren's description, Lin Lao San took a kitchen knife and went out. After a while, he came back and handed him a smooth wooden stick that had just been peeled. Here, try it and see if it works. What else to say, just use it. Sprinkle flour on a clean table. Take out the dough, knead it a few times, and then roll it repeatedly with a Lin Lao San brand rolling pin. Under the stunned gaze of the crowd, a large piece of dough was divided into several large pieces of dough, and under his operation, the dough pieces were turned into round pancakes. Then fold them evenly and cut them with a kitchen knife. Shake your hands up and down continuously, and the noodles of uniform thickness and length will be placed on the grate. There was only one grater at home, and after the table was filled with cut noodles, Hao Ren stopped because he saw there was really no place to put them. Put the unused dough back into the bowl and deal with it later. Make another batch first. So the few people around who were eating onlookers moved from the table to the stove. Hao Ren first threw a few large slices of meat into the pot to extract oil. Heat the oil, add the chopped meat and fry until it is 70% to 80% cooked. Then add the bean paste and stir fry. Finally add a little bit of soy sauce. Add chopped green onion before serving, stir fry evenly and serve in a large bowl. After handing the plate to Lin Tsuitsui beside her. Without cleaning the pot, I just added water and brought it to a boil to prepare the noodles. Lin Tsuitsui always felt like saliva was about to flow out of her mouth when she was holding the plate. But I endured it because I was afraid of being laughed at. A few adults and Dezhuang could still tolerate it a little, but they kept sniffing in this direction. Hu Zi, Go Zi and Nyo couldn't control themselves. Several of them gathered around and lay on top of it, sniffing it hard, their heads almost falling into the bowl. After a while, the water boiled and the noodles were cooked. Du Chunyang, who was stoking the pot, said with satisfaction, This pot is really fast. It boils so much water so quickly, saving a lot of firewood. The noodles were cooked very quickly and were out of the pot. Add the fried meat sauce to each bowl, mix well and smell it, it smells so good. Hu Zi and the other two held a bowl each, not caring about the heat, and squatted side by side on the ground, concentrating on eating. Dezhuang came over with the bowl in his hand and handed it to Du Chunyang. Auntie, why don't you eat first? How could Du Chunyang possibly fight with a child for food? Looking at Dezhuang's reaction, at least he didn't show any disapproval. Don't involve children in the grudges of adults. Hurry up and eat. You've been tired all morning. There's more in the pot. If it's not enough, order more. Then Dezhuang also came to Hu Zi and his three brothers with a bowl, squatted down, and started eating. By the time Hao Ren started eating, it was already the second pot. I looked up while holding the bowl, and wow, there were 5 people squatting neatly at the base of the wall, including Lin Lao San. It was really spectacular. He brought a small stool and sat down next to his wife. He saw that Lin Tsuitse ate quite politely, eating noodles in small bites. It's just that the frequency is a bit fast, like a little hamster eating, and the whole bowl is empty in a short while. Only then did Lin Tsuitse look up at her husband, her eyes narrowed with laughter. Husband, it's delicious! Hao Ren sighed after hearing this. Ah, that's just SOSO, barely shredded. But when I saw how other people ate, I felt relieved. In the countryside these days, eating white flour noodles is considered a supreme enjoyment. They kept making noodles from all the dough, and only stopped after 3 pots were put in. After drinking 2 large bowls of noodles, Hao Ren sat there not wanting to move at all. Hu Zi, Go Zi and Er Nio were also groaning because they were too full. But Lin Lao Sen and Dezhuang, who had eaten who knows how many bowls, still came to the pot with their bowls. There was a man pouring a bowl of noodle soup and sliding it through the crack. He was really impressed. You eat so much. Lin Tsuitsui and Du Chunyang also looked very satisfied while eating. I was even a little dazed because of the fullness. Husband, the food you cook is so delicious. How about you cook more often in the future? Du Chunyang also seemed to have forgotten who was scolding Hao Ren before cooking. Why do grown men cook? That's women's job. Son-in-law, you're amazing. You can make money and cook. I couldn't even imagine eating this kind of food before. I think the emperor in the capital only eats this kind of food, right? I saw everyone in the corner nodding their heads, looking approving. Hao Ren was too lazy to explain it to them in detail. I thought to myself, yes. The queen makes meat sauce, and the emperor rolls noodles. After eating and drinking their fill, Dezhuang, Guzi and the other 2 said goodbye and went home. As soon as I entered the old house, I saw everyone busy with their own things in the yard. Old Mrs. Lin and her sister Xiao Chao are picking wild vegetables. Dezhuang's wife Sun Xiaolan is helping Go Zi's mother Gao wash clothes. Old man Lin and boss Lin were twisting a hemp rope at each end. Hearing the noise, everyone looked up at the 3 people who came in. Before the 3 of them could say hello, Chen, the daughter-in-law of the Lin family, who was doing needlework in the house, ran out. She was originally unhappy when her father-in-law asked her child to help in the morning, and he just called out, "Dog, why are you being so eager?" Now, seeing his 2 children coming back at this time, his face suddenly fell. "Why are you back at this hour? You're working for them for free, and they don't even invite you to dinner? I told you not to go." Old man Lin and old lady Lin glared at him together. "You are the one who is always bothering me." Dezhuang was about to explain to his mother. Belch! Ernie behind him burped because he was too full. "Mom, we ate. We had noodles with meat sauce." Burp! "No, Brother Ren said it was noodles. It was delicious." Burp! Ernie explained while burping. Chen's face turned dark. How could he be slapped in the face so quickly? Chapter 22. Who is the head of our family? After dinner, Hu Zi disappeared. Du Chunyang was washing in the kitchen. Lin Lao Sen was leaning against the wall and throwing teeth. Hao Ren took a dry branch and wrote and drew on the ground. Lin Tsuitsui, who was standing aside, looked at the ground, not understanding anything, with stars in her eyes, and thought her man was amazing. Hao Ren stopped what he was doing. When he looked up, he saw the beautiful girl looking at him with admiration. I suddenly felt very satisfied. It's time to unify my thoughts with my family. The little beauty next to me is easy to deal with, I can sleep with her at night. But I have to find a way to convince Lin Lao Sen and his wife. Otherwise, it will be inconvenient for us to do anything in the future. Especially the dull and old-fashioned Lin Lao Sen, who always contradicts himself. We must seize power. We must seize power. I need to have the decision-making power in this family. At this time, Du Chunyang, who had just finished her work, walked out of the kitchen. Hao Ren quickly called his mother-in-law. Mom, come here, let's discuss something. Du Chunyang came over and stopped, not knowing what was going on. She asked her son-in-law with a puzzled look on her face. What's going on? He didn't get straight to the point, but instead hinted at it. Mom, are the noodles delicious? Delicious. Is the meat sauce delicious? Tasty. Do you want to eat like this from now on? Du Chunyang was a little impatient. Who doesn't want to eat delicious food every day? But what family can eat like this every day? But what? Just say whatever you want to say. I have to go dig wild vegetables later. Seeing that the food was almost cooked, Hao Ren suddenly asked another question. Who's the head of our family? Lin Laosan looked confused. Just ask questions, why are you looking at me? Then Hao Ren understood that his father-in-law listened to his mother-in-law. Then just deal with the mother-in-law. So I had an idea in my mind. Call the daughter-in-law and the father-in-law and mother-in-law to the main room. He took the wicker basket and returned to the west room where he and Lin Tsuitsui lived. He exchanged all his money from the mall into copper coins. He wanted to exchange it for silver, but it was a small piece and had no deterrent effect. After a while, he returned to the main room with the basket in his hands with great effort, under the puzzled gazes of the three people. I saw Hao Ren closing the door. Crash. Thousands of copper coins fell to the ground. He stood up and looked at the three people with their mouths opened in surprise, and said with a firm face, Mom, can I be the head of this family? Du Chunyang did not respond to him. Instead, he fell to the ground with a roar, dragging his legs along the ground as he crawled to gather the scattered copper coins. Then he picked up a handful of money and spread his hands apart to let the money fall naturally. When all the money fell to the ground, he picked up another handful. Lin Lao-san was somewhat lost in thought, and he kept muttering, I've made a fortune! I've made a fortune! After that, he also rushed over. Lin Tsuitsui was so shocked that she was a little unsteady on her feet. Hao Ren hurried over and hugged her. Looking at the delicate beauty in his arms, he couldn't help but lower his head and kiss her. This made Lin Tsuitsui completely sober up. She was going to die, but her parents were there. But after looking at the two people on the ground, he breathed a sigh of relief. They had no time to pay attention to him now. But she was still a little confused. She had only lived in the West Room for a short time, so how come she didn't know about the hiding of so much money? After Lin Laosan and his wife regained consciousness, they still found it hard to believe. I bought so much, but there was still so much rice, flour, and pork in the kitchen, and there were still so many copper coins. This son-in-law has only been in town for 1 day. Just brought back so many things? Go-Zi didn't mention the 5 strings of cash that day, so naturally they didn't know about it. Seeing that they were almost shocked, he told them again about the deal with Mo Yuan. After hearing this, Du Chunyang was surprised and said, 1 tael of silver? 1 dish? You said you have a lot? Hao Ren nodded heavily. Yes, Mom, I can cook a lot of dishes. And I have many ways to make money. Just listen to me, and I guarantee that our family will have delicious food and spicy drinks every day in the future. The mother-in-law didn't respond to his question, but asked doubtfully, You know so much, are you the child of a wealthy family in the city? After thinking about it, it didn't seem right. Could you be one of those children in the opera who were stranded in the emperor's family? Hao Ren was completely impressed by his mother-in-law. What a crazy idea. He then brought out his magical theory again. That day I fainted in a ditch near Xiaolin village and had a dream about an old immortal with a white beard. These were all taught to him by the old immortal. Lin Laosan and his wife really believed this nonsense. There is still a market for gods these days, and that's right, otherwise it can't be explained. Then Du Chunyang warned her family mysteriously. Old immortal, keep this a secret. Don't tell anyone about it, not even Hu Zi. Kids can't control their mouths. Hao Ren was delighted when he heard this, and was pleasantly surprised. From now on, anything that is difficult to explain will be referred to the old immortal. Then mother our family from now on. Du Chunyang said without hesitation. Son-in-law! You take charge. You have the final say in our family from now on. Lin Laosan also nodded heavily in agreement. Are you kidding? My son-in-law is a disciple of a god, so he must be a good fortune boy, right? After Hu Zi returned home in the afternoon. The Lin family's first family representative meeting has concluded successfully. Hao Ren has collected the money again. The meeting confirmed the leadership team with Comrade Hao Ren as the core. Hao Ren would be the leader from now on. It clearly points out that the main contradiction in current families lies in the contradiction between the ever-increasing material and cultural needs of family members and the backwardness of productivity. Hao Ren said that he wanted to live a good life in the future, but there are too few people working at home now. The basic line of focusing on economic development was determined. We still have to follow Hao Ren to make money. As evening approached, Hu Zi, who had been having fun outside all afternoon, returned home. As soon as I entered the house, I felt that something was wrong with the family atmosphere. Du Chungyang didn't bother to pay attention to her son at all. She was still immersed in the big picture that Hao Ren had painted for her. From now on, you can eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks. Unfortunately, the money was taken away by my son-in-law again, but I grabbed 2 handfuls and my son-in-law didn't object. I have to count how many there are in my bed at night. Lin Laosan was thinking about what Hao Ren said about reclaiming wasteland and planting drought-resistant crops. But he racked his brains but couldn't figure out what to grow on the wasteland. Oh, never mind, he will do whatever you ask him to do from now on. Just have something to eat. How worse can it be? Lin Saitsui saw her man go into the room and come out empty-handed. She went into the house to look for it, but couldn't find it. What a mysterious person. However, after thinking about it, I became happy again. Who cares? He is my man anyway, just treat me well. No matter how powerful he is, I can still control him at night. Snort. Hu Zi always felt that the atmosphere was weird, but he didn't know what was wrong. Why is no one paying attention to me? Am I, Hu Zi, no longer the one who is loved by everyone in this family? After saying that, he shouted to his mother at the top of his voice. Mom! I'm hungry! Get lost! It's only been a short while since we finished our meal. Chapter 23. The braised pork is really delicious. Du Chungyang said angrily. Why are you hungry so quickly? I didn't see you eat less at noon. Hu Zi was completely confused. I didn't make Mom angry today. Did Mom and Dad have a fight? Otherwise, why would they speak to me in such a harsh tone? Could it be that love will really disappear? Hao Ren on the side looked at Hu Zi with heartache. Poor child. I interrupted my mother-in-law's daydreaming, and it's a good thing I didn't get beaten. He put his arm around Hu Zi's shoulders and walked out. Come on, Hu Zi, I'll make you something delicious. How could a child of this age hear the word food? His eyes lit up immediately, and he followed Hao Ren out. Brother Ren, what delicious food are you making? Call me brother-in-law. Okay, Rina. After taking care of his family, Hao Ren felt happy and got busy while humming a little tune. The pork I bought needs to be processed quickly. Although it's not too hot today, I can't just leave it like this. There are no refrigerators these days. Cut out the piece of pork belly with skin that you will use to make braised pork in the evening in advance. Then chop the remaining meat into minced meat. Use the Lin Laosan brand rolling pin I just made today to add the fine salt made from coarse salt and soy sauce to the meat filling. When I was a child living in my hometown in the countryside, this is how we prepared the meat filling at home. It can be kept for a long time even in hot weather, but it is a bit salty when eaten. Then wash the remaining piece of lard clean and cut it into thick slices. Add a little water to the pot and put in pork fat. He started asking his daughter-in-law to add firewood to the fire. After a while, the water boiled and then turned to low heat and simmered. Soon the whole yard was filled with a strong fragrance. When the color seemed to be about right, I fished out the lard residue and took a bite. It was crispy and fragrant, leaving a lingering fragrance on my lips and teeth. This would be great with some salt and pepper or sugar. It hasn't taken off yet. But it's delicious now too. Hu Zi, who was waiting on the side, was already drooling with greed. Seeing this, he hurriedly followed suit and took a piece and put it in his mouth to eat. While being burned, he kept opening his mouth and mumbling, "Woo, delicious, so delicious!" Hao Ren saw his wife squatting on the ground and making a fire, looking at him expectantly. "Why do you look like that in broad daylight? Oh, your hands are dirty and you want me to feed you." So he took a piece and put it in his wife's mouth. My fingers accidentally touched the tender and tempting red lips, and I couldn't help but shiver. "How's it? Is it delicious?" Lin Saitsui ate the lard residue in her mouth. The stimulation brought by the aroma spread from her mouth to her whole body. It was so delicious. At this time, outside the fence in front of Lin Laosan's house, there were 5 or 6 children, big and small, lying on their backs. They were all staring at the yard, clinging to the fence and sniffing hard. The smell was so fragrant. When Hao Ren saw this group of dirty children, he couldn't help but think of his childhood at his grandparents' home in the countryside. Several good friends gathered together to share food. Instant noodles, spicy strips, and tang monk meat. You eat some of mine and I'll try yours. My nose is sore, I miss it so much. It's a pity that we can't go back. We can only cherish the people in front of us. Aunt Wang from next door also kept looking into the yard from over the wall. "Saitsui, what delicious food do you cook? It smells so good." Lin Saitsui patted the dust off her hands, stood up and responded. Aunt Wang, we made lard. Hearing the voice of her best friend Aunt Wang, Du Chunyang also walked out of the house. Aunt Wang, the two kids are making lard. They said they'll eat the lard residue with rice in the evening. They're also making braised pork. I don't understand. After saying this, he feigned anger and accused. Young people, you just don't know how to live. You just had white noodles for lunch, and you're already making rice for dinner. If it were you, I'd just drink some wild vegetable soup. Hao Ren, give your Aunt Wang some lard residue to try. As Hao Ren walked towards the courtyard wall, he muttered, This mother-in-law is really Versailles. Aunt Wang took the lard but didn't eat it. Instead, she called out to her children, who were lying on the fence at Lin Lao San's house. Bird and Arya, come here and I'll give you half each. Try this lard. Seeing her say that, Hao Ren hurriedly said, Auntie, try it yourself. I'll give a piece to each of the children later. That's so embarrassing. After saying that, he quickly stuffed the lard residue into his mouth. Wait a minute, I'll get you some of our pickled cucumbers and pickled radish strips, and you can eat them with rice. After saying that, he turned and left. This Aunt Wang is quite capable of handling things. Hao Ren asked Hu Zi to call all the children outside the yard in and prepare to give each of them a piece of lard. Hu Zi led his people in, holding his head high and chest out. Today he was the most handsome guy in the village. Even one of his friends who usually bullied him followed him with a fawning look on his face. Let the children line up and give each of them a piece. Looking at the children each holding a piece of lard and eating it carefully, afraid that it would drop on the ground, everyone had a satisfied smile on their face. Looking at Hao Ren, I couldn't help but smile. The world of children is so simple. Dinner was lard scraps with rice. There is also a plate of braised pork. Aunt Wang actually brought a small bowl of pickles. Hao Ren took a bite and thought, it tastes pretty good. He decided to have some rice porridge with it tomorrow. Lin Lao San and Du Chunyang kept their heads down and stuffed rice into their mouths. They rarely said anything, but they couldn't help thinking about it. For lunch, I had white noodles with pork and sauerkraut. In the evening, we had rice and braised pork. Is this really a famine year? I never ate this in good times before. But thinking about Hao Ren's performance, he still didn't say anything. Forget it, never mind, let's eat first. I am tired of my heart, destroy it. Lin Tse was eating white rice for the first time in her life. She also enjoyed the braised pork, which she had never eaten before. I was thinking while eating. Yesterday we had wild vegetable porridge with black flour steamed buns. Today it's white rice with braised pork. Things are getting better. All of this was given to her by the man in front of her. She was no longer the unlucky star that everyone in the neighborhood avoided, but became a happy woman who had a husband who loved her and had enough food to eat. Maybe, just maybe, it's really like Hao Ren said, I am the lucky charm for my husband. The little girl thought excitedly. But I still have to ask him where he hid the money at night? If you don't tell me, Humph, you are not allowed to go to bed. Hao Ren had no idea that the people in front of him had such rich inner lives. He was still thinking about his money-making business while eating. How to sell braised pork head, how to open up wasteland, how to develop step by step to make a good life for the family. Hu Zi's world is not as complicated as that of adults. Simple and direct. Rice, delicious. Lard residue, so fragrant. Braised pork, delicious. Rice with lard and braised pork. More delicious. As Hu Zi ate, he felt a little dizzy. At the same time, whether it was the village chief's grandchildren or Mo Yugon from Ji County, they all expressed the same emotion as Hu Zi. The braised pork is so delicious. Chapter 24 Betting. Mo Yugon stared blankly at the plate of braised pork in front of him. After a while, he picked up a piece of food with chopsticks and took another bite. Experience the taste carefully. The meat is rich and has a long aftertaste. What a great dish! This braised pork is so delicious. Seeing that my father didn't say anything for a long time, I thought he was dissatisfied. Mo Yuan asked impatiently, How is it, Dad? How does it taste? Is it okay to put it in our shop as a sign? It's more than okay. It's bound to be a big hit. Mo Yugan, who had been frowning for the past few days in order to deal with the restaurant across the street, rarely relaxed his brows. Looking at his son who had rushed home today, he said with satisfaction, Not bad, Yuana. You've matured and become more stable in the past 3 months. And you even brought back this dish today, which solved my urgent need. Mo Yuan felt happy to hear his father say this about him. It was rare for his father to praise him like this. But thinking about what his father had just said, he couldn't help but frown again and said, What do you mean by urgent? Dad, what happened to you? Are they causing trouble for you again? Mo Yugan sighed when he heard his son's words. In order to keep things peaceful and make money harmoniously, he sent his son to a branch in a rural town to hide away from the limelight, but he didn't expect the other party to become even more aggressive. Thinking of this, I felt a pang of guilt when I saw my son whom I hadn't seen for 3 months. Mo Yuan had a fight with the son of the owner of the Hongyun restaurant across the street in the academy, but was persuaded to withdraw by the academy. In a fit of anger, he drove his son away, thinking of doing this to ease the relationship between the two families. Unexpectedly, the other party was not grateful at all and opposed him everywhere. Last month, we even hired a chef who used to work in a restaurant in Tokyo City. Because of the boycott, their restaurant's business has plummeted this month. I thought I could just drive you to the country across the street and let it go, but I was inconsiderate. Our two families are competitors to begin with. Even if you weren't involved, they wouldn't be able to live in peace with us. Thought of this. As if he had made up his mind, he said, "All right then. Let's give them a fight. You just happen to have brought this dish. It can be used as our restaurant's signature dish." And Mo Yuan was overjoyed when he heard his father say this. "That's great, Dad. It's time to teach them a lesson. They've been doing a lot of tricks behind my back." Then he added with a smirk, "Dad, I didn't say I only brought one dish." "What? You mean? There is more than one dish like this? Your Honor, don't fool Daddy." After saying this, Mo Yuan looked at his son with a puzzled look and a hint of expectation. Seeing his father's expression, Mo Yuan felt a little smug. Mo Yuan had always been looked down upon by his father since he was a child, but today he finally got his revenge. Not wanting to keep Mo Yuan waiting any longer, he leaned over and asked mysteriously, "Dad, have you heard of Beijing-style shredded pork with soy sauce, crispy pork, pan-fried tofu, or scrambled eggs?" Then without waiting for Mo Yuan to answer, he explained to Mo Yuan what happened with Hao Ren that day. And take the recipe recorded by Chu Wenhao. "Dad, here are the recipes for those dishes. I brought the cook with me too." Mo Yuan looked at the recipe in his hand, overjoyed, and then discussed it carefully with his son. Listening to Mo Yuan's talk about discounts, buy a few get a few free, and set meals, I didn't quite understand what they meant at first. Following Mo Yuan's explanation and analyzing the pros and cons, Mo Yuan was surprised. My son has only been gone for 3 months. When did he develop a talent for business? He was too lazy to take care of the business in the store before. Now he is very knowledgeable about business. And if you think about it carefully, it makes a lot of sense. After asking, I found out that my son heard all these words from Hao Ren's casual conversation during dinner that day. This Hao Ren is no ordinary person, Mo Yuan thought. My son has changed so much just by having a meal with him. What if? The next day, Mo Yuan prepared to go for a walk on the street. After all, he hadn't been to Ji County for 3 months. Dalang's fried pancakes, Grandma Wang's fermented glutinous rice dumplings, Li Ji's rotten pork soup noodles on the street, Chen's 3 fresh wontons at Kwoto. Just thinking about it makes me drool. But as soon as he went out, he was blocked by someone. "Hey! You're back, you useless piece of shit who was expelled from the academy? I heard your father drove you to the countryside? Didn't you find a silly girl in the countryside to marry?" At first glance, it was his mortal enemy. Mo Yuan didn't give him a good look. "Chui Daji, don't think I don't know that you're the one who got me expelled from the academy. Just wait, sooner or later, I'll settle this score with you." When Chui Daji heard that Mo Yuan had returned and deliberately came to block him early in the morning, how could he miss the opportunity to ridicule him? "Still settling accounts with me? Your restaurant is almost going out of business. Why don't you take your father to that country to settle accounts? I heard that your restaurant is doing better business, so you must have a lot of accounts to settle, right? Ha!" He said this while laughing triumphantly. "To tell you the truth, it's the chef I asked my father to hire. He used to work at Fanlu in Tokyo. He's much better than that useless chef in your family who can only stir-fry lungs. I'm going to bring you down." After saying that, he continued to provoke Mo Yuan. "Oven-roasted chicken, roasted lamb, stir-fried lamb liver, and scallion-fried rabbit. These are our signature dishes now. Have you heard of this? You went to Tokyo and learned how to stir-fry lungs, brought back a few iron woks, and dared to put up a sign saying you're cooking? Take it down, don't embarrass yourself." Mo Yuan didn't want to pay attention to him at first, but Chui Daji's words became more and more outrageous. Thinking about the dishes Hao Ren had given him, he felt very confident. He believed that even a master chef from Tokyo City couldn't make such delicious dishes. Looking at the other party's mean face, Mo Yuan came up with an idea that would allow him to take revenge on the other party. "Chui Daji, you look like a complete scoundrel. Don't call me Daji anymore, call me Chui Shuji. The scoundrel Xiaji. Since you said my restaurant is about to go bankrupt, how about we make a bet on whose business is better today? How about the loser publicly apologize and admit that they are not as good as the other restaurant? Before Chui Daji could agree, several young people suddenly walked over from the crowd. The leader, dressed in finery and in high spirits, held a folding fan in his hand, which he deliberately fanned twice, then said in a pretentiously casual tone. "Mo Yuan, Chui Daji, what's your bet? Since I'm free today, I'll be a witness." It seems that no age is short of people who enjoy watching the fun. Seeing that the person was Peng Yun, the son of County Magistrate Peng Se, Chui Daji hurriedly said in a flattering manner. "So it's Master Peng. How come you're free today? What would you like to eat? It's my treat." Peng Yun ignored Chui Daji and said, "You're just kidding. If I, the son of a county magistrate, ask you to treat me to a meal, people will think I'm bullying you if this gets out." Turning around, he greeted Mo Yuan again. "I haven't seen you for a few months. Weren't you driven to the countryside by your father?" When Mo Yuan saw this, he felt like he was about to fall asleep and find himself in a situation where he needed a pillow. This was a ready-made advertisement. "Brother Peng, I just arrived yesterday and learned a few recipes from an expert in town, so today we're introducing these dishes. Brother Peng and the other brothers are in for a treat. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Peng Yun thought that he could have dinner with some classmates and friends from the academy today. It's such a coincidence that we ran into a competition between two companies. It looks like there will be something exciting to watch. Although the new dishes introduced by Chui's Hongyun restaurant are not bad, I've grown tired of them all in the past month. It's the same few dishes over and over again. It's a good time to try out some new dishes from the Mo family today. Seeing how confident Mo Yuan seems, it shouldn't be that bad. Then he said to Mo Yuan, "Mo Yuan, let's try your dishes today. I'm going to say this beforehand, I've tried Chui's dishes before, and they're very good. If yours isn't good, don't blame me for saying something unpleasant." Then he called out to his friends behind him. "Let's go, guys, try Mo Yuan's food and compare it later." Then he said to Chui Daji, "Don't forget that you two have a bet. The loser must apologize in public." After saying that, he led everyone and followed Mo Yuan into the restaurant. Chui Daji was left confused. Did I agree? But it doesn't matter. The dishes in my restaurant are the most popular in Tokyo right now. He didn't believe that Mo Yuan could learn how to cook any delicious food in the countryside. "Humph, Mo Yuan, I'm waiting for you to make a fool of yourself. From now on, our restaurant will be the largest restaurant in Ji County." Chapter 25, Booming Business, Part 1. Wait until near noon. The people sitting on the second floor of Emoji Restaurant, who had almost drunk 2 pots of tea, were becoming a little impatient. Peng Yun finally saw Mo Yuan guiding the waiters in the store to put the dishes on the table. At this time, there were still many people waiting to watch the fun on the streets in front of the two restaurants. The fierce competition and discord between the two restaurants have long been a rumor in Ji County. Although they all claim to be one of the best restaurants in the county, there are always two. Originally, Mo Yuan of Emoji Restaurant had a slight advantage thanks to the gimmick of cooking with the wok introduced from Tokyo City. However, this debate was completely resolved a month ago when Mr. Chui, the owner of Hongyun Restaurant, invited a genuine chef from Beijing. Haven't you seen that Emoji Restaurant has been deserted for the past month? However, as the news of Mo Yuan and Chui Daji's bet spread this morning, the common people who like to join in the fun started discussing it enthusiastically again. Have you heard? Today, 2 restaurants are going to compete with each other. The one with the worst business will admit defeat in public. Then why even bother competing? Everyone knows that Hongyun Restaurant has already crushed MOG to the point where he can't recover. Not necessarily. I heard that the young master of the Mo family confidently proposed a bet this morning. He must have something to rely on. It seems that he has developed a few new delicacies. So what? You have to know that Hongyun's chef is from the capital. Who in our small county can compare to his skills? And I even tasted it the other day, and it was indeed delicious. Another person was also a little hesitant. It's delicious, but a little expensive. That can't be helped. Our county is unique. There must be a reason why it's expensive. Besides, it's not for ordinary people. No matter how expensive it is, people can still afford it. Just then, a waiter came out of MOG Restaurant with a gong in his hand. Ding, ding, ding. Seeing that everyone's attention was drawn, the young man started shouting at the top of his voice. Look, look! MOG Restaurant has developed a few new dishes today, and they're offering free tastings. Anyone who enters the restaurant can try a dish for free. First come, first served. While the tasting lasts, and today all in-store purchases are 20% off. Wow! Upon hearing this, all the onlookers rushed into MOG Restaurant. Some people who were planning to go to Hongyun Restaurant for dinner in groups also changed their plans. Something that doesn't cost money. It would be a waste if you don't eat it. And it is everyone's nature to join in the fun. Not to mention the huge crowds of people crowding into the first floor. Peng Yun and his companions on the second floor were about to start eating the delicious food on the table. But after listening to Mo Yuan's introduction, he stood up suddenly. He looked at Mo Yuan with anger on his face. Peng Yun angrily said, Mo Yuan, you're such a jerk. I came here out of kindness to support you, and you actually made me eat pork? Are you trying to humiliate me by serving me this kind of lowly food? The others also echoed. Yes, Brother Mo, although we can't be said to be of noble status, we are at least respectable scholars. You have so much pork, we can only say goodbye. After saying that, several people stood up and turned to leave. The dishes were already on the table, so how could Mo Yuan let them leave so easily? These people were all top young men in the county, and he was counting on them to help him promote his reputation. And he also has confidence in what's on the table. When I first ate pork, I was similar to them. After eating it, I always exclaimed that it was so delicious. Brother Pang, brothers, please listen to me. We don't like pork, mostly because it's fishy and not as delicious as mutton. That's because people don't know how to eat it. Let me ask you, these dishes have been here for a long time. Do you smell any strange odors? Why not give it a try? One of the young men was good friends with Mo Yuan in the academy, so he picked up his chopsticks and took a bite. Then he stopped talking and sat down again. His arms flew up and down, tasting each dish on the table one by one. Then nothing happened. He didn't say anything and just ate. Peng Yun was a little confused when he saw this. He thought that it was unnecessary to be so enthusiastic in supporting Mo Yuan, right? Moreover, several of them came here together. This person did not communicate with Mo Yuan at all, so it was impossible for him to act and deceive himself. So Peng Yun, who was skeptical, picked up his chopsticks and took a bite with a frown on his face. The taste is delicious and the meat is rich. Suddenly, his frown relaxed. Sat back at the table. At this time, the first floor lobby. A man bowed to Mo Yuan with an excited and curious look on his face. What's the name of this dish, boss? Why is it so delicious and rich in meat flavor? Mo Yuan looked at the people in the hall who were looking at him because they had tasted the food but hadn't. He admired his son's method and thought it was really effective. Without even considering his excitement, he quickly replied. This dish is called red braised pork. It's made with the finest pork, using a secret cooking process to achieve this delicacy. It costs 100 wen, and today we're having a 20% discount, so you can get it for 80 wen. This is the difference between Mo Yuan and Shi Wenhao. Shi Wenhao's price is 50 or 60 cents. When Mo Yuan learned that this was an exclusive secret recipe, he immediately priced it at 100 wen. Anyone who can spend 50 or 60 cents on this dish won't mind the 40 cents. Price reduction is a matter for the future. Sure enough, after hearing the price, some people were secretly shocked. But several people in gorgeous silk robes said nonchalantly, Pork is even better than mutton. Emoji restaurant is really good. Bring me a plate of braised pork. 1 piece per person for the trial is not enough. MOU, you old man are so unhappy. MOU laughed dryly and ignored him. 100 coins per plate, I'll let you taste it freely, and I won't do business. But the words about opening a business couldn't be said. Don't worry, there's more to come. Everyone can try it for free first. Can we order together later? He then ordered the waiter to bring out a few plates of Beijing-style shredded pork. Let everyone in the hall try a piece of food with chopsticks. Peng Yun on the second floor ate, while looking at Mo Yuan standing beside him introducing the food in surprise. Are you saying this Beijing sauce shredded pork is also made with pork? Mo Yuan nodded and said, The meat dishes on this table are all made of pork. Another young man, his mouth full of grease, praised without caring about his image. People used to say that pork was hard to swallow, that it was cheap meat eaten by the untouchables. Now I think it's not the meat that's bad, it's the people who cooked it who didn't do it right. The other young man also nodded in agreement. Yes, these pork dishes are classic and delicious. They are even better than lamb. I really don't know what kind of person has such a clever mind to come up with such a recipe. Peng Yun was quite satisfied with the meal. His attitude towards Mo Yuan, still full of desire, was even more cordial than before. Brother Mo, I heard you say this was taught by a master you met by chance while in town. Does he know other dishes? Peng Yungui was the son of the county magistrate, and Mo Yuan also wanted to make friends with him. Brother Peng, my brother said that he knows a lot. He was just limited by the ingredients that day, so he had to make a few pork dishes. Upon hearing this, Peng Yun raised his eyebrows. That means he has more. I should go and try it when I have time. Brother Mo, please introduce him to me. Mo Yuan quickly agreed. Then they stopped talking and started eating. Chapter 26, Booming Business Part 2. The first floor lobby of MOG restaurant. The news of the free tasting has spread to most of the county. At this time, not only the lobby on the first floor was packed. Even the street outside the restaurant was packed with people. Many people leaned over and tried to squeeze in, but there were too many people inside. People on the street could only scratch their heads anxiously outside, while smelling the tempting aroma coming from the hall, while listening to the exclamations and cheers coming from inside from time to time. Braised pork is delicious. Beijing-style shredded pork with soy sauce is the best. You can also wrap it in bean curd sheets and serve it with scallions and cucumbers. It's so delicious. I think the deep-fried pork belly is pretty good too. It's crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with a nice, crispy and fragrant aroma. I think stewed crispy pork is better. It has a unique flavor. I don't like meat, but I like your fried tofu. Scrambled eggs are delicious. Why can't I make them like this at home? The people outside were so anxious that they wanted to curse. The people among you are really not human. When you guys have finished eating, come out and let us go in to try some. In Hungyun restaurant, Chui Daji and his father, Manager Chui, looked at the crowd outside with gloomy faces. You guys are begging and struggling to squeeze in but can't, and you don't even come back to my house for dinner. Aren't you cheap? Their restaurant has been launching new dishes for a month. They are quite expensive, and we have already tried all the dishes we want. Those who didn't come couldn't afford to eat and wouldn't come back. The new dish launched across the street is so popular today, why would anyone come to eat at their restaurant at this time? Shopkeeper Chui's face was gloomy. Why are you making a bet with the other party for no reason? Anyway, when the time comes, you can admit defeat and come to me yourself. I won't go! Chui Daji was also speechless. He had no idea that the other side would suddenly launch so many new dishes. There are also some tasting discount activities. All of these are new dishes brought back by Mo Yuan. That so-called master, you'll see how I'll deal with you when I get the chance. Hao Ren, who was far away in Xiaolin village, suddenly sneezed for no reason. Achoo! What's going on? Are you catching a cold? Or did you catch a cold last night? Last night, wasn't that right? Mo Yuan had been depressed for a month, but today he finally felt proud. Seeing that the first floor was so crowded that it was impossible to walk, I felt that the time was almost right. Everyone, the free tastings of all the dishes launched today are over. If you don't like it enough, you can pay to try it again. If you don't want to spend money, there will be free tastings tomorrow morning. Seeing that there was no more free food, some people who came to join in the fun but were unwilling to spend money started to leave. I have to come early tomorrow. It's so delicious. Although you can only eat one bite of each dish, it's free. Not everyone can afford the consumption in a restaurant. Seeing that most of the crowd had left, many of the remaining people were dressed in luxurious clothes. These people are all well-known figures in the county, and everyone knows each other. One of them, a middle-aged man in his 40s wearing a silk official's uniform and with a plump figure, urged Mo Yuan. Manager Mo, hurry up! The rest are those who haven't eaten enough, so let's prepare the dishes. So the rest of the people sat together at a table with 3 or 5 friends and prepared to order food. In the end, the tables were full, and some people who came alone had to share tables with a few others. Mo Yuan introduced the price again. Braised pork and other meat dishes cost 100 won each, and fried tofu and scrambled eggs cost 20 won. This price is already very expensive in the county town. Pork costs 30 cents per pound, and this plate weighs less than a pound. Although the price of eggs has tripled in the past 2 years, it is still only about 1 cent each. Not to mention tofu. But those who stayed were all rich people and didn't care about these things. It's cheaper out there, will you do it? Then someone interrupted Mo Yuan's introduction. Boss Missouri, you're being too slow today. Whoever's left here is short of money. Hurry up and serve the food. We'll know how much it costs when we pay. Hurry up and serve the food. Mo Yuan had no choice but to go forward with a few smart guys to record the dishes ordered by each table. We ordered all the dishes that were popular among the group. If there are not many people, just pick 2 dishes that you like. In short, in the end, with the departure of Pang Yun and others, a new wave of guests came to the first floor lobby. And we agreed to bring friends to taste it again tomorrow. Everyone enjoyed the meal very much. At the entrance of the restaurant, Pang Yun, who was surrounded by a crowd, looked across at Chui Daji, who had a dejected look on his face. Bored, he said. I think the result is obvious, right? Chui Daji, shall we begin? Looking at the crowd who were pointing at him and looking mocking. Thinking of what my own father said just now. Chui Daji gnashed his teeth and wished he could eat up the smug Mo Yuan opposite him alive. But he couldn't afford to offend Peng Yun. He had no choice but to bite the bullet and bow to Mo Yuan to apologize. I'm sorry, Brother Mo. I apologize to you. I'm not as good as you. Mo Yuan suppressed his laughter. Is that you? Is that what we said? Hangyun restaurant is not as good as Moji restaurant. After saying that, Cui Daji turned around and left. Snort. Don't bully the young. That's not right, Mo Yuan, and the person behind it. He will definitely repay today's humiliation double. I didn't expect the business to be so booming. From noon to night, there was never a vacant table in the restaurant. As soon as this group of people left, another group of people who heard the news came in. The result was that Mo Yuan, who originally thought he was well prepared, had to send people to purchase supplies twice at short notice. When it was closing time at night, not only the chefs in the kitchen and the waiters in the front were there. Even Mo Yuan and Mo Yuan, father and son, were too tired to move. The happy Mo Yuan was rewarded with 10 cents as a waiter. The kitchen staff rewarded him with 20 cents. This caused everyone to compliment him before going home. The father and son closed the door and counted their money while happily chatting. I didn't expect business to be so brisk today. Besides the fact that these dishes are truly delicious, your ideas, Your Honor, are also incredibly valuable. And Mo Yuan was a little uncomfortable with his father's praise. Growing up, his father has rarely praised him. But he still scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Those ideas were all from what Hao Ren said about promotional methods. I only listened to the basics. They're nothing. But it was my own idea to make the bet with Cui Daji, and it was also because I was confident in these dishes. So I really have to thank Hao Ren this time. After seeing the lively scene today, Mo Yuan felt that 1 tael of silver per dish was too little. Mo Yuan was very pleased after hearing what his son said. No matter what, his son had never behaved like this before. We really have to thank Hao Ren. Mo Yuan said to his father with great pride. Dad, we've broken up with the other side, so I don't have to go to the branch in town anymore, right? Hee hee. Mo Yuan looked at his son thoughtfully. Of course you don't have to hide anymore, but you still have to go back to town. I'm not asking you to run the shop, but to make friends with Hao Ren. Chapter 27 Song Dynasty Lying Down Diary. A major event happened in Xiaolin village in recent days. All the children were told by their parents that they could no longer go near Lin Laosan's house to ask Hao Ren for food like they did a few days ago. Even adults would tiptoe past quickly when passing by, for fear of making any noise and being heard. The reason was that a few days ago, when the village chief came to Lin Laosan's house to discuss the wasteland issue with Hao Ren, he actually saw him squatting in the yard, reading a book intently. The surprised village chief was speechless for a long time. Child, are you a scholar? Then why have you fallen to this point? Hao Ren hurriedly explained that he was not an educated person, he just knew a few words and was just looking around. How could the village chief believe his words? Anyone who can read and write is a scholar. Even if he has no official title, he is still better than a peasant who cannot read a single word. When the village chief, whose old face flushed with excitement, cautiously asked Hao Ren if he could pass the imperial examination to become a jinshi if he studied for a few more years, and later set his goal on becoming a jiren. Hao Ren thought about it and heard Xu Wenhao say that this dynasty was the Song dynasty after he tried to test it that day. As long as you pass the lowest level of the state exam, you can become a gongshi, which is what the village chief calls a jiren. That shouldn't be difficult for me, right? He immediately replied that if it was just the status of a jiren, it shouldn't be a big problem. It shouldn't be a problem to pass the lowest level state exam by studying for a few years. Xu Wenhao said it was very simple, and the exam was in the county town not far away, and all you had to do was be familiar with the classics. Hearing this, the old village chief was so excited that he trembled. Is their village going to produce a scholar? Even a scholar can walk around freely in this country. So the village chief convened a village-wide meeting under the big locust tree and strictly forbade anyone to disturb Hao Ren from studying. In fact, Hao Ren felt a little confused at first. Even if there were no educated people in this small mountain village, they might not be so enthusiastic and respectful towards me. But he is not in the mood to care about these things now. He is looking for ways to make money for his family. After much thought, I decided to make food. There's nothing I can do except eat. In his initial plan, he wanted to first solve the problem of food and clothing for the people in this small village. The problem of food and clothing for their family is easy to solve. He can just get some money and buy them in the mall. But if it is a year of famine, everyone is eating tree bark and grass roots, while your family enjoys meat and fish every day. In this ancient time when people were tough, he couldn't bear to think about whether someone would kill people and steal food if they got jealous. If this really happens, can Hao Ren and Lin Lao-san, who have thin arms and legs, stop a group of hungry people who are jealous and have no bottom line? Hao Ren didn't dare to think about it. In order to protect himself, he had to make more friends around him and fewer people who were against him. You should know that the system mostly contains daily necessities, but no guns, ammunition, airplanes or cannons. If anything really happens, he will have no choice but to run away with his whole family. So he made a plan to earn money bit by bit slowly, buy cheap food from the mall, and it would not be a problem to feed a village, and then lead them to start a business together. Help them make money. Once the whole village depends on him for their livelihood, they will protect him more than their own children. That's a bit inappropriate. But no one can resist money. So, Hao Ren became a teacher in the yard, and he had 3 students, Lin Tsuitsui, Go Zi, and Hu Zi. There was no way. He wanted to do business, but found that the people around him didn't even know how to count. How do we settle this? He was planning to be a hands-off boss, so he had to teach the dog math from the beginning. Lin Tsuitsui and Hu Zi would also listen from the side when they had nothing to do. I taught them some basic math, and asked them to break off some small branches to help with math. After the dog mastered addition and subtraction within 10 with the help of tree branches, Lin Tsuitsui was able to do some simple multiplication and division. Hao Ren was extremely surprised. He had underestimated this usually quiet girl. He didn't expect her to be so smart. It seems that the ancients were not stupid. They just had no educational resources and could not study, so they stayed in this small mountain village for their whole lives. If I really study with the children in the private schools in the county, who knows who will do better academically? Hao Ren was reading a book while they were practicing arithmetic on their own. However, he was not preparing for the imperial examination. He had not yet converted from simplified Chinese to traditional Chinese characters, and he also had to practice calligraphy, which would not be accomplished in a few days. He bought several books about the Song dynasty in the mall, including official history, unofficial history, and novels. He had to understand this world first. It turns out that I had forgotten all the history knowledge I learned in school. The only impression he had of the Song dynasty was a few things: Zhao Kuangying, the Qingqiao rebellion, Song Renzong, the Jingkang incident, and Yufei. That's all. It seems that Bao Qingtian is also from the Song dynasty, and there is also Zhao Jiao Zhao Go. I don't know if I need to travel through time, otherwise I would just stay at home and study some strategy. When I finally figured out that the first year of Jingyu mentioned by Xi Wenhao was 1034, I hurriedly flipped through the book to check the rest, and after reading the book for half a day, I breathed a sigh of relief. Call! I felt completely relaxed. Fortunately, it was still 90 years since the Jingkang incident. It would be fine. Hey, the current emperor is Song Renzong. I heard he has a good temper. It's okay, it's okay. I've traveled back to a peaceful era and the system is pretty good to me. For a modern person like me who is lazy and doesn't know how to do anything except eating, it would be nice to lie down in ancient times. Think about Lin Tsuitsui's pretty face, at least it solves the problem of finding a wife. It's great, having enough food and drink and being accompanied by a beautiful woman, living a happy and comfortable life. Hao Ren thought to himself, don't think I have no ambition. I am a fat otaku in the 21st century, with no ambition, no physical activity, and no knowledge of grains. I came to this ancient mountain village in the dark. Apart from bringing various systems to buy some food, what else can I do? Just like this, I can live my whole life with my wife and children. Let me change the world and save the Song dynasty? You'll have to get it done soon. I don't have the aura of a king or a hero, so I can't lead troops to fight. Second, without the ability and wisdom to be an official, there is no way to carry out reforms. Besides eating, I might also find ways to make some money. Powerless to change the Song dynasty. Is it possible to increase the strength of the Song dynasty by producing unlimited amounts of food? Stop joking. Once I can provide a large amount of food, the price of food will drop dramatically. Those wealthy landlords who monopolize the grain have eaten me till there is nothing left. Even Song Renzong cannot save me. I, Hao Ren, a useless guy, can't stand the mountain of the times. The torrent of history rolls forward, and even if I were beaten to death, I wouldn't be able to create even a ripple. As for those things that change history and turn the tide, leave them to other capable time travelers. I just want to eat and wait for death. At the same time, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. I have gained some insights from reading these days. Is it just because of his respect for scholars that the village chief's attitude changed so much? Once Hao Ren becomes a Jiren, or even a Jinshi, all the land in the village can be registered under his name. Although the laws of the Song dynasty stipulated that even if a Jiren or Jinshi became an official, they were only exempt from some head taxes and corvée labor. However, once they become a privileged class, there are many ways to conceal their land and evade taxes. The entire Xiaolin village will benefit from this. Although this is wrong from a god's perspective, it is undoubtedly undermining the Song dynasty. But for the village chief and the villagers of Xiaolin village, what's wrong with making themselves or the villagers live a better life? If they don't dig, others will. The landlord is digging. The clerks are digging. The bureaucrats are digging. Warriors are digging. The literati are even digging. Wasn't even the emperor of the Song dynasty digging? Didn't they come up with something called the Flower and Stone Gang a few decades later? It seemed as if all the people were living on the giant Song dynasty while sucking its blood, completely unaware that this was chronic suicide and that disaster was approaching. Perhaps the end of the Song dynasty was determined from the very beginning? Perhaps when they were afraid of the rebellion of the military and breaking their backbone, and when they indulged the scholar official group without limit. It's already destined, right? So, what else can I do besides protecting my family? In front of the rolling wheels of history. What does personal effort count for? Since you are powerless to change, just live life to the fullest and cherish the people around you. Hugging his adorable wife, eating, drinking and having fun every day, isn't this a wonderful life for him? Hao Ren was thinking. Let's look at the beauties. Chapter 28. I feel good after eating dumplings. Hao Ren didn't think so much. It's too far away. The most important thing right now is to have enough food and clothing. The most important thing in the world is eating. When Huzi's stomach growled, Hao Ren put the book away. Although the illiterate people in the village did not think his book was anything special, it would still be difficult to explain if a literate person saw this horizontal book full of simplified Chinese characters. I saw that my wife had almost mastered today's content. He left behind the two people who were still fiddling with the branches in their hands and scratching their heads in thought. He took the hand of Lin Tsuitse, whose face was flushed, and went to the kitchen. Lin Tsuitse is responsible for kneading the dough and making the filling herself. Actually, there is nothing to prepare the stuffing, the meat is marinated in soy sauce. I went to the backyard vegetable garden and dug up a small onion, but I wasn't satisfied. While Lin Tsuitse wasn't paying attention, I bought 2 scallions from the mall, chopped them up quickly, and put them in pretentiously. After the dough was done, Lin Laosan and his wife came home with hose on their shoulders, looking gloomy. When Lin Tsuitse saw her parents like this, she hurriedly asked what was going on. After listening to the couple's sighs for a while, Hao Ren finally understood. It turns out that it is April now, and the wheat in the field will almost ear in half a month. There is still no sign of rain at the moment. If it still doesn't rain by the end of the month, then this year's wheat harvest may be a failure. After saying that, Lin Laosan sighed as usual. This year has not been easy either. Then I saw the meat filling that Hao Ren brought out, and thought, well, the family should be able to survive, and the son-in-law should be able to make money. Listen to what Hao Ren said about what to do. Du Chunyang understood and said, Is it a jiao, a type of entertainment? I've heard of it, but I've never done it. As Hao Ren was teaching how to make it, he said, That's right, it's dumplings. After Hao Ren taught them step by step, the 4 of them started making dumplings. After a while, Lin Tsuitse and Du Chunyang became proficient. Then Hao Ren and Lin Laosan were driven away. They were despised. Hao Ren only knew what to do, and Lin Laosan's clumsy hands could only tend to the crops. The crooked dumplings made by 2 people are really unsightly. After a while of getting acquainted with each other, the mother and daughter were able to roll out the dough properly, while the other wrapped it beautifully. It can be seen that Lin Tsuitse's dexterity was inherited from her mother-in-law. When Hao Ren walked into the yard, he took out all his anger on the 2 Guzi brothers. After testing the 2 brothers, I scolded them bitterly. It was such a simple thing, but they still couldn't learn it after I taught them for several days. What a fool! But Lin Laosan didn't care at all and looked at his son with a doting face. Huzi is so awesome. He has learned how to settle accounts in just a few days. What are you looking at there, Lin Laosan? Do you understand what's going on? Go boil some water. When Lin Laosan shouted that the water was boiling, Hao Ren came into the house, brought out the dumplings and put them into the pot. While gently pushing the dumplings apart in the pot to prevent them from sticking, she taught Lin Tsuitse, who was learning attentively beside her. Put the dumplings in the pot and spread them out to prevent them from sticking to the bottom. Wait for the water to boil, then add water twice. Once it boils 3 times, you can serve. Lin Tsuitse watched his operation carefully and wrote down each step seriously. The official still needs to study in the future and learn how to cook for him. When the plump white dumplings were served on the table, everyone at the table couldn't help but move their Adam's apples and swallow quietly. I've never eaten it before, so I'm a little nervous. Hao Ren quickly demonstrated it to everyone. You can eat it directly or dip it with soy sauce and vinegar. If you like a stronger taste, you can also eat it with garlic or mashed garlic. A dumpling import. Pork and green onion dumplings, so delicious. I don't know if my body has changed since traveling through time, or if I've just adapted to the local customs, but I always feel that these dumplings are more delicious than the ones I've eaten before. A few people followed suit and started eating with big mouthfuls, not caring about the heat. White flour dumplings stuffed with pork and green onions are too lethal to these people. After listening to Hao Ren's words, Lin Sitsui went to the kitchen and poured some soy sauce and vinegar, then took out 2 dried garlic heads from the corner. Everyone tried it one by one, and sure enough, every way of eating it was delicious. My appetite is not as big as most people's, and I feel full after eating more than one bowl. Looking at the other people busy eating, even Huzi finished a big bowl and still wasn't satisfied. I really admire their appetite. Dad, Mom! I'm going to town with Guzi tomorrow. We agreed to pick up the pig's head last time and discuss future business. Lin Laosen, who was keeping his head down, didn't hear what he said clearly, but he thought the dumplings were really delicious. Without even looking up, he said, "You make your own decision. Just tell me if you need any help. I'll do whatever you asked me to do." Lin Laosen has been impressed by his son-in-law after reading his food tips. With food and drink available, what else do you want these days? Hao Ren was a little surprised by his father-in-law's attitude. Is the power of food so strong? We've ordered 2 pig heads and some other things tomorrow. Guzi and I can do it, but if we're too busy later, can we ask Dazhuang or someone else to help? He thought that Dazhuang was a good guy that day and wanted him to come over to help, but he was afraid that his father-in-law and mother-in-law would think too much. After all, the Branch family was kicked out. Everyone would be angry. I can only do my job on my mother-in-law's side first. But I'm not in a hurry about this. I'll deal with it when I make enough money and am too busy to handle other matters. Immediately prepared to change the subject. However, Hao Ren was somewhat surprised that it was Du Chunyan who spoke first. If you really want to use the 2 children from the old family, we won't object, but you have to discuss this matter with Hu Zi's grandfather. The old man is a reasonable person. Otherwise, I'm afraid you will be in trouble in the future. You haven't met the old couple. Thinking of old man Lin, Hao Ren thought of his grandfather again. He had a good impression of the old man. After eating and drinking his fill, the dog returned with a bowl of dumplings in his hand. Originally, he wanted to ask Hao Ren if he could take 2 back for his mother to try. After obtaining consent from Du Chunyang and the others, Hao Ren gave the remaining bowl to Guzi to take back. He also told Guzi to give the food in his bowl to Lao Zhai, and to keep a few in his pocket and secretly give them to his mother at night. Since we want to make the whole village rich in the future, it is impossible to go beyond the old house. Although Du Chunyang was a little indignant, she didn't say anything because her son-in-law had his own ideas. Let it be, it's the past. The children are not involved. When Guzi came in, the people in the Lin family's old house were having dinner. The conditions of the old house are better than those of Lin Laosan's original house. Wild vegetable porridge with coarse grain steamed bread. However, the dry food was only for male laborers, who were given half a steamed bun per person. The 2 daughters-in-law, granddaughter Xiao Xiao and even old lady Lin herself only drink the thin liquid. Guzi put the bowl in front of old Mrs. Lin. "Grandma, I'm learning math at my 3rd uncle's house today. He eats dumplings. Let me bring back a bowl for you to try." Old Mrs. Lin was a little surprised. But he didn't say anything, just brought the dumplings to share with everyone. This was a rare item, so old man Lin, his grandsons, and the eldest brother Lin each received one. Then they were distributed to the rest of the group. After everyone had received theirs, there were still a few left, which he gave to his grandsons. Everyone in the family is accustomed to her preference for boys over girls. Even Xiao Xiao didn't think it was unfair. She was very happy to see the dumpling in her bowl. After finishing a dumpling, Shin was still thinking indignantly. "Why did you share some with Guzi? He must have eaten it already. It would be better to give it to your son. The old lady is biased." Everyone else enjoyed their meal. While no one was paying attention, Guzi secretly put the dumplings in his bowl into his mother's bowl, and then quickly drank the soup. While tasting the dumplings in his mouth, old man Lin asked Guzi what he had learned from Hao Ren today. While answering his grandfather's questions, Guzi shared with everyone the way of eating introduced by Hao Ren. After hearing this, Chen ran to the kitchen, brought out a bowl and some vinegar to dip it in. Old Mrs. Lin hit her hand with chopsticks with a cold face. "How can we survive if we eat like this? How much vinegar will we have to drink?" Then he demonstrated the scientific way to eat it. Everyone watched as old lady Lin dipped a little vinegar with her chopsticks, put it in her mouth, and tasted it with her eyes narrowed. They all followed suit, taking a small bite of the dumplings and dipping their chopsticks in a little vinegar. Well, worthy of being Mrs. Lin, this way of eating is so delicious. The dumplings are so delicious. It would be nice to be able to eat it every day. Chapter 29. A friend comes from afar. In the morning, Go Zi and I went to town and brought back 2 pig heads and some pig offal and pig trotters. Hao Ren went into the house to study the marinade package. I prepared some spices and put them in the small cloth bag that I asked Lin Tse to sew last night. The dog, who was left alone to clean the pig intestines, complained bitterly. Guzi has been used to hardships since he was a child, and actually doesn't think cleaning pig heads, pig feet and pig offal is a hard job. He is very happy that he can have enough food to eat and help Ringo with some work. Especially last night when he secretly put a few dumplings into his mother's mouth and saw his mother's tears of happiness. Gozi felt that no matter how hard or tiring it was worth it. Even when he was cleaning pig intestines, he looked worried not because he couldn't stand the smell, but because he really couldn't figure it out. It can still accept other things like the heart, liver, spleen, and stomach. Although they are not delicious, they can replace food when cooked, and at least they can be considered some meat. What he didn't understand was the pig intestine in his hand. Can this thing be eaten? What's more, Hao Ren actually gave him flour and fine salt and asked him to wash repeatedly. Flour and fine salt, repeatedly washed, pig intestines? Guzi felt that his worldview collapsed. The wasted flour and salt would be enough to feed the family for a day if converted into ordinary food. Now Hao Ren asked him to clean the pig intestines. But despite his doubts, he did not stop working. Hao Ren in the room obviously had no idea that the dog outside had such rich psychological activities. After preparing the marinade packets, I went to the back of the thatched hut to check on Lin Laosun's progress. There is a large open space behind the house, which belongs to Lin Laosun's family. However, they built a thatched house at that time and did not use such a large area. This used to be the Lin family's vegetable garden. After the last few sparse green onions were pulled out, this place became completely empty. Hao Ren planned to put the big pot for braised meat in the back so that there would be space even if he wanted to expand in the future. A few days ago, Lin Laosun started making adobe bricks according to Hao Ren's arrangement. Yesterday, the soil was dried and ready for use. Hao Ren bought 2 large rural pots from the mall for 160 coins. Lin Laosun worked efficiently, and Du Chunyang and Lin Tse helped him. By now, a large stove had been built. Hao Ren was worried that his wife would get tired from helping out, so he asked her if she was tired. He then told them not to worry too much, as 1 pot would be enough. When everything was ready and the pig's head was put into the pot, Jiu saw Arya from Aunt Wang's family next door running over breathlessly. A few people came to the village entrance, looking for brother Hao Ren. The little girl tried to finish her words while panting. Hao Ren guessed that Mo Yuan had come, as he had said he would come to visit last time. I quickly told others to watch the fire, and after it boiled, I just turned to low heat and simmered it. Then he followed the little girl to the village entrance to pick someone up. Not long after walking, I saw Arya's brother Erden leading a few people towards me. One of them was Mo Yuan, whom I hadn't seen for a long time. I saw that he and another person traveling with him were riding a donkey, each followed by a servant. His image is somewhat different from Hao Ren's. Isn't he a handsome young man in the city? Why is he riding a donkey? He looks a bit funny. Where is the Prince Charming? Bring the person home and invite him into the yard. Another well-dressed young man who was traveling with them nodded to his servant, and the servant understood and stepped forward to give 2 cents to each of Arya's siblings. The 2 frightened children were stunned on the spot. They had never seen such a scene in the countryside. They were paid for just showing the way. The servant's hand holding the money was hanging in the air, feeling a little embarrassed. Why didn't he take it? If you think the money is too little, then it's okay to just run errands for 2 cents. Just as the servant was considering whether to add more money, Hao Ren eased the awkward atmosphere. He reached out, took the money and handed it to Erden, indicating that he could take it and go have fun. Erden carefully took the money and led his sister to bow to everyone. Then the 2 children quickly turned around and ran away. They had to hand over this huge sum of money to their mother as soon as possible. Several people walked into the yard and exchanged greetings. After hearing Mo Yuan's introduction, the person next to him turned out to be Pang Yun, the son of the county magistrate Pang Se. Hao Ren was a little confused. Why did the county magistrate's son come to the countryside to find him for no reason? But now is not the time to think too much. He suppressed his curiosity and guided the 2 to sit down. There was no place to sit in the house, so I moved 2 small stools from the yard and gave them to them. I poured 2 bowls of water. It felt a bit crude, and since I didn't have any tea leaves, I got some sugar from the mall and put it in the bowls. After they sat down, they noticed the environment in the yard. A dilapidated thatched house and an empty yard. But Pang Yun was puzzled. Is this the master? Even Mo Yun was shocked by Hao Ren's conversation and his effortless cooking skills. Mo Yuan thought that even if it was in the countryside, the family must be a wealthy landlord or something, but he didn't expect Hao Ren to live in such an environment. What a strange person. I picked up the bowl and took a sip. I was surprised by the sweet taste. After asking, I found out that Hao Ren added sugar. I was even more surprised after seeing the sugar. This person lives in such a shabby yard in the countryside, but adds such pure frosted sugar to the water he drinks. That white sugar, like snow, is indeed the white sugar Hao Ren mentioned. It is really as white as snow. I really don't know how he got such good candy. Both of them were a little surprised. The atmosphere was a bit dull at the moment, and it was Peng Yun who broke the atmosphere. I heard from Brother Mo that he met a master. I also tried the dishes created by Brother Hao in the county town. They were really delicious. So today I came here with Brother Mo to bother you, and I also wanted to see the master he mentioned. I hope Brother Hao won't blame me. Feeling that this was a bit awkward, he jokingly said in order to ease the atmosphere. It's mainly because I'm greedy and want to see your cooking skills, Brother Hao. Ha ha ha, I came uninvited. Don't blame me. And Mo Yuan also exchanged a few pleasantries. Then he suddenly took out a silver ingot weighing 10 taels and placed it on the table with a clatter. You can't let me leave empty-handed when I come here today. I don't want to leave without taking a few dishes. As he spoke, he told Hao Ren about the sensation caused by those dishes in the county town that day. Peng Yun on the side also added a few words from time to time, saying that those dishes in the county town are still the topic of conversation among people. The three of them were of similar age and all wanted to get to know each other, so they soon became very engaged in conversation and felt much more intimate with each other. I don't know how long it was before the strong fragrance in the air interrupted the boys' conversation. Hao Ren saw that although the two of them were still talking, they were obviously distracted and attracted by the fragrance. He also joked. They say arriving early is worse than arriving at the right time. You two are in for a treat. I just invented some food today, and I haven't eaten it yet, and here you two are. Wait a minute, I'll go see if it's ready. He walked to the back and poked the meat in the pot with chopsticks. Seeing that it was almost done, he asked Lin Lao-san to turn off the heat. He took Lin Lao-san and his wife and Lin Tse to the front yard to say hello. Chapter 30 Don't say farmer's wine is muddy. When they arrived at the front yard, the three people were obviously frightened by the way Peng Yun and Mo Yuan were dressed. The spotless brocade robe matched with the handsome face of youth. Peng Yun even pretended to be elegant, and held a folding fan. I've watched Hao Ren's TV series so many times that I don't think there's anything special about the way the two of them dress. But when he saw the turbulent waves in the eyes of Lin Lao-san and his wife and Lin Tse, in this remote mountain valley, apart from Hao Ren who has drifted here, no outsiders are seen all year round. Not to mention when such a handsome city boy came before. After hearing the identities of the two, his face turned pale. One is the young master of a big restaurant in the city, and the other is the son of a county magistrate. Du Chunyang's lips trembled with fear, and she didn't know where to put her hands. Lin Lao-san ran out even more excitedly. The son of the county magistrate had arrived. This was a big event in the village. He was going to call the village chief to accompany him. As for Lin Tse, Mo Yuan's call of sister-in-law made her face turn red with shame, and she followed the bewildered Du Chunyang into the house. But after a while, he stuck his head out of the room and quietly called Hao Ren in. Hao Ren apologized and said that his family were all from the country, and it was inevitable that they felt a little restrained when meeting a noble young man from the city for the first time. He asked the two of them not to mind it, and then he turned and went into the house. It turned out that the gifts brought by Mo Yuan and Peng Yun scared his mother and daughter. Yes, in addition to a few boxes of snacks. There was also a piece of beautiful silk cloth, the bright color of which was obviously for women. Hao Ren once asked about it, and it cost 1 tael of silver per piece. In addition, the most valuable item is a set of 4 treasures of the study. Although it is not a famous product, it obviously cannot be bought without a few taels of silver. Hao Ren was also startled. He was busy chatting and the things were brought in by the 2 servants, so he didn't look carefully. Now it seems that these 2 people have obviously prepared the gifts with great care, taking into account all aspects of men, women, young and old. But he also had a way. In order to reassure his mother and daughter, he had to comfort them. Don't worry, mother. Just keep these things and prepare some return gifts for them when you leave. I have a plan. This batch of silk fabrics is really beautiful, and the colors are very bright. You and Tse should each get a set of clothes in a couple of days. Wear them out and look very proud, making those young ladies and wives envious. The mother and the daughter felt much more at ease after receiving this consolation. They stroked the beautiful silk cloth and couldn't let it go. They could already imagine the shocked expressions of the villagers when they wore it out. It seems that women's love of beauty is always the same. Looking at the mother and daughter gently stroking the cloth, his eyes were full of stars and he was obviously lost in thought. Hao Ren had to interrupt. Mom, the guests are still in the yard. You two can send them away before you decide what clothes to make. The meat in the pot in the backyard is ready. You and Sitsei can take it out and hang it to dry. Du Chunyang was also suddenly awakened. Yes, greet the guests first. Lin Sitsei also cursed herself inwardly, wondering what was going on. Seeing that Bu was so confused that she couldn't walk, and all the guests in the courtyard were ignored, she hurried to help her mother set the table and prepare the dishes. But when I left the house, I couldn't help but look back. So beautiful. Cut the pig's head, liver, and large intestines and place them on separate plates. Put the pig's trotters directly in porcelain bowls and ask the dog Lin Sitsui to help bring them to the table. It just so happened that Lin Laosen and the village chief came together. Seeing the village chief's serious expression, those who didn't know him would think that he was going to meet a high-ranking official from the court. However, Hao Ren was a little surprised to find that the village chief was holding a jar of cheap wine in his arms. Peng Yun and Mo Yuan didn't take it too seriously, and followed Hao Ren in calling out, Grandpa Lin, and Uncle Lin. The village chief's face flushed with excitement. People in the city know how to be polite. Their manners and conversation are better than those of the peasant kids at home. After some pleasantries, the village chief sat down and respectfully said to Peng Yun, It is a great honor for us to have the two young gentlemen come to our small mountain village. I made some sorghum wine at home 2 years ago. I hope you two young gentlemen don't mind. Hao Ren's eyes lit up when he saw this. That's right. How can there be meat without wine? Eating the fragrant braised meat and drinking some wine, how wonderful. Although there is no strict separation between men and women in the small mountain village, men and women usually sit at different tables, and they can't sit at one table. I had no choice but to go to Aunt Wang's house next door to borrow. Aunt Wang was a little too enthusiastic. After all, her child had received 4 cents from the city people for free. She was busy bringing the dishes and chopsticks while asking her husband to move the table. He also said that I could use it as I pleased since his family didn't eat lunch anyway. There were no wine glasses in the countryside, so they found a few shallow coarse porcelain bowls. The village chief was so happy that he insisted on pouring wine. The people couldn't persuade him, so they had to follow his lead respectfully. There wasn't much wine, and each person only poured half a bowl and it was already empty. The village chief blushed, a little embarrassed. I didn't brew any this year. This is the leftover from the year before last. That's all. Please forgive me. No one cared and said it was okay. Looking at the turbid sorghum wine in the bowl, Hao Ren felt a little uncomfortable. What was this? But now is not the time to be disdainful, so greet a few people enthusiastically. Come, don't think the farmer's wine is muddy. It's fate that we can sit together in this small mountain village today. Let's drink and eat meat and enjoy life. Peng Yuan also picked up the bowl and said proudly, What a good thing. Don't say that the farmer's wine is muddy. Brother Hao actually understands poetry. This sentence is obviously not ordinary. Is there anything else to follow? Hao Ren secretly regretted that the sentence he said was inspired by something he learned from a textbook, and he had long forgotten the rest. Quickly changed the subject. It's just something I said on impulse, nonsense, there's no follow-up. Come on, let's drink. Seeing that Hao Ren refused to speak, the two of them stopped forcing him. They picked up the wine, took a sip, and then began to prepare to eat the food on the table. It's no big deal to take a look. Wow, I don't recognize anyone. What are all these plates of stuff? They look like meat? The red thing in the basin seems to be pig's feet? Seeing their puzzled expressions and their reluctance to pick up their chopsticks, Hao Ren had no choice but to explain that there was a plate of pig's head, a pot of braised pig's trotters, and the other plates were all braised platters. He only said the platter but didn't say what was in it. It was their first time eating it, and he was afraid that the two of them would not dare to eat it if he mentioned pig intestines and liver. After listening to his introduction, several people roughly understood it. Anyway, it was just pig heads and pig trotters in addition to normal pork. Out of trust in Hao Ren's cooking skills, they all started to taste it without any doubt. Well, pig head meat is delicious, with a good texture and taste, and it has a unique flavor when braised. Everyone also felt that the pork liver was delicious. Although it was not as fragrant as the pork head, the texture and taste were still good, especially when paired with wine. When we ate the pig intestines, we were obviously surprised. What is this? It tastes so good. Lin Laosan knew it, but he didn't dare to say it. The dog at the other table also knew it, but he didn't have time to say it. He now finally understood why Hao Ren asked him to clean these intestines regardless of the cost. This smells so good. It's even more delicious than braised pork with pig's head. It's not just the aroma of the meat, but I can't explain why it tastes so good. But there is no doubt that pig intestines are the most delicious thing he has ever eaten in his life, no doubt about it. Hao Ren didn't explain. He just held a pig's trotter and chewed it in big mouthfuls. After trying the chopsticks, the others gave up and followed suit, each taking one. If someone passed by the door at this time, they would be surprised to find the strange scene in Lin Laoson's yard. There were people at 2 tables, no matter they were men or women, young or old, young masters or farmers. All of them didn't care about their image at all. One of them had a greasy face and was holding a pig's trotter and gnawing on it fiercely. Chapter 31, Nectar and Jade Liquid. He ate half a pig's trotter in one breath before taking a sip of wine. Everyone raised their heads unconsciously, looked at each other, and saw how greasy their mouths were while eating without any manners, and then they all burst into laughter. Pang Yin laughed. This trip was not in vain. These foods were really irresistible. With just one dish of pork, Hao Ren was able to make so many delicious dishes. I can't imagine what kind of delicious dishes he would make if he could get some beef or mutton next time. At the same time, he also made up his mind that just for this bite of food, he would make friends with Hao Ren in the future. I must bring some beef and mutton next time, Mo Yuan said to himself fiercely in his heart. Hao Ren didn't know that while they were eating pork, they were also fantasizing about the delicious beef and mutton. Although he had no dietary restrictions and ate all kinds of meat in later generations, he had to eat pork when he came here. Although ordinary people cannot afford it, for city dwellers, the sales volume of pork is still far greater than that of mutton. Many city dwellers cannot afford mutton, but they can still eat pork occasionally to satisfy their cravings. This is also the reason why he set his sights on pork after he made up his mind to do business. Several people enjoyed the meal so much that the wine in their bowls was soon gone. Seeing how those people were still eager to drink, Hao Ren finally understood why the ancients had such a good alcohol tolerance. I used to watch TV saying that ancient people could drink several kilograms of wine at a time, and Li Bai even said that he could drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. I thought it was all exaggeration. It was not until I drank the wine brought by the village chief that I knew what was going on. You call this alcohol? It's over 10% alcohol, and only slightly stronger than beer. Thinking about my body weight of more than 200 pounds in the future, if this is put into a cup, I can drink it and last for a whole day. Hao Ren, whose appetite was aroused, decided to let these country bumpkins broaden their horizons. He turned around and walked back to his and Lin Seitsui's room, preparing to make some modern liquor for them to try. Lin Seitsui saw her man going into the house again, thinking about the money that she could never find but he always took out of thin air. I couldn't help but feel a little excited. Could it be that he was going to come up with something again? Seeing her like that, Du Chunyang quickly nudged her daughter with her elbow, signaling her not to make a fuss. Old immortal, have you forgotten? Stay calm. At this time, Hao Ren in the room was in a dilemma with 2 bottles of ergotu in his hand. Let's just take the liquor for example. The distillation process of the current liquors can explain it more or less. Wouldn't this glass bottle of Nilanshan ergotu be too shocking nowadays? In the end, Hao Ren got out 2 porcelain bottles. After pouring the wine into them, Hao Ren nodded with satisfaction. It was almost done. Keep a low profile, we must keep a low profile. The people outside the house had different expressions when they saw Hao Ren coming out with 2 bottles of wine. Lin Suitsui had an expression that said, "As expected." Du Chunyang was very excited. God bless you. My son-in-law is really not an ordinary person. I have to keep it a secret. I can't let anyone else know. Mo Yuan and Pang Yun looked calm and didn't take it seriously. What's so mysterious about him going into the room and bringing out 2 bottles of wine? At most, the bottle looks more exquisite than the one the village chief has, but what kind of nectar can be contained in it? As for the others, they were all busy eating meat and had no time to pay attention. Seeing Hao Ren carefully pouring half a bowl for each person, Pang Yun curled his lips. What a petty person! Since they were already very familiar with each other, they didn't hide anything and started to criticize each other on the spot. Brother, you're so petty. You already have wine at home, but you're only taking it out now. What's the point of pouring so little for one person? But after a closer look, I was still a little surprised. How can this wine be so clear, like mountain spring water? I've never heard of it before. Hao Ren thought to himself, you country bumpkin, this is distilled liquor, you must have seen it. Nowadays, all liquor is brewed and fermented, how can it be so pure? He pretended to be distressed and said, Hey, I didn't brew much of this wine. I was originally planning to exchange it for some food to help the villagers. In a famine year, every family has a hard time. I took it out with great reluctance because I hit it off with you too. And this wine is too strong. Drinking too much is harmful to your health. Try it first. If you can't drink it, don't force yourself. The 2 who had originally blamed Hao Ren for being stingy felt a little guilty after hearing him say that. How could they blame him for being stingy when he was giving out the wine that he had prepared to exchange for food to survive the disaster? Today we have to eat and drink the delicious food and wine. Let's make up for it later. But after hearing what Hao Ren said next, he refused to do it again. Especially Peng Yun, who stood up with a bang, picked up the wine bowl and drank. Hao Ren, you look down on me. I've tasted all kinds of wine. Although your wine is clear and pure, how strong can it be? You can't drink it? Take a sip of wine. Peng Yun felt that he was not drinking, but a ball of fire went down his throat into his stomach. Then his face turned red and he started coughing violently due to choking. Hao Ren hurried forward and patted him on the back. This guy is really a tyrant. How can he drink like this? It took Peng Yun a long time to recover. He felt a burning sensation in his stomach, and the wine seemed to flow through every part of his body, making his limbs warm. Moreover, the aftertaste is long and the aroma of the wine is rich, reaching straight to the top of the head, and the whole body has a feeling of floating in the air. Good wine! Good wine! Peng Yun excitedly shook Hao Ren's arm. Brother Hao, this is just the best nectar. This kind of wine should only be found in heaven. Hao Ren quickly helped him sit down. Hao Ren returned to his seat and quickly demonstrated to everyone. They had never drunk such strong liquor before, and if they didn't pay attention to how they drank it, something bad would happen. He took a sip of the wine in the bowl, savoring it carefully, then picked up a piece of food and put it into his mouth. Squint your eyes and enjoy the feeling of delicious food jumping on your taste buds and the impact of alcohol. A feeling of being in a trance. This has attracted many people to follow suit. Village Chief Peng Yun, Mo Yuan and Lin Lao San at the table have seen their lesson and dare not drink so heavily anymore. I followed suit and took a small sip, savoring it carefully. As expected, my mouth was filled with the aroma of wine, and my whole body felt comfortable. The floating feeling swept away all the fatigue. And hearing Hao Ren shaking his head and humming, "It's soft at the entrance, a thin line at the throat." Everyone's eyes lit up. That's the word. The wine has a long-lasting aroma when you drink it, and your throat will feel hot after you drink it, and then your whole body will feel relaxed and comfortable. Seeing these grown men like this, the dog at the next table slowly moved over. Needless to say, I want to try it too. Hao Ren kicked him back. Get out of the way, kid, why are you drinking? The dog looked sad and angry, like a nagging woman. He kept mumbling. I'm not a kid anymore, I'm only a year or two younger than you, why can't I drink? Du Chunyang, who was standing by, found it funny and quickly picked up some food for him. We eat meat, dog, what's so good about wine? Hu Zi on the side also nodded in agreement. The meat is so delicious. What kind of wine do you want to drink? The helpless dog could only turn his grief and anger into food, venting all his anger on the pig's trotter in his hand. Although Hao Ren repeatedly advised that drinking too much is harmful to the body and that it is better to drink in moderation. But no one paid any attention to him. They just toasted each other and took a bite of food from time to time. They felt so comfortable. By the time the last 2 bottles of wine were finished, no one at the table was sober except Hao Ren. There were 2 kilograms of wine, and Hao Ren drank more than half a kilogram, knocking down the rest of the people. The alcohol content in rural areas is low. Even if Peng Yunmoyan usually drinks alcohol with a maximum of 10 to 20 degrees, their bodies wouldn't be able to handle drinking so much ergoto at once. The 2 servants were also very satisfied with the meal. Seeing that it was getting late, and we had to hurry back to the county town, we had to wait for our young master to get on the donkey. Among them, Mo Yuan's longtime attendant specially explained when he saw Hao Ren was going to return the 10 taels of silver. I had planned to take a few dishes back today, but seeing how Mo Yuan was, I decided to come back another day. Before Mo Yuan got on the donkey, he said he didn't want the money no matter what. Peng Yun, who had also sobered up a little, also did the same. At the same time, he asked his followers to take out all the silver they had. With tears and snot all over her face, she pulled Hao Ren and told him to accept the money. Otherwise, he would look down on him. Today, thanks to Brother Hao, I was able to eat such delicious food and drink such delicious wine. This money is not enough, I will have to come back to thank you someday. Seeing that they had taken out all the money they had, and that they had no choice but to accept it. Hao Ren had no choice but to turn around and go back into the house with 2 empty bottles. The 2 of them took a bottle of wine and a bag of sugar from Hao Ren with a look of flattery on their faces. He kept saying that the gift was too valuable, and he couldn't accept it. Seeing Hao Ren act like he was about to get angry, I accepted it with great excitement. He turned around and solemnly instructed his followers to keep it safe. Only then did he leave Xiaolin village contentedly, staggering on his donkey. Chapter 32 Hao Ren is a good person. Hao Ren really didn't expect that Mo Yuan would come again early the next morning. He was originally planning to go to the county town with Go Zi to promote the pig head meat that he had just braised yesterday. As a result, the two men, each carrying a basket of braised meat, just arrived at the village entrance and ran into Mo Yuan head-on. Both sides looked at each other in confusion when they heard that Hao Ren was going to the county town to sell pig heads. Mo Yuan smiled. He came here just for this matter. I fell asleep as soon as I got home yesterday and didn't wake up until the middle of the night. Thinking about everything that happened that day, I felt that pig head meat was also a business opportunity. He quickly woke up his sleeping father and told him what had happened. Mo Yuan thought his son was right. He also has his own plans. Since he has been expelled from the academy, and his son has no interest in taking the imperial examination, he should just focus on doing business. At least you will have enough food and clothing. This is a good opportunity to train Mo Yuan. So he was told to be the one with full authority over this matter. Mo Yuan was also very happy to hear that his father had handed the matter over to him. So he went to find Peng Yun before dawn and planned to take him to find Hao Ren. Peng Yun wanted to go, but he had to go to the academy today, so he had to give up. However, he told Mo Yuan one thing, asking him to buy a cart of grain and send it to Hao Ren on his behalf. He felt a little guilty about drinking the wine that people were going to exchange for grain yesterday. Mo Yuan naturally agreed readily and added another car to his cart. Seeing that Hao Ren was going to sell pig heads, how could he be allowed to leave? He quickly pushed Hao Ren back and said, "What are you still selling? Let's go back to your house and discuss it. From now on, all your pig heads will be given to me." So, the villagers of Xiaolin watched this shocking scene. Two large carts full of food followed Hao Ren Moyuan into Lin Laosan's house. Soon, the door of Lin Laosan's house was surrounded by villagers who came to watch the fun, and everyone was pointing and talking. "What's going on? Why did the Lin family buy so much food?" "No, it was bought by Lin Laosan's son-in-law. I saw that the person who delivered the food just now came with Lin Laosan's son-in-law." "You're all wrong. I just asked the city guy who led the group, and he said it wasn't bought. It was a gift. A young man from the city gave it to the third son-in-law." "What? No money? 2 truckloads of food for free? Oh my god! That's so much food, even if old Third Lin's family eats it all." Hao Ren also looked at Mo Yuan helplessly. He was making such a big move, but he brought 2 carts of food without making any noise. "Brother, how did you get so much food? You should have told me beforehand. I have nowhere to store it." Mo Yuan looked at Hao Ren's embarrassed face and laughed out loud after hearing this. "I don't care. Peng Yun and I drank the wine you used to exchange for food yesterday. Today, we'll send you 2 carts of food. We're even now." In the end, we both made the profit. Although the price of food has increased, we can still buy it. As for your wine, you can't buy it even if you have money. After saying that, he chuckled and said, "My dear brother, if you have anything good in the future, you must think of me, your brother." Hao Ren also put his arm around his shoulders and said with a smile, "All right. I appreciate your and Peng Yun's kindness. Don't worry, I won't forget you two when I have anything good to offer in the future." Mo Yuan was overjoyed after hearing this. Just these words were enough. At this time, the village chief also rushed over. Seeing so many people gathered at the door of Lin Laosan's house, he quickly dispersed the crowd of onlookers. I was also surprised to see 2 trucks of grain. My goodness, in this famine year, every household has little surplus food. You can imagine the visual impact of these 2 full carts of food. It's so shocking. Several people in Lin Laosan's family were also shocked, from Lin Laosan and Du Chunyang to Lin Suitsui and Lin Huzi. At this moment, seeing the 2 large carts of food at the door, his mouth opened so wide that an egg could be stuffed in. Upon learning that all the grain belonged to them, Du Chunyang and Lin Laosan almost went crazy and wanted to jump onto the cart. But after a while, the couple calmed down and felt a little troubled. Where should they put so much food? They couldn't put it in the yard, right? They are thinking about how to eat and put it. Some people know more than they think. I saw old man Lin rushing over in a hurry, and his steps didn't look like those of an elderly man. It's no wonder that old man Lin was anxious. When he heard Ernest say that 2 large carts of grain had arrived at old man Lin's house, he didn't ask any further questions. "I came here in a hurry." Seeing that everyone was there, he immediately instructed Lin Laosan and his wife. "Clean up the house and leave a place for sleeping. Put all the food in the house later." He actually wanted to keep it in the old house for safer storage, but after all, the family had split up and there had been some unpleasantness at the beginning. They were also afraid that the villagers would gossip that their family was eyeing the food of Lin Laosan's family. In the end, they chose a compromise plan. "Have your eldest brother bring De Zhuang, Ernio, and Go Zi over tonight. Third brother, you and Hao Ren, discuss with them and take turns sleeping in the first and second half of the night. Make sure to keep an eye on the food. With so much food, someone must watch over it. Seeing that everyone looked as if they were facing a great enemy, Mo Yuan was a little at a loss. How come the food was delivered to the wrong place? Hao Ren explained to him in a low voice, fearing that someone would be jealous and think it would be a crime to possess the treasure. When people are really hungry, they can do anything. I'm afraid someone will take the risk to steal food. After understanding what he heard, Mo Yuan was also frightened and couldn't help but regret it secretly. Did his good intentions lead to bad results? Seeing him like this, Hao Ren hurried to comfort him. It was not a big deal, but it solved his urgent problem. He is in urgent need of a large amount of food, and this may not be enough. So he gave Mo Yuan a brief account of his plan. Mo Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least he didn't cause any more trouble. In fact, Hao Ren thought about more. There is no way to hide these 2 trucks of grain. With so many people seeing them, the news will spread throughout the village in no time. It's not that Hao Ren thinks too badly of human nature, but it's a crime to possess a treasure. It is unrealistic to ask everyone to abide by the law when there is not even enough food to eat. Old Man Lin's method is very reliable. It will be safe if we take turns watching over the food at night. But there is a saying that a thief can steal for 1,000 days, but you cannot guard against thieves for 1,000 days. Now that the food has arrived, it's a good time to put his plan on the agenda. He planned to ask the villagers to help him reclaim the wasteland, and he would buy some drought-resistant crop seeds from the mall to plant. It just so happened that Old Man Lin and the village chief were both here today, so he told the 2 old farmers about his idea and asked them to give him some advice. After hearing what he said, the village chief waved his hand and said, "It's not as troublesome as you think. How much is the appropriate salary?" 2 meals a day, 1 dry and 1 liquid. You can choose any strong laborer in the village. You are doing a good thing. In the years of famine, being able to stutter is a life-saving thing. Who would dare to ask for wages? Hao Ren couldn't believe it. No money? Just food? I looked at Old Man Lin and saw that he also looked as if it was a matter of course. As long as the seeds you mentioned are reliable, we can do it. And there's no guarantee there won't be rain this year. We've had 2 years of disasters, so it should rain this year. As for the wages you mentioned, don't even mention it. For 2 meals a day, everyone in our village would fight tooth and nail to get a job. Although Hao Ren was confused at the moment, he was still the simple and honest ancient man. In fact, Hao Ren took it for granted that he still had to pay wages. This was purely due to modern thinking. In years of famine, they were provided with 2 meals and some land reclamation work. For the people of Xiaolin village, this was charity. Several people started discussing it immediately, and the village chief would make the announcement later. Measure the land tomorrow, and then start working. Each family should provide 1 able-bodied laborer. If there are no able-bodied laborers, a woman should help with cooking and boiling water. Old Man Lin went home and asked a few people to help unload the grain into the house. Mo Yuan pulled Hao Ren aside to discuss cooperation. Hao Ren calculated that all braised goods shrink to varying degrees, and it is not the case that 1 pound of raw food will produce 1 pound of cooked food. Combined with the popularity, Mo Yuan was finally given a price. Pig hearts, pig lungs, and pig livers, all at a reasonable price of 20 cents per pound. And I suggest Mo Yuan not make too much money from this, so that everyone can afford it. In this way, ordinary people can buy delicious cooked food for less than a pound of pork, which is conducive to expanding the market and retaining customers. Hao Ren priced pig head and pig trotters at 60 cents. Pig intestines cost 80 cents. As for how much Mo Yuan sold, Hao Ren didn't care. Moreover, Hao Ren is not responsible for delivery, so Mo Yuan needs to send someone to pick up the goods. Mo Yuan was quite satisfied with the price and agreed immediately. Just like that, let Go Zigo and inform Xing Tu to start delivering goods in appropriate quantities tomorrow and gradually increase the quantity. When Mo Yuan left with the braised goods in satisfaction, the village chief also called a meeting of villagers under the big tree at the east end of the village. When people heard that Hao Ren had asked someone to reclaim wasteland, apart from the occasional person who scolded Hao Ren for being stupid, everyone else thought that Hao Ren was stupid. Most people looked grateful. It's just 2 meals a day, it's just a bit of effort. When he had food, he didn't keep it all to himself, but found ways to help the villagers. Hao Ren is such a good person. Chapter 33, Land Reclamation. Du Chunyang felt a little unhappy when she heard that so much grain was used to reclaim wasteland. Old Man Lin glared at him and said, "Woman, you are so short-sighted. The food piled up in your house is the source of trouble. Hao Ren's method is good, he reclaimed the wasteland. If you can really get drought-resistant crops as he said, your family will prosper. Even if it doesn't work, it will save the lives of the whole village. Even if I am gone, even if both of you are gone, your descendants will still be able to walk around the village with impunity. No one will mess with your family, because that will only make you look down on others. Your family has been a great help in saving the lives of the entire village. There's no loss either way. You two have lived for so long but still don't have a child who can see things so clearly. From now on, listen more to Hao Ren about your family matters. Du Chunyang was speechless when her father-in-law scolded her. Although I felt a little indignant, I still didn't dare to say such nonsense as, "Why are you still caring about us after the family split up?" Besides, the old man was nice to their family and was fair in his dealings. If he had not insisted on giving his family 10 acres of land when the family was divided, Hu Zi would probably have starved to death. He still has different feelings towards the old man and the old lady. But she couldn't help but mutter something under her breath. Our family also listens to Hao Ren now. However, after hearing what old man Lin said, he realized the seriousness of the matter and did not say anything against it. He also did not reject old man Lin's idea of asking his family to help keep watch at night. At night, the village chief brought his 2 sons with him, saying that they would take over Hao Ren's night watch. There were still many things to do tomorrow, and Hao Ren couldn't stay up late. Aunt Wang from next door also pushed her husband over to help. There are so many people in the courtyard all of a sudden, I believe no one would dare to come. In addition to the village chief's notice, every household can have 1 person go to work tomorrow. 2 meals a day can save 1 person's food rations. This is human nature. When people are starving, they may go to extremes, but as long as they see a glimmer of hope, they will not take risks. The night passed peacefully. When dawn broke, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If we can get through tonight and have a meal, the problem won't be too big. From now on, just have 2 people take turns watching the food at night. In the morning, 3 big pots were started, cooking millet porridge. Lin Lao-san and his friends checked the food last night. Most of it was millet, with a few bags of flour and a few bags of wheat. There was not a single grain of rice. Maybe a Mo Yuan felt that rice was too expensive and not worth it. 1 kilogram of rice could be exchanged for more than 2 kilograms of millet and 3 kilograms of wheat. Those bags of noodles were probably specially prepared for Hao Ren's family. The rest is for the villagers to eat. Who told Hao Ren to exchange food for aiding the villagers? And Mo Yuan still prioritized cheapness and large quantities. Looking at the millet porridge boiling in the pot, many rough people who were waiting with bowls in their hands sniffed hard. Hao Ren specifically asked us to add more millet so that the soup can be thicker. This caused the villagers to praise him for his generosity and good heart. He blushed so much and felt a little embarrassed. Looking at so many people waiting to eat, Hao Ren thought about whether he should add a few more pots. Each villager drank 2 or 3 bowls, and then followed the village chief to measure the land with satisfaction. This was a big event. Not only did the entire Lin family come, but even Mr. and Mrs. Lin came. In the eyes of Mrs. Lin, her son's house is her own home. Old Mrs. Lin stared at the person measuring the land with a gloomy face, fearing that the edges and corners would not be counted. The people who measured the land were all from the village. They had just eaten at Hao Ren's house that morning, so they naturally did not dare to be careless. When they reached the distance of 1 acre, they would usually take 2 more steps to measure the land, giving enough. In the end, it was measured to be more than 340 acres. Old Mrs. Lin still had a cold face as she spoke to the village chief. Village chief, we are doing good deeds to help the villagers survive the famine. We can't let our family suffer any loss. Just write 300 acres, okay? The village chief's face darkened, thinking that Mrs. Lin was getting too far. She thought he didn't know about the little trick she used when measuring the land just now. However, seeing that the villagers around were all speaking for old lady Lin, everyone thought that measuring the wasteland was just an excuse for Hao Ren to find ways to subsidize them. So everyone thinks that there is no need to be so serious when registering land. The village chief thought about it and agreed. It was all wasteland anyway. 340 acres and 300 acres were the same to him. The county would at most give him a verbal reward. So, everyone reached a consensus. Hao Ren took a look and was surprised. Because of Mrs. Lin's fuss, the land was overstated when measured and understated when registered. It was said to be 300 acres, but he had an extra 50 or 60 acres of land out of thin air. I gave old man Lin a thumbs up. The old man's beard trembled with pride when he was praised by the young man. Young man, why do you think I brought my wife here on purpose? There are some things I can't say, but I, an old woman, can do it without any scruples. The old lady's clever moves gave her dozens of acres of land out of thin air, and Lin Laosan and his wife were so excited that their faces flushed. This was the first time since the family split up that Du Chunyang liked old lady Lin so much. After defining the boundaries, the whole family looked at the wasteland in front of them with joy, as if what was in front of them was not wasteland, but fertile land waiting for a good harvest. Lin Laosen immediately carried the tools and started to lead everyone to cultivate the land. Encouraged by the promise of 2 meals a day, the other villagers also worked hard and did the farm work without being told. Soon it became a bustling scene. To reward Mr. Lin and Mrs. Lin, at noon, I specially took them both to make a bowl of noodles. He also discussed the issue of the old house with the 2 elders. Now that the whole village has to work for his family, he naturally cannot neglect the old house. Hao Ren thought that anyone who wanted to go to the old house could go. After all, since all the villagers had come, there was no reason to prevent the people in the old house from having no food. And even Boss Lin came to check out the food last night. Old Man Lin also pondered for a moment, then let the 3 old masters join in the work. If more of our people go to visit a few villagers, no one will say anything. The old lady added that she would first ask him from the eldest family, her grandson's wife, and the second family's wife to come and help with cooking. As for Go Zi, no one said anything. Go Zi followed Hao Ren around every day, so naturally, they didn't need to make any arrangements. Hao Ren also thought it was a good idea and quickly asked his grandfather to keep an eye on the land reclamation. After seeing how Mrs. Lin performed, Hao Ren decided to let her supervise the braised pork. Don't let people steal food. For now, braised pork is the only open source item, so strict requirements must be met. After these 2 carts of food are eaten, the rest of the food will have to be purchased with the money earned from the pork heads. He feels relieved to let Mrs. Lin take charge of the quality. Haha. Old Mrs. Lin also felt that her grandson-in-law had good vision and actually let her be in charge. As a result, the attitude towards Lin Laosan's family also eased a lot. In fact, she had already felt some regret in her heart. She was instigated by her family and separated her 3rd son in anger. It was too late to realize it afterwards, and the elderly refused to admit their mistakes. Now that their grandson-in-law has given them a chance to ease the situation, the old lady naturally gave in arrogantly. After eating a bowl of noodles, the 2 old people left contentedly. Old Mrs. Lin even told everyone that her grandson-in-law was capable, and she let her be in charge of things. More importantly, she even made noodles for her personally. This caused all the villagers to flatter the old lady and agree with her, saying that Hao Ren was filial and that old lady Lin was blessed. The flattered old lady Lin felt ecstatic and felt she had never felt so comfortable in the village. Now all the villagers depend on Hao Ren for their livelihood, so how can they not curry favor with his family? Even Hu Zi has now become the leader of the children in the village. Any children who have ever provoked him have been severely beaten by their parents, and have been repeatedly warned not to provoke Lin Laosan's family in the future. If I don't give you a chance to work and eat, I'll just starve. Chapter 34. Who doesn't want a happy and stable life? The day in Xiaolin village was awakened by the sound of Jing the butcher driving his cart. He arrived at the yard of Lin Laosan's house with familiarity. After Lin Laosan checked the weight, several women waiting in the yard cooperated with each other to unload the things next to the big pot in the backyard. Hao Ren had arranged for people to set up a few large pots nearby yesterday, so the original 2 pots are now used exclusively for cooking meat. Go Zi's mother, Lin Lao Da's wife, and De Zhuang's wife were listening carefully to Go Zi's explanation of how to deal with each part. Lin Lao Da's wife Chen rarely slacked off or made trouble. She listened carefully to Go Zi's explanation of every step. She has her own little ideas. Since she knows every step, she can work alone with her family after she learns them. But his and her little thoughts are doomed to be in vain. Every day when the braised food was put into the pot, Go Zi would go to find Hao Ren or Lin Seitse, bring back a cloth bag and put it in the pot. After cooking, the cloth bag must be returned. This step is strictly stipulated by Hao Ren. Although many of the spices in his material bag are not common in the Song dynasty now, some of them can be found in spice shops or Chinese medicine shops. He doesn't want to cause any trouble. If the marinade package is really taken away by someone with ulterior motives, it can still be reproduced almost exactly. So to be on the safe side, he solemnly told the dog to be careful. After breakfast, the men followed Lin Laosan to work on the back slope. Hao Ren asked the village chief to help find a few women to do the work. He saw Aunt Wan next door looking at him like a resentful woman across the wall. He couldn't help but shudder. What kind of look is that? Why is he so resentful? He just wants to work too. He's staring at me, making me creepy. He immediately put on a smile and said to Aunt Wang enthusiastically, Aunt Wang, if you are free, come and help. You can also provide 2 meals. Wang immediately agreed with a smile on her face. Whenever I'm free, I'm free. Just tell me what you want me to do. I'm always free. Hao Ren asked them to help him cut potatoes. After repeated research, he decided to grow potatoes. It's only April now, so it shouldn't be too late. He originally thought that potatoes should be planted directly in the ground. After buying relevant books, I learned that potatoes need to be cut into pieces after they sprout before they can be moved to the ground. So he decided to have someone sort the potatoes first, and once the ground was leveled, he would plant the sprouted potatoes in the ground. Potatoes, a high-yield crop, are definitely a powerful weapon in this era of food and water shortage. If there is a suitable way to present it to the court, perhaps it can be exchanged for an official position, so that one's identity will be protected. More importantly, one will not have to rely on the imperial examination to obtain status. My original intention was to live a life of idleness and wait for death, but after studying books I realized that in this era, if I wanted to protect my family and have a good living condition as a commoner, it would be impossible without the protection of a certain identity. Let's use potatoes to test the waters first. But there is no need to rush at the moment. What counts is when the crops grow in the ground. Otherwise, no one will believe me even if I exaggerate the yield. And I don't have a suitable way to make a contribution, so I'll talk about it later. At noon, Hao Ren asked Du Chunyang, who was in charge of cooking, to cook several large pots of bone soup for them. He also asked Jin the butcher to bring some pork bones. Pair it with a multi-grain steamed bun mixed with a little white flour. Although 2 meals were agreed upon before, Hao Ren decided to add a meal at noon after seeing the high-intensity work. He was afraid that the villagers would not be able to endure such high-intensity physical labor with only 2 meals a day. Lin Laosan, who worked like the villagers, had no objection. Clearing the land every day is not an easy job. Only when you are full can you have the energy to work. If you are really exhausted, it will not be worth it. Lunch was also simple, just some bone soup with a little salt added, and sprinkled with some chopped green onions after it came out of the pot. But after cooking for a whole morning, the soup had turned milky white, and because there were many shanks, a thick layer of oil was floating on it. It still smells good. When Lin Laosan brought everyone to dinner, many men were still embarrassed and wanted to refuse. We were already very grateful for the 2 meals we had agreed to. Although it was tiring after a day's work, it was worth it in exchange for 2 solid meals. No matter which village this job is assigned to, there will always be people vying for it. Now Lin Laosan actually said that since they were tired, he would have an extra meal at noon. This makes some honest men feel flattered. Even when they reached the big pot behind Lin Laosan's yard, some people kept refusing. "Third brother, the 2 meals we agreed on are 2 meals. Let's skip them. Let's go home and have a drink of water and rest for a while before going back to work in the fields this afternoon. Don't worry, we won't miss the work in the fields." But after they finished speaking, they were attracted by the rich aroma. Not only were they attracted by the aroma and couldn't move their legs. Some half-grown children who came back with them couldn't help but look into the pot. These children had nothing to do, so they followed their adults to help clear the land, pick up stones, pull weeds, etc. I can't do much, but I can help adults a lot. Since they are young, they are more agile than adults in bending and squatting. Helping with small tasks like squatting and picking up stones can make the adults at home's work a lot easier. Seeing this, Hao Ren quickly invited everyone to eat. The children also stayed, but they couldn't eat much. Lin Laosan and Du Chunyang also greeted everyone warmly, so although they were a little embarrassed, many people did not insist on leaving after seeing the greedy look of the child. Due to lack of food and clothing, many children had to suffer with the adults. For the sake of the children, everyone gritted their teeth and stayed. Each person had a large bowl of oily bone soup and 2 mixed flour steamed buns. Everyone was very satisfied with the meal. Some people gave their children a large bone they had been given. There wasn't much meat on the bone, but it still had some meat. Some adults watched their children gnawing on bones desperately, while they took a bite of steamed bun and drank a sip of soup with oil floating in it. This happy life. These rough men who are not good at expressing themselves have a feeling of unreality in this disaster year. Many people had tears in their eyes, and secretly swore in his heart that he owed the third family a huge favor. He must work harder to be worthy of the kindness of the third family. All of this was brought about by Hao Ren. Be sure to tell your family members to remember this kindness. Hao Ren didn't think too much about it. He simply felt that these people would not be able to keep up with their physical strength if they only had 2 meals a day. He didn't know that these simple mountain men were already grateful and were ready to work for him at any time. He just sincerely told the villagers who were squatting on the ground to eat that they must eat enough because there was still soup in the pot. At this moment, Hao Ren had no idea what this simple meal would bring him in the future. He just looked at the villagers who were eating contentedly and felt that the simplicity of people in this era was somewhat endearing. If you can be happy and stable, who would want to be displaced? If heating can keep you well fed and warm, who wouldn't work harder? Looking at these lovely folks in front of him, Hao Ren was thinking, maybe I can do a little more for them. Chapter 35 Mrs. Lin, the new official. Hao Ren ate the same meal as everyone else. The only special treatment may be that everyone can just find a place to squat. He, the village chief, Old Man Lin, Old Lady Lin and a few others ate at a small table in the yard. Originally, Hao Ren planned to ask Lin Suitsui to cut a plate of pig head meat for the elders to eat. As a result, he was severely rejected by the village chief. Good boy, it's already good enough for us to drink bones soup here. Look at those rough guys outside and the kids who are eating like crazy. They all feel like it's New Year's Day. But I dare not cut the meat anymore. After eating meat and drinking wine at your place that day, the old man felt that his life was worth it. Even if I die tomorrow, I will go with a smile. The village is getting better day by day, all because of you. Grandpa is happy. With this bones soup to drink and steamed buns to eat, how can you still not be satisfied? We dare not eat that meat anymore. We have to sell it in the city to exchange for money to buy food to save our lives. We dare not waste it on us old bones. Old Mrs. Lin on the side rolled her eyes and called him Grandpa, in a very affectionate way. We are almost out of the 5th generation. That is my eldest grandson, heir, grandson-in-law. Humph. Grandson-in-law is also a grandson. When Old Man Lin heard about wine, his eyes lit up. Wine? What kind of wine? I realized that now is not the time to talk about wine. Then he said to Hao Ren earnestly, Eating this is good enough. We old guys eat 3 meals a day and we don't do anything. We eat so much that it makes us feel terrible. Hao Ren ate while listening. Seeing that everyone was eating so happily, Hao Ren also drank some soup and ate some steamed bun. Well, it seems to be okay, and the mixed flour steamed bun is not that bad. Hearing what Old Man Lin said, he quickly put down his bowl and chopsticks. Prepare to enlighten the 3 great heroes in front of you. Hao Ren didn't agree with what Old Man Lin said. An old man in the family is like a treasure. Not to mention that the village chief has to run errands and arrange personnel all the time. Many things in the village cannot be handled without him. Even Old Man Lin is an experienced farmer, and he can help a lot by keeping an eye on the wasteland. Old Mrs. Lin has been helping him supervise the prepared food, saving him a lot of worry. You've helped me a lot, how can you say you can't help me at all? Hao Ren quickly joked. My grandparents, not to mention that you are Tsaitsui's biological grandparents, you are also my biological grandparents. Isn't it my duty to be filial to you? And you two have helped me so much. You two helped take care of the fields and the house. If you didn't come, my parents wouldn't be able to take care of everything. And without the village chief, Grandpa, I wouldn't be able to take care of everything. We can't even make arrangements for so many people. He was telling the truth. Basically, any problem he had could be solved by the 3 of them. It can free up Hao Ren's time to read and study. If he does not constantly buy various books in the mall to study, relying solely on his identity as a time traveler. I didn't understand anything and thought the potatoes were buried in the soil waiting to be harvested. Now Hao Ren takes a quick walk around every day to get a feel for the situation. I went back to the house and looked up various books. The village chief and Old Man Lin helped him solve most of the small problems, and only came to him when they really couldn't solve the problem. No one knew what book he was reading and thought he was preparing for the imperial examination. So everyone was working hard and trying not to disturb Hao Ren. Du Chunyan even specially arranged for Lin Tsuitsui to serve him tea and water. Even though it was the truth, the flattery still made Lin Laosen and his wife and the village chief blush. Although they did do a lot of things, it still felt different when Hao Ren said it. This kid saw it all. It's worth it no matter how tired these old bones are. Old Madam Lin also boasted proudly. That's right, my child, I'm not bragging. Your family's business is so big now, your parents alone can't take care of it. Your father is a quiet man who only knows how to work but not talk. With the old man at the back slope, everything goes smoothly. At home, don't be fooled by your mother, who's usually quite capable. Back when we split up the family business, she was even a bit aggressive with me. Now that there are more people, she's also at a loss as to who should do what. I, an old woman, cannot tolerate any sand in my eyes. But no matter what, we eat and drink from our own family, and we should do what we should do. If anyone doesn't work hard, we will replace him. There are people in the village who are jealous and want to come to work. Substitute at any time. After saying so much in one breath, the old lady even said to Hao Ren as if to take credit. You haven't seen your Aunt Chen, have you? I drove her away. She's not allowed to eat, and I won't let her come tomorrow. I'll find someone who can do the work. Hao Ren was stunned. What's going on? Something went wrong on the first day. Why didn't I hear what Lin Tsaitsui said to me? Seeing that Hao Ren still didn't know the situation, the old lady continued. On the first day of work, I asked her to cook pig's head, and she tried to eat it right under my nose. She was so rebellious. I sent her back to the old house. Hao Ren was stunned. Asking her to help manage things, this old lady took office with 3 fires, and the first fire she made was to burn her own eldest daughter-in-law back home. So fierce. Actually, milk, Grandma. It's okay to eat a little, as long as you don't take it home. We are not strangers. Old Mrs. Lin immediately became unhappy, and her face darkened. That won't do. She can only eat what's given to her. None of you can steal it without the master's permission. What's more, she wants to steal it right under my nose. If I'm not here, she will be in trouble. Hao Ren was secretly shocked. Oh my God, he hasn't eaten it yet. Forget it. Let's talk about this later. The old lady has a bad temper, and it's useless to say anything now. Besides, she did nothing wrong. You can only blame your aunt. You wanted to eat but didn't hide from others. Now you were caught by the old lady. Don't you deserve it? Now we can only praise the old lady for her impartiality and dedication to her work. What else can we say? In order to commend Mrs. Lin for her outstanding performance at work, it was decided to reward her with a few feet of beautiful floral cloth. After work, let Du Chunyang take the old lady to the house to choose. The old lady has now moved Hao Ren to the first place in her mind, and she likes Hao Ren more than her own grandson. How could this child be so endearing? The reward wasn't important. What mattered was that Hao Ren recognized the work of a rural old woman. The happy old lady's face was flushed, and she was already imagining what the cloth could be used for. He didn't notice at all that Du Chunyang's face beside him was as black as the bottom of a pot. You bastard Hao Ren, you deliberately disgusted me. He knew that the old lady and I didn't get along, but he still let her come to me to ask for cloth. I have to talk to my daughter and let her teach him a lesson by ignoring him for a few days. You're looking for fun and now it's my fault. You've got nothing better to do. Then Du Chunyang felt distressed again. If she had known earlier, she would have made the clothes and put them on. Now, we have to take it out several feet before it even gets warm. Bastard Hao Ren, you are using my cloth to be a good person. Those are my fabrics. My cloth. Chapter 36 Chen's Resentment. At this time, Lin Lao Da's wife Chen was taking out all her anger on her daughter Xiao Xiao. Watching my 10-year-old daughter sitting on a small stool washing a large basin full of clothes. Chen was furious. You idiot girl, all you do is work. They're eating over there, why don't you go and eat with them? A 10-year-old kid like you is so shameless, how can they chase you away? The 10-year-old Xiao Xiao did not dare to disobey his mother. But before leaving, Grandma specifically told everyone in the family to be busy and asked her to stay home to do the laundry. I had to answer timidly. Mom, I'm not hungry. Haven't we always had 2 meals a day? Why are we having lunch now? When it comes to this, Chen can't help but get angry. You're not hungry, but I am. You won't bring it back for me to eat. She worked for the whole morning just to taste the meat in the pot, but before she could eat it, she was caught red-handed by old lady Lin. He sent her back without saying a word. It's almost noon, and I won't let myself eat even though I've cooked so much food. He begged and pleaded, saying that he was hungry and wanted to finish his meal before leaving, but Mrs. Lin ruthlessly refused. Chen felt that the old lady had been drugged by the third brother's family recently. In the past, I separated the third brother's family, and we didn't have much contact with each other. The second brother's family was an orphan and a widow, so I had to say in all the big and small matters in the family. Apart from old Mrs. Lin and old Mr. Lin, he is at least the third most important person in the family. Today, in front of so many people, they drove me back without showing any mercy. He secretly hated the old lady, and at the same time he felt that his daughter-in-law and the second and third son's families did not speak up for him. I also blamed the others. Just as he was muttering to himself, he saw old lady Lin, wearing a headband and with a gloomy face, walking into the yard holding a bowl and a steamed bun in her hands. Chen was overjoyed to see this. He walked over quickly and looked at the food in the old lady's hand with a smile on his face. I know that my mother loves me. She was afraid that I would be hungry and brought me food. You don't know, I'm exhausted all morning. I'm almost. As he said that, he reached out to take it. Get out of here! You shameful thing! Why don't you starve to death? Are you that greedy? Why don't I just steal some food? Old Mrs. Lin said with displeasure, and walked straight past her with a cold face. Came to the granddaughter Xiao Xiao. He handed the food to the little girl who was washing clothes. Xiao Xiao, stop washing and eat. After dinner, I'll take you to do something lighter. Old Mrs. Lin has always favored boys over girls. In her eyes, her 2 granddaughters, Lin Saicai and Xiao Xiao, are just money-losing goods that waste food. Naturally, he never treated the grass well. However, Hao Ren had a profound impact on her. Although Hao Ren is a capable person, he is not as capable as Lin Saicai. What is the relationship between Hao Ren and their family? The old lady changed some of her ideas. A daughter is not necessarily useless. If she marries into a good family, she can help her parents a lot. After the meal, I saw that there was still some soup left in the pot and no one ate it. Only then did I remember the inconspicuous little girl at home. She was thinking of sending the remaining soup to Xiao Xiao, so she told her third daughter-in-law her intention. Now it was not the old house and her whatever she said was the final word. She had to ask the third daughter-in-law what she thought. Du Chunyang naturally agreed. It was so strange that the old lady could talk to him in such a tone. Not to mention after the separation, I have never heard of it in my life. Du Chunyang was extremely happy and felt a little proud. This also makes me feel more at ease now that I can have enough to eat. In the past, when there was nothing to eat, how could the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law sit together and talk calmly? Du Chunyang actually likes Xiao Xiao, a girl who is not like her mother who is always making trouble. When I meet her on the street, I will respectfully call her Aunt San. She doesn't talk much and just works quietly, which always reminds her of Lin Tsaitsui's childhood. Thinking of what her daughter had experienced in the old house when she was a child, her heart ached. Du Chunyang took a steamed bun and stuffed it into the hands of old lady Lin, asking her to give it to Xiao Xiao together. At this moment, Xiao Xiao looked at old lady Lin in front of her with a face full of horror. In the little girl's eyes, the old lady with a kind face was just as kind as the wolf grandmother. What is this for? Are you going to sell me off after I'm full? The little girl really couldn't think of any reason that would make her grandmother, who usually beat and scolded her, take the initiative to care about her and give her food. It must be like this. After having a full meal, they look energetic and can be sold to human traffickers for a few more cents. The little girl was suddenly terrified and pleaded with Mrs. Lin in a crying voice. Grandma, please don't sell me. I can work. I can do any kind of work. From now on I won't eat anymore. I'll just drink some water. I won't eat the food at home anymore. Please don't sell me. Old Mrs. Lin was a little confused by her granddaughter and didn't understand what she meant for a moment. It took him a while to understand and his expression changed immediately. You damn girl, you deserve a beating again, don't you? What nonsense are you talking about? Who said I wanted to sell you? You're a waste of food and a money loser. I'd like to sell you, but who would buy you? Then put the bone soup and steamed buns heavily on the stool. Eat. After eating, follow me to your third aunt's house to work. Old Mrs. Lin was very unhappy, extremely unhappy. Why was it different from what she expected? Shouldn't the granddaughter be filled with joy and gratitude when she brought the meal herself, a heartwarming scene of loving grandmother and filial granddaughter? How could it turn out like this? Could it be that my attitude was really too bad before? That's why I scared the little girl like this. Old Mrs. Lin couldn't help but think. Sitting aside, supervising the little girl while she eats. I'm not supervising Xiao Xiao, I'm supervising Chen. If I turn around and leave the bowl now, I can immediately run into Chen's hands. Looking at Chen drooling beside him, he became more and more angry. The old lady couldn't help but scold her eldest daughter-in-law. Just look at you, you're such a loser. Why are you so greedy? You've been working hard and now you're eating, aren't you? Why do you have to steal and eat? He still wasn't satisfied after saying that, and became more and more excited as he spoke. You work diligently and honestly, and after a long time, you will be deprived of a bite of meat? You are so short-sighted. You just can't control your hands and mouth. You were caught red-handed on the first day. You dared to eat with so many people watching, and I couldn't even cover it up for you. Hao Ren asked me to keep an eye on him, and the third brother's wife was watching too. How could I protect you? How could I not punish you? Hao Ren is helping our family because of the connection between the old house and his wife Tsaitsui's family. Let everyone in the family go to work and eat, and even my old man and I can do something lighter. Do you see any family in the village that can work and eat there? He asked me to supervise you and prevent you from eating secretly, but you dared to go against me on the first day. If I protected you, I would probably be kicked out the next day with some excuse. You have such a pig brain. You only care about eating and have no long-term vision. Why don't the second wife and Dazhuang's wife eat meat secretly? Do they not want to eat meat? I can control my mouth. If you keep working there, you will get free meals every day. It won't be long before we can eat meat. You are so good, asking for help on the first day, you have a pig brain. You just stay at home from now on. I'll bring Xiao Xiao over to work for you this afternoon. From now on, I'll leave the housework and laundry to you. After hearing that all the housework would be left to her, Chin immediately became gloomy. She was speechless after hearing what the old lady said, but when she thought about it carefully it made sense. My own daughter-in-law and my second son's wife usually seem quiet and taciturn, but I didn't expect them to have so many tricks up their sleeves. Now that they are staying here, not only will they have food to eat every day, but they will also be able to eat meat sooner or later, right? Thinking of this, I secretly regretted it and wanted to slap myself twice. Why couldn't I control my mouth? Oh, Xiao Qiao, I must remind Xiao Qiao not to follow my old path and stay there to work hard. You will have food to eat every day. At this time, Xiao Qiao was squatting on a small stool and eating very happily. She was flattered by the meal that her grandmother personally brought to her, and she was already happy to feel the old lady's care that she had never received before. Coupled with the stimulation of delicious food, Xiao Qiao felt so happy. She took a bite of the soft and delicious steamed bun and drank a sip of the fragrant bone soup with oil floating in it, especially since the old lady brought her the leftover soup from the bottom of the pot. There's a lot of minced meat in it. A bowl of soup should contain half a bowl of minced meat. Under the loving gaze of Mrs. Lin, with my mother Chen's face full of envy and anticipation, Xiao Qiao ate up a big bowl of soup and a big steamed bun. My belly is so full. I'm burping comfortably. I thought to myself that I must work hard when I go to Aunt San's house, so that I can eat such delicious meals every day. What a happy feeling it is to be full. The grass silently leaps for joy. At this moment, Chen's face instantly darkened from anticipation. You silly girl, such a big bowl with soup, meat and a big steamed bun. Did you eat cleanly? Please at least leave some for me. I haven't eaten yet? Chapter 37 The Confrontation between Chen and Mr. Cui. Facing a basin of clothes in the afternoon, Chen was still indignant. Why should she wash all the clothes for the whole family? You guys are all full and satisfied, but I haven't even eaten. I also have to help the whole family do the laundry. I also want to make money, it's just braised pig's head. After reading for a whole morning, I have almost learned everything. I'm going to town to buy some meat tomorrow. I'll also braise pig's head at home and sell it. That way I can not only eat as much as I want, but I can also make money. How great is that? At night, I secretly told my husband and son about my idea, but they all opposed it. Boss Lin thought her idea was a bit unrealistic. You learned it in just one morning? It's not that easy. What if you lose money? The son Dezhuang thinks his mother should do less work. Now the whole family works at his uncle's house and can still eat. What are you thinking about these days? Helping my third uncle's family with their work is the real thing to do. Seeing that no one agreed with her, Chen secretly cursed her husband and son for being useless, and just wanted to work for others. If everyone followed her and sold braised pork heads, they would become rich quickly. Even if the taste isn't as good as theirs, can't I just sell it at my own price? Forget about them, I'll investigate the market myself first. Once you make money, you don't have to worry about them not coming back. So the next morning he went out with the only dozen or so coins in his family, and a dream of getting rich. When I got to the town, I found out that there were no pig heads or offal for sale. They had all been bought by Hao Ren. Unwilling to give up, Chen came to the county town again. After asking, I found out that many of the ones in the county town had also been booked in advance by Jing the butcher. And with the dozen or so cents she had, she could only buy some pig offal. Chen, who dreamed of making a lot of money, was devastated by the cruelty of reality. She was so distraught that she walked on the streets of the county town, not knowing what to do. Before I knew it, I arrived at Moji restaurant and saw Mo Yuan. He had met Mo Yuan and knew that it was he who brought all the cooked food from the village to the county town to sell. Fortunately, Mo Yuan didn't know him, so Chen bravely watched from the side. It was already noon, and the restaurant was very busy. Mo Yuan only took the time to come out and take a look at his own braised meat stall in front of the restaurant. Originally, the braised meat was sold in the restaurant, but later the business became so hot. The restaurant is so crowded every day that it is hard to walk. After observing for a long time, Mo Yuan saw that most of the people who bought braised meat took it home to eat, so he discussed with his father Mo Yuan to set up a stall outside to sell braised meat. This method was indeed effective. The restaurant was still packed, but some people who came specifically to buy braised meat were diverted to the door. It greatly increased efficiency, and Mo Yuan even praised him highly. Seeing that the two waiters outside were able to handle it, Mo Yuan turned and went into the lobby. Only then did Chen muster up the courage to come to the stall. Seeing that the stall was selling pig heads braised in Xiaolin village, I listened carefully to the prices. Heart, liver, and lungs are 25 cents, pig's head and pig's trotters are 80 cents. Chen was secretly shocked. This restaurant was really cruel. She had no idea how much money Hao Ren gave them and how much they could earn in a day. Chen cursed softly. Ah, how ruthless! Selling it for such a high price. It's such a simple process, and it's sold for so much money. I'll go home and cook it too. I just have to find a way to raise some capital. Cui Daji, who was coming back from outside and preparing to enter his own restaurant, heard her words. Stopped. Looking at the person in front of me, a rural woman with an unremarkable appearance, could she really do it? Then he asked his servants to bring Chin into his own restaurant. Chin looked at the young man in front of her timidly, wondering why he asked her to come in. Shui Daji looked at the trembling woman in front of him, and asked, "I just heard you say at the door that you can make the braised meats sold at the stall across the street? Where did you learn that?" Chin didn't dare to lie, so she had to tell the truth. When Shui Daji heard that Chin was from Xiaolin village, his eyes lit up and he believed what she said later. Ever since the braised meat business across the street was booming, he made inquiries from various sources, hoping to compete with the other side by selling braised meat. But all I heard was that Mo Yuan's braised meat came from a place called Xiaolin village in the countryside, and I knew nothing else. Chin said she was from Xiaolin village and that she made braised pork for Hao Ren's family. And since she was Hao Ren's aunt, she knew the specific method. I couldn't help but be overjoyed. After searching for it everywhere, I finally found it without any effort. God is really helping me. As long as I can get the recipe for braised meat from this woman, my restaurant can also do that booming business. Immediately asked Chen about the specific method. Chen's eyes rolled around, and she refused to say anything. He remembered the rumor in the village that Hao Ren made his fortune by selling a few vegetable recipes. Now the young man from the restaurant across the street obviously wants the braised pork recipe. If I can sell it to him, then wouldn't that be? With this idea in mind, Chin couldn't reveal a single word and said that he had to rely on this recipe to make some money to start a small business. Shui Daji is also a person who spends all day in the business world, so how could he not understand that Chin is planning to raise the price? I didn't care too much about it at the moment, but discussed the price with Chin. In the end, Chin gritted her teeth and paid 5 taels of silver. Shui Daji agreed immediately without even thinking. But there is a condition, Chin needs to do it first. Seeing Chin agreed timidly, I immediately arranged for someone to buy a pig's head and pig offal. He wanted to see Chin perform the operation in detail before he felt at ease. I saw Chin skillfully handling the pig's head, roasting it, cleaning it, blanching it with water and adding onions and ginger to remove the fishy smell. Especially when processing pig intestines, he added flour and salt, and the amount was so painful to see. I couldn't help but believe it even more. It turns out to be such a complicated operation. No wonder our restaurant couldn't get it right after trying several times. That Hao Ren is truly a genius. He could come up with this method. But now I will soon know how to make this recipe. This countrywoman was so short-sighted that she sold such an important recipe to herself for just 5 taels of silver. Fortunately, she is Hao Ren's aunt. Hao Ren trusted her so much, but she actually betrayed Hao Ren for a little money. But it's a good deal for me, otherwise I wouldn't have gotten this recipe. Hongyan Restaurant, which will also offer braised meat, will surely become popular again in the future. Humph, Mo Yuan, I wonder how long you can keep being so arrogant. I saw Chen skillfully prepare all the ingredients, then put them into the pot and started cooking. Chen walked over cautiously. Master Chui, I've walked you through all the steps. Simmer for half an hour, then reduce the heat and cook for another hour. Leave it overnight, and you can sell it tomorrow. It must be left in the pot overnight so the flavors can absorb. Shui Daji's face was full of surprise. Okay, thank you. Seeing that the other party didn't understand what I meant, Chen was a little anxious, but still said carefully, Mr. Chui, I have taught you all the methods, but you have to keep it a secret for me. You can't let my nephew Hao Ren know that I told you. Also, that money, we agreed on 5 taels of silver before. Shui Daji was about to pay the money happily. But then I thought, a countrywoman, with just this one recipe, wants to make 5 taels of silver from me? I promised her before because I was afraid she wouldn't tell me. Now that I have mastered the method, I can still control her at will. Shui Daji took out 2 taels of silver and handed it to Chin. Originally we agreed on 5 taels, but you said yourself that we have to wait until tomorrow to sell it. Only then will we know if it's the same as the other side. I'll give you 2 taels of silver first, and if the taste is the same tomorrow, I'll give you the rest. Shui Daji thought, I will tell you tomorrow that the taste is different, and I have plenty of ways to get rid of you, a countrywoman. You should be content with 2 taels of silver. Chen was afraid of the long night and many dreams. He took the silver and carefully put it away. Then he said goodbye respectfully and left. He said, Okay, come back tomorrow to get the rest of the money. Seeing that she was so easy to fool, Shui Daji laughed in his heart. She was indeed a country bumpkin, so easy to fool. After Chin walked out of Hongyan Restaurant, he quickly ran home holding the money. I thought to myself, I'll come again tomorrow and fart again. It's a miracle that the taste will be the same tomorrow. She saw Guzi at a cloth bag with her own eyes. When she asked Guzi what it was, Guzi didn't tell her and just said it was a secret recipe, so she didn't ask any more questions. Chen, who had earned 2 taels of silver for nothing, also laughed inwardly. As expected of a foolish young master from the city, he was so easy to deceive. Chapter 38. Mr. Chui was deceived. Chui Daji, the city's idiot young master as Chen mentioned, ran excitedly to the restaurant early the next morning. Young Master Chui was so excited that he didn't sleep all night last night. He woke up today still full of energy, and his steps were full of energy. Along the way, Chui Daji was thinking about how to compete with Mo Yuan and the whole county in the future. First, he monopolized the supply and bought all the pig heads and pig feet in the county at high prices. Then he would start a price war with Moji, defeat Moji with low prices, monopolize the market, and buy and sell as much as he wanted. Before his dream of getting rich was over, Chui Daji came to the restaurant. He quickly asked the servants to take out the pig's head and other things from the pot. I looked at it, and the colors are the same. I couldn't wait to ask the servant to cut it for me, and then I took a bite. Chui Daji frowned. The taste is obviously a world away from the braised meat at Emoji across the street. With this kind of taste, how can we compete with the other brands? I was looking forward to relying on this braised meat to defeat the restaurant across the street. The result is this? The more I think about it, the angrier I get. In a fit of rage, he knocked everything on the table to the floor. Chui Daji, who was humiliated and angry, thought of Chen, whom he had looked down upon yesterday. That bitch must have deliberately deceived me. Yes, she didn't say that she was Hao Ren's aunt. Hao Ren must have deliberately asked her to deceive and humiliate me. Hao Ren, you and I will never reconcile. Sooner or later I will tear you into pieces. Hao Ren didn't know that he was hated by Chui Daji, a person he had never met, and that he was the one taking the blame for his evil aunt. It's really like you're sitting at home and the pot comes from the sky. Achoo! Feeling guilty, Hao Ren looked outside. No one! I was so scared. Why did you sneeze suddenly? I'm not doing anything bad. After saying that, he picked up the bag of millet. This is the bag of grain that Mo Yuan sent a few days ago. A lot has been eaten in the past few days, and Hao Ren is filling it with food while no one is around. Soon the empty bag was filled with rice and flour. Didn't buy Xiaomi. These 2 items are the cheapest in his mall. Lin Tseitsui and Du Chunyang, who came to get food to prepare cooking, saw that the empty bags were full again. When I opened it, it was all white rice. Lin Tseitsui. Mother! He again. Du Chunyang. Hush! Old immortal. Old immortal! Now their family has agreed that Hao Ren's affairs must not be leaked. If someone gets jealous and splashes Hao Ren with black dog blood or the dirty blood from a woman's period, thus breaking Hao Ren's magical powers, then their family's good days will be over. So, lunch at noon became rice. All the people in Xiaolin village, including the village chief, were shocked. In the north, only wealthy families eat rice. The villagers had never seen this before. If someone was sick, drinking millet porridge was considered a luxury. Rice porridge? Most people in Xiaolin village have never even seen it, let alone this white rice. Many people were a little hesitant when looking at the rice in the bowl. Is this rice? Give us something to eat. The dealers were all speechless. We know that your family, Lin Laosan, does good things. But it went from 2 meals a day to 3 meals a day. From thin to dry. From whole grains to millet. That's fine, but now you're giving us rice to eat? How can we eat this? Doesn't it make us feel guilty? Hao Ren had no choice but to persuade them. Eat it. This rice is old rice from the city, and it has been soaked in water, so they sold it to us cheaply. What else can we do? We can't say that rice and flour are the cheapest in the mall. Poor Hao Ren racked his brains every day to find a way to feed the villagers. Find a way to fool the villagers and make up excuses so that they can eat in peace. Today, Hao Ren's idea was to say that it was old rice, cheap, and without any vegetables. Just eat rice. So, each of the men in Xiaolin village started to eat rice that was just covered with braised pork soup. Amidst the humming of the rice scraping, a man's exclamation could be heard from time to time. There's a piece of meat in my broth, ha ha ha. Then many men around cast angry glances at me. The man who was stared at was so scared that he dared not show off anymore. Just keep eating. Hao Ren was puzzled as he watched the villagers of Xiaolin village sweating profusely while eating their meat soup. They seemed to be enjoying it. It seems that it is not a big deal for them if there is no food. Just eating rice is enough for them to be happy. Hao Ren could only helplessly think that the working people in ancient times were too easily satisfied. What a simple person. In the afternoon, Gozi went to the town to buy a tank for him and brought it to him. There were more than a dozen large vats for pickling pickles in the countryside. Hao Ren directed everyone to plant the sprouted potatoes into the vats filled with soil. Everyone who saw this looked at each other in bewilderment. They thought these large vats were used for some kind of business, such as pickling meat. Unexpectedly, Hao Ren planted those sprouted lumps into the tank. Encouraged by everyone, Gozi plucked up the courage to come over and ask. There is plenty of land, and it hasn't been fully cultivated yet. Why not plant it in the ground instead of in a pot? Hao Ren could only pretend to be profound and not answer. Brothers, you have to plant in the fields and even more so in the pots. Maybe our future success will depend on these big vats. Only a small part of the potatoes sprouted. After planting them in the jar, he told Gozi to take the remaining sprouted potatoes to find Old Man Lin. Let him direct all the seeds to be planted in the fields. And explained how to plant in the fields. Still a little worried, I went to give Old Man Lin some instructions in person. Then Hao Ren, who had nothing to do, went home and started practicing calligraphy. I have learned to recognize most of the characters these days, so I no longer feel any pressure when reading the 4 books and 5 classics. However, writing is difficult. I already know many of the characters, but it is difficult to describe them in words. Hao Ren had no intention of passing the imperial examination and becoming the top scholar. He knew his own limitations. The best you can do is pass the imperial examination. If you want to go any higher, forget it. Compared with the various academic elites of this era in the examination hall, I am nothing. But despite this, he still wants to master some basic writing and drawing skills. Since there is no way back and you have decided to integrate into this world, you must adapt to the basic rules of this world. Should I hire a teacher to give me some systematic enlightenment? It just so happened that there was no school in Xiaolin village. I could teach them arithmetic myself, but I really couldn't teach them the 4 books and 5 classics. And I also found out from practicing calligraphy that it is not something that can be practiced by force. There are many skills and methods involved. You also need someone to guide you. As I was thinking, a person flashed in my mind. Shi Wenhao, the accountant that Mo Yuan was looking for in that town. Hao Ren knew clearly that Mo Yuan had returned to the county, and the restaurant in their town had closed. They said they would reopen it when business in the town picks up after the disaster. Then Shi Wenhao is unemployed? Go find him and teach him. Well, that's a good idea. I'll go to town to find him tomorrow, and see if he can come to the village to teach for a while. What Hao Ren didn't know was that Shi Wenhao, whom he had been thinking about so much. At this moment, I am also thinking of Hao Ren with great nostalgia. Chapter 39 Shi Wenhao joins. Shi Wenhao now misses Hao Ren terribly every day. To be exact, I miss the meal Hao Ren cooked. Red braised pork, shredded pork with Beijing sauce, deep-fried crispy pork, stewed crispy pork, pan-fried tofu, scrambled eggs, and even fragrant millet rice. This is the image that lingers in Shi Wenhao's mind every day when he is free. Not only was it delicious, it was his last full meal. Since then, the restaurant closed and Mo Yuan returned to the county town. I also lost my income. But he did not blame Mo Yuan for leaving. My family suffered a misfortune, and it was also a disaster year. Fortunately, I had a job as an accountant during those 3 months, otherwise my old mother and I would have starved to death. Shi Wenhao's family was originally quite well off, otherwise they would not have been able to afford him the opportunity to study and become a jiren. But I passed the state exam last year but failed the provincial exam. When he returned sadly, his father fell seriously ill. I sold my property to treat my father's illness, but he passed away after more than half a year. Shi Wenhao and his mother, who had lost both their money and their lives, could only rent a house in the town. It just so happened that at that time I found a job as an accountant at a Moji restaurant. Only then did I get through the most difficult time. But now... Hey, Shi Wenhao quickly interrupted the thoughts in his mind and stopped thinking about it. The more he thought, the hungrier he would get. There was no one in front of his stall. Shi Wenhao could only smile bitterly. Life was hard enough. If he had money, who wouldn't buy food instead of spending money to find someone to write letters for him? If I can't, I might as well go to the bookstore in the city tomorrow to see if I can find a job copying books. If I can't make any more money, my family will be completely starving. Now my mother cooks 2 bowls of porridge every day. If I can't get the money back, there will be no porridge tomorrow. In this year of great disaster, I can't carry anything on my shoulders or with my hands. Scholars are really good for nothing. What's the point of studying hard for 10 years? You can't even feed me. I can only eat porridge every day, and I will soon run out of food. Thinking of the porridge, Shi Wenhao couldn't help but recall the table full of food that day and Hao Ren's half-smile. when the face in my mind overlaps with the face in reality. Shi Wenhao stepped back suddenly in shock. Are you hungry? I rubbed my eyes and looked again carefully. It has to be Hao Ren or someone else, and there's a dog beside him. I looked at the small stall and no one came for a long time. Hao Ren jokingly said, Brother Shi's business doesn't seem to be doing well. Shi Wenhao could only say with a hint of shame, I'm so ashamed. I haven't earned a penny in 2 days. As he was speaking, his stomach growled. Shi Wenhao's face turned red with embarrassment. Hao Ren took out 3 buns from his sleeve like a magic trick. Shi Wenhao didn't bother to be polite with him. He bowed, took the bun and started eating it with big mouthfuls. After 2 or 3 bites, a big bun was eaten. He quickly picked up the second bun and put it in his mouth. But the bun stopped at the edge of his mouth. After a while, as if he had made a great decision, Shi Wenhao put the 2 buns down again. Then he exhaled heavily. The whole body also relaxes. He quickly packed up his stall, picked up the buns and ran home. Brother Hao, I'll be leaving for a while. Come back and chat after you've delivered the buns to my mother. Seeing how miserable he was, Hao Ren had an idea in his mind. This is likely to happen. I packed up the stall with Gozi and caught up with Shi Wenhao. Arriving in front of a dilapidated courtyard, they walked in and found that Shi Wenhao was only renting a room in the west wing. The mother and son were squeezed into a shabby little house. Seeing someone coming in, Shi Wenhao's mother, Cui, stood up and bowed. There was no place to stand in the room, so Shi Wenhao moved 2 small stools from next door for him and the dog. Then he respectfully handed the buns to his mother to eat. Cui didn't look very old at all, probably only about 40 years old. Hao Ren knew that Cui Wenhao was 22 or 23 years old, but when he got here, he discovered that he was still unmarried. It was just this occasion, so I didn't ask in detail. Cui took the bun without saying anything polite, but ate one politely. The other one said he didn't want to eat anything and just said he was full. She forced Shi Wenhao to eat it before she smiled kindly. Excuse me, young master, for making fun of you. My mother and I haven't had such delicious food in a long time. Hao Ren waved his hands repeatedly, saying he and Shi Wenhao were good friends, and explained his purpose. I want to invite Shi Wenhao to teach in the village. After hearing the purpose of the visit, Cui was overjoyed, but Shi Wenhao looked embarrassed. Brother Hao, I can't refuse your kindness, but I have an elderly mother at home and I really can't leave. Leaving her to fend for herself would be a violation of filial piety. Cui Xing was not pleased to hear his son say this. You are so pedantic. If you stay, we will both starve. If you leave, I will have nothing to worry about and can even do some work mending clothes and washing clothes. At least you won't starve to death. Besides, the worst of the 3 unfilial acts is not having a son. You're 23 years old and still unmarried, and you're already observing filial piety? Listen to your mother, follow this young man and educate him well. At least you'll have something to eat. Finding a wife in the future and carrying on the family line will be a great honor to the Shi family's ancestors. Hao Ren didn't want to hear his mother and daughter parting forever. Very touching, but unnecessary. Well, actually, you two can move to the village together. In the countryside, as long as you don't mind, it's pretty easy to settle you two. At least housing and food are easy to solve. Seeing that Shi Wenhao and his mother both had happy expressions on their faces, Hao Ren simply said, as long as you two are willing, I'll take care of the housing and food issues. But I want to hear your mother and son's opinions on how much the salary should be. Before Shi Wenhao could interrupt, Cui took over the conversation. In such a devastating time, it's already difficult to survive. As long as we can have a roof over our heads and 2 meals a day, we'll be completely satisfied. Don't even mention the tuition. Without waiting for Hao Ren to say anything, he added, but if my son still wants to take the imperial examination in the future, you must not stop him. This is my only condition. Hao Ren quickly agreed. This is nothing. When the conditions are better, I can find another husband. As for the wages, you can give them to Shi Wenhao later. There is no need to rush now. The mother and son packed their luggage, which was just 2 simple bags. Hao Ren asked Guzi to help them pay off the rent. The 4 of them returned to Xiaolin village. I explained my purpose to the village chief. The village chief immediately made this matter a top priority. There were 3 rooms in the village's ancestral hall, and someone cleaned up one room for the mother and son to live in. Put some tables, chairs and benches in the other room and use it as a classroom. Let Mr. Shi stay here for now. Tomorrow, when spring comes, the village will exchange grain to build 2 schools and a house for them and their son. The mother and son, who were used to experiencing the ups and downs of life, were flattered. The village chief was so excited that his beard was shaking. May our ancestors bless you! We now have a school in Xiaolin village, and the children will be able to read and write in the future. If there are a few educated people in the future, the people of Xiaolin village will be able to walk around the town with their heads held high. Chapter 40. Domineering Female CEO Development Plan. After settling Xi Wenhao and his mother, Hao Ren asked him about calligraphy. It was learned that Hao Ren could only recognize characters but could not write. Xi Wenhao was a little surprised. Hao Ren had no choice but to lie and say that his family was poor when he was young and he only learned to read secretly outside the private school. He practiced writing with tree branches, so he couldn't write with a brush. Xi Wenhao finally understood. Indeed, writing calligraphy requires skill, and soft pens and hard pens are not the same thing. He then patiently instructed Hao Ren, starting with the most basic method of sitting and holding a pen. From the simple strokes to the brush stroke techniques, he explained them to Hao Ren in detail. It made Hao Ren feel like he had suddenly realized something. In the next few days, Hao Ren studied calligraphy seriously with Xi Wenhao every day. Learn some methods and techniques every day, and then practice a lot when you get home. Lin Tsuitsui doesn't know calligraphy and can't read, but she feels that Hao Ren is improving day by day, from the crooked strokes at the beginning to every stroke being smooth now. It looks more comfortable. After instructing Hao Ren every day, Xi Wenhao would teach the children in the village to read in the ancestral hall. Now, the daily routine for men, women, young and old in Xiaolin village is to walk around the entrance of the ancestral hall, listening to the childish voice inside reading aloud with Xi Wenhao over and over again. Everyone was fascinated. There are also a few elderly people who sit outside the ancestral hall every day, like door gods. Don't let any disturbance affect the children in the house. This place is full of reading seeds from Xiaolin village. There is no time to delay. Confucius said. To learn with a constant practice, is it not a pleasure? To have friends come from distant quarters, is it not a joy? To be not offended when men do not know you, is not that the sign of a gentleman? The old men listened to Xi Wenhao's rhythmic reading, and the children followed him. They didn't understand what it meant, but seeing them closing their eyes and shaking their heads, you could tell they were intoxicated by it. Strength lies in numbers. Thanks to the hard work of the people of Xiaolin village, more than 300 acres of land have been almost completely reclaimed. Some of the earthen slopes and mounds were not suitable for leveling, so Hao Ren decided to plant some fruit trees. The leveled land is about 270 to 280 acres. In the past 2 days, the whole village has been mobilized, and the women have also gone to the fields to work. All the potatoes have sprouted and need to be planted in the ground. The potatoes that are planted can only be irrigated manually. In the end, Hao Ren only planted more than 100 acres of potatoes. There were no more seeds, and Hao Ren wasn't sure if it was too late to plant now. It was a little later than what the book said, and it was probably too late to take out the potatoes to sprout. I had to give up. No one in the village had ever seen potatoes. Even the village chief and old man Lin chased Hao Ren and asked what it was. In the end, I was forced into no choice. Hao Ren had no choice but to tell them that this was the high-yield grain he had gone to great lengths to obtain. The two old men became excited when they heard about high yield, but when they heard Hao Ren say that this thing could produce 10 stones per mu, they immediately lost interest. The young man was just bragging. I don't know what this is, 10 sure. Nowadays, 1 acre of good land can produce less than 2 sure of grain. I don't know what you are planting on the wasteland, and you are asking for 10 sure. Of course Hao Ren was sure. Just kidding, he now understood that 1 dan was equivalent to 120 to 130 kilograms. The 10 dan he mentioned was a 50% discount based on the minimum yield, and this was even considering the lack of fertilizer and the wasteland. By then, the output would definitely be higher than this, but he didn't dare to say more. The two old men already thought he was unreliable and boasting. If he said 15 or 20 stones, he was afraid that they would scare them away. Anyway, I insist on producing 10 stones. Seeing Hao Ren's assurance, the two old men were also a little confused. Could it really be 10 dan? Even if it was half less, a grain yield of 5 dan per mu was still a treasure. As a result, the village chief and old man Lin went crazy. He ordered all the young and old in the village to take care of the 100 acres of potatoes even if they had to starve. The village chief has said that anyone who neglects the potatoes or wastes the 100 acres of crops will be driven out of Xiaolin village. This action scared Hao Ren. No. Not that serious. This sentence instantly annoyed the two old men. Not so. What do you mean? If the output is really 10 stones, even if it is 5 stones, just take good care of these 100 acres of land. Even in a disaster year, no one in the village will starve to death. From what the village chief said, it seemed that the land belonged to the collective, and no longer belonged to Hao Ren. But seeing the two old men's eyes were red, Hao Ren didn't dare to say anything. Ignore the two old men. Let them be. When I got home, I saw Lin Tse tidying up her desk. My mood immediately improved. I have been eating well recently, and my body, which was once so skinny, has become plump. Looking at the perfect curves of the beauty in front of him, Hao Ren felt a dry mouth. It's broad daylight, just bear with it, just bear with it. He walked behind Lin Tse and hugged her suddenly, scaring her so much that she started struggling violently. She didn't stop until she turned around and saw that it was her man. She glanced at Hao Ren with a charming look. You're going to die. It's broad daylight. It would be so embarrassing if someone saw you. After saying that, she struggled to get away again, but Hao Ren was not willing to let her go easily. He touched her all over and made her gasp for breath before he stopped. Lin Tse-tsue's face also flushed, and she shyly picked up a piece of paper for him to see. Hao Ren took a look and found that it was her handwriting. Great people heaven! Although the handwriting is immature, it is still neat, almost the same as mine. I couldn't help but be surprised. I really underestimated this little girl. Not only does she learn math quickly, but she also writes so well. You know, she couldn't go to school. She just followed Hao Ren and served him with pens and ink, and listened to Hao Ren tell her about the methods and techniques taught by Shi Wenhao. Being able to master it to this level through self-practice really impressed Hao Ren. Hao Ren thought to himself, but we really can't underestimate anyone. My wife is usually a low-key girl from the countryside, but her learning ability, purely in terms of intelligence, is something I really can't compare to. It seems that I need to train my little wife well in the future. Not only does she learn how to dress and cook, but she also has to learn math and the writing that she learned from Shi Wenhao. Wow, I'm going to raise my wife in a well-rounded way. I won't just sit around doing nothing and wait for my wife to support me, right? Think about that image. Lin Tse-tsue, a powerful and domineering woman who will stand on her own in the future, and Hao Ren, a fat house who lives a life of idleness and waiting for death, come to the ancient times. That picture is really a perfect match. The ancient costume version of the domineering female CEO falling in love with me. Hao Ren imagined while grinning. My mouth is almost watering. Lin Tse-tsue didn't know what he was doing. With a silly smile on her face, she quickly pushed him to wake him up. I watched as the face of the domineering female president in my mind gradually overlapped with the face of my wife in front of me. Hao Ren has ended his fantasy, but there is still a long way to go. My lovely wife still needs to be cultivated slowly. Cultivate? Could this be the legendary love development? Chapter 41 Mysterious Meet. The next morning, the villagers of Xiaolin village saw Hao Ren jogging. Everyone greeted him. Hao Ren just waved his hand and continued running. Running while blaming myself. Snort. It must be because of this body. Too weak. I will work out hard. This body seriously affects my combat effectiveness. When we passed by the ancestral hall, Shi Wenhao was already leading the children in morning reading. Confucius said, to learn and to practice it from time to time, is it not a pleasure? To have friends come from distant quarters, is it not a joy? To be not offended when men do not know you, is it not the character of a gentleman? When I got home, Lin Tse-tsue had already prepared breakfast. Millet porridge with pickles, white flour buns that Lin Tse-tsue specially steamed for him, and half a plate of braised meat. Lin Tse-tsue looked at Hao Ren eating with big mouthfuls and felt happy too. I never dared to imagine this kind of life before, but now I feel as happy as if I were living in a dream every day. While helping Hao Ren at a piece of meat, she said gently, Husband, can you teach me how to write the line you said yesterday, a friend comes from afar? Hao Ren agreed while thinking, why have I been arguing with this sentence these past 2 days, hearing it every day? Then, he saw Mo Yuan and Pang Yun. So, it's you two who are here when friends come from afar? Hao Ren was shocked. What time was it? They came from the county town? They arrived in Xiaolin village right after breakfast? Why are you two so early? Mo Yuan ignored him, but pulled him and asked him to look at a backpack on the follower behind him mysteriously, pointing to the things in the backpack. Full of excitement. Hurry up, look at what's in here. Give us something delicious. Hao Ren saw that both he and Pang Yun looked cautious. I stuck my head in and looked inside. It's meat, what's the big deal? Wait, this texture, this shape? Hao Ren's pupils dilated as he said excitedly. This is a cow. And Mo Yuan quickly covered his mouth. Pang Yun also said firmly, Brother, this is mutton. Mutton. Remember? We bought this mutton specially because we want to taste your cooking skills, Brother Hao. Do you understand? Hao Ren instantly understood what it meant. I want this so much. This thing has become a protected animal in this day and age. My favorite. I understand. You two brought some mutton today, so let's try it out and see what it tastes like. We won't leave until we're drunk. Hao Ren is a sensible man. Mo Yuan and Pang Yun breathed a sigh of relief. It was worth it for the two of them to go to the black market before dawn to get this thing. Today was a treat. Then the two of them suddenly thought of something. Brother, did you just say you won't leave until you're drunk? Do you still have that wine from last time? The wine and candy I brought back last time were taken away by their father before they even got warm. It is said that such a rare thing must not be wasted. The two of them never drank it again after that. The taste was so unforgettable. When I heard that Hao Ren still had wine, my appetite was immediately aroused. Hao Ren was also very happy. Beef, I haven't eaten it since I came here. Seeing how knowledgeable these two are, I'll give them plenty of wine today. He also said cheerfully, I won't go home until I'm drunk today. Plenty of wine. By the way, have you two eaten yet? Eat first? Mo Yuan and Pang Yun said in unison. Why are we still eating breakfast? Hurry up and make it. We're waiting to eat something delicious. Seeing them like this, Hao Ren didn't bother to be polite with them. Took over and brought beef. It looks like quite a lot. First, braise those 2 pieces of beef shanks and make braised beef and soy sauce. Hao Ren planned to use the remaining large piece of beef brisket to make some potatoes and stew beef brisket with potatoes. After preparing the meat and putting the ingredients in place, he called Lin Tsuitsui and Go Zi to come and help him watch the fire. Both dishes need to be simmered slowly, so there is no rush. It's still early at noon anyway, so just put it in the pot and simmer it slowly. Call Shi Wenhao over to keep him company. Mo Yuan was still quite surprised to see Shi Wenhao. After a conversation, I learned that Shi Wenhao is now teaching in Xiaolin village. Several of them are of similar age, and none of them are arrogant. We became familiar with each other in a short while. By noon, the whole yard was filled with the aroma of beef. Finally, while Mo Yuan and Pang Yun were anxiously waiting, several dishes were prepared. A plate of braised beef, a pot of beef brisket stewed with potatoes, a plate of shredded potatoes, and a plate of braised pork intestines. As soon as the table was set, the two looked at Hao Ren with warm eyes. Where's the wine? Hao Ren was helpless seeing him like this. They were both drunkards. I had to turn around and go into the house. Still 2 kilograms of ergotu. This was the first time Shi Wenhao saw this wine, and his attention was completely focused on it. Mo Yuan and Pang Yun couldn't wait to pick up their chopsticks and taste them one by one. Hao Ren ignored them and took a sip of wine. I ate a piece of braised beef. Just close your eyes and enjoy it. Then he was interrupted by Mo Yuan pulling his arm. The two of them also ate the braised beef with soy sauce first. Wow! Brother, this meat is so delicious! Pang Yun couldn't help but nod in praise. Just this taste, it's worth it for the two of us brothers to run to the black market before dawn. After hearing what they said, Shi Wenhao shifted his attention from the bowl of clear white wine. I tried a piece too. Delicious. The meat was firm and bright red. It had a rich aroma and a rich taste. This meat is so delicious. Only. Brother Hao, what is this meat? The three of them smiled at each other. It can't be said. It can't be said. Eat it. The beef stew with potatoes is another delicious experience. Not only is the beef delicious, but the potatoes also absorb the aroma of the beef, making the taste even richer. Shi Wenhao was also surprised and asked, Is this the kind of potato you grow? Mo Pang and the others were a little confused. What was this? They had never seen it before. Potatoes? What are they? Shi Wenhao explained to the two. Brother Hao found a kind of grain that is said to yield 10 dan per mu. It can be used as food or as a vegetable. The two ignored it and sneered. Cut! Then are we both just fools who know nothing? 10 stones? Bullshit. Mo Yuan glanced at Shi Wenhao and said, Have you become stupid from studying? Do you know what the concept of 10 stones is? Pang Yun also agreed. I heard from my father's master that the best land here only yields 2 stones of grain. Shi Wenhao was caught in the crossfire, but he didn't know how to refute it. Hao Ren still spoke up for the honest man. All right. I said 10 sure, and I was afraid of scaring those old men. You shouldn't be scared, right? 10 sure is the minimum, no more, no less. Seeing that the two still didn't believe it, Hao Ren didn't bother to pay attention. It's redundant to say anything now, because it will blind your titanium dog eyes. Eat the food. This dish is shredded potatoes, made from potatoes. Try it. Several people had never eaten potatoes before, and they all thought it was crisp and refreshing, and a great dish. But apart from the beef, the most amazing thing is the braised large intestine. Mo Yuan and Peng Yun almost got into a fight over the food. Mo Yuan looked at Hao Ren with a resentful look on his face. I usually think braised pig intestines are the best food in the world, but braised ones taste even better, right? More fragrant and delicious. Why didn't you do this last time? Hao Ren looked at him with such fright that he dodged. I forgot about it last time when I was drinking, and there are so many ways to cook large intestines. Next time I'll make you some stir-fried large intestines. Okay, it's a deal. Come on, drink. Chapter 42, Not Stopping Until Drunk. The four of them ate and drank. Each person took a sip, feeling the wine flow from the mouth, down the throat, into the stomach, and then throughout the body. They all looked like they were enjoying themselves. Mo Yuan even asked eagerly whether this wine could be brewed and sold on a large scale. Peng Yun's father can be asked to manage the wine business and find a way to obtain the winemaking qualification. Hao Ren thought about it but still didn't agree. There are no major issues with the workmanship. However, even if we obtain the winemaking qualification, it is not easy to make wine on a large scale now. This distillation method is too wasteful of grain. It's not a good idea to do it on a large scale during this disaster year. Let's talk about it later and take it slow. Mo Yuan was a little disappointed when he heard this answer. What a good business it was, it would definitely be very popular. Peng Yun didn't care about the money, he was focused on the word, large scale. Brother, what I mean is that if we can't brew wine on a large scale, it should be okay to make a little for us brothers to drink, right? Hao Ren thought about it but still couldn't bear to refuse him. He still had a small amount of wine in private, which he could give to his brothers, but he also reminded them not to be too ostentatious. It was better not to let everyone know about this wine for now, and it was better to keep a low profile. If someone gets jealous, he won't even be able to protect himself. I'm still too weak now, I have to think of a way to protect myself. Peng Yun naturally agreed without hesitation. As long as he had his wine to drink, he didn't care about anything else. Mo Yuan has been concentrating on studying business recently. Seeing that there is no progress in the wine business, he turned to another aspect. If the wine isn't okay, the food should be okay, right? Write me the recipe for this braised pork intestines, and the stir-fried pork intestines you mentioned. Write me a few more. Our restaurant should change up a bit. Everyone's pretty much eaten the ones we have now, and there's nothing new to offer. Hao Ren agreed to this request without thinking twice. He wanted to make money for free, so he had a lot of recipes in his mind. I will immediately describe a few dishes to him to whet his appetite. Seeing that the two of them were talking about business, Peng Yun Wenhao was not interested. The two of them were drinking happily together. Peng Yun was enjoying the food while drinking. Even Shi Wenhao, who was always gentle and elegant, had a much higher-pitched voice after drinking for a while. Since coming to Xiaolin village, he and his mother no longer have to worry about their livelihood and can have 3 meals a day. Every meal consisted of fine grains, and sometimes there was even meat. This scared the mother and daughter at first, but they gradually got used to it. I gradually fell in love with this small village. Every day I did what I liked most, teaching students to read and write, and I also had time to read books myself. Now, after drinking this fine wine, I felt like I was floating in the air, and all the turbid air in my chest was expelled. The pressure that had been there for a long time also disappeared. He picked up the wine and took another sip. Hao Ren Moyuan couldn't help but interrupt the conversation. Brother Hao's wine is truly extraordinary. Li Bai said bells, drums, and fine food are of little value. What I wish for is to be drunk forever. But only wine like this could elicit such sentiments from a banished immortal, right? Mo Yuan also agreed. After drinking this fine wine, he felt as if everything in the world was under his control. He felt relaxed all over. Peng Yun's face flushed with excitement. It seemed he wasn't the only one who liked wine. Everyone else was a true wine connoisseur. He picked up the bowl and drank the little wine in it. Come! Let's drink and sing. What is life like? Hao Ren was also a little excited after drinking, and he didn't have that many poems in his mind. I can't copy it now even if I want to. The books I've read recently are all history books. However, Peng Yun's words, "Let's drink and sing, life is short," still made him feel heroic. There were only 4 young men at the table, and in his heart, these 3 were his good brothers. Coming to this world, I have been observing and integrating carefully, fearing that my disguise would be exposed. I drank a little bit and got a little tipsy, and I also let my guard down. All kinds of thoughts came to his mind, and he didn't care about the other 3 people and just started singing by himself. It is impossible to describe the extravagant love in the world. There is no end to the grudges in the world. It's fate from generation to generation. Flowing the same blood. Drinking the same water. This road is long and arduous. The three of them didn't pay much attention at first. But after listening to a few lines, they were drawn in by Hao Ren's deep voice. They all sat quietly and savored his lyrics. Hao Ren, however, didn't care. The scenes before the time travel kept resurfacing, and he couldn't help but shed 2 lines of tears from the corners of his eyes. We can never go back to that bustling world with advanced technology. I feel a little sad. Red flowers are of course paired with green leaves. Who will accompany me in this life? Sighing how much the world has changed. Lin Suitsui, attracted by the voice, came over to take a look, only to see her man singing passionately with tears in his eyes, feeling indescribable sadness and loneliness. Lin Suitsui had the urge to rush forward and hug him to comfort him regardless of everything. Hao Ren looked at the beautiful woman in front of him, who was looking at him with misty eyes and heartache. There is a sense of relief. Fortunately, here, I have family and a beautiful wife who cares about me. A good man is full of courage. Our lofty ambitions and reputation are known all over the world. Although Mo Yuan, Pang Yun and Shi Wenhao thought Hao Ren's singing voice was weird, the lyrics were fresh and inspiring, and they were excited to see their good brother singing so passionately. Hao Ren was so excited while singing that he no longer felt depressed at the beginning. Since I have come to this world, since I have met good brothers and beautiful women in this world, there is no need to sink into despair, just let everything go with the wind. From now on, in this world, live well. Ignoring Lin Suitsui's attempts to stop him, Hao Ren embraced her in his arms, and with his other hand, he picked up the wine bowl and clinked it with his friends. After taking a big sip, he tilted his head back, glanced at his shy wife in his arms, and glanced at his excited brother in front of him. He continued to sing heroically. Life is but a few autumns. Don't stop until you're drunk. Come on, have a drink. Don't stop until you're drunk. Lin Suitsui didn't care about being shy and held her man's body tightly. He was already drunk and his steps were unsteady. Mo Yuan, Pang Yun, and Shi Wenhao were all moved by Hao Ren's boldness and stood up to join in the fight. After Hao Ren sang it once, everyone memorized the lyrics. Then I heard 4 people in the yard roaring and singing in unison. Life is just a few short autumns, so don't stop until you are drunk. Come on, have a drink. Don't stop until you're drunk. Don't worry about your worries. When Guzi brought out the beef noodles, all 4 of them were drunk and passed out at the table. Guzi shook his head helplessly and looked at the fragrant beef noodles in his hand. It seemed that they couldn't eat it anymore, so I helped them eat some. I should have put more meat in it earlier. Putting down the bowl, he helped Lin Suitsui to help Hao Ren into the house. Send Shi Wenhao back to school. He also helped Pang Mo's followers lift Mo Yuan and Pang Yun. At this time, Pang Yun was still muttering, Good wine, good wine. Chapter 43, Pang Ji is shocked. Just as Pang Yun was muttering about the good wine, his father Pang Se had just swallowed a sip of wine and couldn't help but exclaim in praise. Good wine, good wine. Chunji, try it, it's a good wine. A middle-aged man in his 40s who looked similar to him took a sip carefully. Brother, this wine is sweet and sharp, and its color is pure. It's not ordinary. There's no such clean and clear wine in Tokyo. Where did you get it? Ha ha ha, Pang Se looked at his brother, even though he was a high-ranking official. But I have never seen such a rare and delicious wine. I couldn't help but feel a little smug. This was found by your nephew Pang Yun in a small village in the countryside. I kept it because it was so precious. I was going to prepare it for you to drink during the new year. Now that you are going to the capital to serve as an imperial censor, I am willing to take it out to see you off. The middle-aged man on the side laughed heartily. Haha, if I hadn't come specially to visit you, I wouldn't have been able to taste such a good drink. It seems I am really lucky. Seeing that Pang Se still had the wine hidden in his hand, Pang Ji reached out and took it. Brother, tomorrow I will be going to the capital to serve as an official. I don't know when I can return home to visit my family, let alone when I can see you again. Why are you still so stingy? Just this bottle of wine, my brother and I will drink heartily today. We won't leave until we are drunk. I had wanted to keep half for myself to savor later, but it seems that plan doesn't work. Pang Se looked at his younger brother who was 2 years younger than him. Still so cheerful and heroic. There is no way I can be so free and open-minded. Yes, he is the pride of the Ponzi family. In his 40s, he was already the governor of a state, and now he was going to Beijing to be the imperial censor. Looking at himself, he had wasted his whole life and was still just a county magistrate. It's true that people will die if they compare themselves to others. But no matter how high his official rank is, he is still my younger brother. Seeing Pang Ji drinking alone, Pang Se gave him a serious warning. Now that you have entered the court as an official, you must be careful and cautious. The imperial censor in the palace is not like the governor of Xiuzhou. There are so many people watching in the court. You must behave uprightly and speak with substance. You must not act impulsively and lose your original intention. I don't need to teach you the ways of being an official. Peng Ji stood up and bowed respectfully to Peng Su. I will remember your teachings, elder brother. But he didn't take his elder brother's words too seriously. 1 year later, in another time and space, Peng Ji, the imperial censor, frantically impeached Fan Feng, the imperial secretary, for violating etiquette and laws. He was demoted by Prime Minister Li Di, who protected Fan Feng. The indignant Peng Ji attacked Fan Feng even more unscrupulously. Later, because most of the words he impeached Fan Feng were false, he was demoted again. I wonder if this time and space will change because of the flapping wings of Hao Ren, this little butterfly. After Peng Ji sat down again, he helped Peng Su pour a glass of wine, and still couldn't help but savor the aroma of the wine. I never thought this fine wine could come from a small mountain village. If I weren't in a hurry to go to Beijing to take up my post tomorrow, I'd really like to see what kind of person could brew such a fine wine. Peng Su disagreed. These unorthodox practices are of no benefit to the people's livelihood. You must return to the capital immediately, and do not miss your important task. Xiao took a sip of wine and said playfully, I can help you take a look tomorrow. The Xiaolin village that Yunner mentioned has reported that 300 acres of wasteland have been reclaimed. Although it is only 300 acres. But it's rare in this year of famine. Tomorrow I'll personally take people to measure and register. If it's true, I'll reward you. By the way, I'll also help you find that amazing winemaker. Seeing that Peng Ji was only concerned with drinking, I picked up a pig's ear with chopsticks and gave it to him. Don't just drink alcohol, it's bad for your health. Eat some vegetables. Even though you are getting higher and higher in your official position, you may not have tasted the food in our small county. Peng Ji smiled and put the food given to him by his elder brother into his mouth. The taste is good, the texture is good, it is crispy and chewy, and there is a meaty aroma. This dish is really good, but I really can't tell what it is. Seeing Peng Su was so proud, he couldn't help but ask. Brother, what is this? I have never seen it before. Peng Su laughed heartily. It's strange you've seen him before. I just met him recently too. I had never even seen it before, let alone eaten it. Anyone with a little bit of status would never eat this stuff. Seeing Peng Ji eating with gusto but with a puzzled look on his face. I still can't figure out what this is. I couldn't help but introduce it to him. This is called pig ears. They're braised with a secret method using various spices. How's it? It's quite unique, isn't it? It's on par with the dishes at Fanlu in Tokyo, isn't it? Peng Ji was surprised. It was not only not inferior, but with this taste, it would definitely cause a sensation in Tokyo. I didn't expect that such delicious food could be found in a small county town. Seeing his younger brother constantly eating the pig's ear, Peng Su, who had never been able to compare with his younger brother since he was a child, suddenly felt proud. Chuinji, don't just eat the pig ears, try some other dishes. Then he introduced them to Peng Ji one by one. This is pig's head, this is pig's liver, and this is pig's large intestine. Come on, have this dish, braised pork. This dish is called Beijing-style shredded pork with red sauce. Peng Ji felt that he was almost too busy with the chopsticks in his hand. He had just gone to Beijing to take up his post and took a detour home to visit his relatives, and also came to see his elder brother on the way. How come I encountered so many things that I couldn't understand just by walking to this small county town to have a meal? A wine I've never seen before. Dishes I've never eaten before. Not only are all these dishes delicious, but they're all made from pigs. Jui County is only 200 miles away from my hometown Chenwu. How come I didn't know that the pork here is so famous? And the most important thing is that according to Peng Su, these dishes were all invented by a man named Hao Ren. What kind of young man is not only proficient in delicious dishes, but can also brew unique wine? What a pity, I have to rush to Beijing tomorrow. It is a great regret in life that I have never had the chance to see such a young man. The two brothers continued to toast each other. They were going to part tomorrow, but they still had a lot to say. At this time, the servant carried Peng Yun into the house. Seeing that his son was drunk and unconscious, Peng Su was furious. After finding out that he had been drinking with Hao Ren in Xiaolin village, Peng Su still couldn't help but complain. How can someone so young indulge in alcohol? This Hao Ren is ridiculous. Quickly carry the young master to the bedroom. The servant turned around and carried Peng Yun on his back and was about to go to the bedroom. Peng Yun, who was unconscious from sin, seemed to be talking to himself and also seemed to be echoing his father. Ridiculous, Hao Ren, truly ridiculous. They're claiming a yield of 10 dan per mu. How can grain yield 10 dan per mu? Absurd. Peng Su and Peng Ji were all shocked. What did you say? 10 dan per mu? However, Pang Yun, who was drunk and unconscious, could no longer answer them. Chapter 44. I think you have the talent to be a prime minister. Hao Ren finally sobered up after a night's sleep. I washed my face and felt sober again. He felt a little regretful that he drank too much yesterday. You didn't do anything ridiculous, did you? I seemed to sing a song. I love the country more than the beauty. Luckily, there weren't many people around yesterday, and they were all my own people. If someone with bad intentions heard this, they wouldn't report me, right? You still love your country, so what if you want to rebel? I wonder if there's literary inquisition in this era? Don't drink so much alcohol in the future, it can easily lead to mistakes. Especially myself, what if I say something I shouldn't say? Hao Ren secretly warned himself in his heart. The busy Xiaolin village finally returned to its former tranquility. All the potatoes are in the field. And under the close supervision of the village chief and old man Lin, men, women, and children in Xiaolin village meticulously watered more than 100 acres of land. Hao Ren felt grateful as he watched the simple folks working hard for him. Decided to treat the whole village to a meal. In his hometown, this is called finishing wine. Whether it's building a house or doing any other work, we will get together after finishing it. First, eat to relieve fatigue. Secondly, I would like to thank the neighbors who came to help. The staple food was rice, but Hao Ren was stumped as to what dish to cook. Look at him scratching his head. Old man Lin and the old village chief looked at him with disdain after asking clearly. What are you thinking about? Just eat rice with broth. Didn't it taste good last time? Do you think you can eat rice casually these days? Paired with the braised pork broth, who in the village wouldn't say it's delicious? What else can I cook? Young people are just messing around. The village chief immediately went to notify everyone in the village to gather and help cook. White rice with broth. The village chief's mouth was watering when he thought about the rice with meat soup he had that day. The villagers must have been delighted to hear this. Hao Ren was admiring the simplicity of the Xiaolin villagers, and was grateful for a bowl of rice. I looked up and saw that the village chief had returned. The village chief also brought a man in white clothes to Hao Ren. This is the head of the military unit from the county government. The county magistrate is on his way to personally survey our land and give us a reward. The man in his 30s also bowed and said, My name is Wu Er, and I am the head of this county squad. I have been ordered by the county magistrate to inform everyone to be prepared. The county magistrate will be here soon. Hao Ren really wanted to ask him if he had a brother named Wu Dev who sold pancakes. Why would Pang Yun's father come to Xiaolin village for no reason? He even offered a reward. Who would believe that? If you didn't know, you'd think it was 30,000 acres. But now is not the time to talk, let's quickly prepare to welcome the county magistrate. Suddenly the whole Xiaolin village was in chaos. It didn't take long for Hao Ren, the village chief, old man Lin, and the elders of the Lin family to stand at the entrance of the village and wait. Pang Se and his group appeared in the sight of the people in Xiaolin village. The leader, Pang Se, was wearing a green official uniform and was particularly eye-catching in the crowd. Some old men next to Hao Ren were so excited that their beards were shaking and their whole bodies were trembling. Without waiting for the county magistrate to come closer, they all knelt down. I pay my respects to the county magistrate. I'd like to meet the county magistrate, master. The old men were very excited. When had an official ever come to this small village, especially a county magistrate? This made Hao Ren, who was standing behind, very embarrassed as he was not used to kneeling. Neither kneeling nor standing at the back. What does it mean to kneel down when you see someone? Just as he was considering whether to kneel down as well, Pang Se hurried forward and helped up the kneeling people. Hao Ren behind him secretly breathed a sigh of relief. No need to kneel. No need for such grand gestures, fellow villagers. I heard that Xiaolin village was able to reclaim 300 acres of wasteland even in such a devastating year. I've come here to verify this and to commend the people of Xiaolin village for their sincere commitment to serving their country. It's truly remarkable that they've obeyed the imperial decree to reclaim wasteland even in such a devastating year. Hao Ren secretly glanced at the county magistrate who was making an impassioned speech. He was in his 40s, with an upright figure and the aura of a scholar. He looked elegant and easygoing. Standing in the crowd, he was quite eye-catching. However, the man behind him looked and was about the same age as him. Although he was dressed in casual clothes, his temperament was even more calm and experienced than Pang Se, the county magistrate. He did not look like an ordinary citizen at all. Don't know who it is. Now that you have made your purpose clear. The village chief also dismissed the irrelevant people. Only old man Hao Ren Lin and myself were left. Take the county magistrate and his entourage to the back slope. On the way, I saw Hao Ren couldn't help but glance at me. County Magistrate Pang Se couldn't help but smile. You and Brother Yun are close friends. I'll treat you like my own son or nephew. What are you looking at? That's Yun's Uncle Pang Ji. You should call him uncle too. Hao Ren stared at the boss with an incredible look on his face. Only after being pushed by Pang Yun did he come to his senses, bowed and respectfully called him uncle. Pang Ji just nodded softly and didn't answer. He also wanted to observe this young man. I was supposed to go to Tokyo today, but the news I heard yesterday was too shocking. If it were someone else, it would be fine. But this news is related to the magical Hao Ren, and it reminds me of those magical wines and delicacies. Pang Ji decided to delay for a day and go with his brother to take a look. Let's see if this amazing boy can give him another surprise. At this moment, Hao Ren didn't seem surprised at all. Instead, he was astonished. Isn't this such a coincidence? Is this the aura of a time traveler? How could I meet a great person in this remote little village? I have been studying history books recently. It is the first year of Jingyu in the reign of Emperor Renzong of Song dynasty. The history of the last few decades is the focus of his research. How could he not know Pang Ji's name? But is it really such a coincidence? Quietly called Pang Yun aside. Brother, we've known each other for so long, but I still don't know where you're from. Where's your hometown? Pang Yun was confused by the question. Why are you asking this suddenly? Seeing that he didn't say anything, Hao Ren became anxious. Hurry up and tell me, a bottle of wine. Shanzhou Qingwerin. Hao Ren almost jumped up with joy when he heard this answer. There was a man from Qingwu in Shanzhou named Pang Ji, who was in his 40s. There was no doubt about that. The future Prime Minister of the Song dynasty. Although the official title at that time was not Prime Minister. For Hao Ren now, this is a big and thick leg. I must hold her, Hao Ren thought secretly. After learning about the identity of his adopted uncle, Hao Ren couldn't help but look at Pang Ji along the way. This left Pang Ji confused. What are you looking at? Hao Ren really wanted to imitate the time traveler's pretentiousness and say to Pang Ji, I think you have the talent to be a prime minister. You will definitely become a prime minister in the future. But looking at Pang Ji's calm and experienced demeanor, he didn't dare. And it seems like someone else has already said this. That guy named Xia Song said this more than 10 years ago. Hao Ren thought as he walked. Could Xia Song also be a time traveler? Otherwise, how can we predict the future? I'll ask him next time I see him. Chapter 45 Potatoes in the Jar. Village Chief Hao Ren and others took Pang Se and Pang Ji to the back slope. Pang Se waved his hand at his subordinates, and the yamen runners took the tools to carry out the actual measurement. Pang Ji made a rough estimate. He frowned and said to Hao Ren, Your account is different from the actual area, right? It's more than 300 acres, right? Hao Ren quickly bowed. To be honest with you, uncle and the county magistrate, the actual area measured was over 340 mu, but because there were a few earthen mounds and slopes that couldn't be reclaimed, the total area was about 200 mu. For the convenience of obtaining the data, and also for the consideration of the villagers, I registered 300 mu. Although he knew Pang Ji's identity, he still pretended not to know, and treated him as just a commoner. Humph! You're still honest. Since he didn't come for the land, Pang Ji wouldn't care too much, and the 300 acres reported was about right. The county magistrate Pang Se was only here for formalities. He came to commend them for reclaiming wasteland according to government decrees during a disaster year. There is a lot of political showmanship in it. Seeing that there was no obvious difference between the 300 acres, he didn't care. He called back a few yamen runners who were pretending to measure the land, and ordered the legal advisor to help prepare the specific documents and deeds for the 300 acres of land. He verbally praised the village chief and Hao Ren. The matter came to an end. Seeing that the legal advisors and the yamen runners had all retreated to the side, the two brothers Pang Se and Pang Ji did not move at all. Hao Ren understood that the real business was about to begin. Pang Se cleared his throat and said, I heard from Pang Yun that what you planted in this field are not ordinary crops, but a kind of food called potatoes? Hao Ren was secretly delighted when he heard this. He was still trying to think of a solution, but if all else failed, the last resort would be to pass the news on to higher-ups through Pang Yun's father, the county magistrate. Now, not only has the county magistrate arrived, but there is also a future strongman. It seems that people who travel through time still have a bonus of luck. Without thinking too much, he introduced the potato planting situation to the two of them. Pang Se and the other two clearly didn't want to hear this. Seeing Hao Ren wasn't listening, they asked impatiently, I heard that this thing can yield 10 dan per mu? Is that true? Where did you get this thing? Why haven't we heard of it before? Hao Ren began to make up excuses, saying that he had accidentally discovered this item in the mountains under the guidance of a master. It's just a bunch of bullshit anyway. But he didn't dare go too far. Quickly divert their attention. Actually, this thing is indeed highly productive, but the claim of 10 stones is incorrect. Pang Se and Pang Ji had an expression that said, as expected, and Pang Se comforted them. It's okay, it's okay. Even if there are only 5 or 6 stones, it's still a great achievement. Pang Ji glanced at Hao Ren. This kid was talking nonsense, and kept trying to change the topic. The origin of potatoes is vague and unclear. But fortunately, the things in the field don't seem to be fake. No matter what the yield is, you will know after you harvest it. Hao Ren didn't let them keep thinking. They were both very smart, and his words were full of loopholes. It doesn't stand up to scrutiny. We have to give them a shock so quickly that they don't have time to think. Then he said, 10 stones is a conservative estimate, no more, no less. I was afraid it would be too shocking, so I didn't dare to say more. Sure enough, after hearing this, the two brothers were stunned. Pang Se was still shocked by the sentence. No more, no less. It was Pang Ji who woke up first. He stepped forward and grabbed Hao Ren's arm. Staring intently at Hao Ren's eyes, his face was full of majesty without a trace of smile. The pressure from a superior who had been in office for many years was released without any concealment. Is what you said true? You should know that you are not facing your friend's father, but a local magistrate. Don't take it lightly. Tell the truth. If this is just nonsense you made up, we will just turn around and leave, as if we had never come today, and you and Pang Yun will still be close friends. If this is true, and you are truly so productive, even though we two brothers may not be very capable, we can report it to the court and guarantee you great wealth and honor. After saying this, Pang Ji stared at Hao Ren, as if he wanted to see through his heart. He continued to roar harshly. Now tell me honestly, is what you said true? Hao Ren was a little confused by his yell. He had never seen such a scene before. In his previous life, he had lived for 30 years and had never even seen the village chief. Not to mention that he is now a county magistrate and the future prime minister. Moreover, this prime minister was glaring at him and intimidating him from a close distance. An ordinary person would have turned around and run away long ago. Fortunately, Hao Ren knew the other party's background. He gritted his teeth and held on for a long time. After taking a deep breath, Hao Ren finally calmed down. After a period of trance, Hao Ren finally regained consciousness. Damn, so embarrassing. I am a time traveler after all, and I was almost scared to death. It really brings shame to the army of time travelers. We have to get back at them, otherwise it will be so embarrassing. Only then did he dare to look up and face Pang Ji. I had no intention of disturbing you two. I only mentioned the 10 stone per mu yield privately with my friends. Because this is my private matter, I never intended to alert the authorities from the beginning. But now that the county magistrate is here, I still say what I said before, 10 dan, no more, no less. Good. Pang Ji patted his shoulder. This young man was not bad. He was only distracted for a short time after being threatened by him, and then recovered. And looking at his confident look, it has become 80% or 90% now. The rest will naturally be known when he matures. Is this really just a personal matter? Humph. If you can really be so productive, then it's a huge public matter, and you have no say in it. Moreover, was it really just something he said privately to a friend? What a coincidence that this friend is the son of the county magistrate. Humph, you little rascal. Pang Se was also very happy. My dear nephew! If this is true, I will report it to the court and personally commend you for your achievements. This is a great achievement. If the yield per mu can really reach 10 dan, I can also benefit from it. Pang Ji thought more. There's no rush now. Don't publicize it yet. Wait until it's mature and actually measure it before making any plans. Pang Se thought about it and quickly agreed. That's right. Chunji's words are the words of a mature and prudent person. My dear nephew, when it's ready, please let me know so I can come and watch. Pang Se now likes Hao Ren more than his son. Pang Ji sighed. If it really was that prolific, it would have been a grand spectacle. What a pity, I was holed up in Tokyo at the time and couldn't see it. It's truly one of life's great regrets. Hao Ren said to Pang Ji in a flattering tone. Uncle, actually, I have a way to let you see it too. When they followed Hao Ren to his house and saw the large vats placed on the open space, everyone was puzzled. They all looked at Hao Ren in confusion, waiting for his explanation. Hao Ren said sheepishly, This jar contains potato sprouts. When Pang Ji saw the potato seedlings planted in the jar, he instantly understood what Hao Ren meant. He looked at Hao Ren with a playful expression, as if he had been prepared for this. Private matter? Didn't you think of alerting the authorities? This kid is becoming more and more interesting. Chapter 46: A Satisfying Potato Feast. Looking at Peng Ji's playful look, Hao Ren felt even more guilty. I tried planting it a while ago, but couldn't find a suitable place, so I had to plant it in a pot. Now the seedlings have emerged and are growing well. If my uncle wants to see the potatoes grow and mature, he can take a jar with him and keep it at home so he can see it every day. Peng Ji rolled his eyes at him and showed no interest in even acting with him. No one would believe this nonsense. He pushed Hao Ren away and walked straight to the side of the tank, leaning over to take a look. Peng Se also moved closer to the edge of the tank and looked carefully at the 3 green seedlings in the tank. The 2 brothers wanted to put their faces on the green potato sprouts. Seeing the 2 brothers admiring the work with such fascination, people who didn't know them would think they were admiring a rare and famous calligraphy and painting. After half a day, I still couldn't figure it out. Peng Ji straightened up and pointed to several large vats nearby, saying casually, "I'll take all these vats with me. On the way, I'll have to find someone to transport them by car and take good care of them. Although I can benefit from it, you still owe me a favor. Is it not too much to prepare a few bottles of that wine for me?" Hao Ren agreed immediately. He nodded repeatedly in agreement. He said, "Thank you, uncle, for your support, and thank you, uncle, for your trouble along the way." I felt bad about it, and decided to prepare a few bottles of wine for my uncle to cheer him up on the journey. This made the honest man Peng Yun look puzzled. How come Hao Ren acted so grateful to his uncle even though his uncle had taken away several jars of potatoes and blackmailed him for several bottles of wine? It was Peng Se, who had been in officialdom for many years, who was the first to come to his senses. Once the plan is accomplished, and the output is really that high, the imperial court will definitely reward him generously. Not only will Hao Ren gain merit, but he and Peng Ji will also benefit. He immediately smiled at Hao Ren. "My dear nephew, your uncle is so shameless that he wants to take away a tank. I have to observe the growth of the potatoes myself. Don't let myself be clueless when the time comes. That would be a waste of opportunity." There was no lunch for the villagers of Xiaolin village. Instead, Pang Se and Peng Ji stayed behind. At first, they were reluctant, but when Hao Ren said he had some potatoes left and wanted to make a potato feast for them, they decided not to leave. Hao Ren was secretly delighted. Now that he knew your weak points, it would be easy to control them. "I'll keep you 2 for dinner in the name of potatoes." The 2 of them must be curious. Have a meal and drink some wine to enhance the relationship. If something happens and their cheap nephew asks, it will be difficult for them to refuse, right? From now on, I will just hold your thighs and lie down peacefully in the Song dynasty. The most urgent thing now is to prepare a potato feast carefully for my 2 uncles to enjoy. Throw them 2 potatoes and let them study them, then cook the meal themselves. So the 4 of them, regardless of their status, formed a circle and kept rubbing the potatoes in their hands, looking at each other, holding them as if they were treasures. Seeing that the 2 men were accompanied by Old Man Lin and the village chief, Hao Ren ignored them. His attention was now entirely on the potatoes. Since it is a potato banquet, potatoes are of course the main dish. Hao Ren also wants to use this dinner to help Peng Ji understand potatoes better. This thing can be used as food or as a dish. It is truly a disaster prevention artifact. Potato pancakes, steamed potatoes, baked potatoes, stir-fried shredded potatoes, stir-fried potato slices with meat, braised potatoes with pork, and 2 plates of braised meat. That's about it. Don't let the shredded potatoes steal the show. Hao Ren was thinking in his mind. Under his command, the whole family went out. Not only Du Chunyang, Lin Seicui, and Lin Lao San helped with the work, but Go Zi's mother, and Izhuang's wife Sun Xiaolan also came to help. The others were simply sent by the old lady to help, and Lin Laosen didn't dare to go with them. "My lord county magistrate, it's so scary that my calves are shaking when I walk past it." Du Chunyang rolled her eyes at her man, calling him a waste. "Didn't you see that your father-in-law, Old Man Lin, and the village chief were there with you? Even if I gave you a chance, it would be useless." Little did she know that Old Man Lin and the village chief were also sweating profusely, fearing that they would accidentally offend them. But fortunately, the 2 of them were studying the potatoes in their hands, and the questions they asked from time to time were also about the land and crops, so they could still interject and say a few words. Wait until Hao Ren arranges everyone to prepare for the feast. The 2 old men finally breathed a sigh of relief. This job was not easy. Seeing Hao Ren still chatting and laughing with the county magistrate, the 2 of them were full of admiration. As expected, he is the most promising young man in Xiaolin village. His courage is greater than theirs. After Hao Ren helped everyone pour wine, Peng Ji impatiently urged, "Stop with all that nonsense. Wine can be drunk anytime. Hurry up and introduce them. You already know those braised meats. Let's talk about potatoes." Hao Ren didn't waste any words. He put down the bottle and started introducing it to everyone. The first ones were baked and steamed potatoes. These two methods are the simplest and most convenient to eat. After hearing the introduction, several people quickly tried it. It is soft, sweet, and tastes good. Pang Su was the first to speak. Well, it can really be used as food, and it tastes good. Seeing Pang Ji nodded but not ready to speak, Old Man Lin echoed this, saying, It can indeed be used as food. It tastes good, and most importantly, it's good for preventing hunger. In times of famine, eating one a day won't kill you. Old Man Lin was very satisfied with the food. He had bad teeth and enjoyed eating the soft and glutinous potatoes. The key point is that after eating half of it, he felt a little hungry. What a good thing. Next, Hao Ren introduced potato pancakes and shredded potatoes. Cut the potatoes into shreds and mix them on top. If necessary, add an egg. Add some seasonings. Put it in the pan and fry until both sides are golden brown. Shredded potatoes can be a dish simply by stir-frying them. Several people took a few bites to try it. The potato pancakes were fried very fragrantly, and the shredded potatoes were crispy and delicious. It was a good dish. Finally, there are fried meat with potato slices and braised pork with potatoes. Different cooking methods bring out the different flavors of potatoes. After eating every dish, Peng Ji put down his chopsticks and slammed the table. With a cheerful look on his face, he said to Hao Ren, Not bad. These potatoes are really good. Just as you said, they can be used as a dish or as food. Hao Ren also said in a flattering way that if they planted more in the future, no one in the world would go hungry. It can also be extended to border troops. In critical moments, you don't need to make a fire to cook just by carrying 2 potatoes with you. Sometimes speed can be of the essence. Peng Ji did not comment on this. When the critical moment comes, potatoes are not the only option. What can't replace potatoes? And when the situation really becomes life-threatening, you can even go without eating. He was surprised that a young man from a mountain village was concerned about military affairs. But now wasn't the time for a deeper discussion. Hao Ren, if these potatoes are really as productive as you say, even if they aren't, since they can be used as both a vegetable and a grain, as long as the yield is good, I will personally submit a petition to the government requesting your commendation. Hao Ren quickly stood up and bowed respectfully. Thank you, uncle. Seeing that he was not surprised, Peng Ji asked tentatively, Aren't you surprised that I submitted a memorial to the emperor? Do you know that I hold an official position? Hao Ren couldn't help but mutter. With your demeanor and bearing, who would believe you're just a commoner without an official position? Peng Ji couldn't help laughing when he heard this. It was really a blessing from God that such a smart and versatile person could be born in this remote place. Looking at the village chief and Old Man Lin on the side, he couldn't help but praise them. Your Xiaolin village will prosper because of this boy. The happy village chief and Old Man Lin nodded in agreement with trembling beards. This is the most outstanding child in their Xiaolin village. Seeing that Peng Ji had such good vision, they all stood up and toasted him and the county magistrate. Pang Su and Peng Ji saw the table full of food made from potatoes. Also full of joy. For a while, the guests and hosts were toasting each other and having a great time. It was not until the sun was setting that the brothers Peng Ji and Pang Su, having eaten and drunk their fill, finally left Xiaolin village with their full load. Looking at the several cars that were temporarily dispatched, they were all loaded with several large jars and bottles of wine that they brought with them. The 2 brothers were in a happy mood and smiled at each other. Disappeared from the sight of Hao Ren and others. Chapter 47 The Happy People of Xiaolin Village. Xiao Cao's day was woken up by her sister-in-law's son Xiaolan. Now Xiao Cao follows her second aunt and sister-in-law to her third aunt's house to work every morning. The work is not hard, just watching the fire and the pot. No one wanted the little girl to do heavy work. But the grass always rushes to do more work. After the pig's head is braised, Xiao Cao helps to take out the minced meat from the pot and put it into a bowl. The meat is too broken up and too fragmented to be sold. Everyone will eat this bowl of meat at noon. Smelling the fragrant braised meat in the bowl and thinking about being able to eat 3 meals a day, Xiao Cao felt very happy. The village chief has already announced today that the whole village will have a big dinner at noon. Many people went to Lin Laosan's house to help early in the morning. When passing by the ancestral hall, I saw Xi Wenhao's mother, Chui, sitting on a small bench doing needlework. Everyone bowed and greeted Chui respectfully. Everyone knows that she is Mr. Xi's mother. Mr. Xi now teaches the children to read and write every day. Now in Xiaolin village, many grandfathers and fathers will check what their children have learned after dinner every night. Watching the child reciting some sentences while shaking his head. Or squat on the ground and write down the words you have learned today with a stick. Even though I don't understand or know it at all. But they would just listen and shake their heads with an intoxicated look on their faces. Or you can look carefully at the handwriting of your child and praise him or her for his or her promising future. This is a unique moment of happiness for these rough rural men. And all of this was taught to the children by Mr. Shi. Although Shi Wenhao repeatedly stated that he didn't need Shu Xiu and that Hao Ren would be responsible for his life. However, all the villagers whose children were studying secretly decided to exchange grain for Shi Wenhao after the harvest. Love the house and love the dog. Seeing Shi Wenhao's mother, he naturally showed respect to her. While doing her work, Chui continued to respond to the villagers' enthusiastic greetings. She was very happy. Since following her son to Xiaolin village, she has not only solved her livelihood problem, but can also eat 3 meals a day. He also gained everyone's respect. Every day, his son taught the children in the village to read and write. He liked it but didn't say anything. His studies were still on track, and this environment gave him plenty of free time to read and write. You can still continue to take the examinations for Juren and Jinshi in the future. Shi Wenhao passed the state exam last year and became a Juren, but failed the provincial exam. This Juren status is a one-time thing, and he has to take the exam again next time. But she believes that one day, her son will be on the list of successful candidates. I thought that if my son passed the imperial examination one day, he would bring honor to the family. I thought about having enough food and clothing here. Thinking of the villagers' respect for them and their son, Chui felt very happy. I saw the whole family went out. Qin came into the room alone. After sneaking around and confirming that no one would come, she quietly walked to the bed and groped under it. After a while, he took out a small handkerchief. With excitement and cautiousness, he opened the handkerchief. Inside were a few copper coins and a piece of silver weighing 2 taels. Qin patiently counted the copper coins and checked the silver again. He looked at the silver happily and cursed Chui Daji in the city as a fool. After checking, then he solemnly wrapped up the copper coins and silver and hid them under the bed. This is Chen's daily routine, and also her happy moment. Xiaolin village is very lively today, and everyone has a happy smile on their face. There were several large pots, some of which were steaming rice, and some of which were boiling large bones. There are more than a dozen griddles in a row on the open space. There is a woman watching over each griddle. At the tables next to them, some people were kneading dough, and some were rolling out pancakes. Everyone cooperated well. The large piece of dough that has been kneaded is constantly turned into small pieces. It turned into a thin pancake again. Then the woman next to the griddle would pick up the cake with a flat wooden stick and place it on the griddle. The dough bubbles and expands rapidly on the hot griddle. Experienced women will press the dough with a flat wooden stick to suppress the bubbles so that the bottom will not be deprived of heat. When the heat is almost right, turn it over and heat the other side. In just a few moments, a round pancake is ready. The woman skillfully picked up the dough and placed it on the sorghum stalks. On the grate, he picked up another piece of dough and put it on the griddle. Each step is coordinated and smooth. The children who had been waiting there for a long time were drooling with greed. There would be a woman who would look down on them for not washing their hands, and would roll out the bread, break it into pieces and give it to the children. Watching the children run away contentedly, I would curse them as little bastards. A group of children ran away and then gathered together again. Everyone carefully took the cake in their hands and ate it in small bites. Everyone's face is filled with happy smiles. The meal was finally ready at noon. Everyone looked at the rolled dough sticks piled up like several small mountains. White rice in the pot. There are big bones with fragrant sauce in the pot. Everyone was drooling with happiness. Some people eat rice with soup in it. Some people take a big pancake wrapped with green onions and dip it in the braised bone soup and eat it crazily. Watching the children holding a big bone and chewing it happily, everyone felt satisfied. Hao Ren poked the bone marrow with chopsticks and sucked it with his mouth. It smells so good. Wife, please try it. Lin Sixi rolled her eyes at him but didn't refuse. I watched Hao Ren take a bone and poke out the marrow for himself to eat as if to show off his achievements. Lin Sixi felt that she was the happiest woman in the world. By the time everyone had eaten their fill and started to clean up, it was already afternoon. Lin Sixi was cleaning up the dishes in the yard. Suddenly I felt water splashing on my face. She thought it was Hao Ren playing with her. She glanced at Hao Ren shyly and said, "Stop making trouble. It will be bad if your clothes get wet. I'll play with you again tonight." After saying this, he seemed to have exhausted all his courage and immediately lowered his head, not daring to look at Hao Ren again. So embarrassing. Hao Ren looked puzzled. What's going on? Suddenly, he also felt a chill on his neck. Lin Sixi, who also noticed something unusual, raised her head and looked at Hao Ren in front of her without moving. But another drop of water fell on his body. The couple looked at each other for a moment, then looked up at the sky at the same time. The entire Xiaolin village seemed to be under a spell, and there was a sudden silence for a moment. It was as if time had stood still. All of them looked up at the sky in a daze. Until the bean-sized raindrops fell more urgently. Someone yelled at the top of his lungs, "It's raining!" One sentence ignited the passion of the entire Xiaolin village. The whole of Xiaolin village was in an uproar. It was raining! It was finally raining! As the raindrops grew larger, no one showed any intention of taking shelter. Everyone stood outside and let the rain pour down on them. It finally rained, and the crops in the fields are saved. We will have a harvest this year, and we won't starve to death. Everyone was running and jumping like crazy in the rain. Some are crying, some are laughing, some are crazy, some are shouting. Even the usually reserved Lin Tsuitsui took the initiative to hug Hao Ren in the rain, letting the rain hit her body and laughing happily. Seeing the beautiful little girl holding him so happy, Hao Ren was also infected by his emotions. He used his hands to help her comb her wet hair. Shout with her, Hao Ren thought. Perhaps, for Xiaolin village, which has been suffering from drought for 2 years, this heavy rain will make everyone feel happier. Chapter 48. Some are happy, some are sad. No one expected that the drought would last for 2 years. The rain came suddenly and kept falling. The rain lasted for 2 whole days. At first, Hao Ren Lin Tsuitsui read books and wrote in the house. Hao Ren continues to learn historical and cultural knowledge. Lin Tsuitsui was reviewing the arithmetic and writing that Hao Ren had taught her. Sometimes I see that my husband is tired, so I pour him some water and rub his shoulders. Although Hao Ren always made some moves when he rubbed her shoulders, but as a newlywed couple, it was a time when we were inseparable. There was bound to be a fight. But at least they were sensible enough not to fight in bed in broad daylight. So every time, the conversation would end with Lin Tsuitsui begging for mercy after a heated exchange of words. It is also a rare scene of love between husband and wife. However, this warm and romantic scene disappeared after the heavy rain for half a day. It was nothing, the thatched hut started leaking. So the couple packed up the books and bedding in the room and went around fetching water with basins. After a long time of hard work, I finally managed to catch all the leaks with basins. The 2 men raised their heads at the same time, looked at each other's embarrassed appearance, and burst into laughter. However, Lin Tsuitsui's laughter still made Hao Ren feel hot. When we got to the main hall, Lin Laosen and his wife and Hu Zi had just finished their work. Du Chunyang was still telling Lin Laosen to add thatch when the rain stopped. It looked like there would be no more drought this year. I guess there will be a lot of rain. But we can't have the whole family go out with basins to collect rainwater every time it rains. Hao Ren put the construction of a new house on the agenda. He had this idea a long time ago, but he was busy with potatoes recently, and had delayed it. Moreover, the whole village was busy working in the potato fields and there was no manpower. Now that the rain has come, the crops in the fields will be harvested this year. We must build the houses quickly before the harvest while people have time. He was fed up with these 2 shabby thatched huts. Not only were they not soundproof, but he could also tolerate having to keep the noise down. Why does it leak when it rains? It's raining heavily outside, but drizzling inside. After hearing his idea, Du Chunyang and Lin Laosen did not object. Now we have food and some spare money at home. Just find someone to make adobe bricks and build a house, and provide them with food. It doesn't cost much. It is indeed possible to build a few adobe houses. This thatched house is enough for the whole family. But Hao Ren didn't think so. He wanted to build a big house with blue bricks and tiles. He had seen the landlord Wang Yotsai's house in the town. It was a blue brick and tile house. He wanted to build a house like that which would be comfortable to live in. But he didn't know how much money it would cost, and he was unsure. So after I expressed my idea, I wanted Lin Laosen to think about it. I heard that Hao Ren wanted to build a big house with blue bricks and tiles. The room suddenly became quiet. Actually, there is nothing to be scared of. After all the excitement during this period of time, everyone has become very calm. It's just that no one thinks about it that way. There are no blue brick and tile houses in the village. Even the village chief's house is made of adobe. Du Chunyang murmured, "How can we live in a house made of blue bricks and tiles? Isn't that only for the masters and landlords in the city?" Lin Tsuitsui's eyes were full of stars. She now completely and unconditionally believed in Hao Ren. Since her husband said he wanted to live in a big brick and tile house, then it was not a problem. All you have to do is give unconditional support. She didn't care about all that now. As long as she could serve Hao Ren well and make him live comfortably, she would be happier than a god every day. It took Lin Laosen a long time to recover from his shock. blushing a little. I know about building a mud house. I just need to provide food. Building a brick house requires not only labor but also money to buy bricks and tiles. I don't know. Hao Ren took a look and thought, well, this is completely beyond their understanding. It seems that they still have to find Old Man Lin and the village chief. These two old men are almost omnipotent in the village. Whenever Hao Ren has problems, he can always find a way to solve them. Then let's wait until the rain stops and go ask them. This rain is really a timely relief. He is craving for vegetables. He has been eating from the same pot for a while now, and it is not easy for him to prepare vegetables for himself. Now it's okay, there's nothing to be surprised about now that it's grown, right? There were no vegetables to eat during the famine. All the wild vegetables were eaten up. There were only a few leeks and green onions in the vegetable gardens of each household. Now that the rain has fallen, we can plant the vegetable seeds. If things go well, we can eat rapeseed and other crops in a few days. I've been researching what vegetables to grow these days. Needless to say, leeks, onions, rapeseed, cucumbers, beans and so on. What he wanted to grow most was actually chili peppers. For a modern person, the lack of spicy flavor is too torturous. The taste of that dogwood can't replace chili peppers. But he hasn't figured it out yet and needs to find relevant books to study. He clearly remembered that peppers have seeds, but he had the impression that his family grew pepper seedlings when he was a child. These should be pepper seedlings specially grown from seeds. The thought of chili made Hao Ren's mouth water. It's a rainy day, and the whole family is having a spicy hot pot together. How wonderful it would be! He could even imagine Lin Tsaitsui's cute look as she stuck out her tongue because of the spicy food. I was determined to find a way to get the chili peppers out. A taste storm for the people of Xiaolin village. It has rained these 2 days and the braised meat business has stopped. Even the food has returned to its previous level. We can only cook in the steel pot in the kitchen. Fortunately, the ingredients have improved a lot compared to before. At least Hao Ren was not allowed to eat wild vegetable porridge again. The big pots are all outside in the open space, and we can't work when it rains. It seems that we will have to build a shed in the future. Otherwise, if there is a little rain or snow, the production will stop and our profits will be greatly affected. I have to do other businesses in the future, and can't always work outdoors. I was just about to build a new house, so I discussed with the village chief where to build it, and also to build some workspace. We have to keep all the villagers in Xiaolin busy so we can make money. With nothing to do, I had to take out the book and continue studying. Lin Tsuitsui and Du Chunyang finally had a lot of free time and started making their own clothes. In the past, I only did it in bits and pieces when I had time, and now I have completed a rough outline of it. It happened to rain these 2 days and I couldn't go out. Soon the clothes were ready. Du Chunyang looked at the clothes in front of her and was overjoyed. Can I wear clothes made of this kind of patterned fabric? Du Chunyang could already imagine the villagers' envious looks when she went out wearing her gorgeous new clothes after the rain stopped. Lin Tsuitsui was also very happy looking at the clothes in her hands. I've grown up so much. This is the first time I have such beautiful new clothes. These are all brought by her husband. When she sees the clothes she likes. Thinking about how to repay my husband. Forget it, let's do those embarrassing actions from him just once. Xiaolin village in the rain is quiet, peaceful and very comfortable. If you exclude the sound of dripping rain in the house. At this moment, many people are looking at the heavy rain in front of them and have a lot of thoughts. Some are happy, some are sad. The good news is that with this rain, the crops will no longer fail. What worries me is that it has been raining so hard that there are not enough basins in the house. Chapter 49 Lin Tsaitsui's Love Rivals. 2 days later, the sky finally cleared up. 2 consecutive days of heavy rain quickly moistened the dry land. Many wild grasses and vegetables also began to emerge. There is finally hope that the wheat will soon enter the ears. There won't be a total loss this year. Hao Ren found the village chief and Old Man Lin, called them together, and told them his thoughts. After discussing it, the two of them told Hao Ren that they wanted to build 3 large houses with blue bricks and tiles and add a courtyard wall. 20 strings of cash are needed for bricks and tiles. This does not include labor and beams, etc. Of course, hiring villagers for labor is not expensive. This doesn't even include the work sheds and so on that Hao Ren mentioned. And where to build the house is also a problem. If Hao Ren wanted to build a house and a courtyard wall as he wanted, the current location of Lin Laosan's family would not be enough. Need to find a new place. Although there was a lot of space available on Hao Ren's wasteland on Hopa, it was rejected by Old Man Lin. It's some distance from the village. It's unsafe to build a single-family house there, and there's no one to take care of it if something happens. After hearing this, Hao Ren nodded in agreement. Their family was small now, and it was still unsafe to be in the wilderness. Finally, it was the village chief who suggested that they find a place near the threshing ground at the edge of the village, not far from their current house. The place was spacious, and once the house was built it would be right next to the village. It was also large enough to meet Hao Ren's requirements for both a house and a shed. The village chief pondered for a moment, but there was one thing: that place belonged to the village, and he couldn't use it for free. He needed money to use it. Old Man Lin readily helped Hao Ren make the decision and chose that place. After some bargaining between the two old men, the price of 300 won per mu was settled. When the time comes, measure the land and pay the village according to how much you need. After their confrontation, Hao Ren roughly understood what was going on. The current market price of an acre of good land is one string of coins. That place is not even a wasteland, it is pure saline alkali land, otherwise it would not have been chosen as the village threshing ground. Hao Ren was quite satisfied with the location. It was large enough and close to the village. What else to say? We immediately decided to take as many as we could. If the village chief hadn't stopped him, Hao Ren would have wanted to take over all the leveled land in the threshing ground. Naturally, the village chief disagreed. This place is big enough. Why do you need so much land that can't be used to grow crops? I gave it all to you, so I have no place to dry the wheat this year. After everything was agreed upon, Hao Ren still faced one biggest problem: no money. The braised meat business has only been around for a short time, and although it makes money, it is not enough now. Even the village chief heard that he was not only building houses but also setting up workshops to recruit workers in the village. I happily promised him that he didn't have to worry about the land in the village and could give it to him during the Chinese New Year. But the money he had now was not even enough to buy bricks and tiles with 20 strings of cash. There are many ways to make money, and there are also many ways to get rich quickly. But he didn't dare use it. Now you can easily buy a few glass crafts from the mall and exchange them for money. However, he was afraid that a few masked heroes would come with him at night and ask him about the whereabouts of the silver. We also need to find out where he got the precious glass treasure. If you don't give it to me, I'll take you back like a knife. Give it to me, that's all. I'll keep it in captivity and make it into a humanoid doryman. I thought about myself traveling through time and space and being imprisoned by someone who had to constantly produce rare treasures. If I couldn't, he would beat me, scold me, and even not give me food. Isn't this just an ancient upgraded version of the Burmese human-shaped blood bag? Thinking of this, Hao Ren felt a little scared. I really envy those people in novels who can easily pretend to be cool and then get slapped in the face. Am I too cowardly and timid? Forget it, it's better to be a little timid. Making money steadily is enough to make others envious. Your life is at stake. Go to the county town to find a Mo Yuan in a few days. Discuss ways to make money with the god of wealth. There are still many ways to get rich, such as soap, perfume, sugar. It's not like we haven't read time travel novels before. When I got home, I was stopped at the door. The entire house was surrounded by people. It goes without saying that Du Chunyang came out to show off her new clothes. From a distance, I could hear the envious voice of Aunt Wang next door. Lao Sans! It's not even a festival. How come you're wearing such beautiful clothes? Look at the material, look at the workmanship. You have such a great craftsmanship. The others watched enviously and echoed. Yeah. His third aunt looks so classy in this dress. Like a landlady in the city. Can you wear it and go to work in the fields? Ha ha. Du Chunyang rolled her eyes at the man and said, Aunt Li, are you jealous? Why are you so sour? This is the cloth my son-in-law gave me as a gift. You're not even jealous. After showing off for a while, he continued to talk to Aunt Li in the face and said, Besides, this is what I wear to work. There's no other way. I don't have to work in the fields anymore. My daily job is to taste the pig's head meat to see if it's rotten. To be honest, I'll tell you the truth. I get sick of eating too much pig's head meat. Aunt Li was speechless after being confronted by her, and had no choice. I didn't dare to say anything too harsh. Some time ago, my family worked with Lin Lao Sun's family, which really saved a lot of food. I won't argue with you. Aunt Li snorted and retreated from the crowd. Du Chunyang did not continue to be unreasonable. Instead, I continued to show off that my outfit was not good looking. Saitsui's outfit is so gorgeous and beautiful. I tell you, you have never seen it. Definitely not inferior to the girls in the city. Her words immediately drew everyone's attention to Lin Saitsui. Seeing that she was wearing the same ordinary clothes, people were a little disappointed. At this time, Hao Ren, who had squeezed into the crowd, also joined in the commotion. Chui, where are your new clothes? Look how beautiful they look on me. Why don't you wear them? Lin Saitsui was a little shy. There were so many people around, and her husband was joining in the fun. She also likes that dress very much. But she had some little thoughts of her own, so she didn't want to show them now. Now my husband has joined in the fun, and I don't want to offend him. I had to blush and whispered, I think I'll wear it when I move. Hao Ren understood as soon as he heard this. I said I would hold a wedding for her when we moved to the new house. This little girl is planning to wear this new dress as a formal dress. But I read in a book recently that nowadays formal dresses are red for men and green for women, right? He possessed his wife and whispered in her ear, Go ahead and put it on so they'll envy you. We'll make you a new dress for your wedding. I see that my husband still remembers the wedding. Lin Tsuitsui was both excited and thrilled. Hao Ren said so. She no longer refused. She also wanted to see how the clothes would look on her. He turned around and went into the house to change his clothes. After everyone waited anxiously for Lin Tsuitsui to finally come out. Everyone, including Hao Ren, stood there in shock. Lin Tsuitsui was seen wearing a pink tube top inside and a blue double-breasted long-sleeved shirt outside. The lower body is a light green pleated skirt. Her hair was tied into a simple bun with a plain wooden hairpin inserted in it. With her beautiful face and proud figure, just walked out of the yard slowly. He is really low-key in normal times, but once he shines, he amazes everyone. No one knew what to say. They all stared blankly at the familiar yet strange woman in front of them with their mouths wide open. This caused Lin Tsuitsui to lower her head to check, thinking that she was not dressed properly. It was Hao Ren who reacted first and hugged Lin Tsuitsui. She blushed with shame and quickly broke free. With so many people around, Lin Tsuitsui was so embarrassed that she almost died. This husband is good in every way, except that he sometimes doesn't know the occasion. Du Chunyang also stared at Lin Tsuitsui in a daze. My girl, you are so beautiful, aren't you? Everyone nodded repeatedly, without any disagreement. It is true that clothes make the man. Lin Tsuitsui's outfit is a huge blow to Xiaolin village. All the young girls and wives looked at her with envy and jealousy. Looking at Lin Tsuitsui, who had just escaped from Hao Ren's arms, she looked shy and happy. Everyone was in a trance. Not long ago. She is still a disaster star who is despised by everyone and cannot get married. Now I have become a happy woman that everyone envies. There are so many young girls and wives in Xiaolin village. Look at Lin Tsuitsui next to Hao Ren. I don't know how many people want to replace Lin Tsuitsui. If my family had taken him in. So, could the person who is dressed gorgeously and looks so radiant now be me? Many girls from Xiaolin village looked at Hao Ren with blushing faces. Foolishly fantasizing. Chapter 50. Nothing owes each other. Hao Ren did not give the girls in Xiaolin village much time to fantasize. The commotion here attracted more people, originally just some women and children. Now many men have come over to join in the fun. Many people were also shocked by Lin Tsuitsui's breathtaking beauty. I used to think that Lin Tsuitsui was pretty, but not to the extent of being shocking. Now Lin Tsuitsui is even more beautiful and charming in her gorgeous dress. Several young guys were drooling. Seeing this, Hao Ren quickly picked up Lin Tsuitsui and turned to go into the house. Regardless of Lin Tsuitsui's resistance, he held her by force. As he walked in, he turned around and showed off to those people with pig faces. What are you looking at? Have you never seen a pretty girl? Stop looking. If you want to see more, go home and look at your wife. The protagonist is gone. The crowd dispersed and went home. But no matter whether it is those young girls or wives, or those greedy young men, I believe the shock that Lin Tsuitsui brought to the people of Xiaolin village will be passed down forever. Although Lin Tsuitsui's pink fists kept beating her chest. But Hao Ren had no intention of letting her go. Walked straight into the house. He was about to put Lin Tsuitsui on the bed. Lin Tsuitsui finally reacted. What are you doing in broad daylight? Hao Ren didn't care at all, he was stimulated by her outfit. Put the wife in my arms on the bed and take off my clothes. How could Lin Tsuitsui let him succeed? Not only was it in broad daylight, but her family was outside. No! Tonight, let's talk about it tonight. Okay, let's talk about it tonight. After some tugging, Hao Ren was finally brought back from his beastly state with red eyes and unable to think. Seeing that Hao Ren's emotions had stabilized a lot, Lin Tsuitsui finally breathed a sigh of relief. She was really afraid that Hao Ren would execute her on the spot without caring about anything. But even so, she couldn't avoid being touched all over by him, causing Lin Tsuitsui to gasp for breath. It was not until they were interrupted by Du Chunyang's cough that the two men straightened their clothes and walked out of the room with red faces. Hao Ren didn't take it seriously, and Lin Tsuitsui was so shy that she couldn't even lift her head. Du Chunyang didn't say anything. It was normal for young people. After all, she had also been through that stage. And seeing how Hao Ren couldn't leave his daughter, She was also very happy. It is naturally the best thing that the young couple can love each other happily. Hao Ren is now the treasure of their family. Didn't you see that so many young girls and wives were staring at their son-in-law like wolves? Humph, don't think I don't know what they are planning. I must remind my daughter not to be careless, and to keep an eye on her man. This son-in-law is becoming more and more pleasing to the eye. He has new clothes for himself, and 3 full meals a day for his family. Now his son-in-law is arranging to build a new house, and it must be a house with big blue bricks and tiles. It's only been a short time. I can't even imagine it. It was so wise to carry Hao Ren back as a son-in-law. God bless you. Thinking about these things, looking at Hao Ren in front of her, it was like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. The more she looked, the more she liked him. Son, what do you want to eat for lunch? I'll make it for you. It's been raining for 2 days, and you haven't eaten well. Look how thin you are. Huzi. Mom, I want to eat braised pork with rice. He gave Huzi a look of disdain and said, You only know how to eat. Get out of here. Did I ask you? Huzi. Du Chunyang, with a new look on her face, looked at Hao Ren with care. Son, tell me what you want to eat. I'll make it for you. Hao Ren didn't know why his mother-in-law was suddenly so enthusiastic. Was she excited by the new clothes? What he didn't know was that Du Chunyang was irritated by the wolf-like and ferocious looks of the young ladies outside. But he didn't think much about it. He really hadn't eaten well for 2 days. It rained for 2 days in a row, and the big pot outside couldn't cook, so I was stuck for 2 days. Hao Ren had been craving for it for a long time and had originally thought of cooking some roast chicken, but he thought better of it as it would take too much time. After dinner this afternoon, we still have some work to do. Let's make some dumplings. Mom, after we finish eating, let's go to the back slope to plant some vegetables. We can save some water while the ground is still wet. Let's make more and send them to the old house later so they can help. Planting will be faster if there are more people. Okay. Du Chunyang agreed straightforwardly. She no longer has any aversion to the old house. It is said that poverty breeds evil schemes, while wealth breeds conscience. Du Chunyang felt more open-minded now that her life was better. In fact, the main reason is that the old lady no longer has a bitter and resentful look on her face when she sees her now. It was still pork and green onion dumplings. Lin Tsui carefully prepared a small bowl of minced garlic with vinegar for him. Hao Ren ate more than a bowl in one breath. After dinner, Go Zi and I each brought dumplings to the old house. This is Hao Ren's first time to come to the old house. As soon as I entered the house, I saw old man Lin and old lady Lin sitting in the yard. There has been no work in the fields these days, so boss Lin, Dizhuang and Nio are all idle at home. Old Mrs. Lin warmly invited Hao Ren to sit down. Hao Ren placed the bowl on the table in the yard and said to the 2 elderly people with a smile, Grandpa and Grandma, we've made dumplings at home. Second aunt and eldest sister-in-law Xiao Xiao have already eaten over there. Guzi and I will bring 2 bowls for you to try. Old Mrs. Lin smiled and said, Okay. Looking at the 2 full bowls of dumplings and Hao Ren's sensible look, he was filled with joy. Old man Lin took one and put it in his mouth to taste. Pork filling, smells good. What else do you want? Tell me. Hao Ren scratched his head. I can't hide anything from you, old man. I want to go to the back slope to plant vegetables this afternoon. I want to ask Brother Dazhuang and the others if they are free. If they are, we can go over and help. Old Mrs. Lin also ate a dumpling and responded with a smile. If they need any help, just ask them to do the work if you have any. We're family, why should we be polite to each other? Chen came out of the house upon hearing the sound and saw 2 bowls of dumplings on the table with a happy face. There were only a few of them at home, and her daughter-in-law and second son's wife were not at home, so she could eat more. Just when she heard what Hao Ren said, she said to him with a flattering look, Auntie has nothing to do this afternoon, so I'll go and help you plant vegetables. Old Mrs. Lin was a little surprised to see her eldest daughter-in-law being so proactive. But it seems she hasn't done anything naughty recently. Still said a good word. Your aunt is also good at taking care of crops and vegetables, let her go too. After saying that, he turned to Chin and said with a cold face, Go and work hard. We are a family, don't mess around. Chin naturally agreed readily. Then he turned to look at Hao Ren. After all, this matter still required Hao Ren to decide. Although Hao Ren knew that his aunt-in-law loved to make trouble, he couldn't let her down. If Auntie is free to help, that would be great. We don't know how to do anything, so we'll have to worry about it. Chen was secretly delighted. She had extorted 2 taels of silver from Cui Daji and felt that she owed Hao Ren. I've been feeling bad lately. That's great, I can go and help him. Chen thought to herself. I helped you with your work today, so you owe me a favor. Forget about the 2 taels of silver. From now on, we're even. Chapter 51 Sisters. The county town is indeed not comparable to the small town. Don't say that the dog is already dazzled. Even Hao Ren was strolling around with great interest. This is much more fun to watch than the costume dramas in later generations and in film and television studios. Full of the breath of life. I tried the meat pie, drank a bowl of fermented glutinous rice wine, and asked around. I found out there really is a Dalong meat pie restaurant. Hao Ren immediately lost interest in eating, and called Go Zi, who was still hungry, to ask for directions and come to Dalong Pancake's stall. He didn't even look at the man selling pancakes, but kept looking at the woman serving pancakes to customers at a small table in the back. The woman just happened to look up and greeted Hao Ren a little embarrassedly. My dear, you want to eat some pancakes, but there's only one small table, so you can only take them away. I'm so sorry. Hao Ren blushed so much that he dared not look at her. Then he looked at the man selling cakes in front of the stall. He was in his 40s or 50s, big and strong, about the same age as the woman who was speaking. He left quickly with the dog. His face was filled with regret for not having seen any historical figures. In fact, I simply wanted to see the famous Pan Jinlian, but I didn't. On the way to Moji, Hao Ren was full of self-deprecation. What are you thinking about? The place is wrong, and the year is wrong, and most importantly, it's a fucking novel. It's all my fault for daydreaming. I met a squad leader named Wu Er, and heard about Dalong cooking pancakes, so I wanted to see if I could meet the legendary Pan Jinlian. Putting away those secret thoughts, he looked up and saw Hao Ren smiling. It was really Qiao's father who opened the door for Qiao, and Qiao arrived home. Not far away, Wu Er came staggering over with 2 officers. The vendors along the street bowed and greeted them, and handed over their food. Wu Er ignored him and only nodded to the follower behind him when he saw something he wanted to eat. The follower immediately took the food from the vendor. Although most of these street stalls are only open for one morning and do not collect taxes, at the end of each month everyone will still spontaneously pay tribute to Wu Er and other yamen runners. Otherwise, some ruffians might come and cause trouble one day, and it is not worth it for a small business to spend money to keep things peaceful. Wu Er's daily job is to inspect these street vendors and stores every day. Wu Er, who had just come out of Widow Chow's house, was listening to the compliments from all around him while recalling the romance of last night. That little slut is so sexy. I looked up inadvertently, and saw a young man in front of me looking at me with a playful expression. He immediately trotted over and greeted him with a flattering look. Wu Er pays homage to the young master. How come you're in the mood to come to the county town today? If you have anything to ask, just tell me. My brothers and I will help you get it done. He didn't dare to neglect him, as he was a favorite of the county magistrate. The county magistrate always called his nephew a good one, so he didn't dare to act arrogantly. Hao Ren had lost interest long ago. He responded to Wu Er casually and was about to leave to go to MOG restaurant to find Mo Yuan. Seeing that he really had no interest in chatting, Wu Er said goodbye awkwardly. He had just taken a few steps when he heard the young man behind him calling him again. Undeterred, Hao Ren couldn't help but ask again. Wu Er, do you have an older brother named Wu De? What does his family do for a living? Wu Er scratched his head. He was puzzled as to what the young man meant by asking his elder brother. But he still answered honestly. My eldest brother is single and unmarried, and he works as a hanger-on in the human market to make a living. Seeing that Hao Ren was a little confused, Gozi explained it to him in a low voice, and he finally understood that he was acting as an intermediary and running errands for human traffickers. That's right, this was the Northern Song dynasty, and human trafficking was still very prosperous. Most of them were family members of officials whose homes had been confiscated, as well as bankrupt civilians. If land annexation is not curbed at this time, some farmers will lose their land and livelihoods, and they will have to sell their children. Not to mention that it is a disaster year now, and it is very common to sell children who cannot be raised in exchange for food. Bid farewell to the bewildered Wu Er. After a while, the two arrived at MOG restaurant. I saw a lot of people gathered at the door, pointing and talking. The dog squeezed in and out again after a while. I told Hao Ren about the situation inside. Good fellow, just after I said I would sell my children. Met a guy selling himself here. Pretty smart. I know that the people who eat in this restaurant are all rich people. Come here to sell yourself. Hao Ren had never encountered such a situation. I squeezed in to take a look. A pair of sisters were kneeling on the ground. The elder sister was about 18 or 19 years old, and the younger sister was only 11 or 12 years old. Elder sister. Younger sister. She said she wanted to sell herself to bury her father. For 10 strings of money, she could buy a big one and become his slave. But I have to help raise the little ones. raise the young ones to adulthood. Many people just gathered around and pointed, but had no intention of buying. 10 strings of cash, and still carrying a burden, only a fool would buy it. Hao Ren, who came from a later life, had never seen such a scene before. He only found out after asking clearly. They have no mother and have lived with their father since childhood, doing some small business. Business has been bad in the past 2 years, and we have been unable to make ends meet. It happened that his father was ill and bedridden, and selling his family property did not help his business. Now his father has passed away, leaving them both behind. I don't have money to buy a coffin for burial. He had no choice but to sell his body, but he couldn't bear to let his sister suffer. Well, Hao Ren thought. Same scenario as Shi Wenhao's. People's lives in this era really can't withstand the slightest storm. Feeling sorry for her, Hao Ren took out a few hundred coins and gave them to the sister, saying, "Go and bury your father first." Looking at the pale and thin girl, he said, "Don't sell your bodies. If you really can't make it, I can help you two sisters find a job so that you can support yourselves." I told them the address of Xiaolin village, and the rest was up to them. If they come to me and give them some work to do, they won't starve and they won't have to sell their bodies. After saying that, he put down the money and turned to go into MOG restaurant. Mo Yuan, who had been watching the excitement for a while, jokingly said, "I thought you were going to buy the sisters." "What? Are you afraid of your mother-in-law and daughter-in-law? If you want, I can help you rent a house in the county town." Hao Ren saw that his words were getting more and more outrageous. Interrupted quickly. "What are you thinking about? What's going on in your head? Where do I have that kind of spare money? How's business?" When talking about business, Mo Yuan becomes more excited. "Of course, business is booming. Thanks to your recipes, Moji restaurant is incredibly popular in our county. Can you write a few more recipes today?" No wonder Mo Yuan was so happy. Ever since he had those recipes in the braised meat business, his restaurant has been getting more and more prosperous. Now not only do they sell their own food. As Hao Ren's supply grew, he also started wholesale, and all restaurants and food shops could buy braised meat from him. I made more money just by reselling it. At first, many people wanted to sell braised meat, but their taste was always not good, so everyone had to give up on developing their own products. Come to Moji to buy braised pork heads and sell them in your own store. Now in his eyes, Hao Ren is almost like the god of wealth. Looking at his god of wealth, Mo Yuan chuckled and said, "What good news is there? Any new way to make money?" Chapter 52. Everyone is happy. Hao Ren didn't bother to care about him because he looked so despicable. We are familiar with each other, and it is not so serious anymore. I looked around and saw Mo Yuan was the only one there. "Where's your father? I haven't met my uncle yet. Call him out to discuss something." Seeing that he had something important to do, Mo Yuan put away his cynical expression. "My father went out to discuss the braised meat business with others." Seeing Mo Yuan's smug look on his face, I knew he had been doing well recently. Since Mo Yuan's father is not here, let's talk about it later. Hao Ren also joked with him. "Looking at your smug look, I know the store has been making a lot of money lately." When Mo Yuan heard what Hao Ren said, he immediately became interested. "Let me tell you, ever since we got your recipe and started this braised meat business, our store." Just when Hao Ren was about to be unable to bear Mo Yuan's endless boasting, Mo Yuan also walked in with a red face. "I just secured a deal to supply braised meat to several stores in the west of the city. Things have been going really smoothly lately. Not only is business booming here, but the entire county is almost covered in braised meat. If this keeps going, I need Mo Yuan to urge them to increase the daily meat supply. Making money right away is fantastic." As soon as I entered the restaurant, I saw my son talking to a boy about 18 or 19 years old. Looking at his son's expression, besides Peng Yun, who else in Jui County could make him act like this? Could it be? Without waiting for Mo Yuan to think too much, Mo Yuan saw his father come in and immediately introduced him to Hao Ren. After some introductions and greetings, Mo Yuan heard that Hao Ren had business to discuss. The three of them immediately changed their location and went to the private room on the second floor, and asked the tea doctor, the waiter, to bring them a pot of tea. Mo Yuan then respectfully asked Hao Ren, "Since you and Mo Yuan are on good terms, I'll shamelessly call you nephew. Nephew, what business do you want to discuss?" Hao Ren was not in a hurry. Instead, he drank his tea slowly and put down the tea bowl before speaking to Mo Yuan. "Uncle, I heard from Mo Yuan that your business has been very good recently. Is your braised meat business also slowly expanding? Congratulations." Mo Yuan thought that he was speaking sarcastically because he was angry that he had sold the restaurant to another restaurant. He quickly explained, "Listen to me, nephew. I know it's a bit unfair for my uncle to do this. You are supplying us with braised meat out of respect for your honor. Now I also sell it to other stores. It's a win-win situation. You can sell more braised meat and make more money, and I can also make a little profit from the difference. When Hao Ren heard this, he knew that Mo Yugan had misunderstood his meaning. Uncle, how could I blame you? Like you said, I sold the meat to you. It doesn't matter how much you want to pay for it. The more you sell, the more I earn, and I don't have to run back and forth to the county town. I don't have as many connections as my uncle. How could I be angry? Mo Yuan also helped out. Look, I told you, Dad, Hao Ren isn't a stingy person. He can see that everyone will benefit this way. Mo Yugan also apologized repeatedly with a look of shame on his face. So what does my dear nephew mean? Seeing that the time was almost right, Hao Ren stopped beating around the bush and said, Uncle, Mo Yuan, although our business is good, it also has some shortcomings. Every day I need someone to bring pig heads and offal from the county town to Xiaolin village. I cook them, and then you go to Xiaolin village and transport them to the county town to sell. It's too troublesome and too much trouble. Mo Yugan probably understood what Hao Ren wanted to say, but he couldn't quite understand it. This was an exclusive secret recipe, and he was willing to sell it? At this time, Hao Ren's words really confirmed his guess. I wonder if my uncle is interested in this braised meat business. I'm short of money recently, so I can sell it. If my uncle isn't interested, I'll find someone else. Mo Yugan immediately lost his composure. I'm interested. I'm extremely interested. This business must not be handed over to anyone else. Are you kidding? He has almost negotiated all the business in the city. If he gives the business to others now, he will get nothing. Mo Yugan had already calculated that he could only make 5 cents per pound of heart, liver, and lungs, which were considered as drainage products and could be ignored. I make 20 coins per pound of pork head meat, so if I sell 500 pounds a day, that's 10 taels of silver. This is the profit from buying from Hao Ren. If I cook the meat and sell it myself in the county town, the profit will definitely be much higher. And if we take over all the restaurants and eateries in the city, this amount will definitely not be enough. This business is so profitable. The three of them immediately had a detailed discussion, and in the end, MOG Restaurant bought out the braised meat business rights and recipes for the entire Ji County and surrounding towns from Hao Ren for 500 taels of silver. Hao Ren needs to provide the complete recipe, and is not allowed to teach anyone else how to make braised meat in the entire county. And Hao Ren needs to provide the secret recipe spice package needed to make braised meat. Hao Ren also kept a trick up his sleeve. He only taught the cooking method but not the recipe for the spice pack. MOG Restaurant needed to purchase the marinade pack from Hao Ren separately. Hao Ren also planned to grind all the spices into powder and put it into the marinade bag to prevent leaks. In the end, both parties were happy. MOG Restaurant used 1.5 years' profits to buy out the exclusive rights to operate and produce braised meat. And Hao Ren got the much-needed cash. I have money to build a house and a workshop. With the money, he can hire people to do more things. The most important thing is that this money is relatively safe. It fits his cowardly personality. It was almost noon, and Mo Yuan would definitely not let Hao Ren leave. I have prepared food and I want Hao Ren and Go Zi to stay here to eat. Hao Ren saw that the father and son were really enthusiastic about staying. Moreover, he and Go Zi really couldn't afford the 500 taels of silver, although he could put it in the mall. But you can't perform the silver disappearing trick in front of them, right? After discussing with the two of them, they decided that Mo Yuan would go find Pang Yun tomorrow. Let Pang Yun ask his father to arrange for a few Yamen runners to follow him on the road and help look after him. Find a few more people to help transport it to Xiaolin village. 500 taels is not a small amount. The Mo family has been running the business for so many years but still can't come up with so much cash at once. Mo Yuan was repeatedly warned to keep it secret and not let anyone know that the money was being transported. Don't tell the accompanying personnel or the Yamen runners. Put everything in the box and cover it tightly. Seeing Mo Yuan agreed solemnly, I felt relieved to stay for dinner. Naturally, both the host and the guests were delighted. When the sun was setting, Hao Ren and Go Zi had eaten and drunk their fill and were ready to leave. Before leaving, they agreed that tomorrow Mo Yuan would bring money and people to learn the technique of braising meat and bring back enough braising material packages for half a month. When they arrived at the restaurant, Hao Ren was still worried and turned back to instruct Mo Yuan. Brother, you must be careful. You must hide well and don't let others find you. Otherwise, my life will be in danger. We have to make a fortune together in the future. Only after hearing Mo Yuan's countless assurances did he say goodbye and leave Mo's restaurant with peace of mind. I didn't expect that as soon as I went out. It was blocked by someone. Chapter 53 Wife, please listen to my explanation. The one who blocked Hao Ren was none other than. It was the two sisters Zhao Yanan and Zhao Yali who were left alone after burying their father. looking at the sisters in front of me, not to mention the little sister who is like a little brat. The sister who was leading the group probably just finished crying, and she looked very touching with tears in her eyes. It is said that if you want to look beautiful. Zhao Yanan, kneeling there in a white cloth, looked so pitiful that it was visually impactful. As a married man, Hao Ren couldn't help but take a few more glances. When Zhao Yanan saw Hao Ren coming out, she led her sister to kneel in front of him and kowtowed without saying a word. Hao Ren was so frightened that he quickly hid aside. "What are you two doing? Get up!" Zhao Yanan kowtowed and said, "Thank you for giving me the money to bury my father. I have no way to repay you, so my sister and I can only kowtow 3 times to you." Hao Ren quickly stopped them from kowtowing and helped them up together with Gozi. "Absolutely not. I just feel sorry for you. I can't bear to see my old father unable to rest in peace, but I don't deserve such a great gift. The dead are the greatest. Has your father been buried? With the help of the landlord and neighbors in the rented house, we have already bought a coffin for burial." Hao Ren heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this. "That's good, as long as he can rest in peace. Okay, you guys should go back. It's getting late, and we still have to go back to Xiaolin village, which is still 20 to 30 miles away." After saying that, Hao Ren took the dog and left to return to Xiaolin village. "If you don't hurry up, it will be dark. Don't let your family worry." After walking a few steps, I felt some figures behind me. I turned around and saw 2 sisters following me closely. Hao Ren didn't take it seriously, maybe it was just on his way. Ignoring the 2 sisters, they continued to walk home quickly. But when he was about to leave the county, the dog pulled his arm. "Brother Ren." The dog called him and nodded back. Only then did Hao Ren see that the 2 sisters were following behind him quietly. "Aren't you two going home? Why are you still following us?" Zhao Yanan didn't know how to start for a moment, but the younger Zhao Jiali blurted out. We have no home." Hao Ren seemed to understand something. "So are you guys following us back to Xiaolin village?" Zhao Yanan quickly pulled her sister down to kneel. "My benefactor has shown great kindness, and I have no way to repay you. I am willing to serve you like an ox or a horse, even as a slave or a maid. I only ask that you give me food to eat so that I can raise my sister." Hao Ren really couldn't stand these ancient people kneeling down at every turn, so he had to help them up again. "I'm not worth being a slave, a servant, or a slave. I have hands and feet, and I don't need you to serve me. Since you have no one to rely on, then follow me back to Xiaolin village. We will build a workshop in the village soon, and you can go there to work and earn money to support yourself and your sister." He was already planning to put soap production on the agenda. As long as he was willing to work, he would definitely not starve. Everyone set off again after everything was agreed upon. For Zhao Yanan, as long as he could support his sister, everything was fine. No matter what, it was better than selling himself in a brothel. On the way, Gozi kept looking at Hao Ren with flickering eyes. Looking at his expression, I knew he had nothing good to say. Hao Ren said impatiently, "Whatever you say, just say it." Gozi said with a playful smile. "Brother Ren, are you really taking it to Xiaolin village? Mr. Mo is right, you can rent a house in the county town or town. It's not good to take it to Xiaolin village, right?" "Don't worry, I will keep my mouth shut and not tell Sister Tsuitsui or Third Aunt." Hao Ren knew that he couldn't come up with anything good. Why do they all think so of him? He really didn't have any unreasonable thoughts. It was just that he was from the 21st century and couldn't bear to see them selling their bodies at every turn. He felt sorry for them. He said to Gozi angrily, "You're not that old, what are you thinking about? I just couldn't bear to see these sisters so pitiful and wanted to give them a bite to eat. Don't let your imagination run wild. You're ruining the girl's reputation." Gozi still had that playful smile on his face. "I'm not a kid anymore. My mom is trying to find me a husband. I know everything. I'm really not interested in that." Hao Ren looked at Gozi and said, "How old are you going on a blind date now? Are you attracted to her? You two are not suitable. Shi Wenhao is about the same age. Ask Shi Wenhao if he wants a wife later." Seeing the dog's face red and wanting to argue, Hao Ren was too lazy to pay attention to him and just walked forward on his own. Seeing that he really didn't seem to have any ideas, the dog ignored him and trotted after him. "I don't have any feelings for that girl. She is too old and I already have someone suitable." Only the 2 sisters who fell behind were left trying hard to keep up. Zhao Jiali, a smart little girl, ignored her sadness and looked at her sister, then looked at Hao Ren who was walking in front of her. "Sister, you're not attracted to him, are you?" Zhao Yanan really admires his sister's heartlessness. She just sent her father away. What nonsense is she talking about? "I just think he has a good heart. If I follow him to that Xiaolin village and he can work and support us as he says, that would be the best." Then she thought again, even if it doesn't work out, following him as a maid and serving him will at least provide food for the two sisters, right? Moreover, my sister does not have to be enslaved, and when she grows up she can find a good family to marry. It's better than selling yourself to a brothel or finding someone whose background you can't figure out to be a concubine or maid. Looking at him, he seems like a good guy. Just as they reached the entrance of Xiaolin village, Hao Ren stopped and waited for the two sisters. Take off your mourning clothes. We're going into the village soon, and it wouldn't be nice if others saw us. After hearing this, the two sisters obediently took off their mourning clothes and put them in their bags, then followed Hao Ren into Xiaolin village. As soon as I arrived at the village entrance, I was seen. There is no way, there are two strangers following behind. It's really eye-catching. On the way home, many people pointed and talked about them. Some are brave enough to open their mouths and make jokes. Hey, Hao Ren, is this the concubine you brought in? Aren't you afraid your mother-in-law will beat you? Brother Ren, is this the maid you bought? What can that little one at the back do? Hao Ren didn't know how to explain and walked home in a panic. As soon as I entered the yard, everyone in the family looked over, looking at the two people following behind him. The family members had different expressions. Lin Lao San's face turned red with anger. Du Chunyang's face was filled with anger. Lin Tseitse bit her lip, tears welled up in her eyes, but she tried hard not to cry. He turned and ran into the room. I know I am not worthy of my husband, but you can't bring me home. How can I hold my head up in Xiaolin village in the future? When Hao Ren saw his family members reacting like this, he knew they had misunderstood. He yelled at Lin Tseitse in the room. Hey wife, listen to my explanation. Chapter 54 A Restless Night. Hao Ren walked into the room and tried to persuade him. Finally, Lin Tseitse was called out. In front of the whole family. A brief introduction to the two people. And patted his chest to ensure that he had no unreasonable thoughts. Just seeing the pity of these two sisters. And since he was planning to build a workshop, he was short of manpower at home, so he took them in. After listening to Hao Ren's explanation, the whole family learned about the sisters' tragic life stories. Seeing Hao Ren's repeated assurances, he finally put his doubts to rest. At least it didn't happen on the spot. After hearing what Hao Ren said, Lin Tseitse felt that she had misunderstood her husband. I still feel a little embarrassed. She took the initiative to cook and help the two sisters settle down. The two sisters Zhao Yanan and Zhao Jiali looked at the dilapidated thatched house in front of them. Everyone was wondering whether it was right for the two sisters to follow Hao Ren. How come this is even more shabby than the house they rented? When everyone finally resolved their misunderstandings, they began to face a serious reality problem. There is no room at home. Zhao Yanan was sensible and said that the two sisters could sleep on the kitchen floor. But Hao Ren Lin Tseitse refused to agree. Finally, it was Du Chunyang who made the final decision. If that doesn't work, just stay in the old house for a few days. Sharing a bed with the grass. Seeing that there is no other good way, I have to do this. Hao Ren immediately made up his mind to gather people and start building the house tomorrow. The dinner at least dispelled the doubts of the Zhao sisters. A bowl of white rice, a large plate of braised pork, and a plate of stir-fried wild vegetables. Blanch the wild vegetables in boiling water, add mashed garlic and vinegar, and pour hot oil over them. It's delicious. The two sisters haven't eaten much all day. Holding a bowl of white rice and eating it. I didn't dare to pick up any food, because it was braised pork. It is said that this dish can only be found in Moji Restaurant, a big restaurant in the county town. There was actually a plate of this dinner. Is this really a farmer's family in a small mountain village? The two sisters were also in disbelief. Living in such a shabby thatched house. The food is indeed rice and braised pork. The contrast is so great that it makes the two sisters feel a little unreal. Lin Tseitse helped them pick up the dishes. Try this braised pork, both of you. It's my husband's invention. Besides ours, the only restaurant you can find it in is Moji Restaurant in the county town. Du Chunyang felt sorry for the two of them while they were eating, so she helped add some dishes. The two sisters were eating delicious food. Seeing Lin Tseitse and Du Chunyang taking the initiative to help them pick up food, she was a little terrified and thanked him awkwardly. Thank you, madam, thank you, madam. This call frightened Lin Tseitse and her mother. Country people don't have so much to say. Du Chunyang waved her hands repeatedly. You are about the same age as Tseitse, so just be casual and call me auntie. People in the countryside don't have to be so particular. Having said that, I am still very satisfied with the sister's respectful attitude. So the two sisters thanked her again. Thank you, auntie, thank you, sister Tseitse. This was much more comfortable, and both mother and daughter breathed a sigh of relief. When they started eating again, Zhao Yanan was more reserved. Xiao Jiali is just a child after all, just a little older than Hu Zi. I want to eat braised pork, but I don't dare to compete with Hu Zi for it. I could only eat rice and look at Hu Zi. Hu Zi was quite sensible and put 2 pieces of braised pork in the little girl's bowl. The happy little girl smiled so hard that her eyebrows were curved. The 2 of them were eating together. This made everyone at the table laugh. Even the usually serious Lin Lao San's mouth corners curled up slightly. There are more and more people in the family, and it is getting more and more lively. Hao Ren explained the situation to Du Chunyang and Lin Lao San. I went to the county town today and got some money. I will start looking for someone to build the house tomorrow. Lin Lao San led his men to level the ground and lay the foundation first. Du Chunyang was still responsible for leading people to boil water and cook. Let the Zhao sisters follow Du Chunyang to help. My second aunt and sister-in-law will cook the last piece of pork head tomorrow. Later I also followed Du Chunyang to cook. Everyone will go to work when the workshop opens. When Du Chunyang heard that they were no longer making braised pork, she got a little anxious. Why not do such a profitable business? Hao Ren had no choice but to explain to her. Do other business in the future. He sold the braised pork recipe to MOG restaurant. Rural people still don't understand this kind of one-time deal. Isn't it good to make money steadily? Why sell the exclusive secret recipe? Hao Ren had no choice but to explain that he needed spare money to build a house and a workshop. There will be more business in the future, which comforted Lin Lao San and his wife. Du Chunyang also asked Hao Ren how much silver he had sold. Seeing Hao Ren showing 5 fingers, he asked in surprise, 50 taels? This is an astronomical figure for her. Then he murmured, it's enough to build a house, but I shouldn't be so anxious. 50 taels is still a bit of a loss. Seeing her like this, Hao Ren didn't dare to say it was 500 taels. Anyway, for my family, 50 taels and 500 taels are both astronomical figures, almost the same. After everything was arranged and we had dinner, we sent the Zhao sisters to the old house. I told Mr. Lin and Mrs. Lin about the situation. Let them squeeze in with the grass first, and then move out after the new house is built. I also informed the old house that I don't need to cook tomorrow. Everyone go over there to help. Old Man Lin and Old Lady Lin naturally agreed immediately. The others were also very happy because they had work to do and could have a full meal. After settling the sisters down, Hao Ren returned home. For many people, this night is destined to be a sleepless night. Watching the grass sleeping soundly, even snoring slightly. The Zhao sisters tossed and turned in their beds, unable to fall asleep. This day is very special for the 2 sisters. I've been through so much. Buried my father. Farewell to the neighbors. Came to a brand new environment. Met more people. But the good news is that everyone was very kind to the 2 sisters. Especially after having such a delicious meal in the evening. Life finally has hope. After all, Zhao Jiali was still young, and the pain of losing her father did not affect her too much. She only knew that she would no longer have a father. I want to live with my sister. But life here is also good. The rice is very fragrant. The braised pork was delicious. Zhao Yanan stared at the pitch-black roof. Thinking of my parents' voices and smiles. I thought about taking care of my sister alone in the future. I couldn't fall asleep for a long time. Mom and Dad, my sister and I have settled down here and are living well. You don't have to worry about us. I hope your spirits in heaven will bless us and keep us safe and sound. May the benefactor live a long life. May he live a long life. At this moment, Hao Ren really hopes for the blessings of all the gods and Buddhas. May he be strong and healthy, and may he be full of fighting spirit. Wife, it's getting late, shall we go to bed? Lin Tse is particularly excited today. In the past, she was always the one begging for mercy. But today he refused to let Hao Ren go no matter what. Humph! No, come again! Tell me the truth, do you really have no ideas? Then he muttered softly. Actually, there's nothing wrong with taking a concubine. There's no need to be secretive. If you really want to, we can just take one openly. Hao Ren was also impressed by her. No wonder she was so excited today. It turned out that she was stimulated. Wife, I swear to God, I really don't have that idea right now. Let's talk about it later. We still have to build a house tomorrow, and this room is not soundproof, so don't disturb my parents. Let's go to the new house and do whatever you want. I'll fight with you until dawn, okay? Lin Tse also giggled when she saw how obedient Hao Ren was. You're still going to fight until dawn? Humph, I'll make sure you don't have the energy to think about other women. Chapter 55 Mutton Banquet. A night of fierce fighting naturally resulted in losses for both sides. Hao Ren still gets up in the morning and runs around the village to exercise. As soon as I walked out of the door, I saw the Zhao sisters had arrived early. The little girl was sweeping the yard. But Zhao Yanan was in trouble in the kitchen. The kitchen is filled with a variety of ingredients. I don't know where to start. It's not that Zhao Yanan can't cook. But looking at the rice and flour in the jar, and the bacon hanging next to the stove, she didn't know what to do. It was Hao Ren who helped her out. Go sweep the yard. There's no rush to cook. Wait until you learn from Setsui and we can talk about it later. After arranging the two sisters, Hao Ren went running on his own. Breakfast consisted of porridge, pickles, and flatbreads baked by Lin Setsui. Just after finishing my meal, I heard some noisy conversation outside. When I went out, I saw that it was Mo Yuan. A dozen people followed behind him. Wu Er led a few runners from the yamen and followed them leisurely, and there were also a few men who looked like porters driving a cart. Hao Ren took a closer look. Pretty safe. A cart of rice, flour, fruits, and half a lamb. I guess if the money is worth these things, Mo Yuan is quite reliable. As for these things, it is probably to conceal the truth and also to thank Hao Ren. Although 500 taels of silver is not much. However, this business is monopolized and can still make money. It is a livelihood that can be passed down from generation to generation. Mo Yuan asked his son to buy so many things probably to thank Hao Ren specially, in order to strengthen the relationship between the two sides. If you have any good things in the future, don't forget to cooperate with the Mo family. Mo Yuan and Wu Er came over to say hello. Hao Ren also bowed to Wu Er with a smile on his face. Thank you so much for this time, Captain Wu. I didn't expect you to bring people here in person. I'll remember this favor. Wu Er also looked very happy. It seemed that his flattery was not wrong this time. He bowed and said casually, Young master, you are too polite. Master Huang asked me to find a few trusted brothers to help escort him. I thought the people below were too impatient, and I was worried about them, so I brought people here myself. I dare not delay the young master's important business. Wu Er was being polite, but he still had doubts in his heart. Was it really necessary to mobilize such a large force just to transport such a large cart of food and vegetables? Wow, there were more than a dozen escorts in total. Could it be that there is also silver in the car? However, this was something that Master Huang had specifically instructed him to do, and it was said that the county magistrate had personally taken care of it, so he couldn't say much. Hao Ren was also carried in a fancy sedan chair, and all he said were polite and obedient. He invited Wu Er to sit down and drink water with the other officers. Mo Yuan came over and whispered in his ear, The silver is in the bottom box. Hao Ren immediately understood and asked everyone to help put the things in the yard. When there was only one box left, he and Lin Lao San carried it into the house personally. After Lin Lao San put down the box and left, Hao Ren opened the small box and looked inside. 50 silver ingots were neatly arranged, each weighing 10 taels. With a wave of his hand, the silver disappeared. When Hao Ren came out holding the exquisite box, when asking Mo Yuan if he still wanted the box, seeing Mo Yuan waving his hands impatiently, turning to Du Chunyang, he said, Mom, here you go. It's good for putting some clothes or something. Du Chunyang couldn't put the box down. It had exquisite workmanship, fine wood, and intricate patterns. It was more than just great. That would be great. If a family in the countryside had such a box as a dowry, that daughter can hold her back straight when she walks to her husband's house. Such a box can be passed down for generations. Hao Ren chatted with Mo Yuan and Wu Er for a while, and Wu Er was about to stand up and say goodbye. The porters who followed also had to go back to look for work. Mo Yuan and the people around him wanted to stay and learn how to stew meat, so they would not leave for the time being. Hao Ren invited Wu Er to have dinner. Seeing that he was determined not to do it, he said he had official business to attend to when he returned. I'll come visit you when I have some free time. I had no choice but to let them go back first. Before leaving, Hao Ren gave him a purse with some copper coins in it. He prepared 20 coins for Wu Er, 10 coins for other servants, and nothing for the porters. Mo Yuan had already paid them. It's not much money, Brother Wu, take it and have some tea with the brothers. Don't refuse it, it will be a disservice. Wu Er declined for a while but finally accepted it happily. He had come here to fulfill his master's order and to do a favor and establish a good relationship with Hao Ren. It was a pleasant surprise to get some money. After saying goodbye to Hao Ren Mo Yuan happily, the group left Xiaolin village. Hao Ren brought Mo Yuan and a few others to the big pot in the backyard and explained the entire process and method to him in detail, and asked my second aunt and eldest sister-in-law Sun Xiaolan to go through the whole process from beginning to end. After seeing Hao Ren throw a material bag into the pot, Mo Yuankai said to Hao Ren, "Well, I've memorized all the steps. Isn't the seasoning packet you just threw in the key?" "Yes. Others can learn the other steps if they want, but the last step, the marinade package, I'm not bragging, I'm the only one in the world who can make it. It's an absolutely exclusive secret recipe that no one can steal even if they want to." I handed over half a month's worth of marinade packages to Mo Yuan. "I'll come back when they're all used up." Mo Yuan also paid the money happily. "Let's go. I can't let the mutton I brought go to you for nothing. Make me something delicious." Hao Ren looked around and saw that the people who were laying the foundation on the flat ground in the threshing ground would not be back for lunch until noon. And they don't have to worry about it themselves, Du Chunyang and others will cook for them. I happen to be craving for mutton, so I'll cook some. Called Lin Tsuitsui and Zhao Yan in to help him. Push Mo Yuan aside. He is delaying his work here. Directing 2 people to process the mutton. Hao Ren thought about it, so much mutton. They couldn't finish it. I still have to stew a pot of mutton soup. This is delicious for the rest of the family. As for Mo Yuan, a simple mutton stew would definitely not satisfy him. He usually eats a lot of mutton. I still have to make him some stir-fried mutton dishes so that he can experience it. Cumin lamb, stir-fried lamb with scallions, braised lamb, lamb soup. The staple food is lamb dumplings. As Hao Ren introduced him, he looked at Mo Yuan, who was lying on the table with his face almost touching the plate. "Mo Yuan, please watch your saliva. If it drops, you won't be able to eat this meal." Mo Yuan moved away from the table after hearing what he said, still pointing at the plate of cumin lamb with an expression of disbelief. "Brother, you're really generous. The spices you put in are much more expensive than the mutton." Hao Ren didn't explain. It was not difficult for him to make spices. "Why are we talking about money while we're eating? It hurts our feelings. Come on, eat." Mo Yuan started eating before he could even start. "Woohoo, what's this called? It's delicious. Stir-fried lamb with green onions. What about this? It's delicious too. Braised lamb. I know this, mutton soup, not bad. Mutton-filled horns? Wow. So hot and fragrant. We call them dumplings at home. Lamb dumplings. Eat slowly. Leave some for me." Chapter 56, Building a New House. Mo Yuan ate to his heart's content with several dishes he had never eaten before. Everything tasted delicious, but I always felt like something was missing. Looking at Hao Ren eagerly, he said, "Brother, there are dishes but no wine. Don't you think it's a little less tasty?" Seeing his resentful look, Hao Ren had no choice but to go into the house to get some wine. As soon as the wine was taken out, Mo Yuan reached out to grab it. Hao Ren raised his hand but didn't give it to him. "Brother, my wine is not so easy to drink. You have to do me a favor." Mo Yuan was eager to drink. "You guys are just doing this between us brothers. Hurry up and bring the wine over. Just tell me what you want to say." Hao Ren gave him the wine, and when he poured it out, he took a sip and savored it with satisfaction. Then he told Lin Tsuitsui his request. He wanted Mo Yuan to help him get some fabric for his wedding dress in the county town, which he had promised Lin Tsuitsui last time. The colors of the fabrics in town are not nice. He was busy recently, and wanted Mo Yuan to help him buy it in the county town. It is said that the man should wear red and the woman should wear green wedding clothes. Hao Ren planned to follow custom. When Mo Yuan heard this, he agreed without hesitation. Leave it to him. But he didn't understand why Hao Ren wanted to buy fabric for wedding dresses. Who was getting married? Hao Ren had no choice but to explain to him what happened between him and Lin Tsuitsui, and explained that they were planning to hold another wedding after the house was built. After hearing their story, Mo Yuan was also moved, and he patted his chest to promise that this matter would be done well, and he would help them buy it after returning. He also told Hao Ren not to forget to invite him to the wedding. Hao Ren naturally agreed. "Don't worry, brother. I'll call you if not anyone else." The wedding attire issue has been settled. Hao Ren was also relieved, so the next thing was to build the house. The two brothers clinked cups and started drinking. Lin Tsuitsui at the table next to her had already blushed with embarrassment. The other family members had no objections either. Du Chunyang, Lin Laosan, Lin Laohan and Lin Laopai all felt that. After the house is built, it is good to move in and get married at the same time. Since there is no shortage of food and drink, it is only natural to hold a grand and lively banquet. Just in time to speed up the construction so that we can move into the new house before the wheat harvest. Once the wheat harvest starts, there will be no time left. Zhao Yanin was eating the dumplings in her bowl and listening to the passionate discussion of the people next to her. Only then did she realize that there was such a wonderful story between Hao Ren and Lin Tsuitsui. They hadn't even held a wedding yet. They just kowtowed 3 times to Lin Laosan and his wife before entering the bridal chamber. This story is bizarre enough. There weren't that many mutton dumplings, so we just called the people from the old house into the courtyard to eat. The other villagers who helped with the work ate white rice prepared by Du Chunyang and stir-fried wild vegetables with lard. Then he gave each of them a bowl of mutton soup. Naturally, other people had no objections. It was normal for other families to eat differently from them. They were very happy just to eat white rice with lard and drink mutton soup. No one has ever eaten such a rich meal. This is also the reason why I work so hard for Lin Laosan's family. Everyone is thinking about the 3 delicious meals a day. The people in the yard felt like they were having a wonderful time as they drank mutton soup and ate dumplings. Even Chen, who usually likes to act up, was eating obediently. After so many things, Chen also learned her lesson. She found that as long as she did not do anything stupid, with her status as the eldest daughter-in-law, it seems like she is indispensable in everything. As long as she works hard, she seems to have everything she needs to eat and drink. Chen was secretly delighted while eating, as if she had discovered some shocking secret. These mutton dumplings are more fragrant than pork dumplings. It was the first time for Hao Ren to eat mutton since he came to this world. It feels like it tastes better than what I've eaten in later generations. I finished a bowl of dumplings in one go before trying the other dishes on the table. Mo Yuan also ate the cumin lamb with gusto. I admired Hao Ren's magnanimity in my heart. So many spices, I really want to put them in. No wonder this dish is so delicious. Every bite of this food costs money. Hao Ren really treats me as a brother, and not an outsider. While eating, Hao Ren also asked Old Man Lin and Old Lady Lin about some customs and habits of rural marriage. Since you are determined to integrate into this world, you can't be too stubborn. It is beneficial to discuss things with the elderly more often. But after hearing what Old Man Lin said, Hao Ren was shocked again. Actually, we don't have that many opinions in the countryside. The red wedding gown and green wedding dress you mentioned are only worn by rich people in the city. People in the countryside don't care about that. You are different from others. There is no such thing as a matchmaker or engagement. In fact, on that day you will be taken from here to the bridal chamber, where you will worship heaven and earth and then enter the bridal chamber. The main purpose is to inform everyone to have a feast and to have everyone bear witness. We don't have rituals or anything like that in the countryside. Hao Ren didn't know what to say. It turned out that I was overthinking it. Everyone, including Lin Tsuitsui, looks as if it's their right. Hao Ren understood that Lin Tsuitsui and Lin Laosan agreed to let him hold another wedding, but they didn't care about the ceremony. I just feel that it was too hasty as there were no conditions at the time, and without friends and family to witness it, it felt a bit nameless and without any status. Now that they have the conditions, they can take the opportunity of moving to a new house to set up a banquet and invite relatives and friends to have fun and celebrate together to witness their official wedding. It's that simple. Mo Yuan, who was standing by, also understood what was going on and said timidly, "Well, should I get the wedding dress ready?" "Do it!" Hao Ren and Lin Tsuitsui shouted at him in unison. "Why not do it now that you have the conditions? You owed her in the beginning, and now you should compensate her as much as possible. Although she doesn't care about formality, she still tries to be as formal as possible." Lin Tsuitsui also felt the same way and originally thought it was nothing. "Now that you're ready, why not wear it? It's the first one in the village." Du Chunyang now realized that her family was not short of money. Make it as lively as possible. So everyone reached a consensus. When the new house is built, we will hold a grand wedding for them. In the following time, everyone devoted themselves to the important task of building a house. All hoped to complete it as soon as possible. Mo Yuan delivered the appropriate fabric the next day. All the skilled women in Xiaolin village went to the house to help sew the wedding dresses. Old Man Lin and Old Man Lin stayed in their new house for 3 days. Watched the progress every day. The food supply also makes the workers enthusiastic, and no one is lazy. Hao Ren went straight into third grandfather's house. Everyone in their family is a carpenter. Hao Ren plans to design some furniture himself to use when he moves into the new house. The new house is eagerly awaited by everyone. With everyone's hard work. Rise from the ground. Hao Ren and Lin Tsuitsui also went to check on the progress of the new house every day. I thought I could move there and hold the wedding once the new house was built. Both of them have a face full of fantasy. Full of anticipation for that day. Chapter 57 Housewarming. Half a month later, the house was finally built as everyone expected. In order to prepare for tomorrow's wedding, Lin Laosan's family, the Zhao sisters, and everyone in the old house started busy early in the morning. Du Chunyang and several female relatives were decorating the wedding room. Hao Ren led Go Zi, Zhuang and a few others to move the newly made furniture into the house. Even though he came here every day, Hao Ren was still very satisfied with the appearance of the house after the renovation. The courtyard gate faces south, and the first thing you see when you enter is the screen wall. There are 2 gatehouses on the left and right sides of the gate. Go around the screen wall. The first thing that catches your eye is the spacious courtyard. There are 2 side rooms on the east and west sides respectively. Going further ahead is a large blue brick and tile house with 5 rooms. The middle room is a spacious living room, with 2 rooms on each side. East wing and west wing. It was the place Hao Ren prepared for him and Sei to live in, as well as the house for Lin Laosan and his wife. Exiting the main hall, you can also access the backyard on the east and west sides. It also has a spacious yard, a kitchen, a firewood room, a toilet and everything else. The most important thing is, at the innermost part of the spacious yard, there is a small vegetable patch and space for raising chickens and pigs. This was the result of a discussion between Hao Ren and his family. Everyone was very satisfied with the yard. Everyone has their own room. And all of them are blue brick and tile houses. This is something I never dared to think about before. The 2 sisters Zhao Yanan and Zhao Yali looked at the new house in front of them. I learned that my 2 sisters could have a separate room. Everyone is so excited. Half a month ago, the 2 sisters were still miserable people with no one to rely on after losing their father. Now I have my own room. All of this. They were all brought to them by those men. Zhao Yali playfully nudged her sister with her elbow. I think Brother Hao is a good person. How about you find a time when no one is around to repay him? You said you can't repay him, so why not give him your body? Zhao Yanan blushed and was about to hit her sister. You silly girl, you've only had a few days of good life and you already dare to tease me. Just work hard and do your job well. We 2 sisters should be content with the life we have now. As for that man, it seemed that he really had no thoughts about himself. At first, she also thought that Hao Ren took her and her sisters in because he was attracted by her beauty, and she even imagined that such an outcome seemed not bad. However, after so many days, it seemed that Hao Ren really took them in just to do a good deed. Zhao Yanan also put away his unnecessary thoughts, worked peacefully every day, and lived like this with his sister every day. What else was there to be dissatisfied about? As for that man, are we really destined not to be together? Well, let's talk about it later. Who can say for sure about fate? Hao Ren asked Go Zi, Zhuang and others to arrange the furniture in the house. This time he took the opportunity of moving to get all the furniture ready. Not only is there a wardrobe, but the bed has also been replaced with a new one. Even the tables, chairs and benches were all beaten. I built a few octagonal tables and armchairs so that I can eat comfortably in the future. No need to sit on a low stool to eat. I also built a desk for myself, which I could place in the room outside the bedroom. Looking at the brand new furniture in the new home, Hao Ren was also quite happy. Finally I have a proper place to live, this big house. At night he and his wife tossed and turned. No need to worry about the sound being too loud reaching other people's ears. The days before were so depressing and restrictive that they really affected my performance. Hao Ren made excuses for himself while working. Old man Lin and old lady Lin were strolling around the yard. I always feel like I can't see enough. Look around this yard. Go walk around that yard. I also ran to the backyard to look at the empty chicken coops and pig houses. The old face was wrinkled with smile. This grandson-in-law is promising. How long has it been? So a yard like this was built. Even if you don't live there, you'll feel comfortable just coming over and taking a look every day. This is even more beautiful than the yard of the rich man Wang's house in town. This child is promising, and the whole old house is also benefiting from it. From then on, all the men, women, old and young in the family worked under him. Not only does he provide food, but he also said he would be paid later. Now when the old couple walks in the village, they hear only envy and compliments. They all ask them to get their men, sons, and daughters-in-law into the workshop. The workshops and sheds next to Hao Ren's house were no longer a secret in the entire village. Everyone knows that he will recruit people to work in the future. Although the salary has not been disclosed yet. But their 3 meals a day are their signature dish. I don't know how many people are envious, and trying their best to be the first to go in and work. The old couple is now living a fairy-like life. I still have to be careful in my heart. I have to go back and tell the old family not to cause trouble again. Although she has been behaving well these days, the 2 elders are a little worried. Chen is indeed doing well now. At this time, she was still helping to decorate the new house. Although he was envious, all he said were nice things. And you've fallen into a honeypot now. What kind of life are you living? You eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks every day, and live in a big house like this, which is even more luxurious than the one the landlords live in. How come you two have such good taste? How many people saw the one from Seitsui's family at the entrance of the village? Don't pay any attention to it. It was you two who carried Hao Ren back home. I heard that many girls in the village are quarreling with their parents, blaming them for not carrying Hao Ren back home. Ha! They are just jealous of Seitsui's good life. If you asked me, they deserve it. This is called short-sightedness. How can they compare with you and the third brother? When they saw the downtrodden Hao Ren carrying him home without a care. If you asked me, this is what good deeds do, and it's because you two are kind-hearted that you have such a good life today. Seeing Du Chunyang's delight at being praised by him, he added, it's no wonder they're jealous. Just look at the day you had, and the way Tseitsei was dressed that day. She really looked prettier than the girls in the city. How could they not be envious? It's only because Xiao Xiao is young, otherwise I would be envious. How many people in our village are jealous of this son-in-law? Du Chunyang always thought that her sister-in-law was sarcastic and mean, but she didn't expect that she could say such nice things. She felt a little flattered by the flattery. He answered modestly. This is fate. You can't force it. The rumors about Tseitsei back then made it impossible for her to get married. We too must have been so worried, but we didn't expect you to be waiting here. No one would have thought that the boy they picked up would be so capable now. This is the fate of these two children. Others can't envy him even if they want to. Du Chunyang felt even happier thinking that all the relatives and neighbors would come to congratulate her tomorrow. These days, I am becoming more and more hopeful. Hao Ren is not only capable. She also knows how to understand Seitsui's feelings and cares for her. He was still thinking about helping Tseitsui hold a wedding ceremony. This child has no bad heart. The whole family will have endless blessings following him in the future. The conditions were poor at the time, so no ceremony was held. Just bowed and entered the bridal chamber. I didn't even invite relatives and friends. It's really unfair to the two children. Now it's all right. Tomorrow I will invite all my relatives, friends and neighbors to come over. Hold a grand wedding for them both. It makes me happy just thinking about it. At noon, since there were no outsiders, the whole family set up 2 large tables in the yard. The food was also simple. Old Man Lin repeatedly requested that the first meal in the new house be noodles. So all the women and daughters-in-law in the family joined in, as there were many people eating, so a lot of dough needed to be kneaded. He didn't prepare any special dishes, but Hao Ren stewed a pot of large pieces of pork. I heard that rotten pork noodles are popular in Tokyo now. Let's eat some hand-rolled pork noodles today. Cut the pork into large slices about 1 finger thick, add onions, ginger, star anise, soy sauce, etc. Bring to a boil over high heat, then simmer over low heat. Soon the whole yard will be filled with the aroma of pork. After the noodles are rolled out, put them into boiling water and add some green leafy vegetables before serving. Each person gets a large bowl with a piece of tender and fragrant stewed meat on top and topped with broth. Chopped green onions, coriander, garlic and vinegar are prepared on the side. Whoever wants to add them can do so. Hao Ren thought about it and didn't take out Lao Gon Ma. Forget it, let's talk about it later. It's a pity that it's less spicy. I don't like the spicy taste of dogwood. So I didn't release it. The others were not as picky as Hao Ren. Everyone held their bowls and ate quietly. The meat, noodles and soup were delicious. It's even better than Chinese New Year. Even Lin Suitsui and Zhao Yanan, the young ones, could eat it. A bit disregarding image. Old Mr. and Mrs. Lin also enjoyed the meal very much. It's a rare sight for the old couple to enjoy a comfortable meal. The noodles were chewy and delicious, and I didn't expect the meat to be so soft and tender, melting in the mouth. For 2 people with bad teeth, this meal was really delicious. Everyone was thinking while eating the delicious food in their bowls. We are eating so well today just because we are moving, so we must be having a great time tomorrow on our wedding day, right? Everyone in the yard. I am looking forward to tomorrow's wedding even more. Just look at them drooling. If you look at their different eyes from Hao Ren Lin Tseitsei, you will know. Just different expectations. Chapter 58, Picking Up the Bride. The next day, Hao Ren's new house became busy before dawn. Several large pots were set up in the backyard to prepare today's dishes. Butcher Jing and his men drove several carts filled with pork and other vegetables. Seeing Hao Ren busy in the yard, he hurried over to salute. I bowed to my young master and congratulate him on his wedding. I'm so shameless I'll stay and ask for a glass of wedding wine. Hao Ren was also beaming. Okay. Xing Tu, stay for the wedding. How's your business with Mo Yuan going lately? Xing Tu bowed even more respectfully and said, Thanks to you, my business has been booming since you introduced me to Mr. Mo. Now I no longer kill pigs. I specialize in collecting pig heads, pig feet, and pig offal from butchers in the county. I earn more than before, and I have to thank you, my dear. You are my great benefactor, my second parent." Seeing that he was getting more and more disgusting with his words, Hao Ren quickly stopped him and asked him to take people to unload the things to the backyard. Ever since he stopped his braised meat business, Hao Ren introduced Jing the butcher in the town to Mo Yuan. He was familiar with all the butchers in the county town, and he helped Mo Yuan a lot. The braised meat business has been growing recently, and it seems that Jing the butcher has also made a lot of money. Just then Mo Yuan and Pang Yun arrived. They wanted to join in the fun and insisted on being best men. Hao Ren didn't have anyone suitable. Wow, all the people he knew were the bride's family members. Haha, so they'd be the ones to do it. Pang Yun pointed at the followers behind him and said, "Look, are you satisfied?" Hao Ren saw 4 people carrying a brand new sedan chair. Great. That's quite impressive. This way, he wouldn't have to carry Lin Saitsui all the way from his hometown. Pang Yun came over with a grin. "This is the bottle of wine you promised me. My dad snatched it away last time. This time I'm saving it for Mo Yuan and not taking it home." It seems that after being intercepted by his father, the county magistrate, several times, Pang Yun has gained experience in struggle and no longer shows off his skills. He knows how to hide himself. Mo Yuan ordered the people behind him to work in the backyard. He brought a few chefs from the store to help, leaving only one person in the county town. "I don't know if I can handle it." After having someone put the gift down, the 2 of them went to find a place to sit down and talk. It had nothing to do with them anyway. Hao Ren didn't care about them. He had a lot of things to do. He would just call them when he went to pick up the bride. The people from Lin Laosan's family and the people at the old house are not here now. They are waiting for Hao Ren to come over at their old home. Many things here require Hao Ren to personally take care of them. Soon the village chief came with his 2 sons. Hao Ren walked over and greeted them. "Grandpa Village Chief, Uncle Chashing, Uncle Shuishing. You're here? Come in and have a seat." The village chief walked in without hesitation and found a place to sit down in the yard. "Your uncle and I came to see if there's anything you can help with. Your father-in-law's place is too crowded and we can't do much, so we came here. If you have anything to do, just let Uncle Chanxing and Uncle Shuishing handle it. I'll go to the gate and help you greet the guests." The village chief now thinks highly of this young man. Not only is he capable in dealing with people, but he is also very meticulous in his dealings with others. It turns out that he has reclaimed wastelands so that the whole village can have food to eat. I wonder how much food the whole village has saved. Now they have built a workshop and are looking for workers in the village. The village is going to be prosperous in the future. As the village chief, he naturally has a proud face. Now that such a big house has been built, the child will take root in Xiaolin village and become a member of Xiaolin village. He is still waiting for Hao Ren to help him pass the imperial examination and come back. If he knew that although Hao Ren also read books every day during this period, he only read history books and books on inventions and manufacturing. He hasn't even touched the 4 books and 5 classics, and has long since thrown aside the thought of taking the imperial examination. I wonder if the old village chief will get furious. The old village chief was still dreaming about his beautiful dream. Hao Ren and the county magistrate are so familiar with each other. The state examination was held in the county seat. As long as you pass the exam, you will be a gongshi or jiren. Then I can take the provincial exam. What if I pass the provincial exam and accidentally become a jinshi? That Xiaolin village is not developed yet. In fact, the village chief didn't know that although it was easy to pass the imperial examination in this era, after passing the state examination, one can be called a jiren. But as long as you haven't passed the provincial exam, the status of a jiren is a one-time thing. Next time I have to take the provincial examination again to become a jiren. Only those who passed the provincial examination but failed to become a jinshi did not have to take the examination every year to become a jiren. The village chief, an old man from the countryside who couldn't read a single word, had no idea about this. In his eyes, passing the imperial examination was a big deal. The village chief was squatting at the gate of Hao Ren's new home, dreaming sweet dreams. Many people from Xiaolin village came early to help wash vegetables and meat. I greeted the village chief at the door and went into work. The lunch was prepared by Hao Ren, and it was mainly stew. Considering that it is in rural areas, the quantity must be large. A braised pork, but in order to cater to the public, the quantity has to be large and it is impossible to have all meat, so it becomes a pot of braised pork with tofu. There is a plate of 4 happiness meatballs on each table. For good luck, the meatballs are the size of a fist and the plate is full of 4. The third dish is pork belly stew. The tender and fragrant pork belly is stewed with fried dry tofu and various vegetables. The fourth dish is a soup. Braised crispy pork. Garnish with some rapeseed. The ingredients are limited, so Hao Ren decided to just have these 4 dishes. Too many variations are not possible, just enough to fill you up. It just so happens that MOG's chef can also cook these dishes, and the 4 happiness meatballs were on the menu given to Mo Yuan last time. Immediately, several cooks and the women from Xiaolin village who came to help started to get busy. Regardless of the busy cooks in the yard, they prepared lunch. Hao Ren called a few aunts and sisters-in-law to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for everyone before picking up the bride this morning. Actually, it is very simple. It is just noodles, which symbolizes long-lasting and smooth life. Hao Ren instructed the women to knead the dough and roll out noodles, while he made a pot of pork sauce and set it aside. Everyone had a big bowl of pork noodles and was very satisfied. After dinner, everyone continued to do their own things, and Hao Ren started to change his clothes. Prepared to pick up the bride. His wedding dress was made by the villagers together. A bright red brocade robe with a front opening and a cloud pattern belt. The hair that had finally grown longer was tied into a bun and a men's hairpin was inserted into it. Wearing a pair of newly sewn cloth boots. Wherever you stand, you look energetic and handsome. The aunts who were helping him dress and tidy up were all amazed. I didn't realize it before, but he is really handsome and a perfect match for Tsui Tsui. They are truly a pair of beautiful ladies. No wonder so many young ladies in the village are clamoring to find a husband like Hao Ren. Seeing several aunts holding a big red flower and trying to put it on his head, Hao Ren refused to comply. The aunts tried to persuade him, but he just wouldn't listen. My God, this big red flower is almost bigger than my face. I should wear it on my head instead of on my chest. He really couldn't accept it. Although I advised myself to follow the local customs, but after putting it on and looking in the mirror, I gave up decisively and decided not to wear it. He threw the big red flower aside and ran out in a panic, ignoring the aunts who were pulling him. Hao Ren's outfit when he walked out of the room really shocked everyone. Even Mo Yuan and Peng Yun looked at him with skepticism. I didn't notice, Hao Ren, you usually wear ordinary clothes, nothing special. Why do I look so energetic after putting on this outfit today? It is true that clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse. Mo Yuan and Peng Yun followed the groom, and the 3 of them checked the wedding money prepared by the entourage behind them. They were all brand new copper coins specially prepared, which he would give to the people blocking the door when he went to the woman's house. If you see a child saying happy words, you should also give them. In short, everything is for the sake of liveliness and celebration. Everything is ready. Hao Ren waved his hand and said, "Let's go!" The group of people walked towards the old house not far away. The bride receiving ceremony officially begins. Chapter 59 Makeup. When Hao Ren and his party arrived at Lin Lao San's house not far away, it immediately caused a sensation among the crowd. Some people were surprised at Hao Ren's attire. A gorgeous crimson wedding dress, paired with a handsome young man. He attracted a lot of crazy girls, and many girls in Xiaolin village fantasized that it would be great if this handsome boy came to pick them up. More people were attracted by the large sedan chair carried by 4 people behind the scenes. In rural areas, it is a luxury to use ox carts or donkey carts to pick up the bride. Many people saw the sedan chair picking up the new bride for the first time. They gathered around the sedan chair, marveling at it, looking here and there. All of them looked envious. This is really a big deal. In the countryside there is such a beautiful sedan chair to carry the new bride into the house. That was really a great scene. Many children surrounded Hao Ren and his friends and refused to let them pass. They still say these auspicious words about being together forever and growing old together. Peng Yuan waved his hand, and immediately someone behind him distributed wedding money. Not only did every child get some wedding money, 2 other servants scattered some of the food in the crowded areas. The crowd suddenly exploded. They bent down to pick up the copper coins on the ground. Everyone was grinning from ear to ear holding the brand new copper coins in their hands. He greeted Hao Ren and the others with auspicious words without hesitation. It took a while for the money to be distributed before the crowd of onlookers were dismissed, and they all made way for Hao Ren and his companions to pass. Hao Ren then came to the gate of the fence. Huzi, Guzi, Ernu and a few other kids blocked the gate and prevented Hao Ren from entering. This door had already been discussed by everyone. Then Mo Yuan and Peng Yun came forward and chatted with Guzi and the others. He kept taking things out of his arms and stuffing them into Guzi and the others' arms. After a while, the dog with a big grin on his face gave way with satisfaction. Looking at the bulging bags in their arms, you can tell they have received a lot of benefits. After going through so much trouble, I finally got into the yard, but I didn't expect there was another door. The leader was Dazhuang's wife, followed by Xiao Chao, Zhao Yali and a few unknown girls. I guess she is a daughter brought by a relative. Going further in, we saw Chen, Gozi's mother Gao and several other women at the innermost part. But as elders, they just watched the fun from behind. No one expected that the main force blocking the door was the little girl Zhao Yali. My eldest sister-in-law Sun Xiaolan and Xiao Chao are both weak in character. It takes a lot of courage to come and block the door, but it's just to block the door with a red face to receive red envelopes. And could not say anything. On the other hand, Zhao Yali has a lively personality and is usually carefree, lively and cute. I have seen it a lot in the county town and know the rules of blocking the door in the city. He is very eloquent and speaks very coherently. Mo Yuan and Pang Yun quickly stepped back, looking helpless. Brother, if we help you get in here, there will be nothing for us to do. You're on your own. In the eyes of these two perverts, Zhao Yanan and Zhao Yali both moved into his house. Who would believe you if you just said it didn't matter? I feel that Hao Ren will have to take Zhao Yanan into his room sooner or later. The two of them now have a playful expression on their faces, as if they are watching the brother-in-law and sister-in-law flirting with each other. Hao Ren looked at his two friends who acted as if nothing had happened to him, so he could only do it himself. He shouted at the little girl Zhao Yali. Use whatever you have to say. Zhao Yali puffed out her chest and looked up at Hao Ren. In the city, scholars have to recite poems to urge the bride to get ready when they go to pick her up. Sister Tsitse said she won't make it hard for you, so why don't you recite a song? Hao Ren, who was well prepared, spoke out immediately. It is said that you are mixing rouge under the candlelight, and don't act like a fool in front of the mirror. There is no need to put on too much makeup, just leave your eyebrows to be painted. People who didn't know the truth praised his good literary talent, and relatives and friends in the room also praised Hao Ren as the incarnation of Wenkuxing. Only Shi Wenhao curled his lips calmly. I thought you were going to compose a poem. Isn't this Su Anqi's using makeup from the Tang dynasty? I asked you to recite it, and you really did. Hao Renki didn't know what Shi Wenhao was thinking. He had no intention of copying poems to show off, he just wanted to recite 2 poems by his predecessors to meet the occasion and have a lively party. If you really want to show off, you can write a poem from a later generation. There has to be someone who understands this room full of country bumpkins. Didn't you see that someone praised Wenkuxing just because I recited a poem from the Tang dynasty? Country people don't care about that. As long as it's lively and exciting, that's all. Several people didn't know what to make up with this poem, but they just let it pass. Everyone stretched out their hands to ask for wedding money. Hao Ren smiled and took out some money from his pocket to send away the group of chattering women. We are all family here, and we have 20 copper coins strung together in our arms in advance. Only after Zhao Yali led the others to tear all the money out of his arms did they let him in. Hao Ren was tidying up his clothes while secretly feeling scared. This little girl was so scary and had strong fighting ability. I don't know which unlucky guy will marry her in the future. Sun Xiaolan, Xiao Chao and the others took the money and made way for him with satisfaction. Then he walked into the house. First, they bowed and greeted Mr. and Mrs. Lin, and then Mr. and Mrs. Lin. Under the leadership of Du Chunyang, they greeted all the relatives and elders who came. There is Lin Saitsui's aunt, and Du Chunyang's brothers. After greeting everyone, they went to their original room in the inner room. Everyone else in the room left, leaving only Zhao Yanan helping Lin Saitsui with her hair. Lin Saitsui was wearing a green wedding dress today, a tiara on her head, and long earrings on her ears. So she needed to put her hair into a special bun, and Zhao Yanan was helping her with the final detailed treatment. After everything was done, Lin Saitsui took the fan in her hand and smiled brightly at Hao Ren. Are you anxious? Hao Ren looked at his bride in front of him infatuatedly. Although they were already very familiar with each other, and had seen each other naked a long time ago, they knew each other very well. But looking at this beautiful girl in front of me is like seeing her for the first time. Breathtakingly beautiful. Hao Ren couldn't help but sigh that God had blessed him so much that he could live this life again and have such a beautiful woman by his side. What more could a husband ask for with a wife like this? My lady, it's getting late, let's go home. Lin Tsuitsui looked at the tall and handsome man in front of her and felt very shy. He agreed softly. He took the fan and covered his face. Seeing that the time was almost up, Shi Wenhao, who was acting as the master of ceremonies, communicated with Lin Laosen and his wife. Ready to go. Usually the bride needs to be carried by her brothers when she goes out, but Hu Zi is too small. It was Lin Dezhuang who came and carried his sister into the bridal sedan. Shi Wenhao shouted at the top of his lungs. The auspicious time has arrived, the newlyweds are ready to get into the sedan chair. Lin Dezhuang carried Lin Tsuitsui, who was covering her face with a fan, on his back and sent her to the bridal sedan. Next to Zhao Yanan was another girl who served as bridesmaid. There were many children surrounding the sedan chair and circling around it non-stop. Go Zi and others distributed wedding money and candies to the crowd on behalf of the woman. After a lively ceremony, Hao Ren led the wedding procession and sedan chair to the bridal chamber. The children around were running and shouting excitedly. Got the bride, got the bride. Everyone happily surrounded the sedan chair and walked towards the new home. Lin Lao Sen also warmly invited the remaining relatives and friends to the new house. Prepare for the noon worship ceremony. Let's not miss the time and start the meal on time. Chapter 60. Slap in the face. The bridal sedan followed the wedding procession to the door of the new house. Hao Ren and the others were blocked again. Many people were noisy and stopped the bride from getting out of the sedan chair. Mo Yuan and Peng Yun led the group to distribute the wedding money one by one, and then they stopped. Lin Saitse then got off the sedan chair with a fan in her hand. Standing there with his fan covering his face, ready to go in. Immediately, a woman with a measuring cup in her hand appeared. There were grains, beans, copper coins, colorful fruits and other things in the bucket. The woman sprinkled the things in the bucket toward the door, while muttering auspicious words. This caused adults and children to scramble for the goods. At this time, Lin Saitse and Hao Ren were led to the door. After crossing the saddle horse brazier, Lin Saitse was led by the bridesmaid into a room with a curtain to rest. Hao Ren came out to greet relatives and friends. The villagers were easy to talk to and didn't rush to sit down. The people in Xiaolin village waited for their relatives and friends to sit down first before they found a place. Everyone seemed to be having a great time. At this moment, a discordant voice rang out. Oh, someone is getting married. Look how unfortunate it is that you came empty-handed. The man was dressed in fancy clothes, looked to be in his 40s or 50s, and was fat and overweight. It was obvious that he was not someone who worked in the fields. I saw that he had a face full of fat and a big belly, and he was trembling as he walked. It was obvious that he came with bad intentions. The village chief, who thought that most of the customers had arrived, was already preparing to take their seats. When he saw the person coming, he immediately ran over to say hello and explained the person's identity to Hao Ren beside him. Wan Yukai has been very unhappy in recent days. As the largest landlord in the town and also the head of the village, he should be able to call the shots and do whatever he wants in the town. He used to be like this. He has status, position, and money. He even took a concubine some time ago. I am really in high spirits. But I've been hearing rumors in town lately. He said that someone was going to live in a house that was better than his and better than his. This was unacceptable. Wan Yukai, who was also a rampant man in the village, immediately got angry. Is there anyone in this town who wants to compete with me? After asking around, I found out that it was a family from Xiaolin village, and they also wanted to build a house with blue bricks and large tiles. It is said to be bigger than my own home. How could Wan Yukai bear this? A country bumpkin wants to build a house made of green bricks and tiles that is bigger than mine? You simply don't take me seriously. I've never heard of such a person. Upon hearing that the house was completed, Wan Yukai brought his servants to cause trouble. Let them know who is the local tyrant in this town. When I got there, I saw that these houses were far inferior to my own. These few rooms are not even as many as the rooms their concubines have in the backyard. These country folk are really good at spreading rumors. What are you talking about? It's much bigger than my house. But Wan Yukai still felt unhappy when he saw the few blue brick and tile houses built in this poor mountain valley. Why show off your poverty? Today, let them know who rules this Yamaguchi town. Seeing the village chief and a young man from Xiaolin village across the street greeting him enthusiastically, he was even led to the main seat at the main table and asked to sit down. Wan Yukai felt better at least. Well, he still had some vision. He looked at Hao Ren with disdain. He continued to sarcastically say, This is your new house. You are quite rich, building a house like this in this poor mountain valley. Everyone in this town says that your house is bigger than mine, but I think it's just SOSO. I didn't know you were having a wedding today, so I came empty-handed. Please don't be offended. It's okay to come empty-handed, but seeing someone sitting at the table at a wedding and not giving any money, no matter how much, it's a token of my appreciation. Not giving a gift would be considered rude and obviously looking for trouble. Hao Ren is getting married today, and the village chief doesn't want to get involved, so he speaks nicely to Wan Yukai with a forced smile on his face. Just then a hearty voice came from outside the yard. Ha ha ha, nephew, I'm not late, am I? Your uncle is a money grubber. I did some more business before coming here. Please don't blame me, nephew. Then a person came in, and Hao Ren saw that it was Mo Yugan. He stood up and went to say hello to Mo Yugan. He didn't expect Mo Yugan to come, Mo Yuan said in the morning that he would not come. Uncle Mo, come on, sit inside. Mo Yuan asked the servant behind him to hand over the gift box, and then said, Where is the gift table? I can't sit down first without a gift. The village chief sent someone to lead him to the ceremony table, and soon someone started singing the ceremony. Mo Yuan from Moji restaurant in the county town, the gift is 10 taels of silver. Boom! The crowd was in an uproar. In the countryside, wedding gifts were only a few cents at most. Those who had no money could even give a few eggs or a pound of grain. 10 taels of silver suddenly scared everyone. They all asked who the visitor was, and when they heard that it was the owner of the Moji restaurant in the county town, they were all amazed. He is really rich and so generous. People from Xiaolin village helped to explain it. Mo Yuan and Hao Ren have a good relationship, and the best man next to him is Moji's young master. Moreover, the two companies made a lot of money by doing business together. It's natural to be generous. But 10 taels of silver is indeed a bit scary. Wan Yukai felt a little embarrassed. How could he be slapped in the face so quickly? Should he go to the gift table and give some gifts? At this time, Mo Yuan came over. Wan Yukai also knew him as the owner of Moji restaurant in the county town. After greeting each other, the two people should politely let the other take the main seat. Wan Yukai has some money, but he still doesn't dare to be arrogant in front of Mo Yuan. When the two of them were arguing, a loud shout came from outside. Stop the tug-of-war between the two. The county magistrate has arrived. Pang Su was not wearing official uniform, but strode into the yard in casual clothes. Behind him followed Mr. Huang, Wu Bantu and others. The voice was shouted by Wu Er, even though the county magistrate was not wearing an official uniform and did not care about ostentation. But the current sect still needs to have the necessary momentum. Wan Yukai, Mo Yuan, the village chief and others all knew Pang Su. They all stood up to salute, and some even knelt down as their knees went weak. Pang Su stopped everyone and said, I am here to attend the wedding today. Please be more casual. Don't steal the limelight from the newlyweds. Then he sent his followers to give Hao Ren several gift boxes. I won't accept the gift money, but this is a set of the finest 4 treasures of the study. Please accept it. I wish you and your husband a loving life together. Read more books in the future. Don't spend all your time researching food, it's bound to be a side topic. Hao Ren took the gift with a smile, turned around and handed it to Go Zi to take it inside. Pang Su was led to the main table. Now there was nothing to argue about, and Pang Su sat there without hesitation. Mo Yuan and Wan Yikai all bowed in greeting. After arranging everything for Master Huang and Wu Er, Hao Ren came over to greet Pang Su. Pang Su waved his hand and said, Go and do your own thing. You don't need to worry about this. Wan Yukai was in turmoil at this moment, and he wanted to slap himself a few times. Judging from the county magistrate's casual look, it's obvious that he has a special relationship with Hao Ren. I didn't even find out everything before I came to pick a fight. Fortunately, I haven't done anything excessive. Regardless of his loss of composure, he quickly stood up, bowed and apologized to Hao Ren. He apologized repeatedly in Hao Ren's ear in a low voice. Brother, I didn't realize today was your big day. I really didn't bring any gifts. Some other day I'll definitely prepare a generous gift and come to your house to apologize in person. Don't bother with me. Don't hit someone who smiles. Besides, Hao Ren didn't have time to deal with him. It's almost time to get married. He comforted the frightened Wan Yukai and made him sit down. He said hello to everyone again, turned around and left to prepare for the wedding ceremony. Chapter 61 The Late Wedding. Pang Su's arrival disrupted the original plan. The position of witness naturally fell on him. Following the shout of Xu Wenhao, the MC, Pang Su sat quietly on the side to witness the wedding ceremony. And because Hao Ren was alone, the original ceremony of paying respects to the uncle and aunt, that is, the parents-in-law, was changed to paying respects to Mr. Lin and his wife. Lin Laosen and his wife were both wearing new clothes, their faces were flushed, and they were very happy. Under Xu Wenhao's arrangement, the two sat in front of the hall. Hao Ren led Lin Tse out of the house with a big red flower made of red silk cloth. The two men kowtowed respectfully to the two elders sitting in front of the hall. Then they stood up and faced each other. Xu Wenhao stood aside. He gestured for everyone to be quiet. Started to support the wedding ceremony of the two. Two families become one family through marriage, and the love between husband and wife is as deep as the ocean. We will support each other for a lifetime, and we only wish for more blessings and many descendants. As he spoke, everyone fell silent and looked at the perfect couple with their blessings. First bow to heaven and earth, second bow to parents, and then husband and wife bowed to each other. Under the auspices of Hao, Hao Ren and Lin Tsuitsui began to bow to each other as husband and wife. Send her to the bridal chamber. Surrounded by the crowd, the two were sent to the bridal chamber, but that was not the end. In the bridal chamber, the woman sat on the right and the man on the left, and then a woman came with a plate of gold coins, dried fruits and the like and threw them on the bed. He sprinkled the seeds while muttering something. Good luck and a long-lasting marriage. Then he took a pair of scissors and cut off a little bit of Hao Ren Lin Tsuitsui's hair, and combed them together. This is the heji, tying of the hair, ceremony. From then on, the two people become one and officially become a married couple, living together until old age. Then someone brought 2 cups of wedding wine, and each of them took a cup. They linked their arms and drank the wine in the cup together. Now the ceremony is over. Thousands of generations, eternal life. We will drink the wedding wine together and be together forever. As the woman sang loudly, everyone left the room. Only Lin Tsuitsui and Hao Ren were left. After all the hard work, both of them were exhausted. Sit on the bed and rest. Hao Ren peeled the dried fruits on the bed and fed them to Lin Tsuitsui. You must be tired, take a break. Lin Tsuitsui opened her mouth and ate the dried fruit, and also started peeling it for Hao Ren. Hao Ren will go out to toast later, and will be more tired than her. She was worried that Hao Ren had drunk too much, so she whispered to him. When we go out later, drink less. Let Mo Yuan, Pang Yun, Dizhuang and the others drink for you. Hao Ren laughed out loud when he heard this and stroked the tip of her nose with his finger. Don't worry, I won't get drunk. I won't miss our important event tonight. Seeing his evil smile, Lin Tsuitsui rolled her eyes at him and lightly hit him. What the hell are you thinking about every day? Hao Ren looked at his wife, who was dressed in gorgeous clothes, which made her look even more beautiful. I also feel emotional. After 2 lifetimes, he finally has a wife with whom he can spend his life, and she is so beautiful, gentle and virtuous. I feel a little excited. Reaching out and grabbing the other's hand. Looking at the beauty opposite with sincere eyes. Chui, from today on we are truly married. I will definitely treat you well in the future. We will have many more children. Say, I love you. After saying that, he put his mouth on it without saying anything. At first, Lin Tsuitsui shyly refused. But feeling this man's passion and sincerity. Thinking of the changes after his appearance. I thought I would always be criticized by others, saying that I was a bad luck star for my husband. I never thought that one day I would have such an outstanding husband. It also changed the lives of her entire family. I couldn't help but be moved. The two people's tongues intertwined and became passionate. It took a long time before we were willing to separate. Lin Tsuitsui blushed with shame, and Hao Ren did not dare to go any further. There are still many guests outside to attend to. Leaving Lin Tsuitsui to rest in the room. I have to go outside to toast the guests. The guests outside had already been seated and were ready to be served. Guzi, Dazhuang, Ernie and several other young men helped serve the dishes. Many people have been waiting for this moment. Just waiting for the feast. The fragrance had already spread throughout the yard. Many people started drooling. Someone even joked with Lin Lao San. Lao San, you are the master of this house. When is the feast going to start? Everyone must be getting hungry waiting for you. Lin Lao San smiled and replied, You're a starving ghost, wait, the food will be served soon. And there's wine. When they heard there was wine, many men's eyes lit up. They all urged to serve the food quickly. As everyone waited anxiously, the dishes were quickly served on the table. Braised pork with tofu, pork stew, four-joy meatballs, stewed crispy pork. The dog tells the customers the names of the dishes as he serves them. Every time a dish was served, people at the table would exclaim in surprise. Everyone felt that the dish was too sumptuous, and that their gifts were not enough. With a small jar of wine placed on each man's table, the atmosphere of the entire wedding banquet reached its climax. This is the bulk sorghum wine that Hao Ren bought at the mall, which was packed into a wine jar he bought specially for the occasion. Large quantity and enough. The guests were all waiting for Pang Su to be the first to pick up his chopsticks. Social status is still very important. Pang Su saw that everyone was looking at him with eager anticipation. Without being pretentious, he took a bite of food and drank a sip of wine. Shout, Dinner! Everyone started to attack the delicious food and wine on the table. Pang Su tasted the wine in his mouth. It was a little worse than the last time. But when he thought about how many people had prepared so much wine. This clear and pure liquor is quite luxurious. They started eating and drinking at the same time. He had a high status, so no one paid any attention to him as he just drank and ate. Wan Yikai was shocked again. This dish was luxurious enough, but it was not impossible if you had money. But it's obvious that this wine is not ordinary. I have never seen such a clean and pure liquor. I took a sip quietly and it was extremely spicy, but the aroma of the wine was lingering and made me feel comfortable all over. One Yukai looked around and saw that there was a jar on every table. Watching those country bumpkins filling their bowls with wine and drinking it casually, I felt a huge stimulation. What kind of family? Such extravagance? Chapter 62 Banquet. The people at other tables don't have as many ideas as one Yukai. Isn't this dish delicious? If you don't eat quickly, others will eat it all. He is worthy of being the chef of a big restaurant in the county. How come the dishes are so delicious? Although Hao Ren repeatedly felt that the 4 dishes were a bit simple, he was still influenced by later generations after all. I think a wedding banquet is considered lively only if there are more than a dozen dishes on the table. Little did they know that even the landlord Wan Yukai would consider these 4 dishes as a luxury. It's not that I can't afford it, but I feel that in the rural areas, other people's banquets are just a few slices of fat stewed with vegetables. Hao Ren's 4 dishes were too shocking. Du Chunyang was particularly happy today, and she kept picking up food for her 2 sisters-in-law at the same table. This was the wife of her younger brother from her natal family. She had always been dissatisfied with her family's poverty, and had never been nice to her. She was afraid that when she went to visit relatives at her mother's home, the old lady would ask her daughter to bring something back for her. So every time Du Chunyang went to visit relatives, she was stared at by her 2 sisters-in-law like a thief. Needless to say, the relationship between them is very close. Du Chunyang did it on purpose, constantly picking up pieces of meat for the 2 of them and putting them in front of them. The 2 women looked at the pile of meat in front of them and drooled, but they didn't dare to eat it. They were both frightened on this trip. Originally, Du Chunyang sent a letter to invite all the relatives of Tsui's wife to attend Tsui's wedding, but after receiving the invitation, they were shocked. She kept talking nonsense in front of the old lady and her husband. It was said that they were already suffering from famine, and word had already spread about her daughter Tsui, saying she was an unlucky person and no one dared to marry her. The sudden announcement that she was going to get married, and with a man she picked up, made Du Chunyang's 2 sisters-in-law think it was a conspiracy. The Lin family must have been unable to make ends meet, so they just randomly found a man to marry in order to cheat everyone out of the betrothal gifts. Maybe you will go to Xiaolin village and give the gift money but won't even be able to drink water. She refused to allow her family to come. In the end, it was only Mrs. Du who persuaded them to come. Old Madame Du tremblingly took out a few coins and said that it was to pay the betrothal gift for them, and they just had to go with her to have a meal. On this happy day, the Du family will be laughed at if they don't go. This made the 2 of them come here with their noses pinched. At first, he was sitting in Lin Lao San's shabby house waiting for the bride to come, and he was not in a good mood. But when Hao Ren's wedding procession arrived, the girls and their family came to show off the wedding money they had obtained by blocking the door. The 2 people realized something was wrong. Oh my god, it was too scary. Is this wedding money in the form of 20 copper coins per string? Isn't the Lin family's new son-in-law a beggar they picked up? Why is he so generous? City people don't spend money like this, do they? Without any explanation, he snatched the wedding money his child had received and put it in his arms. I'm already imagining how I'll spend the money. When they went to sit down at the table together with Lin Lao San and Du Chunyang's invitation, the 2 people have not yet woken up from their fantasy. It wasn't until I arrived at the new house that I was completely awakened by the shock. Looking at this big blue brick and tile house in front of me, is this the new home of Lin's son-in-law? I heard from Du Chunyang that her family will move in the future? The 2 sisters-in-law were shocked again. By the time they sat down and the food was served, they were both completely numb. Tired, destroy it. Seeing Du Chunyang enthusiastically inviting them to eat the food, the 2 of them no longer had their previous arrogance. He responded restrainedly. Eat, we eat, you eat too. Seeing them like this, Du Chunyang felt particularly relieved. She usually saw the faces of the 2 of them when she went to her mother's house to visit relatives. Why are you like this now? We really should have a couple of drinks on this happy occasion. You're such a fool, Guzzi. Why isn't there any wine at the women's table? Do you 2 want to drink? I'll get you a jar. No. No need. We don't drink. Old Mrs. Lin has now changed her previous sarcastic and domineering image, and now she is sitting there like a completely kind old lady. She wore a headband made of the new cloth that Hao Ren gave her. He enthusiastically picked up some food for Du Chunyang's mother, Old Lady Du, who was sitting next to him. In fact, Mrs. Du was also so shocked that she couldn't recover. The last time she came was 2 years ago, when the family was splitting up. Mrs. Lin at that time was completely different from now. Looking at this big house now, The old lady asked Mrs. Lin indirectly what was going on. Mrs. Lin immediately became interested. This all started when Chunyang and my third child carried Hao Ren back from the ditch. Old Mrs. Lin proudly gave a brief introduction of the situation. At the end, he proudly added, Hao Ren is a capable child, but the biggest contributors are Chunyang and my third child. Mother-in-law, you don't know that so many people didn't care at the time. Only Chunyang and Lao San carried him back. These two children are living so well now. You don't know that many young girls in our village are envious of them and are making trouble with their parents. Blame their parents for not carrying such a good son-in-law back home. In my opinion, they are a good match. Only Tsuitsui and Hao Ren are together, that's what we call a good match. Old Mrs. Du thought to herself, I don't believe you at all. What you say now is quite similar. If someone doesn't know you, they would think you are very kind and love your granddaughter very much. I've seen your face before. However, she also understood the general situation from the words. While she was shocked by the drastic change in Mrs. Lin, she was also happy that her granddaughter could have a good home. My daughter's family has finally made it, and they will have a good life in the future. I couldn't help but wipe away my tears. It's a pity that the old man didn't see this scene. He loved Tsuitsui the most back then. Seeing her wiping away tears, old Mrs. Lin hurried to persuade her. On a happy day, don't think about unhappy things, everything will be fine. Old Mrs. Du also apologized repeatedly, saying that she was happy and shouldn't cry. After taking a bite of the dish, I found that the meat was really delicious, soft, tender and fragrant, and even people with bad teeth can eat it. Soon Hao Ren, led by Lin Lao San, started toasting at each table. The first person to show respect was naturally Pang Su. Pang Su took the wine glass. He first said a blessing. I wish you and your wife 100 years of love and a long life together. Then raise your glass and drink it all. I drank 3 cups in a row before I gave up. Seeing that Hao Ren was about to continue pouring wine, he quickly waved his hand to stop him. My dear nephew! Now that we've eaten and drunk the wine, I'm leaving now. No one will be able to eat well while I'm here. Hao Ren still wanted to keep him, but Pang Su didn't give him a chance. We've had enough. Don't try to keep me here, go and serve the other guests. Stand up and walk out. Master Huang and Wu Er, who were sitting at the table nearby, immediately stood up. Follow along too. Master Huang bowed, said a few words of blessing, and followed Pang Su out. Wu Er bowed warmly and said, Young master, the wine and food in your house are truly delicious. I'm a rough man and can't speak, so I wish you many children, good fortune, and a long life. Now I'm leaving. After saying that, he strode out to chase the county magistrate and the legal advisor. Hao Ren also liked this free and easy man, so he waved goodbye to him. Looking at that handsome back. Brother Wu, I'm sorry for the poor hospitality today. Let's have a drink together some other day. Chapter 63. Each one has his own opinion? As expected by Pang Su. With the departure of the county magistrate, the atmosphere in the yard suddenly became much more lively, and most of the people there were rural men. Just now they were drinking and toasting each other in soft voices. Watching Pang Su leave, the tone of voice immediately rose a lot. In a little while, then came the lively sound of finger-guessing games. Wan Yukai finally recovered from his shock. He let out a long breath. Huh. I must have not checked the almanac before going out today. I received one fright after another throughout the day. I heard that there are people in this small mountain village who build brick houses to show off their power. I didn't expect that this young man was so familiar with the county magistrate. As a local landowner, he also holds the position of village head. Naturally, he wanted to find out everything about the county magistrate. This Pang Su was from Qingwu, a state next door, Shanzhou. He was from a family of officials and had numerous properties. They are a truly prestigious family, and he, a small landlord, cannot compare with them. Just look at the fact that he can be the magistrate of a county in Jeju. You can tell that he has connections all over the place. Otherwise, how could he hold a position here? In this dynasty, there is a saying that county magistrates should not serve in their hometowns. Jeju and Danzhou are said to be 2 states, separated by only a few hundred miles. There weren't many county magistrates in the Song dynasty who lived hundreds of miles away from their hometowns, right? I heard that he has a younger brother who is an imperial censor in the capital, and he has direct access to the emperor's ears. We can't afford to offend this family. And this Hao Ren is not only good friends with his son. Judging from his attitude towards Hao Ren, he kept calling him his nephew, and it was obvious that he treated him as his own son or nephew. I was also scared for a while. It's all my fault for being so reckless and causing trouble without even asking for details. When did such a person appear in this poor mountain valley? Fortunately, I didn't offend him to death today. I will find an opportunity to ease the relationship in the future. Seeing Hao Ren come back to toast again, Wan Yukai stood up respectfully. Pang Se left, and Hao Ren served it to Mo Yugan and Wan Yukai first. Mo Yugan took the wine, said a few words of blessing, and drank the wine in the glass. Wan Yukai saw Hao Ren wanted to drink with them. He stopped Hao Ren in a flattering way. Brother, please stop drinking. Don't delay tonight's important event. I, your brother, shamelessly drank a few glasses of your wedding wine today. I will definitely come to your house with a generous gift to apologize in person someday. And I will also make up for the gift money. In fact, he has money in his pocket. How could he not carry money? But now it would be even more inappropriate to give gifts as gifts. Doesn't that prove that I'm really here to cause trouble? I might as well lie and say I didn't have any money and just happened to meet him by chance. I will visit you another day to make up the gift money. Maybe we can even make a good connection. Then he pretended to be stupid and said, Brother, I like you and want to make friends with you. I have a daughter at home. She is only 16 years old this year, and she is as beautiful as a flower. How about I send her to you someday? No need to give her a name. She was born to a concubine anyway. What do you think? Brother. Hao Ren felt a headache after hearing this. What the hell was going on? This landlord surnamed Wang first came to pick a fight with an arrogant attitude. Now he has become so flattering. Looking at his fat face with a flattering look on his face. Rejected repeatedly. Stop it, calling me brother and giving my daughter away is such a mess? What's the matter? You call me brother and I call you father-in-law, so let's just talk about our own affairs, okay? Mr. Wang, today is my big wedding day, no jokes. Since you happen to see me getting married today, it's only natural that you drink a glass of wedding wine. As for the apology gift and the daughter, don't mention it again. Don't mention it again. Seeing Hao Ren's embarrassed face when he left, a cunning look appeared in Wang Youcai's eyes. He finally got away with it. If he pretended to be stupid and made a fool of himself like this, he wouldn't hold a grudge against me, right? But if he really agrees, it's not impossible. The concubine has given birth to so many daughters, so just give one of them as a relative. Maybe it's better. I feel a little regretful when I think about this. What a pity. Only then did I really relax and drink and eat. I was so frightened that I couldn't taste the food. Now I realize that this dish is quite delicious. Wow! This wine is good. Not only does it look beautiful, it tastes so spicy and refreshing. Unconsciously, Wan Yukai increased the frequency of his hands. What a good wine! This wine is strong! Lin Tseitse's uncle is as dull as Lin Lao-san and not very good at speaking. Looking at this tall and handsome young man in front of me, I can only praise the wine he toasted for being delicious. The second uncle added, My child, your uncle and I are both bad at speaking, and we farmers don't know how to say nice words. I just hope that you and Tseitse can live a good life in the future. When you have time, come visit our place and meet our relatives. Second uncle will take you into the mountains to hunt for wild game. After saying that, he raised his head and drank the wine in the glass. Hao Ren toasted at each table, and everyone stood up and offered their blessings enthusiastically. Knowing that I have some important things to do tonight, didn't let Hao Ren drink more. But Mo Yuan, Pang Yun, De Zhuang and others behind him could not escape. If the groom doesn't drink, you have to. The country boy was a little reserved at first, not daring to be too enthusiastic towards the two handsome young men, Pang Yun and Mo Yuan. Until De Zhuang couldn't bear it anymore and was carried away. As the crowds got more and more excited, they began to turn their attention to the two young men from the city. The country folks don't talk much, and it's a rare opportunity to drink with such a noble man. This will be something I can brag about in the future. When he came in front of the two of them, he drank the wine in the glass in one gulp without any nonsense. An expression that says, I'll do whatever you want. Mo Yuan and Pang Yun were young and energetic, and they were not arrogant. I don't mean to look down on country people. These are all Hao Ren's villagers. How could the two of them stand this when they saw the smug expressions on the men's faces? Who's afraid of who when it comes to drinking? Dry. At the end, even the dog drank 2 cups. The dog looked very excited. It was finally my turn. Just took a sip. Suddenly his whole face turned red. The veins on the neck are exposed. Puff. The dog spit out the wine in his mouth. Why is it so spicy? He had never drunk before. In the past, Hao Ren and his friends always stopped him from drinking. Today I finally found an opportunity. I'm so excited. I spit it all out as soon as it entered my mouth. Is this the intoxicating wine they drink? Looking at the dog's embarrassment, everyone burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha! By the end, almost all the men were drunk. This wine is a bulk sorghum wine made by Hao Ren. The alcohol content is not high enough for someone who has only tasted fermented wine with an alcohol content of 10 to 20%. It's still too intense. The banquet is not over yet. Some people who can't drink much are already staggering. Hao Ren watched them drinking happily and ignored them. I shook my head helplessly. Arrived at the last few tables. Chapter 64. I'm willing to do it for you. There aren't that many people here urging you to drink. The village chief who was sitting next to Old Man Lin waved his hand. If you're hungry, find a place to eat. We don't need your toasts, and we two old men don't need your care. Old Man Lin on the side also signaled Hao Ren to go eat. The two old guys were enjoying themselves with wine and food. No need to toast or anything. It's your own child, so there's no need for that. Hao Ren saw that the two of them were enjoying themselves without having to worry about anything. Then I went to the next table where Mrs. Lin was sitting. Du Chunyang saw it and came over to introduce him. Hao Ren, this is your grandma. Du Chunyang pointed at the old woman next to Old Lady Lin and said to him. Hao Ren looked at the kind-faced old lady and respectfully called her Grandma. Mrs. Du looked at him with satisfaction, held his hand excitedly, and told him to be good to Tsuitsui in the future. Let them both live a good life. Hao Ren naturally agreed. Tsuitsui will definitely be well in the future. Who would have a daughter-in-law like this and treat her like a treasure? Then Hao Ren looked at his mother-in-law. Mom, it's rare for Grandma to come over, so you can let her stay for a few days and have a good chat with her. Anyway, we have a lot of houses now, so we can accommodate her. Then he asked again. Where's Tsuitsui? Has she eaten? Seeing her son-in-law being so thoughtful, Du Chunyang, who had originally wanted to let her mother stay, was naturally very happy. And the son-in-law cares so much about his daughter. Don't worry, she won't starve. Your sister-in-law just brought her food into the house, and she's eating it there. Hao Ren felt relieved after hearing this. Oh right, Mom! I want to toast everyone with Tsuitsui. Is that okay? What are the rules here? Du Chunyang thought for a moment and replied. In our countryside, it's usually the men who make the toasts. There's no tradition of the new bride making the toasts, but it's not that particular either. If you want to toast, just ask Tsuitsui to come out. We're all from the same village and are relatives. There's nothing wrong with not going out and meeting people. Hao Ren was naturally very happy to see that he had no objection. There is no such idea of male superiority and female inferiority. From now on, he and Lin Tsuitsui will be married. His wife has been accused of so many rumors. It's time to take this opportunity to clear her name. When Hao Ren entered the room, Lin Tsuitsui was still eating by herself. She was already hungry after a busy morning. The food was so delicious and there was no one else in the room. Lin Tsuitsui was very relaxed and didn't pay much attention to her image. Hao Ren's sudden entrance startled her. Before she could swallow the food in her mouth, she looked over in panic. Hao Ren looked at his wife's mouth, which was bulging, and she looked at him in horror. When he found that there was no one else around, he suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and started eating slowly again. I was so amused by her cute look. There was no one else here, and she was eating so sweetly. Hao Ren was also hungry, and saw a set of unused bowls and chopsticks next to him. I picked it up and started eating it silently. So on this joyous day, outside, people are drinking wedding wine in a lively atmosphere. Hao Ren and his wife huddled together, busy working on the dishes on the table. From time to time, the two of them would deliberately fight for it. The person who gets it will give the other a provocative look. From time to time, the sound of two people playing and teasing could be heard in the room. The picture is indescribably warm and romantic. After the two of them had eaten and drunk their fill, Hao Ren told Lin Tsuitsui about his thoughts. Lin Tsuitsui was a little hesitant at first, so she just said whatever she wanted to say. Why should I, a woman, go out? But seeing Hao Ren's determined expression, she couldn't bear to refuse him. I had no choice but to nod gently and follow my husband's arrangements. When Hao Ren and Lin Tsuitsui came to the middle of the yard hand in hand, the noisy crowd suddenly quieted down. The men who were drinking and playing finger-guessing games stopped to see what they wanted to do. There's no way, it's too eye-catching. Both of them were wearing gorgeous and beautiful wedding clothes. The man was handsome and the woman was beautiful, and they stood there. It's impossible not to attract people's attention. Hao Ren saw the crowd suddenly quiet down. Everyone looked at him, and was a little surprised. This effect has already occurred before I even said anything? It's really unexpected. He took 2 glasses of wine and handed one to Lin Tsuitsui. Then he stood in the open space in the yard, looked at his lovely wife beside him, and looked around. Noticing everyone's eyes were on him, he cleared his throat and began to speak. First of all, thank you all for coming to our wedding ceremony. Tsuitsui and I thank you all. As he said this, he and Lin Tsuitsui bowed to everyone around him. Everyone knows that it wasn't easy for us to be together. Although Tsuitsui is pretty, she still hasn't found a husband at the age of 18 because of some rumors. Some people say she's unlucky and brings bad luck to her husband, and everyone knows that. And I, on the other hand, was stranded here all by myself and nearly starved to death. If only my father-in-law and mother-in-law hadn't carried me back home. He even lent me millet to support me, otherwise I wouldn't be alive today. I heard some discussions in the crowd. Yes, it's really not easy for these two kids to be together. Old Mrs. Lin looked a little unnatural, as she was also partly to blame at the beginning. Hao Ren stopped the discussion and continued. Everyone has seen it now. Ever since Tsuitsui and I have been together, our lives have been getting better and better. Now we have even built this big blue brick and tile house. Our lives will definitely get better and better. And as you can see, we've built a workshop next to the yard. We'll be hiring people to work there, so anyone with free time can come and work. Not only does she provide food, but she also pays me. From now on, Tsuitsui and I will be officially married. I don't want anyone to say anything bad behind my back. She is my wife. You guys talk about her, I won't agree. Everyone in the crowd was extremely envious of this golden boy and beautiful girl, so who would have the time to gossip about Lin Tsuitsui? They heard that Hao Ren was even looking for workers, providing meals and pay. Someone immediately shouted. Don't worry, Tsuitsui grew up under our care. If anyone dares to say anything bad about her in the future, we will tear her mouth apart. This statement immediately aroused people's agreement. Yes, Tsuitsui is very lucky for her husband now. Look at her current family business. No one is allowed to say anything unpleasant to her from now on. Seeing this performance in the crowd, Hao Ren nodded with satisfaction. This is the effect he wants, no matter what means he uses. As long as my wife can live happily and not be affected by rumors, he is willing to do it. Looking at Lin Tsuitsui, who was so moved beside him, Hao Ren grabbed her hand and said affectionately, As long as you are happy, I am willing to do anything for you. Chapter 65. A Spring Night. The two of them clasped their hands tightly together. There is no need to say anything more at this moment. After a long time, the two reluctantly separated their gazes. Hao Ren calmed down his excitement and continued to speak emotionally to the crowd. Everyone knows that I ended up here all alone, without a father or mother, and without any relatives at home. I almost starved to death. It was Tsuitsui's parents who took me in and married such a good girl like Tsuitsui to me. From now on, I will settle down here. Xiaolin village is my home, and Tsuitsui's parents are also my parents. After saying this, everyone seemed a little depressed. Then he joked. Of course. Even though I call you dad and mom, I'm not a live-in son-in-law. Ha ha. Everyone in the crowd was amused by his words. Ha 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 ha. Holding Lin Tsuitsui's hand, the two raised their glasses together. My husband and I would like to offer you a glass of wine. Please take good care of us in the future. Dry. Love, and a long-lasting marriage. Everyone was touched and expressed their blessings. The banquet finally came to an end. Most of the men in Xiaolin village were drunk. Few of them could stand and walk properly, and they were supported by their wives and children as they walked home. Many women cursed their men as they walked, saying, You've never seen wine? Wine is more familiar to you than your father. Drink to death. Mo Yuan and Peng Yin also came to say goodbye. It's getting late, let's go back. Come to the county town to play with us that day. Hao Ren didn't bother to be polite with them. He took out 4 small jars of wine from the house and handed them to the two of them. The two people immediately became beaming, each holding 2 jars in their arms and refusing to let go. Haha, you really understand us. It's worth it for us to help you all the time. Okay, go see off the other guests. We're leaving now. After saying this, he stopped talking to Hao Ren and walked away happily with the wine in his arms. After watching the two of them leave, I turned around and heard my mother-in-law arguing with Mrs. Du. Du Chunyang kept asking her mother to stay for 2 days, but old Mrs. Du felt it was inconvenient and refused to stay, insisting on leaving. Old Mrs. Lin, standing by, rarely spoke up for her daughter-in-law. Mother-in-law, please stay for a few days. You've seen how filial the children are. There are plenty of rooms, and we can accommodate you. Hao Ren on the side also helped and said, Yes, Grandma, you can stay for 2 days. Besides, there are so many leftovers and we can't finish them all. Please help us eat some. Seeing how enthusiastic they were in trying to keep her, Mrs. Du had no choice but to agree to stay for a few days. Happy Du Chunyang took her mother's arm and walked into the house. The two aunts were left looking at Hao Ren eagerly. Their eyes seemed to say that they could also stay and help eat the leftovers. Hao Ren simply ignored their expectant glances and said to his two uncles, "Uncle, Aunt, it's getting late. I won't keep you here any longer. I'll visit you some other time when I'm free, and you can take me hunting in the mountains." The two men readily agreed. Then he took his wife, who was reluctant to leave, and called his children to go home together. Du Chunyang couldn't help but bring 2 bowls of dishes and ran after them to give to her 2 brothers' wives, which made them extremely happy. The 2 women kept looking back as they walked, as they didn't want to leave. Until seeing that Hao Ren really had no intention of keeping her. Then he slowly followed his family and disappeared from Hao Ren's sight. Hao Ren was about to go back with Mrs. Lin's support when he saw his eldest aunt leading 2 cousins towards him. "This is Lin Tsaitsui's aunt. She married far away and they didn't have much contact. We had introduced each other before, so Hao Ren also knew him." "Mom, let's go back. The road is long, and it's too late to walk in the dark." Seeing that most of the guests had left, Mrs. Lin said with an unhappy look on her face, "Why didn't Mr. Li come? Did he go out drinking and gambling again and can't be found?" No. He had something to do, so he didn't come." A little girl behind him said indignantly. No. Grandma, my father didn't let us come and said we were all money-losing goods. He also beat my mother and went to gamble again." When Mrs. Lin heard that it was almost the same as what she had guessed, she was so angry. Go! Why are you in such a hurry? Are you asking for a beating? I told you not to marry him, but you didn't listen and fell for his sweet talk. You didn't live up to your expectations and couldn't even give birth to a son. You deserve to be bullied by others. Stay for a few days, don't leave. I can't just watch you and your mother starve to death. Look how thin Dia and Arya have become." When they heard that they could stay for a few days, the 2 girls behind him were delighted. Lin Xionyang was still hesitating. She didn't want to stay at her mother's house and eat and drink for free. She also knew her mother well, and she would definitely not let her off with her words. Seeing that she refused, the 2 girls behind her pulled her sleeves. "Mom, if I don't go back, Dad will get drunk and beat me again." Hao Ren finally understood the general idea. He also tried to persuade her to stay. "And please stay for a few days. It's a rare opportunity for you to visit relatives. Please spend more time talking to Grandma." Old Mrs. Lin still looked unhappy, but after all, they were her own daughters, so she forced the 3 of them to stay with a cold face. All the guests left, leaving only our family members. They began to clean up the mess in the yard, while women and children washed dishes. Hao Ren and Lin Laosen dismantled all the makeshift stoves in the yard, and everyone else got drunk. After finally cleaning up, everyone was exhausted. We simply ate some leftovers from lunch. Everyone in the old house went home to rest. Chen was walking around with a bowl of leftovers in her hand, showing off the contents of the bowl to everyone she met. All of them are the braised meatballs and fried tofu that were not used up at lunch. It makes others envious. Chen's steps became even more proud. Hao Ren was worried that the old house would not be enough for him, so he wanted to let his aunt and her mother live in the new house. But the eldest aunt was unwilling to do so, and in the end it was the old lady who made the decision. Nor did they listen to Du Chunyang's suggestion of letting them live in their hometown. Instead, Xiao Chao was allowed to come and live with sisters Zhao Yanan and Zhao Yali, and the 3 of them slept in Xiao Cao's bed. This suggestion is welcomed by everyone. Xiao Chao and Zhao Yali are getting along very well now. It seems that they have developed feelings for each other after living together for so long. Finally, when it got dark, we lit the red candles. After a busy day, Hao Ren, Lin and Tsuitsui finally experienced the rare quiet time that belonged to them. Seeing his wife fiddling with the candle flame, Hao Ren immediately took her into his arms. "This is our wedding night. Tsuitsui, do you know what to say next?" Lin Tsuitsui put her arms around Hao Ren's strong waist and back, feeling the other's masculine scent, and her heart was beating wildly. Too shy to look up, she asked quietly, "What should I say next?" Looking at the beauty in his arms, Hao Ren breathed heavily and suddenly picked her up by the waist. "The next line is a single moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. Ha 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 ha." Holding Lin Tsuitsui, he walked towards the bed. The following is paid content, which can be seen by sending gifts. Chapter 66, Useless System Mall. The next day, Hao Ren got up refreshed and went running as usual. With a happy smile on his face, he greets everyone he sees. It is true that people feel refreshed when good things happen to them. Many people in Xiaolin village are now familiar with him. Some of them can hardly close their mouths when looking at Hao Ren. I jokingly said, "Hey! Why did the groom get up so early? Are you reluctant to leave the beautiful young lady in bed? You look so energetic, it seems you didn't get tired last night?" In the countryside, if someone makes dirty jokes to you, it means they don't treat you as an outsider. Hao Ren has heard even more explicit words than this. Hao Ren stopped and straightened his back. I'm in good health. I can work out all night without feeling tired. I see you're feeling weak. Do you want to run with me for some exercise? Others who were joking with him didn't expect Hao Ren to say that and thought he would be shy. This made everyone burst into laughter. It seems that this kid has become more shameless recently. Someone else came over and asked, Hao Ren, we've got a wife and a new house, but when are we going to start the workshop? We have to get started before the wheat harvest. Hao Ren also felt that this matter should be put on the agenda. I will discuss it with the village chief and come up with a set of rules. We won't need so many people in the early stage. Let's try to have one person from each family come to work first. Seeing that everyone was eager to try, Hao Ren poured some cold water on them. Let me be frank. I don't want anyone who's dishonest or dishonest. Even if I hire you into my workshop, you'll be sent home if you don't do your job properly. Everyone acted as if it was their due. This was as it should be. With such good conditions, anyone who didn't work hard deserved to be sent home. At the same time, I secretly made up my mind that I must perform well and strive to get in first. After all, I was supposed to get 3 full meals a day and be paid. Where can I find such a job? Even if I work in the county town, they won't necessarily hire me. It's not as comfortable as being at home. Hao Ren said a few simple words to everyone and continued running. Before I traveled through time, I was a big fat guy who was too lazy to move. I was just a loser. Now that I'm in better shape and look more handsome, my willpower has become even stronger. I can keep running every day just to keep fit, which I never dared to think about before. After running all sweaty and returning home, Hao Ren simply took a shower and changed his clothes before going to the dining table to prepare for dinner. I moved around a bit on the chair next to the round table. Well, it felt good. I could finally sit down and eat properly. Say goodbye to the history of eating on the ground while sitting on a small stool. Breakfast was simple: rice porridge mixed with millet, white flour buns, a small dish of pickles, and a bowl of leftovers. Yes, we haven't finished eating the leftovers from yesterday's banquet, and now we are eating the leftovers. All the leftovers on the table yesterday were collected and put into a big basin. Du Chunyang and Da Zhuang's wife Sun Xiaolan were seen delivering leftovers door to door. Hao Ren was stunned. The leftovers on the table were almost eaten up, and most of what was left was soup. Shouldn't it be thrown away? Who would want it if he gave it to someone else? But in his surprised eyes, the neighbors who received the leftovers all had warm smiles on their faces, as if they had received a great favor. He kept thanking her and insisted on walking Du Chunyang the long way before he gave up. Hao Ren was already confused. Okay, it seemed like I was getting carried away. Didn't I also enjoy eating the leftovers from the rural banquets when I was a kid? Don't worry about it and do what you are good at. Hao Ren thought about it and thought about what he was good at. It seemed that he could not do anything except eating. Then eat it, make something new and different for lunch, enough with the leftovers. More than half a month has passed, and the vegetables planted on the back slope are now edible. I am really grateful for the rain. Now I can eat vegetables openly. Otherwise you have to buy it secretly in the mall. Talking about this mall makes Hao Ren angry. What a broken system, what a broken mall. When I first opened the mall, this condition was not met, and that condition was not met. Hao Ren thought this mall was really high-end. Until a few days ago, Hao Ren saw that the chicken coop and pig house were built, and wanted to raise some chicks and piglets in them. I just realized that there are no chicks or piglets in his store. The most annoying thing is that he doesn't sell chicks or piglets, but chicken feed and pig feed. What the hell is this mall for? When I was starving, I felt so lucky to be able to buy steamed buns and rice in the mall. So the system gives me this, and the only thing I can buy in your mall is rice bread? Don't think I don't know, other people's systems are activated by awakening their talents and abilities. You can buy anything in their mall. Aircraft, cannons, guns, ammunition, and even generals. Wouldn't it be nice to buy a Lubu to protect me? Come to me and give me some of this broken system mall? I want to complain. I want fairness. System? System? Can you respond? If you ignore me again, I won't live anymore, okay? Let's die together. Ding! Sensing the host's needs, do you want to activate the self-destruct device? If activated, the system program and the host will be destroyed together. This is irreversible. 5, 4, 3. Come on, let's hurt each other. Hao Ren was anxious. No, no, no! Don't destroy yourself! Keep it, keep it! Why is this system so awesome? The system didn't respond for a long time. Hao Ren muttered to himself. Forget it, forget it. Just think of it as my system being eaten by a dog. Life must go on. I can only console myself that at least the system still has some history books about this era that I can buy. It's better to study it myself than nothing. At least I can buy some food I want to eat. That's it. With this stupid system, I just have to make do with it. What else can I do? At noon, Hao Ren asked a few people to help him make dumplings with leeks and eggs. After eating meat for several days in a row, he wanted to eat something lighter. The whole family worked together and finished wrapping it quickly. Watch the beautiful dumplings flying up and down in the boiling pot. Add some cold water after the pot boils. It was almost done when we continued to open it. The vegetarian dumplings were so cooked. I took it out and put it on a plate. I couldn't wait to pinch one and put it in my mouth. I didn't care about the heat and ate it whole. Smells good. Zhao Yali, who was extremely greedy, looked at him eagerly. How is it? Is it delicious? Hao Ren took one and put it in the little girl's mouth. The little girl didn't mind the heat and ate it with a smacking of her lips. You can tell it's delicious without even looking at it. Her eyebrows are almost curved. It's obvious that she is enjoying the meal. Brother-in-law! It's delicious! This sound almost scared Hao Ren to death. He looked back guiltily, but luckily there was no one around. What are you calling me? Call me brother. Who is your brother-in-law? Zhao Yali answered innocently. That's right. You are Sister Tsaitsui's man, so it's right to call me brother-in-law. Hao Ren glanced at him and said, No shit! Stop yelling! Serve your plates and eat! The little girl walked out with her head down, tongue out, holding the plate in her hand, mumbling non-stop as she walked. You're so stingy. If you don't want to scream, then don't scream. You're not a man at all, scared like this. Chapter 67 Dumplings. After the dumplings were served, Mrs. Du asked her daughter while holding the bowl tremblingly. Is this how you usually eat? Du Chunyang had no choice but to answer her. Mom, we don't usually eat like this. Seeing that Mrs. Du looked relieved, Du Chunyang added. We usually eat meat-filled ones. This leek and egg one is the first time I've ever eaten it. It only grew after the rain. Seeing that Mrs. Du was a little confused, Du Chunyang explained the situation to her mother in detail. In fact, not long ago, their family could not even have enough to eat for 2 meals. Since Hao Ren came, the family conditions have been improving. Hao Ren can make money, and everyone has enough to eat. Even Hu Zi has grown taller recently. That's why we have good food, and now we have built such a big house for the whole family to move in. Life at home will definitely be better in the future. So don't worry, old lady, just eat as much as you want. Now we can eat white flour and rice at home every day. After hearing this, Mrs. Du nodded continuously. As a mother, she was definitely happy that her daughter's family was getting better and better. She also picked up a dumpling and put it in her mouth. The delicious taste of eggs and leeks burst out in her mouth. These chive and egg dumplings are so delicious. Fresh and bright. Then he remembered something and continued to ask his daughter. What's wrong with your old lady? Why is she like a different person? She clearly remembered that her daughter and the old lady had a huge fight over Tsaitsui's matter, and the family was even divided. Yesterday I saw that the relationship between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law was pretty good. They could still talk to each other, unlike before when they were like they had no contact with each other. Du Chunyang curled her lips and said, What else can I do? She has a good life but still dares to cause trouble. How can she do that? Mom, you don't know, some time ago, everyone in the old house worked at my house, and we had 3 full meals a day, sometimes with meat. If Hao Ren didn't let them come, would they be able to live such a good life? And Hao Ren, that kid, would also make the old lady happy. I gave her a few feet of cloth some time ago. You don't know how happy the old lady was. She praised him to everyone she met. Now she looks at Hao Ren more warmly than her own grandson. She is waiting for Hao Ren to take care of her in her old age. Seeing that her daughter was still resentful, Mrs. Du had no choice but to enlighten her. You are still the same. You would rather die than ever have anything to do with anyone you have a grudge against. I think you can't see what's happening to you as clearly as the man in Tsaitsui's family. Hao Ren is a very experienced person. He has a good relationship with the village chief and the old house. This is the real way to gain a foothold in the village. Otherwise, in the countryside, you live alone, and you won't be able to survive without help when you encounter any problems. Although you have separated, the family tree is still there, so you are still a family. Let's get along well with each other in the future, and we'll have help in the village if we encounter any problems. Du Chunyang actually understood, but when she saw her own mother she couldn't help but complain a few words. Mom, I know everything. Hao Ren said the same thing. After all, there's no deep hatred. We're all family, and there are some things that just a few of us can't handle. The old house really helped a lot. Mrs. Du was relieved to see that she thought this way. Let those bad things in the past go. Now that life is getting better, we still have to help those who need it. Otherwise, if you guys just eat and drink delicious food every day and ignore the old house for a long time, people in the village will gossip about you. I know, mother. I'm not that petty. I just gave the old lady 2 bowls of dumplings. It just so happened that her aunt came over. Those 2 girls are pitiful people too. Old Mrs. Du also had a general understanding of Saitsui's aunt's situation. The mother and daughter sighed at the same time. Alas! Well, Lin Xunyang sighed and watched her 2 daughters carefully eat the dumplings in their bowls. The dumplings were made of white flour, which the 2 children had never seen before, and they were afraid to eat them at first. The 2 girls, the older one is 16 years old and the younger one is only 8 years old. They are so hungry that their bones are visible. They have rarely had a full meal since they were young and they are often beaten. They really suffered by following me. Old Mrs. Lin picked up a few more dumplings for the 2 maids and also gave 2 to Lin Xunyang. He said with a bad face. Eat. Look at how thin the 2 children are. If it were you, I would say you should divorce Li Lao San. After all, she is a girl and she is not worth it. Bring them back to Xiaolin village so they won't starve to death. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to see you 3 next year. Lin Xunyang didn't answer and was about to return the dumplings to the old lady's bowl. As long as the child eats it, she won't eat it. Old man Lin looked at his only daughter, who was once the treasure in his hands, but now she was devastated by life. My heart ached. Eat it. You 3 mothers have never eaten before. The old house has not been short of food recently. We are all helping Hao Ren work at the 3rd brother's house and have 3 meals a day. Sometimes Hao Ren would send over 2 bowls when he wanted something delicious. He's already had these dumplings 2 or 3 times recently. After hearing what her father said, Lin Xunyang finally agreed to eat. As soon as the food entered her mouth, tears started to fall uncontrollably. Seeing her mother like this, the 2 daughters put down their chopsticks and busied themselves wiping her tears. It took a long time for her to calm down, and when she opened her mouth, she didn't know what to say. 3rd brother's family has changed so much. Saitsui is so lucky to have found a man who loves her so much. Mrs. Lin was also interested when she heard this. Shui is lucky. She has waited for so many years and finally got such a good marriage. Hao Ren is also a promising child. He's only been here a short time and already built up such a large fortune. The key is that the child is also filial. There's really no one in our village as sensible as him. After the old lady finished speaking, she habitually adjusted the new headband on her head with her hand. It was made of cloth given to her by Hao Ren. Boss Lin was also trying to persuade his sister. You and Yang, if you really can't make it, just come back. We're all working for Hao Ren. If you go there, will he really want you? After all, you're Saitsui's aunt. You 3 will never starve. Lin Yunyang looked at her 2 daughters, who were looking forward to seeing her. But she was a woman, and she was returning to her parents' home with her 2 daughters. Is it really possible? Mom and Dad, let's talk about it later. If we really can't make it, I won't care about anything anymore and will just bring Dia and Arya back. I'm worried that you will be gossiped about by then. Old Mrs. Lin glared. Who dares to gossip? I told Hao Ren Workshop not to let him go. Chapter 68. It's so hard to act cool. Life cannot always be exciting. After the joy of getting married, Hao Ren returned to a normal life. After dinner, I took paper and pen to Shi Wenhao to ask him for calligraphy lessons and then arrived at the school. Shi Wenhao was busy copying books. In the next house, the children were reading by themselves. The sky and earth are dark yellow, the universe is vast and boundless. The sun and the moon wax and wane, and the stars are lined up. Winter comes and summer goes, autumn harvests and winter stores. The leap year makes up the year, and the musical scale and pitch adjust to the sun. Hao Ren came to Shi Wenhao and saw that he was also copying the 1,000-character classic that the children were reading. Hao Ren was a little puzzled as he saw that many of the characters were difficult for him to recognize. The children already knew these characters. How could they have progressed so quickly in such a short time? Brother Shi, what book are you copying? Is this all the children have learned now? Only then did Shi Wenhao notice that Hao Ren had arrived. He put down his brush and carefully put the copied books aside. Then he respectfully said to Hao Ren, "This is the 100 family names and 1,000-character classic that I used for my enlightenment. Let the children learn to recite them first. As for the meaning and writing, let them learn it slowly later." That's how it all came about. Hao Ren suddenly realized these are 100 family surnames and 1,000-character classic. He had heard of them too. They were ancient enlightenment reading materials. So I blurted out, "Why don't you copy the 3-character classic? Isn't that the enlightenment reading material 3,000? Seeing Shi Wenhao looking at him with a puzzled expression, he asked, What's the three-character classic? I've never heard of it. Oh no. Hao Ren thought, could it be that it hasn't been written yet? Well, it might be a book I happened to read before. I'll go back and look for it and show it to you in a few days. Hao Ren did not bother to ask for calligraphy advice anymore, and went home to study the books in the mall in his room. This mall is not completely useless. At least it has a small plugin that can be used to check any information. It took me a long time to find the relevant books. It turns out that the three-character classic was written by Wang Yinglin in the Southern Song dynasty. It is only now in the Northern Song dynasty. I can take it out and satisfy my addiction to copying books. I can't let myself down as a time traveler, right? I also want to try the addiction of copying books to show off and get slapped in the face. Why are all the books in this mall in simplified Chinese? I have to convert them into modern fonts. Fortunately, the three-character classic is not long. Thinking that I could also try the feeling of showing off, I felt happy and no longer felt tired, so I bent over the desk and started copying. Just treat it as practicing calligraphy. Once we get this book out, we'll be considered great literary figures, right? Wouldn't that make everyone admire him? Hao Ren thought happily. When people are born, their nature is good, natures are similar, but habits make them different. If you don't teach, your nature will change. The way to teach is to be focused. Hao Ren read and copied, and gradually immersed himself in it. No wonder it has been passed down to later generations. This three-character classic is written with great skill. Easy to understand and read. Classics are classics, mine, ha ha ha. But as I was copying, I felt something was wrong. I broke out in a cold sweat looking at the sentence I had just written. The Yan Song dynasty arose, received the Zhou dynasty's abdication, and after 18 generations, the North and the South were mixed. The 17 histories are all here, recording the order and chaos, and revealing the rise and fall of nations. Look at Wang Yinglin, he was from the Southern Song dynasty. Now it is the Northern Song dynasty. They are both from the Song dynasty, so it is still the same dynasty. It should be fine to take it out. So this was written by Wang Yinglin after the fall of the Southern Song dynasty? Luckily I copied it myself first. If I take this out and a bad guy sees it, my life will be in danger. It's not popular to talk about the Northern Song dynasty or the Southern Song dynasty nowadays. There is no such saying. That is our great Song dynasty. Hao Ren, you are a traitor, a treacherous villain. Our great Song dynasty is majestic and powerful, blessing the world with peace and prosperity. You actually said that my Song dynasty was divided into the Northern and Southern dynasties and there were only 18 emperors in total? His behavior is shameful. His heart is despicable. I traveled through time and did nothing, so I just copied a book and thought I was showing off. Will he be convicted of treason and beheaded? Thinking of this scene, I couldn't help but shudder. Why the hell is it so hard for me to show off and get slapped in the face? Hao Ren wiped the sweat off his face, put down his pen and read on. Don't copy it yet, figure it out first. I saw another sentence at the end. Su Laoquan, at the age of 27, began to study hard. He knew about Su Laoquan, he had learned about it in school. Su Shi was his father, so this sentence was not allowed. This person should not be dead now, right? At this moment, thousands of miles away in Meishan, Sichuan, a scholar who looked to be about 26 or 27 years old sneezed violently. The friend next to him asked with concern, Brother Mingyun, are you okay? The scholar-like figure stood up and bowed, saying goodbye. Maybe I caught a cold last night. It's nothing serious. Everyone, please sit down. I'm going home to put on some more clothes. It's time to go back to study. Goodbye. After saying that, he turned around, bowed and left. After he walked away, someone said disdainfully, Isn't this Susun taking the opportunity to leave and not paying for the tea? He's still studying? He must be 26 or 27, right? What has he been doing? The others also burst into laughter. In their eyes, is it useful to start studying hard at the age of 26 or 27? If Su Shi, who was born 3 years later, heard this, he would definitely sneer. My father, Su Sun and Su Mingyun, was a great writer and a great literary giant. The three of us are known as the 8 great Sus of the Tang dynasty, or the 3 Sus. You ordinary people know nothing. Of course, Su Shi, who was not yet born, could not say this, and Hao Ren could not just copy books blindly. I was scratching my head and thinking, damn, I wanted to copy some books to show off, but why am I different from others? It's too difficult, it's so difficult for me. His eloquence has attracted thousands of worshippers, and he is very famous. It's so tiring that you can't even understand what you're copying from a book. Oh, I won't say any more. I can't give up on this. I've already copied most of it. Hurry up and revise it, delete all the people and things related to the Song dynasty. Forget it, don't try to show off and make yourself look bad, just let the students in the school use it as an enlightenment reading material. Copying books is too hard. How about poetry instead? Looks like he's planning on reciting some poems from later generations to show off? Isn't this Su Laochuan's son Su Shi? Just take him. When will that bright moon appear? I will be able to recite it. I'll also look for the others in the mall and copy them all for him. Hao Ren was revising and copying the book at the same time, and he couldn't help but think angrily. Su Shi, do you have a grudge against our Su family? Although he no longer had the mood to act cool and slap others in the face, Hao Ren still copied down the 3-character classic. After making some cuts, I plan to let Shi Wenhao teach it to the children as an enlightenment reading. After all, the famous Enlightenment 300,000 in later generations is still very powerful. Let this work appear 100 or 80 years earlier. But he doesn't know that sometimes life is unpredictable. Even if you try to plant flowers, they may not bloom, but if you plant willows by accident, they will grow into a shade. He wanted to show off but failed, so he casually threw the 3-character classic to Shi Wenhao. In the future, it will bring him a big surprise. Chapter 69 Workshop Recruitment. Hao Ren, who had lost his mind, gave the copied new version of 3-character classic to Shi Wenhao with a lack of interest. Shi Wenhao frowned as he looked at Hao Ren's crooked handwriting. He took the book and began to flip through it casually, and the expression on his face began to change constantly. At first, he was flipping through the pages carelessly, but slowly, his frown began to relax. As he flipped through the pages faster and faster, Shi Wenhao's expression became more excited, and he even began to read uncontrollably. If a child is not taught, it is the father's fault. If a child is not taught strictly, it is the teacher's fault. If a child does not learn, it is not right. If a child does not learn when young, what will he do when he grows old? When teaching children, one must pay attention to the details, explain the meaning in detail, and read the sentences clearly. To be a scholar, one must have a beginning. After elementary study, one reaches the 4 books. At the end, he was even more ecstatic and continued to go crazy. He slammed the book shut and grabbed Hao Ren's arm and shook it excitedly. Great! Great! The author of this book is truly a genius. It could easily become as famous as the 100 family surnames and 1,000-character classic. I wonder who wrote such a remarkable book? Hao Ren felt a little satisfied when he saw Shi Wenhao like this. It was worth it for me to spend half a day revising and copying the book. I just like seeing your surprised expressions. Hao Ren, with a somewhat malicious sense of humor, responded modestly. The great talent you're talking about is none other than me, Hao Ren. Shi Wenhao looked at him with disdain. How could you, who can't even write clearly, create such a famous piece that is destined to be passed down through the ages? Shi Wenhao rolled his eyes at Hao Ren. Are you sure you wrote this? If someone asks you about the allusions in it, do you know them? Hao Ren had no choice but to surrender. I'm sure of that, I wrote it. I did copy it. This book was written by my teacher, he is an old immortal. It was passed to me, and I memorized it and wrote it down from memory. It seems that there is no chance for him to put the 3-character classic under his own name, so he might as well use his immortal master to take the blame. Shi Wenhao didn't believe a word of it. A man doesn't talk about strange things. What a mess of immortal masters, but the person who wrote this book is indeed a master. Maybe he is a hermit who doesn't want to come out of the mountains. I just don't know how this book ended up in Hao Ren's hands. What a waste of talent. Ignore it, it's just right to use it as an enlightenment reading material in the school. Without caring about Hao Ren, he turned around and walked into the school with the book. As he walked, he was reciting the sentences in the book with ecstasy, shaking his head and looking like he was drinking sweet rain. Hao Ren was left with a helpless look on his face. He took it away just like that? What a nerd! Forget about him. The workshop is recruiting workers today. Although the work has been assigned to the village chief, Old Man Lin, Old Lady Lin, and Du Chunyang, I still want to go and take a look. When we arrived at the workshop, it was already packed with people. The clever dog gave everyone a brief introduction of the situation at the door. Each company selects one person to come in for an interview. Only after passing the interview can one start working in the workshop. The probation period is 3 days, and the worker only gets food but no wages. After the probation period, the salary will be 20 cents a day, and it will be adjusted according to different positions. There will be a salary increase next year. Don't be discouraged if you are not selected. We will recruit more people after a while. Those who are selected should do their best. If you don't do well, you will not be accepted. After understanding, each family discussed privately who to choose for the interview. Some were women, some were men, and some were boys and girls. It wasn't so crowded once we entered the gate. Everyone lined up one by one to prepare for the interview, and Dazhuang and Ernie were responsible for maintaining order. The two brothers were very proud. They had never been so prominent in the village before. The people from the old house were exempted from the interview and could join them for the trial. This was a privilege given to them by Hao Ren. But the villagers had no objections. In this era, the entire workshop belonged to Hao Ren, and whatever he said was the final word. However, Hao Ren also took precautions and stipulated that everyone should be treated equally during the probation period, and no one would be hired if they failed the test. It made the people in the old house proud, but at the same time they felt a little uneasy. They had to do a good job and not be eliminated and lose face for Hao Ren. Old Madam Lin has issued a strict order. Anyone who doesn't work hard and is rejected during the probation period will be embarrassed and may be kicked out of the house. The interview process was also very simple. Each person went into a room one by one to wait for questioning. Outside the room, Lin Suitsui and Zhao Yanan were verifying identities. Lin Suitsui was responsible for identifying people and verifying their identities, while Zhao Yanan was taking notes. This is to prevent omissions or someone interviewing two people at the same time, although this situation almost never happens. Hao Ren was a little surprised to see Zhao Yanan writing and drawing with a pen. Lin Suitsui helped to explain. I also just found out. She has followed her father in business since she was a child, and has no problem with simple accounting and writing and drawing. Hao Ren didn't ask any more questions. He walked into the room and saw 4 interviewers sitting side by side, the village chief, Mr. Lin, Mrs. Lin, and his mother-in-law, Du Chunyang. Du Chunyang glanced at her son-in-law when he came in. She had never expected that she would be the one to be interviewed. Being on equal footing with the village chief and old lady Lin was such an honor for her. This son-in-law really understands me. It's not in vain that I love him. Hao Ren found a stool and sat down on the side, without intervening, and gestured for the others to continue the interview. In fact, the interview was very simple. After entering, you sat opposite 4 people and simply answered the questions. In fact, it was just a formality. These 4 people knew the village inside and out. As soon as the interview came in, they exchanged glances with each other and basically got the result. Most of the people who can represent the first group of their family to come for job interviews have good character. As long as you talk honestly and are willing to work hard, you will basically pass the interview. Those who go out are constantly happy to share their joy with their families. From time to time, there were happy shouts and cheers outside. The whole family of every person who passed the interview was happy because it meant that one of the family could have 3 full meals a day. I can also earn money to support my family. What a great thing! Occasionally, those who were eliminated were because they were lazy or dishonest. Of course, people from the same village would not offend others to death. Those who fail will be told that there is a probation period. If they behave well in the village and correct their bad habits during this period, they will be hired in the next interview. This has led to a major change in the atmosphere in Xiaolin village, a scene of prosperity. Many people have changed their bad habits. Most rural people are still simple at heart. As long as there is a chance to change their family's living conditions, most people are willing to change for the better. In the past, people gave up because they felt that life had lost hope. Now that they see hope, some people have secretly made up their minds to change their bad habits and make sure to pass the interview next time so that their families can live a good life. The interview ended quickly, and those who passed were naturally very happy. Those who failed also secretly made up their minds to succeed next time. After being told that they would gather early the next morning to start the trial period, the crowd dispersed and went home. When Hao Ren was about to leave, he was stopped by someone. Seeing that Lin Xionyang seemed a little restrained and seemed to have something to say to herself, Hao Ren was also a little surprised. Chapter 70, The Reformed Chin. Lin Xionyang has been living in the old house and has never gone out. Hao Ren has not seen Lin Xionyang since his wedding. I thought she was gone. Hao Ren also heard about this aunt. The man I had insisted on marrying despite my family's opposition has now become a lazy drunkard who has spent all the family's money on drinking and gambling. She only gave birth to 2 daughters, so naturally she was not welcomed by her husband's family, and her life was not easy. You can tell by the scars on her eyes that have not yet disappeared and the frail bodies of her and her daughter. Hao Ren felt sympathy for this unfortunate woman and asked with concern, "Aunt, what do you want to talk to me about?" When Lin Xionyang heard Hao Ren ask first, she breathed a sigh of relief as she didn't know how to start. Lin Xionyang hadn't planned to go out, but since everyone from the old house had come over, she decided to come along and take a look. After watching for a long time, I was moved by the scenes of the whole family rejoicing after each interview was passed. This warm and happy scene. Isn't this the scene she has imagined countless times in her dreams? All the people in Xiaolin village put in great enthusiasm in facing the job interviews, and everyone is working hard so that their families can live a better life. Lin Xionyang's heart, which had long been as stagnant as a pool of water, began to ripple. Maybe I can try it too? Lin Xionyang couldn't help thinking in her heart. Hao Ren, there's nothing that my aunt wants to see you about. It's just that everyone in the old house has come to work, and we're left there alone with nothing to do. Can my aunt come and help you with the work during the few days she lives here? I don't want any money, I just want to see if I can do the work here. My aunt also wants to see if she can pass that probation period. Although Lin Xionyang was a little nervous, she didn't want her family to be gossiped about. She wanted to see if she could do the job here. If she couldn't do it, then just go home and give up on this idea. If you are capable of doing it, at least leave a way out for yourself and your children. If you are desperate, you can still come and help with the work. At least you are not eating for free. Hao Ren didn't know she had so many thoughts, and didn't think about anything else. Since he wanted to give it a try, there was no reason for him to refuse. Besides, the work here required dedication and hard work, and anyone could do it. He was planning to do it on an assembly line, so the operation would definitely not be difficult. And you can definitely do it. The work isn't difficult. As long as you want to do it, you can do it. You can go to my mother or grandmother and ask them to help you arrange it. Lin Xionyang was also very happy when she saw Hao Ren agreed. Thank you, Auntie. Don't worry, I will definitely do my best and work hard, and I won't embarrass you. Lin Xionyang secretly made up her mind not to fall behind and let others say that she was able to work because of connections. It is not appropriate to go to the old lady. After all, she is my mother, so I should go to my third sister-in-law. Lin Xionyang made a decision and no longer hesitated. After saying goodbye to Hao Ren, he went to find Du Chunyang. The next day, everyone changed into clean clothes, washed up, and came to the workshop as required. Hao Ren is ready to make soap, mainly because the technology is not difficult, and he can figure it out by himself. I have been reading books and studying for several days, and now it is finally time to put it into practice. Hao Ren is also eager to try it out, and it seems to be quite fun. We first held a brief meeting and gave a speech to everyone, which was nothing more than motivational words such as urging everyone to work hard and earn more money. I also explained to everyone that each person is responsible for a process, and they are not allowed to ask what others are doing, and they are not allowed to disclose their own work to outsiders. Those who can keep it confidential can stay, and those who can't control their mouths can leave now. The village chief even told everyone the seriousness of the matter in a righteous manner. As long as this business can prosper in the future, Xiaolin village will always make money. My descendants can all work in the workshop. If that foolish person leaks the information, Xiaolin village will lose a long-term way to make money. Anyone who is short-sighted and ruins everyone's good fortune will be expelled from the family tree and driven out of Xiaolin village. Hao Ren saw that the village chief's deterrent effect was good, so he followed suit and gave him a slap in the face and a date. As long as you don't have any bad intentions, then it's fine. As long as everyone works honestly and steadily, not only will you make money, but you will also receive various benefits. Everyone knows that we should have 3 full meals a day. I promise everyone that we will improve our lives once every 5 days and have a good meal. And this job of ours will produce a lot of lard residue. Every day, we'll pick a few who perform well and give them half a pound of reward to take home. When we have enough money, we can sell the extra lard to our own workers at a low price. This welfare benefit immediately ignited everyone's enthusiasm. They all looked at Hao Ren with excitement, and swore secretly in their hearts. Don't let your mind get you so obsessed that you betray Hao Ren. Otherwise, you won't be able to survive in the village. Moreover, as long as he worked hard, not only would he have enough food every day, but Hao Ren also promised that he would have a good meal every 5 days. Oh my god, what kind of life is this? When I make money, I will definitely buy some lard scraps to take home for my children to eat. Everyone can't wait to get to work. They were all waiting for Hao Ren to assign them work, and according to the introduction, each person was responsible for something different. At this time, someone in the crowd spoke to Hao Ren with courage. Everyone looked and saw it was Qin. What was she going to do? Seeing Hao Ren and everyone looking at her, Qin felt a little guilty, but she still plucked up the courage to speak to Hao Ren. Hao Ren, can you tell me something about that lady in advance? Could you please not assign me to do the job of refining lard residue? Seeing everyone's eyes thinking that she was picky and wanted to be picky about work before she even started, Qin quickly explained to Hao Ren. I'm afraid I might lose control of my hands and steal some food, so just don't let me do anything related to eating. I can do any other work, no matter how dirty or tiring it is. I don't want to lose my job because of my greed and be laughed at by everyone. Everyone laughed when they heard her say that. It turned out that they had misunderstood her. It seemed that Qin really wanted to reform herself. Hao Ren laughed when he heard this, and Mrs. Lin beside him was almost furious. The old lady looked at her eldest daughter-in-law with a cold face, and said unhappily, "You are the only one who has too many problems." Chen didn't dare to say anything bad. Hao Ren felt that it was not a bad thing. It would be better to state any requests in advance. "I just asked if anyone had any requirements, and raised them in advance. Only after seeing that no one else had any objections did I start assigning work." Considering Chen's situation, she was assigned the job of burning the wood ashes and then collecting them. Chen was very happy. The work was not hard. She praised Hao Ren in her heart for giving face to her as his aunt. "It seems I have to work hard here in the future. It's easy, you can have enough food to eat, and you can also earn money. When you make money, you can buy whatever you want. Unlike now. I don't even dare to take out my 2 taels of silver, for fear that the old lady will find out and confiscate it. When I think of the 2 taels of silver, I think of Cui Daji." Chen thought, I wonder what that idiot is doing now. Chapter 71 The Birth of Soap. Cui Daji, who Chen calls a fool, has actually not caused any trouble recently. Instead, he studied hard in the academy, because his father taught him that he could not compete with MOG in business at the moment. He had originally been thinking of retaliating against Hao Ren, but upon finding out that the county magistrate Pang Se and his son Pang Yun had a good relationship with him, he did not act rashly. The restaurant's business is now very bleak. It was when Cui Daji saw Chen processing pig head meat that he was inspired and learned how to add boiling water, onion, ginger and yellow wine to remove the fishy smell of pork. Therefore, the pork dishes launched by MOG have been imitated by the chef of Hongyun restaurant. The only thing that cannot be copied is the pig's head. They don't know what ingredients are missing, but they just can't make any of the flavors. Helpless, Hongyun restaurant can only rely on a few imitation dishes to fight a price war and barely maintain the restaurant's business. Cui Lao, the shopkeeper, told his son not to confront him directly for the time being, but to wait for the right opportunity to retaliate. He should stay out of the spotlight for the time being in terms of restaurant management. Wasn't Mo Yuan expelled from the academy? You should study hard and try to pass the provincial examination in August to become a jurin, so that you can surpass them and vent your anger. Therefore, Cui Daji did not cause trouble for Mo Yuan and Hao Ren for the time being, but was lurking in the dark looking for an opportunity. I turned all my hatred for Mo Yuan and Hao Ren into motivation to study, and it really worked. My grades in the academy have been improving recently, and even the teacher said that I have a great chance of passing the state exam. All the Cui family members secretly took a deep breath and said, "When we pass the imperial examination, we will definitely trample you under our feet and humiliate you. Mo Yuan, Hao Ren, just wait for me." Hao Ren didn't know that Cui Daji had always hated him. He didn't even know who Cui Daji was. He is still leading people in developing soap. What you learn from books is always shallow. You must practice it yourself to truly understand it. The method described in the book is quite simple, but to be specific to each step, you still need to do it carefully. We can't be careless at all. Chen has assigned several people to burn the ashes. Dezhuang will be responsible for transporting the ashes to a room. Several people inside specifically pour the wood ash into the water, stir it evenly, and then filter it out. Only the clean wood ash solution needs to be filtered out. In the first room separated by wooden boards, Sun Xiaolan and her people were boiling lard residue. Sister-in-law Sun Xiaolan had done an excellent job when she was helping to braise the pork head. She worked diligently and cleanly, so Hao Ren was very confident in her. And there is also the iron-faced old lady Lin who keeps patrolling to see which position people are lazy and make mistakes, plus it's the first day of work. Everyone was very enthusiastic, and no bad behavior was noticed. As the washed and cut pork fat was placed in a large pot and slowly boiled, the whole workshop began to be filled with fragrance. This is the only room where everyone knows what is going on. People in other rooms stretch their noses to inhale the aroma. There are also people waiting in the room who have nothing to do, and they stick their heads out to see what's going on outside. Someone beside him coldly stopped him. "If you don't want to be fired, just wait patiently. There will be work to do soon. Sit down and take a rest. Don't look around. Take care of your business. Otherwise, you will be kicked out and regret it too late." The person who was making small movements immediately retracted his head and sat down obediently. She didn't really want to find out what the other processes were doing, she was just a little curious. When I heard other people say this, I realized the seriousness of the matter. If I was fired because of this, I would have no place to complain. This traditional method of making soap becomes much easier once you become proficient in it. After Hao Ren supervised the completion of each step, the process has begun to get on track and can be streamlined. To put it simply, some people boil lard, some people make wood ash, and some people specialize in processing wood ash solution. Heat the wood ash solution and add the oil. Wait until the oil is completely melted, continue heating and stirring. When the water is almost evaporated, add a little salt and sugar. Finally, pour the solution into the mold that Hao Ren had prepared in advance from his third grandfather, and wait for it to cool and solidify, and the basic soap is ready. Of course, you can also upgrade the version by adding flavors or something, so there will be versions with various scents, but Hao Ren has no plans to do that yet. In fact, he could have avoided such trouble. A big killer like soap would surely sell well now, and he could make a lot of money. He wouldn't even need any workers. They can just buy them directly from the mall and sell them in the city. That way, their whole family plus the people in the old house can handle it completely. On the one hand, they went through so much trouble to cover up their tracks, and on the other hand, they wanted to subsidize the people in Xiaolin village. More importantly, Hao Ren wanted to cultivate the people of Xiaolin village into a community of interests centered around him. The whole village depends on him for food, so his interests are the same as those of the villagers in Xiaolin. In order to protect his own interests, the people of Xiaolin village will defend him to the death. However, this operation also requires careful methods and approaches. We cannot provide direct subsidies, such as distributing rice, flour, and money. This will cultivate their bad habits of relying on others for everything. Only the results of everyone's joint efforts will be cherished and protected from the bottom of our hearts. So Hao Ren would rather be a little more troublesome and go slower, but he hopes that the steps can be more steady. He is not seeking to streamline workstations or operations now, but to use as many people as possible without any hassle. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to burn wood ash. The caustic soda in the mall is very cheap. The soap made in this way is the simplest and lowest level version. Mainly because it is Hao Ren's first time making it, he is not sure about it. He finally felt relieved when he saw the soap in the mold slowly solidifying. After the decontamination capability is proven in the test, we will add several more production lines and add various fragrances. Even perfume and toilet water can be made. Hao Ren has already begun to envision his future daily chemical business empire. The supervision task was handed over to Mrs. Lin, and she was specifically instructed to avoid other people when adding salt and sugar, and not let them know what was added. After all, it's better to keep this recipe as safe as possible, and be on guard against others. Every time someone added something, no one else was allowed to see it. It was Mrs. Lin and Go Zi who were responsible for adding it. At noon, we had big steamed buns stuffed with lard residue and millet porridge. There are fewer people now, so there is no special canteen. We just put tables in the yard with small benches next to them, and men and women sit separately. The stuffing of the buns is lard, tofu, chives and eggs. The lard was just made today, and there are plenty of chives in Hao Ren's vegetable garden. Fried eggs and tofu are topped with chopped lard and poured into chopped fresh chives. Add salt and oil, mix well, roll up the white bread and steam it. When the hot white buns were placed on the table, everyone couldn't help swallowing. Seeing that everyone was hungry after working for a whole morning, Hao Ren picked up a bun and took a bite. It smells so good. With a wave of his hand, he said, "Let's eat!" Everyone picked up the buns and devoured them with big mouthfuls. Chapter 72. You can be happy even if you eat buns. The population in the north is heavy, so even if you don't eat buns with soy sauce, vinegar, etc., you still have to eat some garlic cloves. Hao Ren and Go Zi squatted side by side, eating steamed buns and garlic in one bite. Go Zi is particularly fond of imitating Hao Ren now. You know what, it is really comfortable to eat while squatting. Brother Ren, I don't do any work here. I just count and check other people's work every day. Is this like I'm just eating for free? Or can you give me some more work? This is too easy. I feel bad eating this big bun. Hee, it smells so good. Hao Ren glanced at him sideways, not realizing that he had anything to be ashamed of for being so playful. He waited until he had swallowed the bun in his mouth before he began to lecture him. Don't be so joking and act so unimportant. I'm asking you to go through the inspection to test your patience. Also, the daily production and materials must be put into the warehouse. Remember this. If there's any discrepancy in the account, you'll quit. Also, I don't want to see circles in this account book again in a month. You're quite good at math, but how come your handwriting is worse than mine? Now that there are not many things to keep in the account, I can still understand if you draw a circle. But in the future, when there are more things, will you show me the circles on the bill? I went to ask Xu Wenhao for advice after work. It's been a month. If your accounting is still like this after a month, you can get out. The dog put away his cheerful expression and agreed seriously. Don't worry, Brother Ren. I'll consult Mr. Shi every night now, and I guarantee that the accounts will be perfect within a month. Seeing him serious, Hao Ren felt relieved. Seeing that Go Zi had been a little bit arrogant recently, he decided to give him a warning. No wonder he was so proud of himself. Before the workshop started, he was the one who introduced the situation to the villagers, just like a spokesperson. The villagers would ask him about everything, and no matter adults or children, they all treated him with respect. Now he can work independently in the workshop. The child is making rapid progress. He is smart and learns things quickly. He is already very proficient in addition, subtraction, multiplication and division in mathematics. He has no problem being an accountant. He's been taking calligraphy lessons with Hao lately, and he's making rapid progress. Hao Ren has seen it all, and is preparing to train him like a big boss. He doesn't want him to get too cocky. Go Zi is a very popular figure in the village now. Many people are trying to help him find a wife, and they all want to marry the girls from their relatives to him. Go Zi's mother was originally worried about this matter, but there were a few people whose families were not bad, and even the old lady was tempted. But Go Zi has his own ideas and says there is no need to rush. It seems that he has found a lover. Old Mrs. Lin and Go Zi's mother didn't care too much. Now it's not like before. Go Zi will only become more and more successful. If he has his own ideas, just let him do it. Seeing that Go Zi also understood what he meant, Hao Ren ignored him and started eating the buns. He then instructed Go Zi. I won't be here this afternoon. Ask Grandma and your third aunt to supervise and see who performs well. Pick out a few and praise them individually today. After Go Zi agreed, Hao Ren turned around and left to go home. Lin Xionyang felt very happy while eating the delicious and greasy pork fat buns. Then I thought of my two daughters and wondered if they had eaten yet. I slowed down my eating speed. It would be great if we could give these delicious buns to the kids. Seeing her hesitation, Mrs. Lin knew what she was up to. Eat as much as you want, but don't even think about bringing any home for the children. It's the rule that you can't take anything home from what you eat here. Seeing that Lin Xionyang looked reluctant, he continued to persuade his daughter. Don't worry, Dia and Arya won't starve with Sui Tsui and the others. These leeks were picked by the two girls, so they won't have to eat less. Maybe they're eating better than you. Don't worry about it. Since Hao Ren asked you to do it, just do it steadily. If it were me, I'd say you shouldn't leave and just keep working here. I think you did a great job today. After a morning of work, Lin Xionyang felt confident that she was fully capable of doing the work in the workshop. Moreover, she is careful and efficient at work, and she can get started quickly. However, Lin Xionyang was not planning to stay long and would go home in 2 days. It's not good to live here with two daughters all the time. Besides, there is a man at home. I am afraid that he will have nothing to eat if no one takes care of him. I will stay for 2 days to let my daughters have 2 days of full meals and then go back. This time, the two daughters received nearly 100 coins and wedding money just for Hao Ren's wedding day. With this money, I will go home and see if I can discuss with the head of the family to start some small business, so that my family's life will be settled in the future. With her vision for the future, Lin Xionyang happily continued to eat the buns in her hand. The two daughters she was worried about were drooling at the delicious food in front of them. A plate of steaming, fragrant buns, a bowl of golden millet porridge, 2 small plates of pickled vegetables, a plate of scrambled eggs with chives, and a plate of minced meat and tofu. Old Mrs. Du standing by was also a little overwhelmed by the scene in front of her. This is too wasteful. It's not enough to eat big buns. I saw there was lard in the stuffing. I was so greedy when I was making them. This smells so good. Why are you cooking? Lin Tse picked up some food for her while giving buns to Dia and Arya. Grandma, we've been busy all morning. We all deserve to have something good to eat. Hao Ren said that only when we eat well can we have the energy to work. Mrs. Du still found it hard to accept. I didn't do any work. What were I busy with? My 2 maids and I just helped wash and pick vegetables. This is too rich. Hu Zi couldn't wait any longer and picked up a bun and started eating it. He stuffed his mouth full and kept telling everyone. It's delicious. Grandma, please eat it quickly, it won't taste good if it gets cold. Mrs. Du was amused by Hu Zi's appearance. It was delicious. The children are filial and blessed. Dia and Arya kept swallowing their saliva but didn't start eating. Dia bravely said to Lin Tse, Sister Tse, have my mother and the others had lunch? Can I send her a bun? My mother has never tasted such delicious buns. Lin Tse looked at the frail Dia and felt sorry for her understanding. Dia and Arya, hurry up and eat. Auntie is eating the same buns. It's just that there are too many people over there, so they don't have any cooking. Hearing that their mother could also eat such buns, the two girls immediately became happy. Everyone picked up a bun and started eating. Take a bite, the dough is soft, the fragrance of leeks is matched with the taste of tofu and eggs, and the aroma of lard dregs bursts in the mouth. Both girls squinted their eyes happily. These pork fat buns are so delicious. If I could eat buns every day in the future, how happy I would be. Dia and Arya, who were so hungry that their faces were pale and their bodies were thin, couldn't help but think about it. Chapter 73 Commendation Conference. After dinner, Hao Ren did not go to the workshop in the afternoon, but went straight into his room to read. He didn't read any classics, history books, or collections of literature. Instead, he read history books, production books, agricultural books, and the like bought from them all. These are the things he needs to learn most at the moment, reading history books to understand this era. Studying production and agricultural books is for the step-by-step development of Xiaolin village. What he has been researching recently is the water wheel. The wasteland on the hillside behind him is too far away from the water source, making it difficult to irrigate the land. Hao Ren plans to build a water wheel to divert water from the river. Since the heavy rain, the drought has ended, and the river is now full of water. Hao Ren didn't know whether it was water from Liangshan Lake or from the Grand Canal. He already understood the basic principles of the water wheel. Now all he had to do was discuss the materials with his third grandfather. After all, his family was full of carpenters, so he still needed to discuss the specific details and material issues with him. He also had to show him the blueprints, and then he would let his third grandfather lead the team in building the water wheel. He spent the whole afternoon studying the blueprints at third grandpa's house, and only left when the sun was setting. He left the rest of the work to third grandpa. Hao Ren arrived at the workshop. After all, it was his first day, so he had to show up a bit, and not just sit back and do nothing. The soap workshop was ready to close, and everyone was tidying up their workstations under the supervision of old Mrs. Lin. What needs to be cleaned should be cleaned, what needs to be tidied should be tidied, and all the things that need to be stored in the warehouse should be taken to Guzi for counting and registration and then put into the warehouse. Guzi put all the things back into the warehouse, especially the soap in the mold, which had almost solidified. At Hao Ren's request, he took out a piece. Guzi locked the warehouse and handed the mold to Hao Ren as if it were a treasure. After pouring it out, Hao Ren took a look at the soap. It had no fragrance, and the color was average. He took a basin of water and washed his hands to test the effect. It has a pretty good cleaning ability, just like the cheapest soap in my hometown in later generations. Hao Ren was quite satisfied. After all, it was his first time, and there was still a lot of room for improvement. After everyone stood in line and waited for Hao Ren to speak, Hao Ren stood in front of everyone holding a soap. Under everyone's gaze, Hao Ren raised what he had in his hand to show everyone the results of his work today. Look, this is what we made in our workshop. I named it soap. It can also be used for washing clothes and bathing. It is much better than soap nuts. Let me show you the effect. Then he called out his sister-in-law Sun Xiaolan. Sun Xiaolan was in charge of boiling the lard residue. After working for such a long time, her hands were inevitably covered with oil stains. Sun Xiaolan came up to him awkwardly, not knowing why she was called out. She had worked very hard today. Sister-in-law, don't be afraid. I called you out to show everyone the effects of this soap. Look at how greasy your hands are. Here's a basin of clean water. Try using this soap in front of everyone and see how it works. Sun Xiaolan felt relieved when she heard it wasn't work-related. She boldly followed Hao Ren's instructions and washed her hands first, then applied soap. Seeing the soap forming so many bubbles on her hands, Sun Xiaolan was extremely surprised, and the others also gathered around her in amazement. After Sun Xiaolan washed her hands, several women went up to check. Qin took her daughter-in-law's hands and looked at them over and over again. It was amazing that this soap really cleaned hands. A few others with dirty hands also tried it one by one, and were pleasantly surprised to find that their hands were indeed clean. Everyone was thrilled. This proved that all their hard work today had paid off. It was a success. Hao Ren signaled for everyone to be quiet, cleared his throat, and cheered everyone up. Everyone, please be quiet. We have successfully made soap in our workshop. We will sell it in the city and use the profits to pay everyone. As long as everyone works hard, everyone's salary will increase after the new year. Of course, the prerequisite is that you have passed the probation period. And you must keep it confidential. You cannot reveal the secrets of our workshop. If others learn it, we will not be able to make money. Seeing the crowd all beaming with joy and encouragement, Hao Ren was very satisfied, and gradually cultivated a sense of collective honor among them. Everyone will be more motivated in the future. Hao Ren stepped aside as Mrs. Lin announced the outstanding employees who had performed exceptionally well today. Old Lady Lin called out 5 names, and those who were called came out to receive their rewards. Sun Xiaolan came out again, and so did Lin Xiunyang. Hao Ren was also a little surprised. Could there be some shady dealings going on? There were 5 of them, and 2 of them were his own people. Mrs. Lin wasn't that kind of person. Seeing him coming over like this, Du Chunyang whispered a few words to him, and Hao Ren felt relieved. Since it was the result of their joint discussion, there was nothing to question. In fact, Chen's performance was also good today, but seeing that there were already 2 of their own family members. Old Madam Lin decided to dismiss Chen because she was afraid that Chen would be rewarded on the first day and would become proud. Others had no objection to these 5 people. Everyone could see that they were indeed the best in their respective processes. The reward was given by Du Chunyang. Each person had a portion of lard residue. It wasn't too much, but it was enough to take home and satisfy the family's cravings. It was an incentive. Everyone was very happy to receive the lard residue, as it was an affirmation and recognition of their work. Lin Xionyang was especially surprised. She had never expected to receive an excellent award. Her pale face flushed red with excitement. The lard scraps in my hand seemed much heavier. The other workers looked on with envy. They all secretly made up their minds to perform well tomorrow. If they could bring the lard scraps home, their families would be so happy. Although Chen felt that he had performed well and was a little resentful about not getting any reward, he ultimately did not make trouble. She also set a goal for herself in her heart. I want to win the lard residue tomorrow. Ernia loves to eat this. After getting the rewards, everyone started to go home. Everyone gathered around the few people who got the rewards and praised them. Then everyone went home. Lin Xionyang did not move. She walked timidly in front of old lady Lin. Mom, I want to take Dia and Arya back home tomorrow. We've been living here for a few days, it's time for us to go back. Old Madam Lin looked at her daughter with a look of disappointment. You did a good job today, why do you want to go back? Can't you just work hard here? Do you think you and your daughter will starve? Why don't you give up? Haven't you seen clearly what that Li Lao-san is like? Lin Xionyang looked at the lard residue in her hand and the heavy copper coins on her body. He said cautiously, Before our family was poor and we didn't see any future. Now that we have money, he should be able to live a good life, right? No matter what, we should still try to save the relationship, right? It was so beautiful and happy at the beginning, why did it become like this? Chapter 74 Lin Xionyang's Rebirth. When Lin Xionyang returned home with Dia and Arya, both looking reluctant, and full of longing for a better life in the future. But she was poured with cold water, extinguishing the flame of hope that had just been ignited in her heart. Just as she reached the door of her house, opened the wooden gate and walked into the yard, a disheveled and drunken man rushed out of the thatched hut and slapped Lin Xionyang in the face. You bitch! Why did you take so long to get back from a wedding? Are you trying to starve me to death? Seeing what Lin Xionyang was holding, he snatched it away. Seeing that it was lard residue, his face was filled with joy. What a good thing! It would be delicious if we could eat it with wine. Unfortunately, I lost all my money gambling a few days ago, and now I have no money to buy alcohol. He looked at Dia behind Lin Xionyang and got an idea. He immediately put on a gentle face. Xionyang! It's all my fault for being impatient. I shouldn't have hit you. Did it hurt? While comforting Lin Xionyang, he continued in a gentle voice. During the days you were away, I found a marriage for Dia. Dia is 15 now, so she can get married. Seeing his kind attitude, Lin Xionyang had no doubts about his intentions and asked casually, Which village do you want to find a young man for Dia? What's his name? I'll go ask around in a couple of days. Li Lao-san hesitated and didn't want to answer. Under Lin Xionyang's questioning, he had to say, Actually, you know him too. He's Wu Lao from the next village. He's the one I often drink with. Who? Lin Xionyang looked at her man in disbelief. Then Wu Lao is about your age, right? He's been single for so many years and is also an alcoholic. You want your daughter to marry her? Li Lao-san saw that he couldn't hide it anymore, so he gritted his teeth and stopped pretending. Old Wu said that if Dia comes over, he'll give us 3 liters of millet and 50 coins. Times are tough these days, and if Dia comes over, we'll benefit, and we'll have one less person to eat. I don't agree. Li Lao-san, you're selling your daughter. You're pushing Dia into the fire. You know who Wu Lao is. Lin Xionyang screamed at Li Lao-san. At this moment, all her hopes for the future were shattered. At the same time, I also clearly realized that my wishful thinking was wrong. This man is beyond saving. I can't watch my daughter marry a villain. That will ruin her life. I can't make amends anymore. I can't let my daughter follow her old path. After thinking this through, Lin Xionyang looked at the man opposite without a trace of emotion. Li Lao-san, let's get a divorce. I'll take Dia and Arya back to my parents' home. I don't want to see you again in this life. How could Li Lao-san agree? His body and will had long been destroyed by alcohol, and now he was like a walking corpse. In his eyes, his own daughter was just a tool for him to earn money for alcohol. Divorce is fine. My daughter is our Li family's child. If you want to stay, go wherever you want. Lin Xionyang had seen through him and knew what he was trying to do. You don't care that these 2 girls are your own flesh and blood. Are you planning to sell them all and use the money to gamble and drink? After saying that, he took out a bunch of money from his pocket and said coldly, "If you divorce me honestly, I will give you all the 50 coins. Otherwise, you won't get a penny. Dia and Arya, I will strangle them to death with my own hands rather than let you succeed." Looking at the usually docile Lin Xionyang, she was now roaring at him like a mother wolf protecting her cubs. Li Laosen was also a little scared and reached out to grab the money from Lin Xionyang's hand. Lin Xionyang, who was prepared, quickly put the money away. "Li Laosen, if you agree to a divorce, I'll give you the money right away. If you don't agree, I don't care. I'll take my daughter and the money back to my parents' home. If you dare to chase me to Xiaolin village, I'll have my eldest brother and nephew break your legs." As he said this, he pulled his 2 daughters and was about to walk out. Li Laosen, who had long been drained of his body, gave up on trying to rob her. He felt that he could not rob Lin Xionyang, who was crazy. Besides, he had 2 daughters to help. Seeing that they were about to lose both their money and their lives, Li Laosen anxiously shouted at the mother and daughter who were approaching the door. "Don't go! Don't leave! Leave the money and divorce immediately!" Lin Xionyang stood at the door, ready to leave at any time, leaving Dia by her side and asking Arya to call people. Since it was a divorce, there had to be witnesses. Soon the village chief, clan elders and Li Laosan's parents were called over, and it was heard that the 2 of them wanted to divorce. The village elders advised the couple to think it over carefully and discuss matters as a family. Unexpectedly, the first person to agree was Lin Xionyang's mother-in-law, Mrs. Li. The old lady disliked Lin Xionyang from the beginning, and she did not agree to the 2 of them getting married. However, Li Laosen was attracted by Lin Xionyang's beauty and insisted on marrying her. Mrs. Li reluctantly agreed to the marriage because she couldn't resist her beloved youngest son. But she still felt that Lin Xionyang was a vixen who had bewitched her beloved youngest son like this. After so many years of marriage, they only gave birth to 2 daughters. Old Lady Li disliked Lin Xionyang even more. In her eyes, it was Lin Xionyang who caused her son to become like this. Now, hearing that the 2 of them were going to divorce and bring their 2 daughters back to their parents' home, old Mrs. Li was so happy that she clapped her hands. Agreed to divorce immediately. He also persuaded the village chief and the elders to be witnesses and asked the village chief to issue a document. Seeing that the whole family wanted to leave, the village chief and the elders had no choice but to agree. With Lin Xionyang and Li Laosen formally putting their fingerprints on the document, the 2 of them divorced. "From now on, we are strangers and have nothing to do with each other." Lin Xionyang threw down a string of money and walked out with her 2 daughters without looking back. She didn't want to stay in this place for even a moment, and she didn't even think about going to her room to pack her clothes. Even though there weren't many clothes to pack. I resolutely left this sad place. Li Laosen pounced on the ground like a mad dog, picked up the money and put it directly into his arms without even counting it. He did not feel the loss of his loved ones, but only the joy of gaining money. The mother, daughter and 3 others who have passed away were also very happy. Dia and Arya had no regrets at all. They had never felt their father's love since they were young. All they had was verbal abuse and beatings. Now that they had left here, the 2 girls were as happy as a bird out of a cage. Lin Xionyang also felt relieved. She used to think that she could shoulder everything by herself, but it turns out that it is so joyful to throw away things that should not be carried. Seeing the cheerful looks of Dia and Arya, Lin Xionyang was also infected. "Dia and Arya, can we live in Xiaolin village from now on?" "Okay, Mom, we can work too, helping third uncle's family with chores. We can also eat big buns, hee hee. Well, Mom will work hard, and our lives will get better and better in the future. By the way, Mother, I remember we gave you more than 50 cents, right? Are you stupid? How can I take out all the money? It would be a waste." "Wow. Mom, you're so smart. I love you so much. You naughty girl. You're so naughty." There was constant laughter and joy along the way. The mother, daughter and 3 of them walked towards Xiaolin village without a trace of sadness about parting. Some are just longing and yearning for a new life in the future. Chapter 75 The Zhao sisters' fate. The mother and her 2 daughters went there quickly and came back quickly. Before they had lunch, they had already returned to Xiaolin village. Hao Ren and old lady Lin were talking, and they were a little confused when they saw Lin Xionyang and the other 2 coming back. Hao Ren couldn't help but ask, "Aunt, what are you doing?" Lin Xionyang recounted what had happened and asked Hao Ren if she could continue working there. This time, the 3 of them were truly homeless. Hao Ren just agreed readily. He felt a little sorry that she had performed so well yesterday and left after working for just 1 day. Mrs. Lin, standing by, couldn't help but curse. "That Li Lao-san is such a piece of shit. He used to drink, gamble, and beat people up, but now he's reduced to selling his daughter? No, I can't stand this. I have to take people with me to fight them." Lin Xionyang grabbed her tightly. Mom, don't go. I don't want to go back to that place at all. Now that we're divorced, the three of us should work hard and things will get better. Mrs. Lin was indignant. Once Mr. Lee runs out of money, he'll definitely come back to bother me again. I'm telling you, if you want to break up completely. Don't have anything to do with him anymore. Do you hear me? If he dares to come, I'll break his legs. Lin Xiaoyang immediately agreed to her mother. She now had a clear understanding of the man, so why would she continue to be entangled with him? Everyone put aside all their worries and started planning their future lives again. Lin Xiaoyang can work in the workshop, and Dia and Arya can follow Lin Suitsui or Zhao Yanin to do some odd jobs when they have nothing to do. The problem of living space needs to be solved. We can't always stay in the old house. Hao Ren warmly invited Lin Xiaoyang to live in his home, but both mother and daughter rejected the invitation unanimously. Living with 2 children in Hao Ren's house would lead to gossip. Hao Ren said nonchalantly, "No, don't the Zhao sisters also live in my house? No one will gossip about them, right?" Old Lady Lin looked at him as if he were a fool. Are you really stupid or just pretending to be stupid? The Zhao sisters were small, just children. Although Zhao Yanin was said to be a maid, no one in the village treated her as a maid. Everyone thought this was Hao Ren's concubine. She would be taken into his room sooner or later. Hao Ren cried out in injustice when he heard what Mrs. Lin said. I really didn't think much about it. He chased Mrs. Lin to explain, but Mrs. Lin ignored him. Let's stop talking about useless things and get down to business. Where do the 3 of them live? Seeing Hao Ren was about to try to defend himself, Mrs. Lin interrupted him. I don't care about your mess. Go talk to Tseitse and your mother-in-law. I have an idea about where the 3 of them should live. How about going to your old courtyard? But no one lives there now. Hao Ren was so anxious that his face flushed with anxiety. But what the old lady told him was the most important thing at the moment, so he had to answer awkwardly. I have no objection, but I still need to talk to my parents-in-law. After all, there's definitely nothing wrong with their house. No one lives there, so it's empty anyway. So Hao Ren called Du Chunyang over. When she heard that he wanted to live in their original thatched cottage, Du Chunyang naturally had no objection. As long as you don't mind the shabby house, you can live there as long as you want. It's just sitting there anyway. Lin Xiaoyang didn't dare to be picky. She felt that it was good enough to have a place to stay. She immediately said that she didn't mind, with a smile on her face. Seeing her like this, Du Chunyang's gossip heart burned. Xiaoyang, are you really getting divorced? Lin Xiaoyang replied affirmatively. Yes, we can't live together anymore. If we don't get a divorce, he will sell our daughter. I will have to trouble my sister-in-law in the future. I will have to live in your house and work for you. Du Chunyang waved her hand. What's the big deal? We're all family, so we don't have to argue with each other. You can live in the house wherever you want, and work peacefully in the workshop. Things will get better. Yes, things will get better. Lin Xiaoyang firmly believes it. Let Empress Lin Xiao and her 2 daughters settle down and pack up first. Hao Ren grabbed Du Chunyang. Mom, there's something I want to tell you. Looking at his hesitant look, Du Chunyang was a little surprised. What was going on? This had never happened before. Seeing his puzzled expression, Hao Ren spoke first. It's about the Zhao sisters. Upon hearing this, Du Chunyang was furious. She pointed at Hao Ren's nose and started to curse. Good job, Hao Ren. You're getting cocky now, aren't you? You've only been married for a few days? Are you going to take her home now? I'm not saying I'm meddling in your family affairs, but taking a concubine shouldn't take some time, right? You're doing this right after you've married Tseitse. Others will laugh at our Lin family. He started to criticize Hao Ren with spit flying all over his face. Hao Ren quickly stopped her and stealthily pulled her to a corner. Mom, keep your voice down, that's not what I meant. Du Chunyang didn't give him a good face. What do you mean? Hao Ren had no choice but to explain to her again that he had taken them in out of pure love and that he had given them a chance to survive out of pity. Even though he had fantasized about having something with Zhao Yanin, now was not the right time, was it? He had just learned from old Lady Lin that everyone in the village thought he was bringing her into the family to take a concubine. To prove his innocence, he looked at his mother-in-law innocently. Mom, what should we do now? Should we ask them to move out of our house? Or find them a place to live? Du Chunyang rolled her eyes at him and said, What are you thinking? You're letting the sisters go out now, and you don't want Yanin to live. Now everyone in the village treats her as your concubine. Hao Ren didn't know what to do. What should I do? I really didn't think that much at the beginning. Mom, my dear mom, can you help me think of a solution? Du Chunyang said angrily. What should I do? Just leave it alone. What can I do for you? You're not thinking of asking your mother-in-law to help you take a concubine now, are you? Be more careful in the future. If you don't have that idea, Think more about it and don't ruin the girl's reputation. Now that you've brought her home, what else can I do? Just find a chance to take a concubine later? After all, the family is well fed. But now is not the time. Hao Ren didn't dare to say anything now, and just stood beside Du Chunyang and nodded repeatedly. Du Chunyang sighed. Let's go find the two sisters and talk things over. We'll see what they say. If they're willing to stay, that's fine. If they don't want to stay, we can give them some money and let them make their own living. Going somewhere else won't affect the girl's reputation. You can still find a good family to marry into, okay? Hao Ren didn't have any good ideas, so he nodded helplessly and followed Du Chunyang to find Zhao Yanan and her sister. After listening to Du Chunyang's explanation of their purpose, Zhao Yanan pulled her sister to her knees with a thump. We're not leaving! Chapter 76, Chicken Dinner. Zhao Yanan knelt on the ground and said, Aunt, I know you are asking me to leave for my own good and for my reputation. But my sister and I are left alone and without any relatives to turn to. Zhao Yanan calmed down, but was afraid that Du Chunyang would misunderstand her, so she continued to kneel and said, Aunt, my sister and I lost our father and couldn't even afford a coffin, so we planned to sell ourselves to bury him. Thanks to Brother Hao for giving us the money to bury our father, we sisters will never forget his kindness. Later, it was your family who took us sisters in and gave us enough food to eat. I don't dare to have any unreasonable thoughts. I just want to do something in our family to repay your kindness. And I can sign a contract to sell myself. I will be a maid in our family. I only ask for food to eat so that I can raise my sister. If I can find her a good family to marry in the future, I will be able to live up to my parents' spirits in heaven. Afraid that Du Chunyang was still worried, she said, And I can really sign a contract to sell myself. I told Brother Hao at the beginning that I can be a slave. I only ask that you take us sisters in. Seeing that the two sisters had been kneeling for a long time and Zhao Yanan's heartfelt statement, Du Chunyang felt a little sorry for the two girls. This whole thing is so messed up. I originally thought Hao Ren had found a concubine. I'm not angry about him taking a concubine, but I'm angry about him taking a concubine right after getting married. What a joke. Now she wants to be a maid. How can we have maids in our family? Du Chunyang was also a little at a loss. She looked at Hao Ren, who also spread his hands and had to pull the two sisters up first. Children, you two sisters are both good children. I like you very much after spending so many days with you. But we are farmers, how can we have maids? How about I take you in as my goddaughters? That way your reputation will be better. When Zhao Yanan heard this, he wanted to kneel down again, but Du Chunyang managed to hold him back this time. And I know you're doing this for our own good. You don't have to bother with us. I'll be a maid in your house, serving you and your family. As long as you can take us in and let me raise my sister, your whole family will be our benefactors. Let's go sign the indenture now. Hao Ren saw that the stalemate was not a solution. How about we let her stay and do some work, but without signing a contract to sell her, can we just pay her wages? Du Chunyang glanced at Hao Ren with displeasure. What kind of mess are you making? Just figure it out yourself. I don't care. Turned around and left. Hao Ren and the two sisters were left staring at each other. Zhao Yanan said to Hao Ren sincerely, Brother Hao, I don't want any wages, as long as we two sisters have food to eat. Hao Ren had no choice but to wave his hand. You two can go do whatever you need to do. If you don't want to leave, just help with the work. I have a headache. I'm leaving now. After saying that, he ran away in a panic without waiting for the sisters to react. Zhao Jiali looked at her sister, then at the two people who had disappeared. Sister, are you okay? Can we stay here? Zhao Yanan didn't know what to say. She felt a little relieved and a little disappointed, but at least she was able to stay. Life here is still very comfortable, better than the two sisters wandering around outside. Seeing that her eyes were rolling around, she quickly told her, Be more diligent in the future and stop whining. Do more work. Let's go and get to work. Zhao Jiali winked at her sister as she walked out. Sis! Come on! I believe you can make it! Hao Ren, who had hidden aside, breathed a sigh of relief. He was still too young, and it was probably because he had never seen many women in his previous life. Why do I not know her last name when I see a beautiful girl? In his previous life, he was a bachelor and didn't even have a girlfriend. How could he have experienced this kind of choice? I originally thought I was just helping the Zhao sisters out of kindness, but I didn't expect that I would invisibly cause trouble to so many people. Helping others is a good thing, but it seems that I was not thoughtful enough when I asked them to move into the new house with my family. Even if Hao Ren really wanted to take a concubine, he couldn't just bring her home. I will pay attention next time, definitely next time. I have to tell my wife about my thoughts in the evening. Saitsui didn't say anything during this period. I believe she must still feel a little uncomfortable. Don't think about these things anymore. Just be careful in the future. It seems that he is still suitable for studying food. He is good at this. Then let's make some delicious food for my wife at noon to make it up to her. Deepen the relationship between husband and wife. There were not many people eating at home at noon. Everyone else ate in the workshop. Hao Ren made 2 roast chickens in Shanqing and prepared to let Lin Tsuitsui and others taste them. He plans to launch another delicacy, which is roast chicken. Now Lin Tsuitsui has developed some resistance to Hao Ren's frequent surprising things or things she has never seen before. Hao Ren tore off a chicken leg and gave it to her as a flattering gesture. Lin Tsuitsui didn't hesitate and just picked it up and started eating. It's delicious, soft, tender, salty and fragrant. This roast chicken is first deep fried to set the shape and color, then placed in a pot of marinade with various seasonings and cooked, and then marinated for several hours after it is cooked. It's already soft and boneless and very tasty. It's a specialty food from Hao Ren's hometown, and Hao Ren has been eating it since he was a child. Is it delicious? How about we make this and sell it in the city? Lin Tsuitsui greedily finished a chicken leg, wiped the oil off her hands, and then answered him. Delicious! It's really delicious! But it's okay to cook a few for yourself, but where can I get so many chickens if I want to sell them? Most of the chickens in the countryside are old hens that lay eggs, so no one will sell them to you. Hao Ren was very pleased to see that Lin Tsuitsui could think so much. I have thought about it too. In fact, there is no rush to sell this kind of roast chicken. What I want to tell you is that the chicken coop and pig house in our backyard are still empty. I want to raise more chickens. We have enough people at home to do the work. Sisters Zhao Yanan, Dia area, and Xiao Chao don't go to the workshop, so raising chickens at home isn't tiring. What do you think? After thinking about it, Lin Tsuitsui suggested that Hao Ren should hurry up if he wanted to raise chickens, otherwise he would not be able to raise them in the hot weather. The chicks would not be able to bear it, and would get sick and die. It's okay to raise piglets. When they grow up, you can sell them for money. When your own workshop has more people, you can keep them for food. When Hao Ren mentioned the workshop, he remembered that the soap in the workshop had already been made. It's time to go to the county town to promote our products. Hao Ren has not yet decided on a sales model. He is still undecided whether to develop sales channels himself or find an agent. He planned to go to Mo Yuan and Mo Yugan to discuss it tomorrow. After all, they were businessmen and had more experience than him. When I came to my senses, I saw Lin Tsuitsui eating roast chicken like a kitten. I couldn't help but laugh at her appearance. Wiped his wife's mouth. Then he held his chin and watched her eat. Lin Tsuitsui felt a little embarrassed. Why aren't you eating? Why are you looking at me? You look good, I just want to watch you eat. You look so stupid. I'm embarrassed just looking at you. Eat it too. Then feed me. Hey, eat it, don't move, don't kiss me. There's oil on your mouth. Chapter 77 Ancient people also eat chicken. Without even having time to eat breakfast, Hao Ren, Go Zi and Du Chunyang packed up and headed to the county town. They borrowed a car from third uncle's house, harnessed the animals, loaded some soap and gifts for Mo Yuan and Peng Yun, and the 3 of them sat in the car and headed towards the county town. I walked to the county town and found a place to have breakfast. Hao Ren asked Go Zi to take him to Emoji restaurant. After unloading the things, Hao Ren stayed behind while the other 2 went to buy chicks and piglets. Mo Yuan didn't pay attention to anything else, he just saw the 2 jars of wine. Now his taste has become so picky that he always feels that the wine he used to drink is not as good as it used to be. Hao Ren is unwilling to give him more wine, and he has been craving for it for a long time. Hao Ren enthusiastically took the wine jar and handed him the 2 wrapped roast chickens. Get some snacks and ask someone to invite Peng Yun over. The 3 of us can catch up and talk about old times. I'll also have something good to share with you. Mo Yuan took the roast chicken, sniffed it through the packaging, and his eyes lit up. It smells so good, what's in it? You'll know when you open it later. Go get some help, we have some important business to attend to. Okay. Mo Yuan took the food to the kitchen, gave some instructions, and asked the waiter to bring it to the private room soon. Hao Ren thought about it for a long time last night, and discussed it with his family. They found that the manpower available in their family was still too good to be true. If they could calculate the accounts, the only ones who could be used were Lin Tsuitsui, Zhao Yanan, and Go Zi. If I run this soap business on my own, I won't be able to open a stall. I still need to find someone to cooperate with. Then Mo Yuan's family is the best partner, but this business is not like cooking, where you just hand over the money and the recipe. After the soap business is done well, the market cannot be underestimated. You will definitely make a lot of money in the future, and it is inevitable that you will encounter jealous people. Even his and Mo Yuan's families may become enemies because of accounts. Finally, Hao Ren decided to drag Peng Yun into the water for safety's sake. His father was the county magistrate in the local area, so that was needless to say. He heard that his family was a family of officials and had many staff in the shop. Let him choose a few capable people from his hometown to come over. First, they can be useful in business, and they can also be responsible for supervising the accounts. The three parties will supervise and restrain each other, the relationship will be more stable, and it will not be easy to make mistakes. If he ran into trouble, he could always ask his father to help him out. But if he really ran into a huge problem, he still had an uncle who would become the prime minister in the future. That was his real support. If you take care of this dye well, you can hug it for decades. This is the safest solution Hao Ren can think of at the moment. There may be a better one, but unfortunately he can't think of it. He was just an ordinary person who had never done business in his previous life. This was the result of his hard work. Peng Yun arrived just as the food and wine were placed. He was delighted to see the wine on the table. He sat down, poured himself a glass, and took a sip. "TSK! It's still so delicious! Why are you drinking it before noon? What's going on?" Hao Ren felt helpless watching him like that. This guy would be so carefree once he got to know someone. "Don't just drink and eat. Try this chicken. I'm telling you." Before he could finish, Peng Yun and Mo Yuan each tore off a chicken leg and started eating. "Well, your fairy chicken is pretty good. It tastes better than anything I've ever had." And Mo Yuan also echoed. Yes, it has a stronger aroma, is softer, and has no soup, so it's more enjoyable to eat, and perfect for drinking." Hao Ren was a little confused by what they said. What kind of magical chicken is this? This is roast chicken, a real roast chicken. Hey, they seem to have eaten it before, so they're not surprised. They didn't have this expression when they ate the braised pork. I curiously asked the two brothers who were enjoying their meal. "How do you cook that magical chicken you mentioned?" Peng Yun ate the meat and drank some wine happily without responding. I guess he didn't know. He had only eaten it before, so how could he know how to cook it? And Mo Yuan answered him. "I know this. The fairy chicken is made by selecting a chicken that is neither too old nor too dry, marinated with salty ingredients, then deep fried, and stewed in a casserole with onions, ginger, soy sauce, etc. At the end, serve the chicken on a plate and pour the remaining broth over the chicken. It's delicious. One bite and you wouldn't trade it for anything else. This is the divine chicken." Shit! Hao Ren only had this thought after hearing him say that. This method is almost the same as the roast chicken method in later generations. It seems that it has been improved in later generations, and the ingredients must be more complete, so the taste is better. But the craftsmanship is very similar. Our ancestors were indeed smart. It seems that for these rich people, the ways of eating chicken and mutton have developed very well. I was lucky to have chosen the braised pork by accident. I benefited from the times. The book says that large-scale castration of piglets occurred after the Yuan dynasty. If pork nowadays did not have a fishy smell and was mostly not eaten in restaurants, this practice would probably have been developed long ago. Yes, that's the case with Dongpa pork, isn't it? In a few decades, the recipe would have spread widely. What a stroke of luck. It seems that this ancient man really should not be underestimated. Under the same environment, he really killed Hao Ren in seconds without leaving any trace. At this moment, Hao Ren was extremely grateful to the system all. At least I was able to learn some knowledge and experience that the ancients didn't know. Thank you, system. I will never despise you again. Hao Ren, who had originally hoped to impress the two with the roast chicken, was now disheartened and had lost interest in discussing business. I also tore off a chicken wing and started eating. Well, it tastes pretty good. The craftsmanship is not advanced, but the taste is definitely incomparable. After all, who can have as many ingredients as me? So, the three of them started eating silently without talking to each other. Hao Ren had already had breakfast, so he just ate a little and didn't eat any more. The two of them obviously hadn't eaten anything in the morning, and they ate happily, taking a sip of wine and a bite of meat. I didn't ask what business Hao Ren wanted to discuss. This chicken is indeed delicious. Although it is cold, it is quite flavorful and tastes better than the fairy chicken. After the two of them had eaten and drunk their fill, they remembered Hao Ren standing beside them. Looking at Hao Ren with a resentful look on his face, the two of them felt a little embarrassed. They were so busy eating that they forgot there was someone sitting next to them. "Brother Hao, this chicken is pretty good, much better than the fairy chicken. What's its name?" "Roast chicken." "Roast chicken? A chicken cooked over fire? Then why isn't it called roast chicken?" "No, it's not roasted, right?" Peng Yun said impatiently. "Why bother calling him that? Just call him whatever Hao Ren says." "Roast chicken, that's right. Hao Ren, aren't you talking about business? What's going on?" Hao Ren ignored them and asked the waiter to bring a basin of water and soap. Wash your hands before we get down to business. Look, your hands are all greasy from eating chicken. Come over and wash them. I'll show you a big treasure. Hey! What is this? It smells really good. Chapter 78: The Prototype of a Business Empire. Hao Ren learned from Xiaoji's lesson and did not use the ordinary soap made in their workshop, which was for the general public. They took out a piece with fragrance. Although it was an ordinary item in the mall, it was just more delicate and fragrant. Their workshop was fully capable of making it in terms of craftsmanship. This was considered a high-end product, sold to wealthy families. I explained how to use it to them. While speaking, he demonstrated as well. After washing your hands, take the soap and make some foam. Then rub them a few times and rinse with clean water. Your hands will be clean with a hint of fragrance. The two were curious about this thing, and washed it like the others. Then they found that the oil stains on their hands from eating chicken were washed clean. They smelled their hands. There was even a faint floral scent. The two of them were so excited that their eyes lit up and they looked at Hao Ren in admiration. This brother always comes up with new tricks to delight the other two. How proud would you be if you gave this to your family and friends? If you gave one to a girl you admired, wouldn't she immediately fall in love with you? Seeing the two of them looking like pigs and drooling but still fantasizing, Hao Ren couldn't help but interrupt them. How's it going? How's the food? Peng Yun calmly put the soap in his arms and pretended not to hear anything. Mo Yuan had a glimmer of anticipation. He knew Hao Ren wouldn't show it off to him for no reason. He already knew Hao Ren after knowing him for so long. I was so excited that I was shaking. Brother, is this business possible? Did you come up with this? Is it ready for production? A series of questions showed his current urgency. Mo Yuan is no longer the young man who was expelled from the academy and was indifferent to worldly affairs. After this period of training, he has developed some business acumen. I can see the potential of this soap. If the costs can be controlled, the business can be big and profitable. But I don't know what the cost is. He asked Hao Ren anxiously. Brother, is this thing difficult to make? What's the cost? Hao Ren was vague and didn't say anything, just saying that the cost wasn't high and the profit was quite good. This thing just uses a little lard, and the rest is labor costs, which can be ignored compared to the profit. Unlike Peng Yun, who acted as if nothing had happened, Hao Ren saw Mo Yuan rubbing his hands excitedly and knew that he was moved. Hao Ren deliberately teased him slowly. This thing is good, and our workshop can mass produce it. We're just worried about not having enough manpower and finding a market for it. Mo Yuan didn't care about anything else when he heard this. He grabbed Hao Ren's hand and said, Brother! Dear brother! You have to take me to have some soup. This business is definitely profitable. Give me some soup. Hee hee. Peng Yun was also a little curious when he saw Mo Yuan so excited. He didn't understand business, and he knew that this thing was a good thing that could make money, but seeing Mo Yuan like this, he was also out of control, right? I couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. This thing is good, but it can't be that profitable, right? Can it make more money than your restaurant? Mo Yuan, are you really that serious about it? Seeing him like this, Mo Yuan was too lazy to explain the details to him. Even if he explained it, he wouldn't understand, so he could only casually say, It's more than just making money. This is definitely more than what our restaurant makes. I can trade the restaurant for this business. Do you think Hao Ren will do it? Hao Ren didn't say anything either. Only a fool would change. Seeing them like this, Peng Yun also realized the value of this thing. It seems that he can really make a lot of money. He took out the soap from his arms and put it back on the table. It was too valuable, and it would be bad to take it away without saying anything. Hao Ren smiled slightly upon seeing this. Although this guy was generally carefree and unruly, he would always show off his coolness when it mattered most. As expected of a young master from a wealthy family, his every move and gesture exudes nobility. He picked up the soap and stuffed it back into Peng Yun's pocket, saying, Brother Peng, are you interested in the three of us partnering up on this business? This really shocked Peng Yun. If the business was so good, why did they still involve him? Wouldn't that be giving him money? Would I, Peng Yun, take advantage of you for nothing? I immediately refused. I'm not good at business matters, so you two can discuss it among yourselves. How could Hao Ren let him go? He had called him here today to form a united front with him. You don't need to worry about business matters even if you don't understand them. Just contribute some money and find two trustworthy people in your hometown shop to take care of the accounts. At the end of the year, you can just wait for the dividends. You won't just be taking the money for free. You'll also be responsible for promoting the benefits of this soap in your circle. Also, if you encounter any problems in the business and need to use your connections, then you, as the son of the county magistrate, will be responsible for settling them. Peng Yun thought about it and agreed to this. Firstly, the three of them could chat, and it would be easy to work together. He wouldn't have to worry too much, and when he really made money, his father wouldn't say he was useless all day long. He immediately agreed. That's fine. But I can only give you 500 taels of silver at most, and I have to ask my mother for that. I don't usually have that much money. Please don't pay me back. Mo Yuan was so happy to see Pang Yun join in. This profitable business is not the best to eat alone. Sometimes there is strength in numbers, and adding one more person may make more money. Besides, Pang Yun's identity is here. With his joining, at least anything can be settled in Jeju. What else can I say about this business? The products are good, unique, and the relationships are strong. It's hard not to make money. Mo Yuan laughed heartily. Just wait until the time comes to divide the profits. I'll make you look good in front of your parents. Maybe it'll make more money than all your shops combined, huh? The three of them immediately began to discuss the details of the cooperation. Pang Yun would not be involved in anything else, only responsible for paying out 500 taels of silver. When the time came, someone would be sent to oversee the accounting. Hao Ren would be responsible for production, and Go Zi would be sent to accompany Mo Yuan. Mo Yuan would be responsible for sales and transportation. The three decided to set up a business specifically to sell soap. Hao Ren controlled the production technology and held half of the shares, while the other two brothers each held 25%. Because Hao Ren and Pang Yun's identities were not suitable, Mo Yuan took the lead. On the surface, he was the boss of the trading company. Starting tomorrow, I'll be in charge of the promotion, which will be divided into two lines. Ordinary soap will be sold to the masses, with a lower price, while soap with a more delicate fragrance will be sold to the high-end line. We won't sell it to ordinary people, because that would mean it's too expensive. Pang Yun was not interested in pricing, nor did he understand it. He was still in the excitement of starting a business, and was very happy with the big picture that Mo Yuan had painted for him. He is still fantasizing about making money and looking proud in front of his parents. Interrupting the two people who were discussing the price. Brother, our business must be given a resounding name. Chapter 79. The Shock in the Pang Mansion's Backyard. Are you in a hurry to choose a name for the company? Hao Ren and Mo Yuan said in unison. Have you thought of a name? Hao Ren asked him. I haven't thought about it yet. Let me think about it carefully. Finally, I decided to think about it for a few days, and then the three of us can discuss and decide on the name. We are not making a plaque or anything now, so there is no need to rush to decide. The most urgent task is to formulate tomorrow's publicity strategy. Mo Yuan will be responsible for the promotion of the ordinary version of soap, while Pang Yun will promote the luxury version of soap in his circle. The ordinary version takes the civilian route, and can be promoted in downtown areas or places with a lot of traffic, and some lively promotional activities can be carried out to make the place more lively. It can achieve the publicity effect. However, Hao Ren and Mo Yuan had a serious disagreement about pricing. Hao Ren thought 20 would be enough, as the profit margin was huge. Every commoner could afford it. However, Mo Yuan insisted on pricing the regular version at 50 apiece. Mo Yuan explained to Hao Ren, Brother, I know what you mean. You want to make small profits, but quick turnover so that everyone can use soap. But don't blame me for pouring cold water on you. To put it bluntly, even if you charge 2 cents for a piece of paper, many people will still not buy it. Some people can't even afford to eat, so why would they even think about how to wash their hands cleanly? Seeing Hao Ren looking thoughtful, Mo Yuan continued to explain to him. This thing can't be popularized by everyone now, and your workshop's output can't keep up, right? This is a luxury item after all, and not everyone is willing to buy it. Those who would buy it are those who have some spare money. If he is willing to buy your soap for 20 cents, then he won't mind the 30 cents. It's just been launched, so it's unique. It's understandable that it's a bit more expensive. If you really think it's too expensive, we can gradually lower the price later, and even give out free gifts if you buy a certain amount, but we can't sell it cheap right away. There's no such thing as a good product at a cheap price, and if you sell it too cheaply, people may not necessarily support you. Seeing that Mo Yuan spoke so convincingly, Hao Ren could only believe him. He was better at business than himself, so he decided to take charge of research and development. Let's set it at 50 coins for now, and then gradually lower the price later. He did have a point. The market for this thing is still in the county town, or a larger city. At the very least, only a small trader or craftsman with some spare money would buy it. This thing really wouldn't work in a town or a rural area now. At least no one in Xiaolin village would spend money to buy soap to wash their hands. In the words of old lady Lin, rich people are the ones who are flirting. What about the price of the soap? Hao Ren originally set it at 500 wen, but now he decided to ask Mo Yuan for his opinion. Mo Yuan did not answer first, but asked about the cost difference between the two. Hao Ren had to tell him that it was just an extra step of extracting the essence, and the cost would not increase much. Mo Yuan heaved a sigh of relief when he got the news, and then he was secretly delighted, thinking that would be a huge profit. Mo Yuan didn't have the confidence he had when he just put forward that theory. How about we start with 1 tael of silver per piece? If you think it's too expensive, 800 won is fine too. Just 1 or 2 taels. Peng Yun, who had long been fed up with their procrastination, made the final decision. Then he realized that 1 yuan is 1 tael, so 500 yuan is 500 taels. 10,000 yuan? Gudong! The three of them swallowed their saliva at the same time. Then they looked at the other two excitedly, their eyes full of excitement and enthusiasm. We are going to post it. After everything was agreed upon, the three of them split up into 3 groups. Mo Yuan and Peng Yun went to prepare for tomorrow's publicity, while Hao Ren waited there and let Go Zi and his mother-in-law go home first after they arrived. He needs to stay in the county for a few days to help with promotional matters. Whether it can become a hit or not depends entirely on the early publicity. Peng Yun returned home excitedly and prepared to ask his servants to send out invitations to his classmates from the academy and some friends from the county town, so that they could see the effects of the soap and help promote it. As soon as she entered the door, she was called by someone. When she looked up, she saw that it was her sister. Little sister, what are you doing here? Why don't you stay in the backyard? Be careful, Daddy will scold you if he sees you. Peng Yue is only 16 years old this year, at the age of being lively and energetic. She was just about to go out when she saw Peng Yun coming in with a happy look on his face, so she called out to him loudly to scare him. She didn't expect Peng Yun to teach her a lesson right away, so naturally she had to refute him. Brother, you're the only one who likes to meddle in other people's business. Dad won't scold me. Besides, I've already told Mom that I'm going shopping with the county magistrate's daughter. But you went out so early in the morning and are back now. You must have done something bad. What are you holding in your hand? Peng Yun noticed her attention was on his hand, so he raised it and waved the soap in his hand. This is a good treasure. Brother is counting on it to make a fortune, so I can give you more dowry when the time comes. Peng Yue looked at the little gadget in his hand. It was square and nothing special. How could it make him rich? What's wrong with his brother lately? Why is he trying to imitate other people's business? That doesn't suit his status. Seeing his sister's nonchalant look, Peng Yun became competitive. His sister had been smart since she was a child, and her parents always used her to teach him a lesson. Today, he gave her a little shock. As Peng Yun spoke, he pulled his sister towards the back house, talking as he walked. Today I'll open your eyes. I guarantee you've never seen anything this good. The two men came to the backyard and saw their mother and father's concubine talking in the yard. They first walked over, bowed and greeted them. Mother, little girl. Mrs. Peng looked at her son and daughter, wondering what they were doing. Didn't you just go out? Why are you back again? Peng Yue pouted and acted coquettishly towards her mother. Mom, I was just about to go out when my brother pulled me back. He said he wanted to see something magical. I don't know what he wanted to do. Seeing all the women in the family looking at him, Peng Yun raised his head proudly and ordered the servants to bring a basin of water. Then he took out the soap and showed it to them. Mother, this is soap. It's used when washing your hands and face. It not only cleans well, but also has a light fragrance. Please smell it first. Several people passed it around and looked at it one by one, and some even smelled it. One of the young women was Peng Si's concubine, and she spoke to Madame Peng with a flattering look on her face. Madam, it does have a floral scent. It smells really good. Why don't you try it and we can all see how it works? Such a good thing definitely needs to be tried by you first. Listening to her flattering words, Mrs. Peng felt eager to try it out. This thing certainly looked like no ordinary item. Following Peng Yun's instructions, she washed her hands with soap, and the servant brought her a towel to wipe them clean. I felt it myself, and it really cleans the skin quite well and has a light fragrance. The concubine supported Madame Peng's hand, admiring her with envy. Madam, it really smells good. It goes with your skin, making you look even more elegant and graceful. Yunner is so good to you. He thinks of you when he has something good. It seems that your love for him is not in vain. Yunner has grown up. Listening to her words, Madame Peng and Peng Yun both felt a little elated. Chapter 80 Peng Yue's Advice. Mrs. Peng was obviously enjoying the flattery from her sweet lips. He tapped the concubine's nose with his hand and said, You are a good talker, and your mouth is so sweet. No wonder the master brought you into the house. Here, you can try it too, it's really good. The concubine surnamed Zhao immediately took the soap respectfully, knelt down to salute Mrs. Peng, and then happily tried it in front of everyone, not forgetting to pull Peng Yue along. The two of them used soap as Peng Yun had said. After wiping their hands, they looked at their clean hands carefully. Peng Yue even put her hands to her nose and kept smelling them. Aunt Zhao was also delighted. Madam, it is indeed a good thing. Then he turned to Peng Yun and asked, Brother Yun, where did you get this thing? It's really cute. He held it in his hand and played with it for a while, then reluctantly put it back on the stone table in front of Mrs. Peng. Mrs. Peng looked at her son with a loving face. The child has grown up. He is no longer just playing around. Now he knows how to bring good things home to make his family happy. Yuner, talk to me and your aunt. Where did this thing come from? It's just this piece. Aren't you making it difficult for me? Look, your aunt's eyes are almost growing on this soap. When Aunt Zhao heard this, she immediately stood up straight and straightened her clothes. Madam, you are making fun of me again. Peng Yue also pouted at her brother. I don't care, you have to get one for me and my aunt. Otherwise I will bother you every day. Peng Yun saw how everyone was performing and knew they were all very satisfied. He couldn't help but feel smug. In the backyard, he was always scolded for not studying hard and not behaving properly. Today, he finally got his chance to show off. When our company makes money, you will be even more surprised. Peng Yue saw that she was distracted and didn't know what she was thinking about. She walked over and shook his arm before calling Peng Yun back. Peng Yun came back to his senses, and in front of everyone's surprised gaze, he proudly took out a few more bars of soap from his arms and placed them on the table. Several women of status in the family immediately crowded together to look at the bars of soap, regardless of their image. Peng Yue and Aunt Zhao took advantage of their status to take one each. Peng Yue playfully shook the soap. Mom, there are so many pieces. This one is mine. Aunt Zhao held a bar of soap and looked at Madame Peng eagerly. Madam, I don't want this month's allowance. Can't you give me one? Mrs. Peng looked at her unhappily as she held the soap tightly in her arms, looking so pitiful. He couldn't help but roll his eyes at her. You have no manners at all. You've been spoiled by the master. Look how tightly you're holding on to it. How can I take it away from you? Take it. Aunt Zhao, as if she had been pardoned, quickly thanked Madame Peng with an excited look on her face. Thank you, madam, thank you, madam. Then he stepped aside and whispered with Peng Yue while studying the soap in their hands. Mrs. Peng was also a little amused when she saw this scene. The relationship between the two of them was quite good. Aunt Zhao had no children and was sweet-spoken. In the backyard, she had the best relationship with Peng Yue. Seeing that the time was almost right, Peng Yun came to Mrs. Peng with a flattering look on his face, sat down, took her arm, and began to propose conditions. Mother, this soap is a good thing, isn't it? It's 1 ounce of silver per piece. I worked so hard to get these pieces to give to you, Aunt Zhao, and my younger sister. Mrs. Peng's face was filled with relief. You're thoughtful this time. Yuner has grown up and become sensible. You said you'll get it first, and there will be more soap later? Peng Yun then deliberately hesitated and told the truth. Mom, yes, I do have it, but you'll have to pay for it later. It's not easy for my son to make money. This is my son's property. What? Mrs. Peng was shocked. Even Aunt Zhao Peng Yue's attention was attracted. You're not studying hard at the academy, so you're going into business? If your father finds out, he'll break your legs. Peng Yun realized his mother had misunderstood and quickly explained. Mom, I'm still studying at the academy. I won't get involved in this business. I'll just buy a share and wait for the dividends at the end of the year. Leave the business matters to Mo Yuan. I won't be involved. Don't worry, Mom. Mrs. Peng finally breathed a sigh of relief. There was nothing wrong with doing business, but it required other people to take care of it, and her own people could not show up. This was the case with all their shops, so she was only responsible for checking the accounts every month. Otherwise, it would be bad for his reputation if word got out. If the county magistrate's son were doing business, some would say he was competing with the people for profit. With Mo Yuan from MOG Restaurant coming forward, it would be easy to talk about it. There would be no need to make a fuss. Mrs. Peng then calmly continued to ask Peng Yun, Is this something you young people have come up with? Peng Yun answered honestly. Mom, this thing was actually developed by Hao Ren. You remember those 2 vats of potatoes in our backyard? They're my dad's treasures. They were obtained from Hao Ren. The mention of this made Mrs. Peng's anger rise again. Ever since the master brought back 2 vats of potatoes from the countryside, he has been studying them all day after work. He even went less often to his own room and Aunt Zhao's room. He would spend every day lying by the pot studying potatoes, recording their growth and even drawing them on paper. Sometimes when a new green leaf grows on the potato, he would be so happy that he would hug the big jar and kiss it fiercely. He almost thought the master had gone insane recently. He kept muttering things like baby baby and get promoted and get rich beside the tank. He was completely crazy. Now I heard that the culprit Hao Ren has developed this thing again. Looking at the soap on the table, I really love and hate it. That Hao Ren, the 2 jars of potatoes drove his master crazy, and now he uses this soap to trap his own son. He used to only know how to have fun, but now he knows how to do business in partnership? This is a huge change. Will I become crazy by then? Mrs. Pang thought. She was daydreaming when she heard her son calling her. Then she came to her senses and asked her son what was wrong. Pang Yun was speechless when he saw his mother like this. Didn't she listen to what he said for the whole time? Mom, although I won't say I have a share in this business, I will still share the profits, so I have to help promote it. Mom, you know a lot of ladies, can you help promote it in the backyard? Mrs. Pang saw that her son was so concerned about something, so she would definitely support him. He readily agreed. Tomorrow I'll invite some of the county's prominent ladies to come to my backyard to admire the wonders of soap together. Can I help you promote it? Pang Yue, who was standing by, rolled her eyes when she heard this, as if she had come up with some clever idea. Mom, brother, the Qingming festival wasn't held this year due to the drought. Since the last rain, everything has been reborn, and the wilderness is lush and green. Why don't we organize a poetry reading for an outing? Invite all the ladies and young ladies from various families, and invite your classmates and friends as well as the young men in the county. Wouldn't it be better publicity with more people? Pang Yun was overjoyed when he heard this. What a good idea! Let's have a poetry reading outing. Chapter 81 Listening to Music in a Brothel. The poetry reading during the outing is great. This little girl is so smart. By then, not only would the ladies and young ladies from various families come, but he would also invite some of his classmates from the academy and the young men from the county, and almost all the wealthy people in the county would be included. When the time comes, I'll invite everyone together and promote the soap myself. Wouldn't that make me an instant hit? From now on, I can make money without doing anything. I have to tell Hao Ren about this idea and make him happy too. Mom, I have something to discuss with Hao Ren. I'm giving you these bars of soap. Please divide them among yourselves. I'm leaving now. After saying that, he ran out without looking back. Mrs. Pang shook her head as she watched her son walking out. He was still so reckless. She went to find Hao Ren again. Now Mrs. Pang felt jealous when she heard the name Hao Ren, because her husband was obsessed with his potatoes. Now his own son has been dragged into the business with his soap. Both men in the family have changed so much under his influence. Fortunately, I still have a daughter who is by my side. Thinking of this, he looked at his naughty daughter, and couldn't hide the joy of his conspiracy succeeding. His mouth was almost crooked with laughter. Madame Pang couldn't help but point her finger at her forehead and scolded her. You're so clever! Your idea is good, but don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You can also take this opportunity to go out and have fun. I'm telling you, you're not a kid anymore, you're 16. You need to look after your image, because someone's going to try to match you up with someone soon. Pang Yue became impatient when she heard her mother's nagging, and was about to walk out, waving her hands in response to her mother as she walked. I know, mother. I have an appointment with the county magistrate's daughter to go shopping. I'm leaving now without telling you. When he turned the corner, he turned back and made a face at his mother. Madame Pang also looked helpless. This girl, although smart, was just too eccentric. She was only 16 years old, but she was so unruly all the time. I put away the remaining bars of soap on the table. This thing must be kept well. Yuna said it costs 1 tael of silver. Oh, right, silver. Did Yuna just tell me about the 500 taels of silver? I was distracted and didn't hear clearly. Forget it, Yuna will come to see me again. Pang Yun returned to MOG exhausted and just happened to see Hao Ren talking to Go Zi and the others at the entrance of the restaurant. Pang Yun walked over and greeted Du Chunyang respectfully, then went into the house to wait for Hao Ren. Anyway, he's not leaving today, so it's not too late to talk to him later. While Hao Ren was still explaining the matter of chicks and piglets to Du Chunyang and Go Zi, he was also very happy to see that they bought a whole car full of chicks and piglets. Go Zi also introduced him. Brother Ren, this is only part of it. We can't fit any more piglets. We've already told them to send them to Xiaolin village tomorrow. Well, Hao Ren is more confident in Guzi's work. I told my mother-in-law about the situation and decided not to go back for the time being. The promotion of the soap cannot be done without him these days. Tell my mother-in-law to go back and take care of the chicks and piglets, and then give them to the little girls to feed. I will ask them about the specific breeding methods when they are delivered tomorrow. We can talk about the rest after he gets back. He has specialized in breeding technology, and the mall also has special feed and some medicine to prevent diseases. Let's settle down and take good care of her first, and wait for him to come back. Also, let my mother-in-law tell Tseitsui not to worry about herself. They haven't been apart for so long, she was afraid that Tseitsui would think too much. Du Chunyang and Go Zi didn't say anything more. Seeing that he had something to do in the city, the two of them drove back to Xiaolin village. After returning to the restaurant and listening to Pang Yun's explanation of the situation, Hao Ren was also very happy. Great, Pang Yun, you've already accomplished this in just a short while. It is conceivable that once all the potential consumers in the county are called by him to see the magic of soap, it will definitely cause a sensation. While praising, he also praised Pang Yun for his strong ability to do things. He came up with such a good idea in just half a day. Pang Yun blushed a little at the praise, but he still accepted Hao Ren's praise with a thick face. My sister's idea is the same as mine, right? We're just friends, no one's involved. Afterwards, the two of them sat together and discussed it, and decided to schedule a poetry outing for the day after tomorrow. Strive for soap to become an instant hit. This is good. Hao Ren can focus all his energy on Mo Yuan tomorrow. Mo Yuan hadn't returned yet. He was still preparing for tomorrow's promotional work for ordinary soap. Hao Ren thought of the many promotional methods used in later generations, and thought he could learn a little from them. Give the ancient working people a little shock from the marketing methods of later generations. Pang Yun also had to instruct his servants to prepare the venue for the poetry outing the day after tomorrow and to ask for invitations. We agreed to come back in the evening to take Hao Ren out for some fun. Hao Ren was left alone with nothing to do, so he had to get some paper and pen to write and draw by himself, trying hard to recall the promotional methods of later generations. See which ones you can use tomorrow. At noon, Mo Yuan came back and the two of them had a quick bite to eat in the restaurant. Then Mo Yuan picked up the things written by Hao Ren and looked at them casually. The more I watch, the more surprised and excited I am. Looking up at Hao Ren, who was scratching his head and still thinking, I was filled with admiration for him. What kind of brain is this? How can they come up with so many bizarre propaganda methods? Isn't this too shocking? But I'm really looking forward to it. If I use the method written on this paper tomorrow, it will probably drive the whole city crazy, right? In the evening, Pang Yun came staggering in with a folding fan, and looked at the two people who were still sitting at the table discussing the details. Pang Yun said with a relaxed smile, Let's go, both of you. It's not easy for Hao Ren to come here. Let's go to Yuan and relax. Mo Yuan stood up without saying a word and was about to follow. Hao Ren was a little hesitant when he saw them like this. They turned around and looked at him. Let's go. Isn't there a curfew at night? Mo Yuan and Pang Yun looked at him like a fool. You country bumpkin. We don't have such rules in the Song dynasty. Hao Ren still refused to go. Yuan? This sounded like a brothel. He had just promised to Chunyang that he would visit a brothel that night. I say, let's go to another place. I just got married, it's not good, right? Two people came over and without saying anything, one of them held one of their arms and walked out. Pang Yun said angrily, What are you thinking about, brother? Just drink some wine, listen to some music, and relax. But don't stay overnight, or my parents will beat me to death. Huh? Not staying overnight? Hao Ren muttered something, not knowing whether he was feeling relieved or regretful, as he was carried out by the two men. Chapter 82, Gentle Countryside. Although he was mentally prepared, Hao Ren, who came from the future, was still stunned when he arrived at the place. Looking at the scene in front of me, is there a brothel of this scale in this small county town? Thinking about the many street vendors I met on the way here, I realized that the disaster in the countryside has not yet passed, but I didn't expect the county town to be so lively. It seems that the entertainment industry in the Song dynasty is very developed. Even in such a small county town, there are not only all kinds of delicious food and fun things to do at night, but also many people on the streets. I actually thought there was a curfew. No wonder they looked down on me for being a country bumpkin. I looked up at the place in front of me and saw a servant standing at the door. Above his head hung a plaque with 3 large gold-plated characters, which read, Yuan. Seeing the 3 people coming, the servant immediately bowed and greeted them. Master Pang, Master Mo, and this handsome young man whose name I cannot remember, I bow to you all. Your presence here today is truly an honor to our humble home. Would you like to listen to some music or? Pang Yun interrupted him impatiently. Okay, stop talking nonsense and take me to see Mother Liang. The servant was not angry and led them inside with a smile. Hao Ren was dazzled by what he saw along the way. When he walked into the courtyard, he saw pavilions, towers, flowing water, and the gentle voices of beautiful women everywhere, which made his ears numb. After many twists and turns, we finally entered the lobby, where we saw men and women chatting and laughing at tables scattered around. In the middle was a stage-like area, covered with a precious carpet that was clearly not ordinary. The tables were scattered around the stage. Hao Ren understood that this should be the place where singing girls and dancers sang and danced to entertain the guests. There are several wooden steps behind the stage leading to the second floor. Looking up, the second floor is all edged with wooden handrails, and there are a few tables next to the handrails. They are probably placed so that the guests at the tables on the second floor can also see the performance in the first floor hall clearly. There are more private rooms with closed doors. Just looking at the decoration outside, you can tell that the interior is more private and luxurious. Hao Ren had never seen such a scene before. In his later life, he had only been to KTV a few times, and that was just to sing. Looking at the beautiful women in various clothes constantly walking around the lobby, Hao Ren couldn't help but swallow his saliva. What a shame for the people who traveled through time. At this time, a woman in her 30s, dressed in a flamboyant manner, walked over with her slender waist swaying. The swing of her waist reminded Hao Ren of the snake spirit in the Calabash Brothers cartoon. Hao Ren wanted to yell at her, "Witch, give my